Chapter 1. Forced Rebirth, the Monster Den, and Carting Creatures. Boss, please don't. Wu Chun, undeterred by the desperate pleas of his subordinates, resolutely activated the unique SS-grade item, the Time Soul Pearl. Although he had already reached the rank of an 8-star warrior, he lived each day engulfed in anguish and remorse. He had failed to save his sister, his wife, and even his only daughter, who perished at the hands of a monstrous creature. Consequently, he was determined to return to the past, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had in the present. With a flicker of bright light, Wu Chen's consciousness momentarily faded away. In Xinjiang province, on Xinyue Walking Street, Wu Chen's heart raced as he gazed at the time displayed on his phone. Indeed, it is July 7th, 2030, at 11 o'clock in just 1 hour. Every creature on Earth, except for humans, will be transformed into monsters, leaving humanity to barely survive in the crevices of this new world. Wu Chun, what's wrong with you? Zhao Na, who was walking ahead, turned around, her expression tinged with annoyance as she glanced at Wu Chun. Slap! Wu Chen's demeanor shifted abruptly, and with a swift motion, he struck Zhao Na across her beautiful face. Wretched woman, do you take pleasure in keeping me on a string? Bah! He had returned from rebirth, fully aware that the girlfriend he had cherished so dearly had already climbed into the bed of her senior, Mu Tianqi, on multiple occasions. The only reason she had refrained from severing ties with him was that he was a reliable source of income, a lucrative cash cow. As if that were not enough, during a secret realm expedition, Zhao Na and Mu Tianqi had forced him to surrender a precious card he had obtained through sheer luck, ultimately expelling him from the Tianqi squad, nearly leading to his demise at the claws of a monster. With a cold snort, Wu Chen ignored the stunned Zhao Na, who stood frozen in place, and hurried towards Tianling Mountain. I recall someone mentioning that there is a monster den on Tianling Mountain, where numerous skeletal soldiers emerge from the depths. They move sluggishly, making it an ideal place to card creatures this time. I will surely be ahead of everyone else and become a true 9-star warrior. You worthless fool! How dare you strike me? Zhao Na's face flushed with anger, yet she could not fathom why this man, who had always complied with her whims, suddenly turned against her. Upon reaching Tianling Mountain, Wu Chun, equipped with a metal dagger and a long sword on his back, looked up at the swiftly swirling clouds above. They're coming! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, causing the entire Tianling Mountain to tremble. Everyone in the vicinity of Wu Chun cried out in terror. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. It seems like the sky has ruptured, and a great deal of black gas is pouring in. On the hillside, over a dozen young people stared wide-eyed. The black gas spread rapidly, seemingly enveloping the entire earth in just a matter of breaths. In less than 3 minutes, the black gas began to dissipate, and the surrounding vegetation grew taller, with veins now tinged with a shade of black. At that moment, a black grasshopper, the size of a basin, leaped out from the underbrush, lunging at Wu Chun. Anticipating this, Wu Chun deftly swung his metal dagger, effortlessly slaying the creature in one swift strike. He was already well acquainted with the attack patterns of the demonic grasshopper. Ding! Slaying the demonic grasshopper, 1 demonic energy. As a prompt sounded, a faint black attribute panel materialized before Wu Chun, who calmly perused its contents. Name: Wu Chun. Age: 20. Realm: None. Talent: Gathering Mastery SSS. Demonic Energy: 1200. What's this? My gathering talent has already reached max level? Wu Chun was taken aback, filled with ecstatic astonishment. In his previous life, his gathering mastery talent had merely been grade. Had it not been for the rare suffix indicating that it could be upgraded, he would have never risen to prominence. Even so, it had taken him an extensive amount of time to elevate it from grade to SS grade. Wu Chun had initially believed that starting anew would subject him to yet another cycle of bitter and painful history, yet he never anticipated this outcome. Wonderful! With a max-level gathering mastery talent, the success rate of gathering is now 100%. No one can hinder my progress now. Approaching the corpse of the demonic grasshopper, he noticed an inverted triangle icon above it, indicating that it could be gathered. Ding! Gathering successful. 1 demonic energy. Typically, The items gathered would consist of demonic energy, but on occasion, one might also acquire skills or unexpected treasures. A slight disappointment lingered, as each target could only be gathered once, causing the icon above the corpse to vanish thereafter. Wu Chun did not linger. Disregarding those still shouting for help to slay the monsters, he swiftly stowed his prepared essentials into his system backpack and darted into the forest. Swish! A magic armored bug the size of a basin soared out from the grass. Wu Chun dodged to the right, and with a swift motion of his metal dagger, he struck the bug's abdomen, instantly killing it. Ding! Slain the magic armored bug. 1 demonic energy. Ding! Gathering successful. 1 demonic energy. Wu Chun pressed onward, soon encountering a creature feasting on a human corpse. A magic rat. Wu Chun crouched low, charging forward to ambush the magic rat. Ding! Slain the magic rat. 1 demonic energy. Congratulations. You have obtained a 1-star black leather jacket. Wu Chun paused. If he hadn't misheard, it seemed he had just acquired a piece of equipment. He was well aware that the drop rate for such equipment had plummeted to abysmal levels, often leading to countless warriors lamenting their misfortune in his previous life. Wu Chun opened his system backpack and indeed found a black leather jacket in one compartment. Shifting his gaze to the garment, a faint black information box promptly appeared to the right. Black leather jacket. Provides a small amount of defense to the wearer. Without hesitation, Wu Chun clicked to equip it, and the stylish black leather jacket instantly adorned him, fitting perfectly and tailored to his size. Quite fortunate. Though a 1-star piece of equipment may be subpar, it serves a considerable purpose in the early stages. After more than half an hour, Wu Chun finally located the monster den, where he indeed witnessed skeletal soldiers emerging from the cave entrance. At intervals their eyes glowed red, appearing fearsome, yet they were relatively easy to deal with. This is it, an abundance of demonic energy. Wu Chun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gripped his dagger in one hand and his long sword in the other, blocking the cave entrance to guard the creatures. Ding! Slain the magic skeleton. 1 demonic energy. Ding! Slain the magic skeleton. 1 demonic energy. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star silver tooth dagger. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star black trousers. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the grade skill Blink. Ding! Congratulations on your realm breakthrough. You are now a 1-star warrior. Chapter 2. The hidden boss appears. Eye of the Night Demon. This feels amazing. To become a 1-star warrior so swiftly. Wu Chun recalled that in City A of Qingyang Province, the first 1-star warrior had emerged 7 days later now. Having passed less than a day, he had already achieved that rank. However, after breaking through to become a 1-star warrior, the demonic energy obtained from hunting smaller monsters like the magic grasshopper would diminish significantly. If he continued to slay such creatures, he would only receive 0.5 demonic energy per kill. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest. Eliminate the enraged Skeleton King. Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him. This was a rare and formidable monster. If he successfully defeated it, he would obtain a treasure chest, which could yield numerous valuable items. Soon, a crimson skeleton wielding a sword and shield emerged from the depths of the den, adorned with a black pentagram on its forehead, indicating its status as a 1-star monster. Blink! A smirk appeared on Wu Chun's lips as he swiftly approached the Skeleton King. While others might have struggled to defeat it, he was well aware of the skeleton soldier's weaknesses, making it an easy target. Wu Chun moved with a ghostly agility, darting left and right, making it difficult to predict his movements. The silver-toothed dagger in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, each swing radiating a lethal aura. Though the Skeleton King possessed immense strength, it appeared somewhat clumsy in the face of Wu Chun's swift assaults. Utilizing his speed advantage, Wu Chun circled around the Skeleton King, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Break! Wu Chun shouted softly, and the silver-toothed dagger pierced the Skeleton King's spine with pinpoint accuracy. The Skeleton King let out a howl, its sword and shield slipping from its grasp, and its body disintegrated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the Skeleton King. 30 demonic energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Skeleton Slayer badge. Ding! Congratulations, You have received a black iron treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest. My luck is off the charts. Typically, defeating a 1-star boss would yield a wooden treasure chest. With only a minuscule chance of acquiring a black iron treasure chest, he had hit the jackpot this time. The Skeleton Slayer badge is a fine item. Wearing it increases movement speed by 5. After donning the delightful little skeleton badge, Wu Chen did not rush to open the treasure chest, but instead commenced gathering from the plethora of magic skeletons scattered around. With so many skeletons, he was bound to gather numerous valuable items. Treasures, here I come. Wu Chen rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. This was even more exhilarating than defeating a boss for treasure. Ding! Gathering successful. 1 demonic energy. Ding! Gathering successful. 1 demonic energy. Ding! Gathering successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a grade skill, Rapid Slash. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations on acquiring level skill, Throwing. Ding! Collection successful. Magic Energy 1. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure map of Tianling Mountain. What the heck? A treasure map? Wu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This was something he had harvested from the Skeleton King. He never imagined, not in his wildest dreams. This was an incredible windfall. Wu Chen hurriedly opened his system backpack to take a look. Indeed, the map was merely a map, with no indication of what treasure it contained. Only at the destination point was there a small shovel and an ornate treasure chest depicted, looking exceedingly enticing. Could there truly be treasure on Tianling Mountain? What could it be? Upon opening the black iron chest, Wu Chen obtained a 2-star red liquid fruit, a 2-star coat, and a 2-star blueprint. The 2-star magic fruit, consuming it will enhance my physique to at least 3 times its current state. He did not pay much heed to the blueprint, as utilizing it required the craftsman talent, which he could pursue once he acquired it later. After consuming the red liquid fruit and donning the 2-star coat, Wu Chen opened the treasure map of Tianling Mountain. This map was remarkably user-friendly. Akin to a navigation system, one merely needed to follow its guidance, making it exceedingly convenient. Name: Wu Chen. Age: 20 years. Realm: 1-star warrior. Skills: Instant Step F, Throwing F, Rapid Slash F. Talent: Collection Specialization SSS. Magic Energy: 355600. Not long after, Wu Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a large creature. It was the head of a serpent as large as a coconut, resting under a nearby tree, adorned with a black pentagram heart and a hollow pentagram star on its forehead. Instinctively, Wu Chen ducked behind the tree to conceal himself. But after a while, he sensed that something was amiss. The previously menacing serpent seemed to be injured. Stepping out from behind the tree, he looked once more at the serpent. Indeed, its head was tilted to one side, with several fist-sized wounds across its body, as if inflicted by some sharp weapon. As he approached a little closer, he noticed a massive demonic bird lying 20 meters away from the serpent. The demonic bird lay motionless, seemingly lifeless, and it bore a collectible inverted triangular cone mark upon its body. Wu Chen refrained from acting hastily, for the absence of a collectible mark on the serpent indicated that it was not yet deceased. A 1-star peak demonic serpent, defeating it should yield a substantial amount of magic energy. However, a dying camel is larger than a horse if it retaliates at the last moment and drags me down with it. That would be quite unwise. I merely need to ensure it perishes by my hand. With this thought, Wu Chen picked up a stone from the ground and began to hurl it at the serpent's eyes, striking true with each throw. At that moment, the serpent had already insulted Wu Chen's ancestors multiple times. It had long been aware of this feeble human, waiting for him to draw near, so it could devour him. Yet, to its dismay, this vile human not only refused to approach, but relentlessly pelted its eyes with stones, causing the serpent to bleed even more profusely in its fury. After a dozen stones were thrown, one of the serpent's eyeballs was obliterated. Bang! Suddenly, the serpent's entire body sprang up, lunging swiftly towards Wu Chen. Fortunately, this serpent was at the end of its strength. It barely leaped 3 or 4 meters before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Demon serpent slain, magic energy 50. Wu Chen felt a surge of joy, having acquired 50 points of magic energy in one go, a remarkable stroke of fortune. He quickly approached the fallen serpent to commence collection. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained venom. Next, Wu Chen moved to the demonic bird. It appeared to be a demonic-sized oriole, measuring over 2 meters in length. Ding! Collection successful. Acquired inherent ability. Night Demon Eye. Chapter 3. Assault in the Night. Another star acquired. Wu Chun was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly managed to directly acquire an inherent ability. His luck was truly astonishing. Inherent abilities differ significantly from skills. As they do not require any consumption of mental or physical energy to activate, they take effect automatically. Although the power of the Night Demon Eye was modest, its significance was immense. With the Night Demon Eye, Wu Chun could see clearly even in the darkness. At this moment, twilight had descended. Though he could continue hunting magical creatures with the aid of the Night Demon Eye, his body was not up to the task. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Chun returned to the campsite, where tents provided a broader field of vision and a relatively safer place to rest. Once back inside the tent, Wu Chun applied some venom to the silver dagger before he grasped it and began to feign sleep. He dared not fall into a deep slumber, fearing that he might be dragged away by a magical creature at any moment. Just as Wu Chun was on the verge of drifting into dreams, the tent was violently struck by an unknown force, instantly jolting him awake. Wu Chun quickly rose, crouching on the ground with the dagger in hand. What the hell is that? Bang! Something unknown crashed into the tent once more, and Wu Chun caught a glimpse of its form. It appeared to be a large, flying creature resembling a butterfly, though butterflies do not typically roam at night. A magical creature that foraged under the cover of darkness and bore a resemblance to a butterfly led Wu Chun to consider the demon face moth. Tightly gripping the dagger, Wu Chun unzipped the tent and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, a horrifying human face floated toward him. This was the pattern found on the wings of the demon face moth. Tales from his previous life had described this creature as unsettling, and the rumors proved true. Wu Chun swiftly rolled to the left, narrowly evading the creature's lunge. The demon face moth, as long as one was cautious of its strikes, was not particularly difficult to deal with. It emitted several hissing sounds before lunging at Wu Chun once more. Wu Chun timed his attack perfectly. As the demon face moth drew near, he swiftly slashed at its side with the dagger. In less than 30 seconds, the moth's flight became unsteady, and with a loud thud, it crashed to the ground. The demon face moth glared at Wu Chun, seemingly accusing him of lacking martial ethics for coating his dagger with poison. Wu Chun stepped forward decisively and thrust the dagger deep into the creature's head, ending its suffering. Ding! Demon face moth slain. Demonic energy 15. After the demise of the demon face moth, a dark shadow suddenly darted toward him at high speed. A pair of sharp claws gleaming ominously in the moonlight, seemingly intent on eviscerating Wu Chun right then and there. With a swift step, Wu Chun dodged aside, the Night Demon Eye flickering slightly, allowing him to discern the creature's appearance, a 1-star magic ferret. At that moment, the ferret's rear was directed at him, and it had already begun to raise its hindquarters. Wu Chun's expression shifted. If his memory served correctly, the magic ferret was capable of emitting toxic gas. Without hesitation, Wu Chun stomped the ground and quickly maneuvered to the left of the ferret. Simultaneously, a murky yellow gas erupted from its exposed orifice. Wu Chun held his breath, and with speed and precision, the dagger plunged into the ferret's hind leg. Rapid slash. The magic ferret let out a pained shriek, seemingly incited by a feral rage, as it turned and lunged at Wu Chun once more. Anticipating this, Wu Chun deftly evaded the attack while simultaneously swinging the dagger, delivering a vicious strike to the ferret's vital area. Ding! Magic ferret slain. Demonic energy 26. Ding! Successful collection. Demonic energy 19. As the latter half of the night passed, Wu Chun encountered no further magical creature assaults, allowing him to catch a brief rest. With dawn breaking, Wu Chun followed the treasure map deeper into the forest. As he passed a cluster of dry leaves, a magically transformed centipede launched a surprise attack from below. Wu Chun remained unfazed, employing his swift movement to dodge to the side of the magical centipede, accurately plunging a dagger into its eye and twisting it twice. Ding! Magical centipede slain. Demonic energy 2. Congratulations, you have obtained 2-star gloves. Wu Chun was taken aback. A small creature had dropped 2-star equipment, indicating that his luck had indeed improved significantly since his rebirth. Curiously, There should be no shortage of magical creatures in this vicinity. As he pondered this, a sharp wind rushed toward the back of his head. Wu Qian had no time to contemplate the source of the attack, immediately executing a swift movement to narrowly evade the unknown assault. When he caught sight of the enormous creature hiding behind a nearby rock, his lips involuntarily twitched. In just 2 days, such a gigantic magical creature had emerged. Before Wu Qian stood a creature known as the round-nosed giant lizard, often referred to as an amphibious behemoth. Logically, such a giant lizard should not inhabit a scenic area like Tianling Mountain. It was unclear whether it had wandered here or had been maliciously released by some unscrupulous individual. Reports indicated that an adult round-nosed giant lizard could reach lengths of up to 1.5 meters, and now, having undergone magical mutation, this one had grown to over 3 meters, looking truly intimidating. After its failed ambush, the round-nosed giant lizard stepped out calmly from behind the rock, seemingly unconcerned that its prey might escape. Wu Qian remained on high alert. Although not a novice, he knew he had to exercise caution when facing such a massive foe. Once again, it was a peak 1-star creature, and the growth rate of magical beings was alarmingly rapid. That moment, the round-nosed giant lizard charged toward Wu Qian, its powerful tail swinging violently. Wu Qian dodged and weaved, thanks to his swift movement skill, slipping away like an elusive eel. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian executed a flanking maneuver and drove his dagger deep into the creature's mouth. Having struck true, Wu Qian swiftly retreated, the giant lizard's tail narrowly grazing past his nose. Now that the venom had been introduced, he hoped it would prove effective against this behemoth, even if it did not kill it outright. Weakening its combat capabilities would be advantageous. The round-nosed giant lizard, in pain, began to claw at its mouth, as if the delicate interior had been wounded, causing it more agony than other areas. After a few moments of struggling, the round-nosed giant lizard, its eyes reddened with fury, charged at Wu Qian once more, its tail thrashing violently behind it, intent on obliterating the diminutive human before it. Unbeknownst to it, the effects of the venom had already slowed its movements. Wu Qian seized the opportunity, darting in swiftly. Just before the creature's tail could strike him, he plunged the dagger forcefully into its brain. Ding! Round-nosed giant lizard slain. Demonic energy 57. Ding! Congratulations, your realm has broken through. You are now a 2-star warrior. Chapter 4. Earthwindling. My father is a 2nd lieutenant, right? I recall that a fruit known as Earthwindling grows in Tianling Mountain. It is said that consuming this fruit not only enhances one's speed, but may also grant a special constitution. Such a magical fruit must not be overlooked. It seems necessary to search for it diligently. After 2 hours, Wu Qian encountered 3 men and 1 woman, their appearances disheveled, their expressions filled with terror and despair. Behind them trailed a pitch-black magic mole, and it seemed that the 4 were on the verge of being caught and devoured by this creature. These 4 individuals have likely not yet broken through to the 1-star realm. Yet their speed does not seem to lag far behind that of the magic mole. The fleeing quartet noticed Wu Qian standing nearby, their expressions instantly brightening as they called out, "Friend? Please save us." Wu Qian pondered briefly, deciding to rescue them first. He wanted to inquire how they had managed to enhance their speed. With a swift step, Wu Qian darted past the group and swiftly dispatched the magic mole with a single blow. Ding! Magic mole slain. Demonic energy 5. The 3 men and 1 woman stood in stunned silence. They realized the world had changed dramatically, but they had not expected this clean-cut youth to possess such formidable strength. However, upon recalling their own speed enhancement after consuming that fruit, they began to feel a sense of relief. Thank you for saving us. My name is Zheng Jia. These 2 are Li Quan and Zhao Gongli. And this lovely lady is called Lu Qian. Wu Qian nodded slightly, but refrained from introducing himself. Noticing Wu Qian's demeanor, the man named Li Quan felt somewhat disgruntled. With your strength, you could easily escort us down the mountain. Especially me. If you can see me safely to the A City military base, I promise you will be handsomely rewarded. You have no right to refuse, for my father is 2nd Lieutenant Li Wanzhao of the A City military district. You must protect my life. Wu Qian chuckled lightly, unfazed. 2nd Lieutenant? Such a grand title. But what does that have to do with you? Your father may be a 2nd Lieutenant, but you are not. Li Quan's expression hardened, and just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by Zheng Jia. All right, enough. The world has transformed to this extent. If we do not unite, we will surely be eliminated. Zhao Gongli chimed in to mediate. Indeed, we should stand together. Every additional person adds strength. This is not the time for infighting. Unfortunately, Wu Qian, a solitary figure, was not swayed by their pleas. While it is often said not to strike a smiling face, one must also consider the nature of that smile. Wu Qian smirked. Let me be clear. I am not allied with you, nor will I accompany you. My act of saving you was merely to inquire about what you consumed. Now, as compensation for saving you, tell me if you have eaten any glowing fruits. Before the three men could respond, Lu Qian was the first to voice her discontent. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you see that the world is perilous now? Acting alone will only hasten your demise. Yes, your strength surpasses ours, but can you guarantee that no creature stronger than you exist? With a heavy sigh, Wu Qian found himself bereft of patience. He stepped forward, positioning himself directly before Qian, the dagger pressed ominously against her fair neck. What do you intend to do? I merely spoke a few words to you. Do you truly wish to kill me? Qian's pupils constricted, fear evident in her demeanor. Zhang Jia and the others were equally startled by this sudden turn of events. The man's violence was shocking. As he seemed prone to brandishing his dagger at a moment's notice, my friend, let us converse amicably. Kindly lower the dagger, Zhang Jia urged hastily. Wu Qian shot a sidelong glance at the seemingly affable individual and retorted coolly. Silence! If you utter another word, I shall end her life without hesitation. This dagger is coated with snake venom. A mere touch would ensure her demise without a doubt. In truth, Wu Qian spoke falsely. His supply of snake venom had long been exhausted, and the blade was now merely laced with the paralyzing toxin of a centipede. If you wish to engage in a game of unity, do so without involving me. Moral coercion holds no sway over me. Now, reveal to me the source of the fruit, or any other pertinent information. Qian, terror-stricken, was on the verge of divulging the location when Zhang Jia interjected. My friend, we are willing to share the location, but first, please retract the dagger. Wu Qian's eyes narrowed. This individual was becoming increasingly bothersome, likely sensing that he would not truly resort to lethal measures. If that is the case, then prepare for a harsh lesson. You refuse to speak? Then face your end. With that, the silver dagger traced a delicate line across Qian's neck, crimson blood immediately welling forth. Qian let out a scream, clutching her throat as she collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Zhang Jia and the others stood frozen in shock, particularly Zhang Jia, who began to doubt his own judgment for the first time. He had not anticipated that the other party would genuinely resort to murder. Had he lost his mind? Ignoring the paralyzed Zhang Jia and his companions, Wu Qian crouched down beside the ashen-faced Qian and said, Speak now, and I may yet find a way to save you. I will tell you, Qian replied, her thoughts consumed solely with the desire to survive. Without further incident, Wu Qian learned the location of the four individuals' magical fruit, and Qian assured him that more could be found. They had merely been pursued by a magical mole, preventing them from harvesting it. Having acquired the desired information, Wu Qian ceased his questioning and casually offered her some water. This is an antidote. After some time, you shall recover. With that, he disregarded the four individuals, whose expressions had turned grim, and hastened toward the site of the magical fruit. Seeing that Wu Qian truly would not assist them, Zhao Gongli began to worry. Zhenggu, what shall we do next? Though Tianling Mountain is not vast, it may prove challenging to exit safely. Zhang Jia fell into contemplation. They were university students on a camping trip to Tianling Mountain. Originally a group of 13, now reduced to just 4. We shall retrace the route taken by that man. Given his strength, he likely cleared the path of any magical beasts. Zhao Gongli and Li Quan exchanged glances. Their eyes lighting up, this indeed seemed the safest course of action. What about Qian? She appears unable to move. Chapter 5. Title of Wind Warrior, The Secret Treasure of Tianling Mountain. Qian's eyes widened in alarm, and she struggled to speak. Please, do not abandon me. He did not deceive me. I truly feel much better. Zhang Jia smiled gently, bending down to lift the prostrate Qian. Fear not. We are classmates, after all. However, waiting here is not safe. I shall carry you for now, and when you recover, I will set you down. Qian nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. The proud girl found her heart stirred by his kindness. Wu Qian spent over 20 minutes searching and finally located the magical fruit they had spoken of. However, Beside the fruit lay a large blue python coiled protectively. Its belly appeared swollen, indicating it was digesting its meal. Wu Chun let out a cold laugh. As expected, it harbors ill intentions, hoping to see me perish within the jaws of this magical serpent. Seizing the opportunity while the python was distracted, Wu Chun crept stealthily behind it and launched his attack. Without yet employing his instant step, his initial strike predictably missed as the python evaded. Reacting swiftly, the python's eyes glinted with a predatory gaze as its powerful tail swung toward the nearby human. Confident in its impending victory, after all, the creature believed the human could not possibly evade its assault. Yet, in the next moment, the human's speed surged dramatically, and he lunged directly toward the python's eyes. With a sickening thud, he struck true, causing the python to emit a mournful wail. Seizing the moment, Wu Chun activated his instant step, bolstered by the skeletal hunter's badge, his speed now decisively surpassing that of the python. Instant step, rapid slash, Wu Chun closed the distance, delivering a devastating blow to the python's most grievous wound. Moments later, the blood-drained serpent collapsed, defeated and unwilling to concede its fate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Chun rushed forward and plunged his dagger into the other eye of the python. Ding! Python slain. Magic Energy 68. Congratulations. You have acquired a 1-star longsword. Wu Chun approached the area where the python had dwelled and harvested the 4 blue fruits that sprouted from the ground. Earthly Windling. Consuming it may enhance your speed, with a certain chance of acquiring the wind spirit body, up to 3 times. Wu Chun smiled, for indeed it was the Earthly Windling. After a simple wipe, he consumed 3 in quick succession, relishing the taste akin to that of plums. He held little hope for acquiring the special physique of the wind spirit, given the low probability. But even a boost in speed would suffice. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the special physique. Wind spirit. Wu Chun was taken aback. Had he possessed such fortune in his previous life, he would have surely ascended to the ranks of 9-star warriors long ago. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia and his companions had arrived at the campsite Wu Chun had established. Elchin scoffed. Did you truly think the Earthly Windling was so easy to obtain? I suspect he has already fallen prey to that magical python. The 4 were no fools and naturally refrained from informing Wu Chun of the python's presence. Zhang Jia shook his head. He is not so foolish. He likely fled the moment he spotted the python. Zhao Gongli surveyed the surroundings and remarked, I recognize this place. If we proceed for another 2 or 3 kilometers in that direction, we shall reach the base of the mountain. Li Quan exhaled in relief. As long as they could return home, everything else was secondary. Upon reaching the military base, he would be the undisputed favored one. Even if that fellow were still alive, what of it? Should he dare to appear in City A? He would ensure his father captured him and delivered a thorough reckoning. Zhang Jia, however, furrowed his brow, sighing softly. Let us not celebrate too soon. I fear the situation in the city may not be so rosy. Our return to City A does not guarantee our safety. Wu Chun opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name. Wu Chun age, 20 years realm, 2-star wind warrior skills. Instant step F. Throwing F, rapid slash F talent, gathering specialization SSS magic energy, 733-1800 I see. Having acquired the wind spirit physique, my title has transformed into wind warrior, along with a speed increase of 10. Coupled with the skeletal hunter's badge, I effectively possess a speed enhancement of 15. Wu Chun was astonished by his own conclusion. One must understand that a warrior with a B-grade speed talent typically received only a 10% boost. Yet, he had attained an enhancement surpassing even B-grade speed talents, leaving those with such abilities at a considerable disadvantage. Though it paled in comparison to an A-grade warrior with a 20 attribute enhancement, it nonetheless surpassed the capabilities of 80% of warriors. Wu Chun glanced at the treasure map, noting the destination was drawing near. After nearly an hour, he finally located the site of the Tianling Mountain secret treasure. Situated in the dampest depths of Tianling Mountain, this area was a ravine filled with muck. Numerous small magical serpents slithered about, but regrettably, none possessed any star rating, not even matching the magical grasshoppers. Yielding minimal magic energy upon defeat. Ding, magical serpent slain, magic energy 0.3. Ding, magical serpent slain, magic energy 0.2. Ding, magical serpent slain, magic energy 0.1. After clearing all the magical serpents from the ravine, Wu Chun had amassed a mere 42 points of magic energy. The treasure map's location became increasingly precise, and Wu Qian soon reached the final destination. Producing an outdoor spade, he began to excavate. Nearly 30 minutes later, a satisfying ding echoed, and Wu Qian's face lit up as he eagerly cleared the surrounding earth. To his astonishment, what lay before him was not a grand treasure chest, but rather an ancient bronze coffin. Is this truly the so-called secret treasure of Tianling Mountain? Wu Qian was momentarily dumbfounded. Reaching out to stroke its surface, yet only a basic piece of information materialized, leaving him none the wiser. Bronze, ancient coffin. The prospect of acquiring a 9-star artifact thrilled Wu Qian immensely. However, after a lengthy examination, he found himself utterly unable to open it. Not only could he not unlock it, but he couldn't even lift it, leaving him with no option but to store it in his system backpack. Wu Qian's expression darkened. It seemed as though he had labored in vain. If he could not open it, he would remain ignorant of the treasures contained within. Curse it! Even a mere skeleton would suffice for me to gaze upon. With a deep sense of helplessness, Wu Qian could only stow the ancient bronze coffin into his system backpack, hoping that one day, when his strength had grown formidable, he might have the chance to unlock its secrets. Time passed swiftly, and soon a week had gone by. Wu Qian had nearly explored the entirety of Tianling Mountain, drawing ever closer to the threshold of becoming a 3-star wind warrior. It could be said that the lack of developed magical beasts throughout Tianling Mountain was entirely due to Wu Qian's influence. During this time, he had uncovered a wooden treasure chest, which yielded a 2-star diagram for the Wangshu sword and a pair of 1-star battle boots. Having accomplished much, Wu Qian felt it was futile to remain at Tianling Mountain any longer. It was time to return to City A. Chapter 6. Du Shiqiang and the Salvation Army, heading to City A. City A, after the onslaught of magical beasts, had seen its inhabitants gradually discover various hiding places. For those who merely wished to await rescue, the scarcity of food and water had become a significant issue. Most nearby supermarkets had been thoroughly ransacked by magical rats and insects, making it exceedingly difficult to find sustenance. Remarkably, it was only the second day since the game's arrival, and while many had not yet fallen victim to the beasts, some had already been slain by their own companions over a mere piece of chocolate. Fear intensified the gnawing hunger within people, leading them to betray their own bodies in exchange for a morsel of bread. This phenomenon was becoming increasingly rampant, with some weak-willed men even offering their wives in exchange for a meager meal. Heart-wrenching curses and expressions of loathing echoed from one particular room, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard. Du Shiqiang, a high-salaried urban professional, was the very scoundrel who had sent his beautiful wife out for food. At this moment, he crouched in a corner, trembling as he brought a small piece of compressed biscuit to his lips. The anguished cries of his wife, which had emanated from the room earlier, still reverberated in his ears, refusing to fade away, as if they were destined to linger in his mind forever. I'm so sorry. I'm just so hungry. I don't want to die. In my next life, I promise to make it up to you. Forgive me, please. Du Shiqiang's mind was unraveling, and he muttered incessantly. Just then, the tightly shut door swung open, and 2 visibly frustrated men emerged, dragging the lifeless, bruised body of a woman. Entirely unclothed, and unceremoniously tossed it beside Du Shiqiang, spitting contemptuously. Here you go. This one died after just 2 hours of play. What a stroke of bad luck. Du Shiqiang was struck dumb, gazing at his wife's unseeing eyes. A flicker of regret washing over him, but it was not regret for sending her out. Rather, he lamented that he should have demanded more food in exchange. Now that she was gone, how would he procure sustenance to survive? Useless. The 2 men, seeing Du Shiqiang's indifferent demeanor, could not help but express their disdain, spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto his head. Still, Du Shiqiang remained seated, lost in thought about how to break free from this predicament and eliminate the scoundrels in the house, seizing all they possessed. Yet, after much contemplation, he realized that, given the current circumstances, he was utterly powerless. He had failed to slay the magical beasts in time and activate his attribute panel. He was simply no match for those men. Furthermore, the magical beasts had grown stronger since the first day, making any hopes of killing them even more remote. Is it truly my fate to be reduced to a mere ant in this new world? Suddenly, a man with hawkish eyes and a sly grin approached Du Shiqiang, squatting down to offer him a card. I can see you wish to wield the power over life and death. Just like those inside. You possess a heart capable of cruelty and venom. What you lack is merely an opportunity. The Salvation Army is your chance. Du Shiqiang blinked in confusion, accepting the card and glancing at it. It was a pitch-black card adorned with the ominous word Salvation Army in stark white letters, surrounded by thorny vines intertwined with blood-stained skulls and blooming crimson roses. Excellent. Be why taking this card. You signify your willingness to join us. Follow me. There are many like-minded individuals waiting, I assure you. Within a month, you will possess the strength to slay those who wronged you. Du Shiqiang remained silent, merely bowing his head as he trailed behind the hawk-eyed man into the shadows, ultimately disappearing from sight. 40 minutes later, Wu Chen arrived at the foot of Tianling Mountain. A glance around revealed that the environment had undergone a transformation. The trees lining the asphalt road had grown significantly taller, with lush underbrush thriving, and unfamiliar vines clambering up rooftops. At this moment, it seemed the safe base in City A was beginning to take shape. I wonder if my home has been taken over. Alas, it seems it cannot escape unscathed. Just then, a massive magical cat lunged at Wu Chen from his right rear. With no hint of panic, Wu Chen shifted his foot slightly, pivoting his body to deliver a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen. The magical cat let out a pained howl, tumbling to the ground beneath a nearby rooftop. It attempted to rise and flee, only to discover it could not stand. Its ribs were broken, with several fractured bones piercing its organs, causing dark red blood to seep from its wounds with the slightest movement. Wu Chen drew out his long sword, advancing step by step toward the snarling magical cat, and with a swift thrust, ended its life. Ding! Magical cat slain. Magical energy 10. Ding! Collection successful. Magical energy 5. Next, Wu Chen made his way to the bicycle storage area. Intending to retrieve his bike parked at the base of the mountain, fortune smiled upon him. His sports bicycle remained untouched, lying on its side beneath a pile of other bikes. After spending a few minutes extricating his bicycle, he pedaled swiftly towards City A. If possible, he would have preferred to ride an electric bike or motorcycle, but under the influence of magical energy, all electric and fuel-powered machines had decayed, and various firearms were rendered useless. I recall that a wave of beasts is set to strike City A. It will be an excellent opportunity to collect magical energy. 50 minutes later, Wu Chen reached City A. In the distance, he spotted a wall constructed from a hodgepodge of vehicles, towering at least 3 meters high. This was a common tactic employed by many safe bases in the beginning. They would later construct proper walls within. Chapter 7. The Cowardly Man Yin Shuyi. A word of advice. Upon arriving at the base entrance, Wu Chen was met by 2 warriors armed with steel blades. The most valuable possessions on their persons were undoubtedly their bulletproof vests, which they likely would not have been wearing had they not been assigned the dangerous task of guarding the entrance. The 2 guards were taken aback by Wu Chen, who appeared well-groomed and rode a bicycle. During this time, many had flocked to the City A base seeking refuge, but none had arrived looking anything but disheveled and famished. It was remarkable enough that anyone could survive the journey to their base. As expected, Wu Chen was stopped by the 2 men. Where are you from? Have you slain any magical beasts? Wu Chen produced his identification card and handed it over. I am a resident of City A and have not slain any. He understood the reason behind their inquiry. Admitting to killing magical beasts would lead him to report to the military base. While the perks would be significantly better than in the civilian district, he preferred to pursue his own development without entanglements with the military or other factions. In the end, Wu Chen was ushered into the civilian district, where countless individuals leaned despairingly against the walls. In less than 10 days, many had lost considerable weight. Devoid of combat prowess and courage, they could only rely on the meager rations distributed by the government to sustain their lives, often facing days without even a crumb to eat. As the base was in its infancy, the higher-ups were still preoccupied with numerous pressing matters. They were either fending off magical beasts or fleeing from them, leaving little energy to attend to those unwilling to fight. At that moment, a rather attractive young woman approached Wu Chen. Despite her efforts to present herself neatly, an unpleasant odor still clung to her. Hey there, do you need some services? All I require is some water and a bit of edible food. Wu Chen glanced at the young woman, who appeared to lower her neckline slightly, revealing that she wore no undergarments, her fair and rounded form clearly visible. Taken aback for a moment, Wu Chen shook his head. He was well aware of what she was implying. Upon seeing Wu Chen's rejection, the young woman's disappointment was palpable, yet she was unwilling to concede so easily. Observing his clean attire, She was convinced he must possess some form of sustenance. The young woman hastily pursued him, continuing to haggle. Once, no, twice, no, 3 times. If you give me food and water, I will grant you pleasure thrice. Wu Chun furrowed his brow slightly, intending to hasten his departure towards his home. When he noticed a man in the distance cradling a child, the man's timid gaze revealed a hint of hope as he stared longingly in this direction. Wu Chen's pupils constricted. He recognized that face. In his previous life, he was the formidable Sword King Yin Shuyi, a powerful individual endowed with A-class swordsmanship talent. Wu Chun did not expect Yin Shuyi, during the early days of the New World, to appear so feeble. "Are they your family?" the young woman asked, glancing at the man and child nearby, and nodded slightly. Wu Chun fell silent. Unsure of what to say, it was evident from the woman's demeanor that she had received the man's tacit permission. Although Wu Chun held a degree of disdain for Yin Shuyi's current actions, he felt he lacked the right to judge. In his previous life, he had initially lived in a manner far less dignified than these individuals. After a brief hesitation, Wu Chun approached Yin Shuyi with a cold expression, extending a piece of compressed biscuit towards him. He was curious to see how this future Sword King would react. Would he hoard it, share it, or feed it entirely to the child in his arms? Yin Shuyi expressed his gratitude profusely, then divided the larger portion between the young woman and the child, retaining only a small piece for himself. Witnessing this, Wu Chen's perception of him shifted slightly, prompting him to utter a few more words. "You must understand that this way of living cannot endure. She is not a machine. She cannot serve others indefinitely. Nor can she procure food every time I offer you a piece of advice. Wield a sword, and you may yet achieve something remarkable." The timid man turned pale upon hearing Wu Chen's words, repeatedly shaking his head. "No, I do not wish to go. Those monsters are terrifying. They devour people without leaving behind bones." Wu Chen refrained from further comments, recognizing that the former Yin Shuyi must have endured significant hardships to become who he was now. It was clear that mere words from him would not instill the courage to wield a sword. Turning away, Wu Chun took several steps before being approached by a group of men wielding wooden clubs and bricks. "We saw you have food." Handed over. Wu Chun, unfazed, seized one of the men by the arm and swung him against the others. This action startled the remaining ill-intentioned individuals, causing them to retreat hastily and clear a path, unwilling to obstruct Wu Chen's way. "This person is formidable. He doesn't even seem particularly strong, yet he can wield someone like a club with his bare hands. Though you think he could be a martial artist from the inner district? Here merely to conduct business?" One speculated. "I believe that must be the case. I've never seen an ordinary person as resplendent as him." Yin Shuyi and the young woman gazed at Wu Chen's retreating figure with envy. After a moment's hesitation, the young woman bit her lip gently and spoke with a cold demeanor. "Shuyi, he speaks the truth. This way of life cannot last. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, and we will eventually starve. Even if not for my sake, for the child's, you should muster the courage. Even if you meet an unfortunate end in battle, I will follow you." Chapter 8. Uncle Wang's Plea. The annoying Wang Lili. Yin Shuyi lowered his head, staring at his obviously undernourished daughter, struggling internally. In truth, the young woman of his previous life had never uttered such words. Her character was equally weak, enduring until her demise. After her death, in a state of desperation, some starving individuals secretly consumed Yin Shuyi's daughter. It was then that Yin Shuyi, in a fit of rage, seized a small knife and began to rise. Whether this life could alter that fate depended on Yin Shuyi's ability to conquer his inner fears. After a little over 10 minutes, Wu Chen arrived near his home. He had scarcely taken a few steps when a somewhat familiar figure appeared before him. The man lay in a pool of blood, a fruit knife embedded in his waist, blood continuously flowing from the wound, emitting pained groans, clearly still alive. Wu Chen had no intention of getting involved, but upon stepping closer, he realized the injured man was his neighbor, Uncle Wang, who had looked after him well. However, Uncle Wang had a daughter, Wang Lili, who was rather superficial and held Wu Chen in disdain, even insisting that her father refrain from assisting him. When Wu Chen had just arrived in a city from the imperial capital's martial family, he had been utterly alone. To avoid putting Uncle Wang in a difficult position, Wu Chen had declined all of Uncle Wang's offers for help, which temporarily silenced Wang Lili. Yet, whenever they crossed paths, she could not resist taunting him, making her one of Wu Chen's most disliked individuals. Uncle Wang, Wu Chun called out twice, prompting Wang Qiong to laboriously open his eyes. Xiao Qian, is that you? How did you end up here? Who hurt you? Come, I'll take you to the hospital. Wang Qiong quickly stopped Wu Chun, urgently stating, Xiao Chun, don't mind me. Go save Lily. She was taken away by that beast Yuan Xiong. Wu Chun frowned slightly. To be frank, he was quite reluctant to see Wang Lily, his aversion to her deeply ingrained. Seeing Wu Chun hesitate, Wang Qiong understood the reason and quickly opened his system backpack, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Wu Chun. Uncle Wang knows about your discord with Lily, but for my sake, I implore you to save her. She is my only daughter. This is a blueprint I obtained after fortuitously slaying a magic cockroach and opening its treasure chest. Consider it your reward for rescuing Lily. With that, Wang Qiong's eyes rolled back, seemingly losing consciousness from blood loss. Wu Chun had no time to examine the blueprint. He tossed it into his system backpack and instructed nearby individuals to take Uncle Wang to the hospital, offering some compressed biscuits as compensation. He himself set off to find Yuan Xiong. Initially, Wu Chun could not recall who Yuan Xiong was, but it soon dawned on him. Yuan Xiong was the head instructor at Beiyun University, known for his strictness with students, often using credits as leverage. Rumor had it that Yuan Xiong had illicitly engaged with several female students through coercion and bribery, but without solid evidence, no one dared to speculate recklessly and defend him. Now, with the arrival of the new world, Yuan Xiong seemed to have stumbled upon good fortune, acquiring a magic fruit that enhanced physical attributes. After consuming it, he became a member of the base hunting team. Wielding substantial power, Yuan Xiong frequently lingered in the civilian district, forcibly taking beautiful women back to toy with. Since he had never killed anyone and was part of the hunting team, the higher-ups turned a blind eye to his conduct. Yuan Xiong's residence was easy to locate. A casual inquiry would yield directions. Inside the room, the head instructor was engaged in a game of cat and mouse with Wang Lily, who was running and crying, while Yuan Xiong occasionally accelerated behind her. Once he caught up, he would tear at her clothing, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, Wang Lily was left with only a lace top and sheer panties, with the buttons of her top ripped, forcing her to clutch it to keep it from falling. Director Yuan, I beg you, let me go. My father is still lying on the ground. If he is not rescued soon, he will die. Yuan Xiong paid no heed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the fair-skinned beauty before him. Despite her pallor due to hunger, it did not diminish his enthusiasm. Yuan Xiong's audacity had increased tremendously. He relished this sense of freedom. He was acutely aware that the A-City safety base needed his strength. Thus, even if he accidentally killed someone, the higher-ups would certainly not eliminate him. Lily, I hinted at you during school. Yet you refused. Now, I am a one-star martial artist at the base. If you join me, you will enjoy endless benefits. I have heard you fancy wealthy and influential young men. Am I not now what you desire? Wang Lily felt wronged and glanced at the balding, pot-bellied Yuan Xiong. I do like the wealthy and powerful, but I only seek handsome men. You are simply too ugly, and you have a tuft of hair on your belly that disgusts me. After saying this, Wang Lily seemed to recall what awaited her, and a wave of revulsion washed over her, prompting her to gag involuntarily. Yuan Xiong's face flushed with anger. He realized he had no counterarguments for her. As Wu Chun approached the door, he overheard this exchange and mused that Wang Lily's tongue was as venomous as ever. Fuming, Yuan Xiong lunged at Wang Lily. You think I'm ugly, huh? Disgusting, do you? Today, I will make you feel disgusted to the core. Bang! Wu Chun kicked the door open, stepping in with a blank expression. Apologies, Director Yuan, for interrupting your enjoyment. Chapter 9. The house has been occupied. Encountering an old acquaintance, Wang Lily recognized Wu Chun, exclaiming in shock, Wu Chun, you're still alive. Listening to Wang Lily's words, Wu Chun nearly succumbed to the urge to confront her with a resounding slap. Yuan Xiong let out a cold laugh, casually picking up a rather heavy chair and advancing towards Wu Chun. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be you, this worthless piece of trash. What, do you really think you can play the hero? Do you believe we still live in a society governed by the rule of law? Let me tell you, Wu Chun, the world has changed. Even if I were to kill you, the higher-ups wouldn't lift a finger against me. With that, Yuan Xiong swung the chair towards Wu Chun's head, prompting a startled scream from Wang Lily, who instinctively shut her eyes, cursing Wu Chun internally. Could he not find some allies to assist him? What a useless individual. Instead of dodging, Wu Chun retaliated with a swift kick. With a resounding crash, the chair shattered, sending splinters into Yuan Xiong's face. A pained cry escaped Yuan Xiong as he heard the sound of his ribs cracking, collapsing against the wall and losing consciousness. Such injuries would require a considerable period of recovery. Let us go. Your father should be at the hospital by now. Wang Lili remained rooted to the spot, her face flushed. Wu Qin glanced at her and immediately understood. He searched around, tearing off a bedsheet and tossing it to her. You expect me to wear this outside? Wang Lili exclaimed in indignation. Wu Chun walked away without looking back, his tone frigid. You can choose not to wear it, or you can wait for Yuan Xiong to wake up and continue playing games with you. Wang Lili stomped her foot in frustration but ultimately draped the sheet over herself and followed him out. At the hospital, Wu Chun sat in a chair, chatting with Uncle Wang. Fortune favored him. The fruit knife had not struck any vital areas. Otherwise, given the current limited medical facilities, he would surely not have survived. 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Lili arrived, having changed her clothes in haste. Seeing her father was unharmed, the anxiety she had been holding onto began to dissipate. Dad, are you all right? What did the doctor say? Wang Qiong smiled, patting his daughter's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Dad is not so easily defeated. You must express your gratitude to Xiao Qin. If it weren't for him, your old man would have been done for. Wang Lili glanced over at the expressionless Wu Chun, opened her mouth, and ultimately murmured a soft thank you. Wu Chun ignored her, rising to take his leave. Uncle Wang, since you're fine now, I shall take my leave. Wang Qiong sighed inwardly, realizing that Wu Chun had no intention of lingering any longer. Initially, he had hoped to ask Wu Chun to look after his headstrong daughter during his hospital stay. However, it seemed that Wu Chun held deep-seated resentment towards Lily, making reconciliation unlikely. Wang Lili pouted. Arrogant fool. I never asked you to save me. Lily, Wang Qiong called out sternly, a hint of anger on his face. I understand. He was just speaking casually. I truly appreciate him saving me. Wang Qiong sighed helplessly. His wife had passed away early due to illness, and he had been too preoccupied with work to properly guide his daughter. As long as it wasn't something heinous, he let her be. Little did he know that over a decade had swiftly passed, and now it was too late for him to discipline her. A failure on his part as a father. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Chun arrived at his doorstep, only to discover that his home had been invaded. Wu Chun frowned slightly. He understood the plight of the many who were displaced and seeking shelter. It was acceptable that others had taken residence in his absence, but he had one condition. They should not have wreaked havoc. He produced his key and opened the door, only to find over 10 individuals inside, drinking and playing cards. They looked surprised upon his entrance, their motions with beer bottles freezing in midair. Without greeting them, Wu Chun began to survey the room. The windows had been reinforced with iron bars and steel beams, and the more fragile areas had been reinforced. The place was a mess, filthy and reeking due to these intruders. The more he looked, the more his anger intensified. Moreover, in his room, he could hear the unmistakable sounds of a man and a woman engaged in intimate activities. Wu Chen's voice turned icy. I will give you 1 minute to gather everyone in this house and leave, now. The group was taken aback, then threw their cards onto the table, surrounding Wu Chun with menacing expressions. Heh, so this is your house? What of it? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, we would still reside here. I'll give you 10 seconds to crawl out like a dog. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and toss you out. Wu Chun merely snorted, stepping forward swiftly to close the distance. The speaker's pupils dilated, a sense of dread washing over him. Wu Chen's rapid approach unmistakably indicated he was a martial artist. Everyone be cautious. This kid is tough. As the warning left his lips, Wu Chen's fist connected with the bridge of his nose, blood sprang forth instantly. Damn it, hurry and call the boss out. Someone rushed to knock on the boss's door while the rest continued to swarm Wu Chun. Seeking death, Wu Chun held back his strength. He didn't wish to cause too much of a stir, even though his current prowess was indeed overwhelming against multiple opponents. 2 minutes later, all 10+ individuals lay sprawled on the ground, most clutching a particular body part and moaning in agony. What on earth happened? At that moment, a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged. He was the leader of this group. Wu Chun recognized him, though they were not friends. The bespectacled man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wu Chun, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Wu Chun, I can't believe you're still alive. Wu Chun stood expressionless, curious to see what the man had to say. This bespectacled fellow belonged to a small family in the imperial capital, possessing some wealth and influence, and was also a lackey of Song Shang. The reason for his presence in a city was undoubtedly due to Song Shang sending him to trouble Wu Qian. Song Shang harbored deep resentment towards Wu Qian, primarily because Wu Qian had inadvertently thwarted his plans, in the imperial capital. Song Shang had secretly arranged for people to ambush Jingying, intending to play the hero and save her. Only to be outmaneuvered by Wu Qian. Naturally, Song Shang was livid at Wu Qian. Even after Wu Qian was expelled from the Wu family and left the imperial capital, Song Shang still dispatched Lu Guan to a city's Beiyun University. Lu Guan, unwilling to resort to murder, engaged in petty, irritating tactics, delaying Wu Qin's arrival to class, slashing his bicycle tires, or causing his meal trays to be overturned. Such antics proved to be a constant annoyance, ultimately leading Wu Qian to leave the school. Wu Qian, I never thought I would see you again. I assumed you had perished in some dark corner. Wu Qian remained silent, his tone cold. I am not pleased to see you. Leave now. Lu Guan seethed with anger, pointing at Wu Qian. You are merely a waste cast out by the Wu family. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Let me tell you. If I don't break both your legs today, I will write my name backward. Wu Qian continued to gaze at him calmly, as if observing a mere clown. Allow me to show you how strong I am in this new era. Kneel before me. Lu Guan advanced on Wu Qian, his right fist swinging towards Wu Qin's nose. Wu Qian was done with words. He stepped forward, grasped Lu Guan's swinging arm, and executed a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, Lu Guan felt the world spin, a dull pain radiating from his back to his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Wu Qian did not hold back, stepping forward to firmly plant his foot on Lu Guan's throat, delivering a lethal blow. Your presence is truly intolerable. Coldly regarding the bloodied, wide-eyed Lu Guan, who lay unable to close his eyes, Wu Qian shouted to the others, "Get out!" The remaining 10 individuals, terrified, dared not utter a sound, hastily helping one another to exit. The disheveled women in the room also scrambled to follow suit. After taking some time, Wu Qian tidied up the place, discarding all the soiled sheets and bedding. He intended to mop the floor as well, only to find that the water supply had been cut off long ago. The rampant plant roots had not only damaged the electrical cables, but also the underground water pipes. Never mind. Even if I clean it up once I leave, it's likely someone else will move back in. No longer entangled in matters concerning housing, Wu Qian opened his backpack and glanced at the blueprint given by Uncle Wang. The blueprint, titled Hui Yi Coat, was merely of 1-star quality. However, if he could successfully craft it, it would undoubtedly surpass ordinary 1-star armor in strength. As dusk began to descend, the monsters emerged once more to hunt for prey. Despite the nascent base being guarded by soldiers and warriors, it failed to instill much sense of security among the people. After all, the number of soldiers stationed in City A was limited, and there were few warriors willing to risk their lives to protect ordinary civilians. Moreover, the reason warriors ventured out to hunt monsters was largely driven by the allure of magic energy and the potential for valuable equipment drops. Wu Qian too stepped outside, compelled to hunt monsters, as he needed to ascend to the rank of a 3-star wind warrior within the shortest possible time. Only then would he have the opportunity to be the first to enter that secret realm and claim its treasures. Wu Qian sprinted towards a relatively remote civilian area, a place with minimal defenses yet a considerable number of monsters. Monsters possessed a modicum of intelligence. Naturally, they sought out easier prey. Warriors were tasked with protecting the populace, not fixating on securing the final blow for equipment drops. Chapter 11. The Frenzy of the Magic Rats. The fierce dragon squad. Lu Ming, a mid-level officer in command, felt a mix of anger and disappointment as he observed the warriors, who disregarded the safety of civilians and were solely focused on competing for the last hit. The actions of some warriors made him wish he could strike them down in a single blow. They treated civilians as bait, watching eagerly as one was bitten by a magic rat before launching their sneak attacks. Yes, this method of slaying monsters was indeed more efficient, but could such behavior still be considered humane? Could they truly justify such selfishness simply because the world had changed? Lu Ming sighed, knowing he could not halt this madness. Even if he stopped them now, they would inevitably repeat the same actions later. Ha ha, I finally obtained my second piece of equipment. The onlookers gazed at him with envy and jealousy, their eyes gleaming with sinister thoughts. However, this was a secure base, and with Lu Ming nearby, they dared not commit such brazen acts of violence. Wu Qian maneuvered around isolated magic rats, occasionally striking with lethal precision. Ding! Slain a magic rat, magic energy 2'd. Wu Qian refrained from collecting the spoils for the moment, opting instead to stow away the corpses of the magic rats he encountered in his system backpack, intending to collect them all at once after the battle. Some onlookers, noticing Wu Qian gathering corpses, were puzzled but had no time to ponder his actions. As time passed, the 10 or so warriors present, along with the 30 soldiers, began to struggle. Damn it, these filthy rats have grown stronger. Retreat immediately. Activate the second contingency plan. Lu Ming led the team in retreat and began to collectively employ crossbows in no time. They had slain numerous magic rats, yet the magic-infused creatures exhibited a reckless disregard for death. With bloodshot eyes, they continued to charge into the crowd, intent on satisfying their hunger. Report, we VE located the entrance the magic rats are using. Lu Ming felt a surge of relief and promptly ordered the team to temporarily seal it with sturdy steel materials. Dr. You must hurry. We can't hold out much longer. He Fengyan, a 68-year-old pharmacologist who had long retired, was compelled to serve his country once more. His current mission was to develop a potent antidote capable of effectively exterminating magic rats. The most troublesome adversary at present was the magic rat. One could never anticipate from where it would burrow, and Wu Qian pursued a few injured magic rats, skillfully weaving through the crowd, striking swiftly and decisively. After clearing a small area of magic rats, he continued his hunt elsewhere, feeling the night was still young and wishing to slay a few more. Minutes later, Wu Qian encountered a squad of 12. This team appeared formidable, composed entirely of warriors, with one among them seemingly gifted with immense strength. He wielded a heavy blade, coordinating with his companions as they engaged a magic cat in fierce combat. However, the magic cat was exceptionally swift, making it challenging for the strength-based warrior to contend with it. This particular magic cat seemed extraordinary, its appearance far more menacing than that of its kin. Wu Qian speculated that it might be a minor leader, and defeating it would likely yield substantial magic energy. Concealed in the shadows, Wu Qian awaited the opportune moment to seize the spoils from these warriors. At this moment, the 12 warriors were visibly fatigued, and while they possessed a piece of 1-star armor, it was inadequate to confront the magic cat directly. The sole female warrior turned to the team leader, saying, "Captain, this creature seems formidable. Perhaps we should retreat." The leader, Hua Xian, a man with a square jaw, contemplated briefly before replying, "I will cover your retreat. You all head towards Captain Zhang." Suddenly, the magic cat surged forward with blinding speed, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. Not good, it's using a skill. The crowd's expressions tightened, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Hua Xian, drawing on his years of combat experience, barely managed to deflect one of the magic cat's strikes with his heavy blade, but the tremendous force sent him staggering backward. "Run, scatter. Go find Captain Zhang. Hurry." However, their efforts were in vain. Unless a miracle occurred, this night was destined to be their last. The magic cat darted behind one of the warriors, its claws slicing towards his back with lightning speed. "Captain, save me." Fortunately, Hua Xian was merely 3 steps away. Gritting his teeth, Hua Xian lunged forward, pushing his comrade aside just in time to save him. Yet the magic cat was relentless. Its other claw was already poised to strike both of them. Slicing through the air with a chilling whistle that moment, it was too late for Hua Xian to have any regrets. He could only watch helplessly as the claw descended. The new world was just beginning, and Hua Xian's heart had not yet grown cold. If 3 or 4 months passed, he would undoubtedly refuse to save his teammates under such circumstances. "Damn it, I was careless." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian dashed forth, activating his instant step to accelerate his speed. With a swift motion, his silver dagger sliced through the magic cat's neck, delivering a fatal blow. Ding! Slain a magic cat, magic energy 15. Ding! Collection successful, magic energy 6. Having collected the magic cat's corpse, Wu Qian paid no heed to Hua Xian and his team, quickly vacating the scene. Hua Xian and the others, regaining their senses, stared in shock at the already distant figure of Wu Qian. What kind of speed was that? Is this truly the power of a 1-star warrior? Why, despite being of the same 1-star rank, did they feel as though they existed in entirely different realms? Chapter 12. Collecting Corpse Pits, Crisis approaches. Hua Xian and the others did not suspect Wu Chun to be a 2-star warrior. They had only just managed to break through to the 1-star realm themselves and understood the difficulty of such an achievement. It was utterly impossible for anyone to ascend to 2 stars in such a short time. Even the strongest among them, Zhang Jia and others, remained in the 1-star realm, merely with a greater accumulation of magic energy. Could it be that he possesses a speed talent? Han Mei speculated. Hua Xian shook his head. Regardless of whether he has a speed talent, we owe him our lives. Wu Chen arrived in a desolate area, extracting the corpses of over 100 slain magic rats to commence his collection. Ding. Collection successful. Magic energy 1. Ding. Collection successful. Magic energy 0.5. Approximately a minute or two later, Wu Chun completed his collection and opened his attribute panel to take a glance. Name, Wu Chen. Age, 20. Realm, 2-star Wind Warrior. Skills, Instant Step F, Throwing F, Rapid/F. Talent, Collection Specialization SSS. Magic Energy, 10,891,800. Still too slow. I must devise a better method. There should be plenty of unprocessed corpses within the base. I can simply go collect those. Wu Chen located the personnel responsible for corpse disposal and followed them, ultimately arriving at a mass grave. Inside lay an abundance of magic creature corpses, stirring Wu Chen's excitement. However, he refrained from diving in immediately, as there were still people transporting the bodies. To wander in carelessly would be rather difficult to explain. Wu Chen ceased his monster hunts. The creatures had begun to disperse. These bothersome magic rats and magic cockroaches inhabited the sewers, and once they retreated, hunting them would become exceedingly challenging. As for the larger magic creatures, such as magic cats, magic wolves, magic snakes, and magic birds, they could appear at any time. Yet they were exceedingly vigilant and would rarely appear in large numbers. All he could do was remain cautious. Around 3 in the morning, once the corpse transporters departed, Wu Chen quickly leaped into the pit to initiate a new round of extensive collection. With so many collectible magic corpses, I should be able to increase my magic energy by at least a couple hundred. Ding! The collection was successful. Meanwhile, regarding the matter of Wu Chen, Hua Xin reported it to the leader of the security base, Li Wanzhao, who holds the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Wanzhao furrowed his brow slightly as he convened a post-battle meeting. We must locate him swiftly. The A City base is in dire need of his strength. Additionally, there are 2 reports I must address. Yesterday morning, the squad led by Zhao Gongli encountered a fierce attack from a powerful demon wolf, resulting in heavy losses. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this demon wolf will soon breach the base to hunt, and we must prepare in advance. Furthermore, the reconnaissance team led by Zhang Jia discovered a large, hard-shelled cocoon on a tree approximately 3 kilometers south of the base. Zhang Jia speculated that the creature within this cocoon is likely on the verge of evolving to a 2-star level. Should it succeed in its evolution, we will be confronted with an unimaginable terror. The faces of all present turned pale, and their hands trembled slightly on the table. They had fought relentlessly against monsters. Yet even the strongest warriors among them barely reached a 1-star level. If they were to face a 2-star monster, could they possibly defend the safety base they had painstakingly established? Everyone, let us remain calm. We are not without hope. Upon hearing these words, the attendees began to quell their panic, all eyes turning towards Li Wanzhao at the head of the table. The situation across various districts is likely similar, and thus, seeking external assistance is undoubtedly futile. Those present are already the 9 strongest warriors of our city base. We must give our utmost effort. I intend to divide you into 2 large teams. One team will hunt the demon wolf lurking around the base, while the other will attack the hard-shelled cocoon. Our main focus is on the cocoon. If we can find a way to interrupt its evolution, we may have a chance to preserve the base. Zhou Wankai frowned, reluctant to take the risk. He had just begun to enjoy a different life. How could he fight and die for others? Commander Li, if I may speak frankly, I believe this plan is rather precarious. Given our current strength, encircling a slightly stronger 1-star monster is already quite challenging. How could we possibly breach the hard shell of a 2-star creature? Moreover, it has allowed us to see it, indicating its confidence in its cocoon's safety. I find it improbable that we could disrupt its evolution. Chapter 13. Words stitched together from corpses. Tianyong chuckled. Commander Li, I concur with Captain Zhou. This matter requires further deliberation. Zhang Jia, Zhao Gongli, and El Qian formed a tacit alliance, remaining silent. Neither expressing agreement nor dissent, Li Quan attempted to retort, but was halted by Li Wanzhao's raised hand. Li Wanzhao cast a glance at Zhou Wankai and Tianyong, recognizing them as the most difficult to manage among the group, particularly Tianyong, whose actions, along with those of his warrior team, had previously crossed legal boundaries, leaving a few unjustly lost lives in their wake. Li Wenjiao was a perceptive man. He understood that the world had changed, and the pre-disaster norms no longer applied. Despite his desire to prioritize the greater good, he found himself wishing to silence the opposing voices outright. Among the 9 strongest warriors, 2 were former soldiers, considered allies. Initially, this ally could have included his son, Li Quan, but unfortunately, the young man, despite his talent, only sought to flaunt his prowess, proving inadequate for serious responsibilities. At times, Li Wenjiao pondered whether he had mistakenly taken the wrong child from the hospital. How could a man of such valor and wisdom have a son so dim-witted? Most infuriating was that this foolish boy seemed enchanted by the scheming Zhang Jia, constantly extolling the latter's virtues, almost as if he wished to acknowledge him as a surrogate father. This matter requires no further discussion. We cannot afford to let that cocoon remain intact. Rest well tonight. I do not wish to see any lethargic warriors yawning tomorrow. After Li Wenjiao departed with 2 warriors, Zhang Jia also rose to leave with Zhao Gongli and El Qian. Throughout the proceedings, Zhang Jia maintained a subservient demeanor, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Tianyong, with his legs crossed on the table, glanced sideways at Zhang Jia as he prepared to exit the conference room and suddenly remarked, "Brother Zhang, the times have changed. You need not be so deferential. If you have any thoughts, please voice them. We can discuss them together." Zhang Jia turned around, smiling. "What thoughts could I possibly have? Commander Li has already stated we should rest well tonight, and tomorrow we will set out to confront those 2 most dangerous monsters." After speaking, he ignored Tianyong's narrowed eyes and walked out of the conference room with Zhao Gongli and El Qian. Zhou Wankai approached Tianyong, perplexed, and asked, "Brother Tian, you seem rather displeased with that fellow. Did he offend you?" Tianyong snorted. "He has not offended me, but I simply cannot abide his obsequious demeanor. He acts as if he is the strongest among us." Zhou Wankai replied helplessly, "I wonder what kind of magical fruit they have consumed. Their speed always seems to surpass ours." Tianyong retorted, "It is merely a stroke of luck. Everything ultimately hinges on who can first break through to the 2-star level. Once I achieve that, I will shatter that insufferably arrogant face of his." About 10 minutes later, Tianyong returned to the lavish villa he had forcibly occupied. He intended to seek solace with his cherished beauties, but found the villa eerily silent. The doorman was nowhere to be seen, and the usual chatter of his subordinates in the courtyard had ceased. "What on earth? Where have these rascals run off to? Hey, Amao, away, where the hell are you?" Tianyong frowned and pushed open the door, only to be met with a jarring sight that made his pupils constrict. On the walls, countless severed limbs were nailed up, arranged to spell out the name Tianyong. Coming to his senses, Tianyong felt a cold sweat drenched his back as he swiftly drew the large knife from his back and backed away slowly. "Who is it? Show yourself if you dare." He did not believe this was the work of a monster. The only possibility was that someone had come seeking revenge. He was uncertain of the culprit's identity, as he had offended quite a few people lately, but he thought he had managed to clean up any loose ends. Suddenly, a flash of cold light surged toward Tianyong. He barely had time to react before both of his legs were severed at the knees. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony, "Ah, don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want." Panic-stricken, Tianyong saw a somewhat familiar figure emerge from the shadows, a man he could not quite place. The man wore a smile, holding a bloodied long knife, and approached Tianyong, crouching down gently. "Brother Yong, I've missed you so much. I merely came to reminisce. I have no other intentions. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" Chapter 14. The tragic death of the main force Tianyong in a daze. Tianyong recalled a figure he had long since overlooked, gradually surfacing from the depths of his memory. He remembered that this was the scoundrel who had offered his beautiful wife to them for a mere morsel of food. Tianyong did not even know the man's name, nor had he cared why he had vanished at that time. To him, the man had been no more than an insignificant speck of dust, incapable of stirring any ripples. Regrettably, he had perhaps been too careless. Judging by the current situation, this inconsequential speck was destined to blind him today. "So it's you. You worthless scum have managed to rise. How blind the heavens must be. Du Shiqiang smiled faintly, not refuting the man's words. Just as the man had said, he indeed felt quite worthless. But so what? As long as he could survive, he would not hesitate to betray even those who had once helped him. With a swift motion, Du Shiqiang slashed his knife, severing Tianyong's most intimate connection. Causing him to writhe in agony, blood began to seep through Tianyong's pants, increasingly flooding the area, showing no signs of stopping. You bastard. If you have the guts, just kill me. Tianyong glared at Du Shiqiang, his eyes ablaze with rage, knowing he was doomed to die tonight, hoping to provoke his adversary into granting him a swift end. Alas, his hopes were destined to be dashed. Du Shiqiang would not allow him such an easy demise. Though I was the one who sent her away, we were once married. I must avenge this grievance. First, let me take your tool of crime. Consider it interest. Next, Du Shiqiang severed Tianyong's legs and sought salt from the kitchen, pouring it liberally into the man's wounds. The heart-wrenching screams erupted from Tianyong's mouth, his face turning a deep shade of purple, veins protruding all over his body. I beg you. Kill me. Just kill me. Du Shiqiang ceased to smile, slashing open Tianyong's abdomen, allowing his innards to spill forth. Oh, right, and these eyes, and these hands, I will remove anything that has touched her or seen her die in this manner. Tianyong struggled incessantly amidst wails and agony. He yearned to lose consciousness immediately, yet he was helplessly aware that all his senses were exceptionally acute at this moment. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he chosen to seize such a remote and secluded villa? Had it been in the city center, perhaps his cries for help would have summoned numerous passers-by. After completing his grim task, Du Shiqiang settled onto the sofa and poured himself a glass of red wine. He took a sip, then tossed the entire glass onto his face with a casual flick of his head. He sat quietly, observing Tianyong's torment until the latter's heartbeat ceased, until there was no longer a sound emanating from him. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a stone treasure chest. Heh, it seems my luck is quite favorable tonight. Du Shiqiang smiled faintly, nonchalantly opening the treasure chest to reveal a collection of miscellaneous items. Indeed, when a martial artist is slain by another, a treasure chest may be dropped. While it is not guaranteed, the likelihood surpasses that of defeating a magical creature. Opening the treasure chest dropped by the martial artist grants one access to all the items stored in the system backpack of that martial artist. If fortune smiles upon him, he might even acquire a skill book that the opponent has yet to learn. Of course, the odds are slim in the early stages. Du Shiqiang crushed Tianyong's skull beneath his foot and removed the one-star garment from him. How pathetic. After all this time, I've only obtained a single piece of one-star equipment. Shaking his head in bemusement, Du Shiqiang acknowledged that while he had no need for such gear, it could be exchanged for contribution points within the organization. Ah, how delightful. I simply adore this world. Humming a tune, Du Shiqiang gradually vanished into the night. In the pit of magical corpses, Wu Chen finally completed the collection of over 300 magical corpses, garnering a total of 161 points of magical energy. At this rate, I shall break through to the 3-star realm in just a few days. Wu Chen felt elated. A 100 collection success rate was exhilarating. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that managing to successfully collect from over 300 magical corpses even 5 times would have been considered a stroke of luck. The only slight regret was that none of these low-level magical creatures possessed skills. Otherwise, from over 300 magical corpses, he might have been able to gather a skill or two to play with. By early the next morning, Zhang Jia and the others had assembled, awaiting the arrival of Tianyong's squad, who had yet to appear. Strange, what is Tianyong up to? Zhou Wankai remarked, growing somewhat impatient. Zhang Jia suggested, we can't just wait idly. Let us send someone to check on them. After more than 10 minutes, the dispatched subordinate returned, his face pale and trembling. They're dead. All of them, dead. Chapter 15. The malicious intent of squad leader Zhang Ziyu. Every individual present furrowed their brows in concern. Zhou Wankai seized the subordinate by the collar. What do you mean dead? Speak clearly. The subordinate regained his composure and quickly explained. Captain Tian and his squad members all perished in the villa. Their deaths were gruesome. Not a single soul survived. Shock rippled through the crowd, their pupils constricting as they speculated whether a powerful magical creature had invaded their base. Yet, even if a magical creature had breached their defenses, it seemed implausible that it could silently annihilate an entire martial artist squad. Let us report this to Officer Li and then investigate further. When Zheng Jia and the others arrived at the villa area where Tianyong had been, the bloody scene sent chills down their spines. The dismembered corpses and the state of Tianyong's demise clearly indicated human involvement, who possessed the audacity and capability to eliminate an entire martial artist squad in silence overnight. Captain Zheng, with Tianyong dead and our combat strength diminished, should we still pursue that magical wolf? Zheng Jia pondered briefly before responding. Let us return and await news from Officer Li.As. Dawn broke. Wu Qin departed from the safe base. Collecting magical energy was urgent. Any lapse could result in being surpassed. It was well known that many prominent families advanced at an alarming rate. They formed teams to assist the gifted individuals within their ranks in hunting magical creatures. The speed at which they gathered magical energy was akin to cheating. If Wu Qian were to hunt magical creatures methodically, he would undoubtedly lose his competitive edge. His only advantage lay in possessing knowledge that others did not yet have. For instance, he vaguely recalled discussions about a forest near City A, where it was said that a magical fruit grew upon the rocks, granting substantial magical energy when consumed. However, those who had attempted to obtain it did not survive long. Subsequent examinations revealed a pinhole-sized puncture in their palms. It turned out that a tiny magical creature, no larger than a needle, had burrowed into their bodies, gradually gnawing away at their brains and internal organs until nothing remained. By the time the creature emerged, it had grown into a terrifying two-star entity. The base in City A had incurred significant losses in its effort to eliminate it. With my current strength, I should be able to detect the creature's presence. The only uncertainty lies in whether the magical fruit has sprouted yet. At that moment, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Leading them was a relatively handsome young man, followed closely by a massive magical spider. Almost simultaneously, Wu Qian and the young man recognized one another. The young man, named Zhang Ziyu, was a university classmate of Wu Qian and also served as the class leader. Zhang Ziyu, however, did not rush to acknowledge Wu Qian. Instead, he accelerated towards him with malicious intent, aiming to strike Wu Qian with his blade, seemingly intending to injure him to delay the pursuing magical spider. Wu Qian's gaze turned cold. He swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Ziyu's chest, propelling him towards the spider. Zhang Ziyu let out a pained cry, his expression shifting in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that this classmate he deemed a failure could be so formidable in a moment of desperation. Zhang Ziyu seemed to tap into his survival instincts, executing a series of flips in midair, landing a kick on the magical spider. With a thud, the spider's mouth bled from the impact, allowing Zhang Ziyu a brief reprieve. Yet, the spider was relentless, leaping forward and resuming its pursuit of Zhang Ziyu. Captain! The members of Zhang Ziyu's squad halted, their gazes filled with fury directed at Wu Qian. How could you be so cruel? Why did you kick our captain away? Wu Qian, uninterested in explanations, surmised that these individuals had been too preoccupied with their escape to notice Zhang Ziyu's earlier attempt to harm him. Zhang Ziyu's agility was commendable. He managed to evade the spider's strikes through a series of evasive maneuvers. However, against the spider's fierce onslaught, he could not hold out much longer, his body accumulating wounds as blood soaked through his shirt. Why are you just watching? Hurry up and save me! Zhang Ziyu yelled frantically. The squad members hesitated. Their strength paled in comparison to Zhang Ziyu's, and rushing in would surely be suicidal. Zhang Ziyu, nearly driven to madness, lamented the quality of his companions. Desperately, he shouted at Wu Qian, "We're classmates. Please help me." Wu Qian smirked coldly, remaining motionless. At that moment, the hesitant squad members began to voice their grievances again. "So you're classmates with our captain? Why are you trying to harm him? If you possess such strength, why not intervene and save him? As fellow humans, I find your actions utterly disgraceful." Wu Qian cast a glance at the most vocal individual and swiftly delivered a slap. "Dare to speak out of turn again, and I shall end you right now." Zhang Ziyu's subordinates were indignant, ready to retort, when a group of individuals clad in military uniforms approached from a distance. Led by a woman, Wu Qian frowned. He had no desire to engage with military personnel at that moment. He swiftly bypassed Zhang Ziyu, and as he departed, he unleashed a sword strike that instantly killed the magical spider. It was not out of benevolence that he chose to save anyone. Rather, the spider was relatively strong, and its magical energy was too valuable to waste. Ding! Magical spider slain, magical energy 13. Chapter 16. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. The woman was named Mu Xiaoxiu, a strikingly beautiful female martial police officer, overflowing with a sense of justice. She had witnessed Wu Chen's earlier in action and was filled with indignation. Yet, upon seeing Wu Chen's decisive and efficient intervention, she was taken aback. He is surprisingly strong. Mu Xiaoxiu considered herself no weakling, possessing E-rank body technique talent. However, she feared that had she faced the individual from earlier, she would not have lasted even a moment. In the dense forest, Wu Chen ran unhurriedly. Occasionally, he encountered magical creatures attempting to ambush him from the shadows, but he dispatched them with ease. Swift slash. With 2 swift strikes, Wu Chen eliminated yet another magical spider. Ding! Magical spider slain. Magical energy 5. Ding! Collection successful. Magical energy 2. After resting for 2 to 3 minutes, Wu Chen continued onward, spotting what appeared to be a dark green object hanging from a nearby tree. What could that be? A cocoon? In his previous life, Wu Chen had never heard of such a thing existing in City. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the silver-toothed dagger and ascended towards the tree where the cocoon was suspended. This creature, after all, was a magical entity. Piercing it could yield magical energy, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. As Wu Chen climbed beside the cocoon, he thrust the silver-toothed dagger with all his might. With a resounding clang, the first-tier silver dagger surprisingly developed a chip. So tough. This is quite a loss. Wu Chen felt a twinge of regret. After all, weapons were significantly harder to come by than armor. However, since the silver dagger was already damaged, he resolved to slay this cocoon at all costs. Gritting his teeth, he continued to stab at the hard-shelled cocoon, even employing his skill, rapid slash. Minutes later, Wu Chen finally managed to create an opening in the hard cocoon, from which a greenish liquid began to seep out. Fortunately, there was hope. At that moment, the magical creature inside the cocoon, undergoing its final transformation, began to stir. A cacophony of distressing cries erupted from within, indicating its agony. Wu Chen dared not hesitate. He unleashed a ferocious assault on the gaping hole. As the opening widened, a massive entity shrouded in mucus slithered out, crashing heavily to the ground. It was evident that this was a colossal magical butterfly. Although it had not yet fully transformed, it already possessed considerable strength. The butterfly struggled, seemingly attempting to shake off the mucus clinging to its wings, which appeared soft yet were gradually hardening. This was perilous. He could not allow it to take flight. With his nerves taut, Wu Chen leaped from the tree and charged at the descending butterfly. The creature's eyes burned with fury, as if it wished to devour the audacious human who dared to disrupt its cocoon. Its wings, still encased in mucus, left it unable to evade Wu Chen's attack, but it still possessed its own skills. A sizzling sound emanated from the butterfly's antennae as it launched an assault towards Wu Chen, who was rapidly descending. In an instant, Wu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his brain might explode. Damn it, this is a peak 2-star magical creature. He crashed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity as he plunged the silver dagger deep into the butterfly's head. With a sickening squelch, the terrifying sound waves finally ceased, and Wu Chen had successfully slain the formidable magical butterfly. Ding! Slain the Lingwan butterfly, magical energy 88. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Wu Chen lay back on the ground, gasping for breath, his head still throbbing painfully. Had he been even a second slower, he would have been the one to suffer. Fortune favors the bold. The ancients were not mistaken. Once he had somewhat recovered, Wu Chen proceeded to collect from the Lingwan butterfly. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained E-level skill, Gale Blade. Wu Chen was elated to have acquired an E-level skill, which was exceptionally valuable at this early stage, in this current period. Not only were E-level skills scarce, but many warriors were still without even an F-level skill. Gale Blade could unleash a powerful wind blade accompanied by a howling sound, capable of disorienting its target. Impressive. Others might find it challenging to defend against Gale Blade. Wu Chen was quite pleased. While he had lost his primary weapon, he had unexpectedly gained an E-level skill. All things considered, this endeavor had turned out to be a significant profit, and there was the black iron treasure chest. Wu Chen opened his backpack, retrieved the black iron treasure chest, and clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a 2-star weapon. Pain Axe, a 1-star stamina potion, and 3 1-star recovery potions. Pain? Pain axe. Wu Chen stared in awe at the long-handled single-edged axe before him. Entirely black and striking in design, it was undeniable that if someone were to receive a blow from this axe, they would experience considerable pain. The name Pain Axe was indeed fitting. However, Wu Chen realized that wielding it with his current strength would be quite taxing. As it was a heavy weapon, there was no choice but to keep it for now. Fighting with the Pain Axe would render his Wind Warrior physique ineffective. Ultimately, Wu Chen collected the hard-shelled cocoon of the Lingwan butterfly as well, recognizing it as excellent material for forging weapons. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhang Jia and the others arrived at the site of the Lingwan butterfly's cocoon. Their faces were filled with astonishment and confusion. The hard-shelled cocoon was nowhere to be found. Only a repulsive corpse of the magical butterfly remained. Zhao Gongli could hardly believe his eyes as he stepped forward to investigate. Brother Zhang, based on the traces, it doesn't appear to be the work of another magical creature. Zhang Jia's expression darkened. If it was not the work of other magical beings, then the only possibility was that someone had gotten there first. The A-City base was not small, making it unsurprising that some warriors reluctant to join the hunting teams might be lurking about. For instance, the warrior who assisted Hua Xin was a case in point. Zhang Jia had not deluded himself into thinking he was the sole leader of the base. This matter needs to be reported to Officer Li. The base could use some serious restructuring, particularly regarding those unstable elements. Everyone was discontent. They all understood that the period of magical creature evolution was the most opportune time for a successful hunt. Unfortunately, they had initially been unable to breach the defenses of the hard-shelled cocoon, leading to the decision to report to Officer Li now. Having brought a large contingent, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. Curse it, who stole our prey? Zhou Wankai fumed in frustration. Let us go. Zhang Jia had regained his composure. Since the situation was beyond their control, further discussion was futile. Wu Chen had searched in the forest for over an hour but had yet to discover any magical fruits growing on the rocks, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Had they not yet matured? Or had someone already gotten there before him? As Wu Chen pondered, a flash of silver lightning darted from the side, aimed directly at his ear. Startled, Wu Chen swiftly executed a rapid slash, deflecting the silver object away. It was said that the creature emerging from that warrior was a silver threadworm. Could this be the one? Chapter 17. Purple Jade Fruit. Little girl worm Wu Chen secretly rejoiced. Judging by the speed of its previous attack, this silver threadworm was merely a one-star magical creature. Had it been a two-star creature, he might have been stealthily ambushed. With one hand wielding his sword and the other clutching the dented silver dagger, Wu Chen fixed his gaze upon the silver threadworm coiled around a branch. Whoosh! The silver threadworm launched another attack. Its speed still terrifyingly swift, an ordinary two-star warrior might easily fall victim to it. However, Wu Chen was a rare wind warrior. In an instant, he executed the instant step and rapid slash. Ding! The silver threadworm was once again sent flying. This led Wu Chen to believe that the essence of efficiency is indeed concentrated. Despite using his skill to strike the creature, he still failed to sever it. Realizing it could not overcome Wu Chen, the silver threadworm fled deeper into the dense forest. Wu Chen's gaze flickered. Instead of pursuing, he quietly followed. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wu Chen trailed the silver threadworm to a relatively secluded spot. There, he discovered an unassuming gray-white rock, which appeared to have been pushed apart by some force, revealing a glimpse of a purple-black glow emanating from the crack. Wu Chen's heart raced. He seemed to have found the magical fruit that contained a wealth of magical energy. Moving cautiously, he approached the fissure. Indeed, nestled within the rock's crevice was a fruit the size of a walnut, dark purple in hue. On the back of the fruit, the silver threadworm was poised, seemingly ready to ambush anyone attempting to pluck the fruit. Wu Chen approached the magical fruit with caution, and just as he prepared to grasp it, the silver threadworm, hidden behind the fruit, launched an attack. This time, its speed was even greater than before, indicating it was utilizing all its strength. Forewarned, Wu Chen snorted in disdain and swiftly retreated while unleashing Gale Blade. The wind blade, accompanied by a disorienting howl, struck the silver threadworm with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving it in two. Ding! Slain the silver threadworm. Magical Energy 15. Ding! Collection successful. Magical Energy 6. After collecting, Wu Chen casually stowed away the silver threadworm's remains. This creature's body had resisted even an F-level skill, making it a rather rare material. Next, Wu Chun reached in to pluck the purple-black magical fruit, and an information panel appeared. Purple jade fruit. Consuming it grants a substantial amount of magical energy. Wu Chun wiped it off and promptly tossed the entire purple jade fruit into his mouth. It tastes like mulberries. Ding! With an increase of 300 in demonic energy, Wu Chun felt a surge of elation. Though he had not directly broken through to become a 3-star wind warrior, it was still a worthy endeavor. Subsequently, he continued his search for magical beasts in the forest, returning to the base only at 6 in the evening. Demonic energy. 148-11800 A city security base. Wu Chun quickened his pace towards his home, intending to rest briefly before resuming his hunting tasks for the night. As he passed a street, he noticed a young girl, around 8 or 9 years old, being mercilessly beaten by 2 men. Initially, Wu Chun had no intention of intervening, but the girl's unwavering and defiant gaze caught his attention. It was strikingly reminiscent of his own from a previous life, when he too had stolen and had been brutally punished for it. The girl's arms bore numerous bruises, yet she remained silent, curled up on the ground, cradling her head. "Damn it! How dare you steal our things? I'll kill you!" One of the men shouted. Wu Chun stepped forward, seized one of the men by the arm, and effortlessly slammed him against the wall. The 2 assailants, now furious, shouted threats and charged at him. Wu Chun wasted no words, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent them sprawling once more. This time, the anger-fueled men realized that this meddlesome youth was no ordinary person, and certainly not someone they could provoke. They exchanged fearful glances, quickly retreating while supporting one another. Wu Chun cast a glance at the girl still huddled on the ground, leaving a small amount of food before departing. To his surprise, she did not take the food but instead struggled to her feet and limped after him. Wu Chun paused after a few steps and coldly remarked, "Do not follow me. My act of saving you was merely a whim. I have no intention of taking you," and he resumed his path, but the girl continued to trail behind, her limping form unwavering. Wu Chun turned, his expression icy as he glared at her. "Surely, you do not think I would hesitate to harm you. Leave." With resolute eyes, the girl met his gaze. "I will not go. I won't survive long on my own. I might as well be killed by you now." Wu Chun hesitated, taken aback by the girl's clarity. Unfortunately, he truly had no time to care for a child, nor could he take her into battle. Without further ado, he stomped the ground heavily, and in an astonishing display of speed, vanished from her sight, leaving her in disbelief. What kind of speed is this? The girl was momentarily stunned, her determination to follow Wu Chun intensifying. She had seen warriors before. Even that renowned speedster, Zhang Jia, was someone she had witnessed from afar in battle against magical creatures. Yet none had compared to the swiftness of this young man. "No matter what, I must follow you." Chapter 18. The Siege of Magical Beasts, a crisis for the base. Her reasoning was simple. In this world, only by aligning with the strong could she hope to survive. Wu Chun was the only warrior who had offered her assistance since the calamity, and she wished to gamble on him for a better future. Of course, she was also prepared for death. Perhaps she had misjudged him. Perhaps he was merely acting on impulse, and her persistence might lead to her demise. Perhaps he would be like other warriors, utilizing ordinary people to attract monsters and claim their loot. Yet, regardless of the outcome, if she did nothing, she would remain trapped in her current dire situation. She knew with certainty that in the near future, her fate would either be hunger or being devoured by beasts. Despite the government occasionally distributing food, such a reprieve could not last indefinitely. Bang, bang, bang. Just minutes after Wu Chun returned home, the door was bombarded with urgent knocks. He frowned, contemplating feigning his absence, but the knocking showed no signs of letting up. How strange, no one should be looking for me. Peeking through the peephole, Wu Chun was startled to see the female officer he had encountered in the forest. What could she want? Bang, bang, bang. Mu Xiaoshu continued her relentless assault on the door. Seemingly unwilling to leave without a response, Wu Chun deliberated, ultimately deciding to maintain his pretense of absence. This female officer appeared to be the type who was inflexible and stubborn. She might be here to confront him on behalf of Zhang Ziyu, and it was best to avoid any interaction. After a minute or two of silence, Mu Xiaoshu furrowed her brow, pondering, "Is he not back yet?" After a moment's thought, she took out a note, scribbled a message, and affixed it to the door before departing. Wu Chun glanced through the peephole again, confirming she had indeed left, and began preparing dinner for the evening. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered his food supplies were dwindling, causing him to frown slightly. This is troublesome. I need to find someone with culinary skills soon. Otherwise, the food I have left won't last long. Meanwhile, Li Wenjiao received a report from Zheng Jia, rubbing his temples as he felt the situation in a city's base becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Understood. Once we deal with that formidable magical wolf, I will begin to restore order to the security base. Bang, 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 the urgent knocking resumed. Come in. A soldier rushed in front of Li Wenjiao, speaking urgently. Report. Several uncontainable magical beasts have appeared in the south. From their aura, they are at least 1-star ranked. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Li Wenjiao stood up and pressed further. You said several? Can you not count them? The soldier struggled to maintain his composure. Yes, sir, I cannot count them. It appears to be at least in the hundreds. And the strongest among them is a magical wolf. Li Wenjiao slammed his fist on the table, issuing commands with urgency. Gather all warriors. We must block these beasts, he observed Zheng Jia and the others. Noting their uncertain expressions, they were not regular soldiers and clearly harbored thoughts of fleeing if the situation turned dire. I advise you all to join me in this fight. If the A city base falls, how long do you think you can survive? When the time comes, don't even mention food and water. Finding a peaceful place to sleep will become exceedingly difficult. Zheng Jia and the others nodded slightly, understanding that Li Wenjiao was not being alarmist. They had all experienced the hardships of life in the wild, and they were acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Rest assured, Commander Li, we are also part of the A city base. If we can defend the base, it will benefit us all. To the south of the A city base, chaos reigned. Various types of magical beasts had breached the makeshift barricades of abandoned vehicles, rampaging and hunting down humans without restraint. Everyone, run to the military base, hurry. Coincidentally, Lu Ming was on patrol in the area today, his heart heavy. With his combat prowess, he knew he could not withstand the onslaught of the beasts. His only option was to maintain order and guide the ordinary citizens to the military base for safety. The magical beasts relentlessly pursued the humans, targeting the most vulnerable, particularly the elderly and children who could not flee quickly. In just over 10 minutes, the base, which had shown signs of recovery, was once again in shambles, drenched in blood, with screams and cries echoing throughout. Notably, some skilled magical creatures spewed flames and unleashed sharp wind blades with their claws, leaving no room for defense. Leading the charge was an enormous red-eyed magical wolf, its silver-gray fur giving it an imposing presence. If Zheng Jia and the others were present, they would recognize that this red-eyed wolf had successfully advanced to a 2-star magical beast. Its 2 black 5-pointed stars on its forehead serving as undeniable proof. Simultaneously, on the rooftops of several high-rise buildings in a city, a group of men with the number 777 tattooed on their arms quietly observed the chaos. Astonishingly, they were fully equipped, even in the early days of the New World. Regardless of who they were, each possessed 1-star grade clothing, pants, and shoes, and each was armed with a 1-star weapon. Most conspicuous among them was a man standing at the forefront, Du Shiqiang. With considerable talent and a ruthless demeanor, he had received special promotion within the organization, becoming the captain of this small squad. Chapter 19. The insulting title, The First Collision. Du Shiqiang smiled slightly. You meat mules had better perform well. Meat mules was the term used by the Salvation Army to refer to others, in their view. These individuals were mere commodities, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. A little while later, Zheng Jia, Zhao Gongli, Zhou Wankai, LV Qian, and Mu Xiaoxiu arrived with their respective teams of warriors. They had been fortunate over the past few days, each having acquired skills and wielding 1-star weapons. Brothers, charge! With an overwhelming sense of justice, Mu Xiaoxiu rushed out first, her eyes reddened. Her heart was pure, a true guardian of the people. Such a noble spirit would have surely garnered the admiration of all in the days before the cataclysm. Alas, we now inhabit a new world rife with monsters, where people merely wish to flee swiftly, resorting to dragging others along to meet their demise. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xiaoxiu was filled with righteous fury. She kicked at those nearby in an attempt to halt their selfish escape. However, her efforts were in vain, as even she was roughly shoved aside by those rushing past her. Damn it, follow orders and do not act recklessly. Zheng Jia, unfazed by Mu Xiaoxiu's fury, quietly instructed his subordinates Zhao Gongli and El Qian, do not rush to the front. Let Officer Mu bear the brunt. We shall collaboratively hunt down some of the weaker monsters. If we cannot prevail, we abandon her and flee. Zhao Gongli and El Qian nodded slightly, beginning to coordinate their attacks against the monsters. Shen Wankai was no fool either, although he followed closely behind Mu Xiaoxiu. His gaze frequently darted toward Zhang Jia's movements. Stay alert. If that scoundrel Zhang Jia makes a run for it, we shall follow suit. Under Lu Ming's leadership, the soldiers raised their crossbows and began to shoot, primarily targeting the monster's eyes, ears, and noses, the most vulnerable spots. All units, heed this. Use tranquilizer arrows. Due to the influence of demonic energy, all conventional firearms had become ineffective, in a bid to keep pace with the times. Dr. He Fengnian had developed effective tranquilizer arrows utilizing the venom of magical centipedes. Once struck, these arrows could temporarily slow the monster's movements, representing a precious artificial weapon in this era. As a steady volley of tranquilizer arrows was fired. The monsters struck began to exhibit stiffening movements, their speed significantly impaired. Particularly for those below 1 star, the impact was far greater, their mobility reduced by at least 30%. Now is our chance. Let us all charge and obliterate these monsters. Zhang Jia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he led Zhao Gongli and El Qian in a charge, aiming to slay as many monsters as possible for the chance to claim more treasure chests. Shen Wankai and Mu Xiaoxiu, not to be outdone, also joined in the hunt against these sluggish creatures. Meanwhile, weaker teams found their opportunity and surged forward, eager to partake in the spoils, including the squad led by Hua Xian and Zhang Ziyu, both 1-star warriors who had yet to acquire any skills due to misfortune. Observing from a vantage point, Du Shiqiang smacked his lips in surprise, realizing the military had indeed kept some secrets. They were not entirely inept. Once they exhaust themselves, it shall be our turn to strike. At the same time, Wu Chen arrived near the battleground, his brow furrowed. The beast tide from his previous life had occurred a month later. Now it had arrived a fortnight early. It seemed that his rebirth had indeed produced some butterfly effect, altering certain historical trajectories. Coincidentally, Wu Chen found himself in a position where he could see Du Shiqiang and his group. Unfamiliar with the mysterious savior army, he remembered only being a minor character in his past life, not worthy of their pursuit. He had heard of this organization that specialized in hunting human warriors, but had never truly encountered them. Unbeknownst to Wu Chen, Du Shiqiang possessed a reconnaissance skill and had already detected him. A cold smile crept across Du Shiqiang's face as he commanded, "There's a rat over there. Go deal with him." One of the men behind Du Shiqiang nodded slightly and swiftly made his way toward Wu Chen. "Is he coming for me?" Without hesitation, Wu Chen turned and fled, not out of fear, but to avoid exposing too much in front of so many onlookers. 2 minutes later, Wu Chen led his pursuer to a more secluded path and turned to face him. "I merely happened to see you standing there. Surely you do not intend to take my life for such a trivial matter." Shuo Fan unsheathed his 1-star long sword and advanced slowly toward Wu Chen, his demeanor icy and filled with murderous intent. Wu Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that his opponent had no intention of letting him go. Shuo Fan scoffed, "We have the right to be domineering. Words are pointless. Do not engage in futile struggles, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift death." Spirit light slash. Shuo Fan stepped forward, vanishing and reappearing directly above Wu Chen. Wu Chen, undeterred, quickly moved to confront him. Rapid slash. Wu Chen gripped the jagged silver dagger. His speed vastly surpassed Shuo Fan's, allowing him to dominate even without employing his quick step. Without retreating, Wu Chen advanced, swiftly slashing the silver dagger across Shuo Fan's neck. With a splatter of blood, Shuo Fan collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck as blood gushed forth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He tried to speak, but the blood flooding his mouth silenced him, and he ultimately succumbed to death. Above Shuo Fan's corpse, a collectible marker appeared. Wu Chen harbored little hope, having found that the probability of successfully collecting from warriors was often dishearteningly low, despite his efforts in his past life. The success rate had been truly despairing. Ding, collection successful, obtained E-rank talent. Swordsmanship. Wu Chen was momentarily stunned, then elated. Although the E-rank swordsmanship talent only increased his sword damage by 2, such talents offered the advantage of familiarity with the longsword. All basic techniques, thrusts, slashes, sweeps, and cuts, could be executed with finesse. This kind of talent was a coveted treasure among all warriors. Even without skills in the early stages, he had already advanced ahead of many. Overjoyed and grateful, Wu Chun felt as though fortune was smiling upon him. He promptly stripped Zhuo Fan of his one-star longsword, one-star trousers, and one-star top. It was no wonder that so many relished the act of killing and plundering. While it may not be a noble pursuit, it was undeniably exhilarating. At the military base, Li Wenjiao seized Li Quan by the collar, his eyes wide with fury. You possess E-rank talent. What are you afraid of? I command you to assemble your warrior team and set out at once. As my son, I will not tolerate your cowardice. Li Quan, pale-faced, forcefully shrugged off his father's grip, glaring defiantly. Father, I am your only son. Are you certain you want me to face two-star monsters? Li Wenjiao scoffed. I am not jesting. Even if you perish, I will not allow you to live in such a pitiful manner. Rest assured. I will have Uncle Yi accompany you. You shall not fall easily. Upon hearing that the formidable Uncle Yi would accompany him, Li Quan's expression improved slightly. Fine, I shall go. Seeing his son finally willing to step onto the battlefield, Li Wenjiao sighed with relief. His sternness was not born of cruelty, but rather from the urgency of time. If his son continued to hide beneath his protection, he would have no chance of survival. Li Wenjiao's face bore a mixture of sorrow and despair. Since the advent of demonic energy on Earth, his stomach cancer had progressed at an alarming rate. If he was not mistaken, he had little time left to live. Commander, we have found a warrior with identification skills. At that moment, a soldier entered with a man in tow. Coincidentally, this man was the timid Yin Shuyi, who had met Wu Chun once before. He stood nervously. Unable to move a muscle, Li Wenjiao waved his hand, dismissing the soldier, and turned to Yin Shuyi with a smile. You can indeed perform identifications? In Li Wenjiao's mind, since this was a game world, identification skills should exist as well. He had been searching for someone with such abilities, as it was crucial for him to understand his own health situation. Yin Shuyi raised his hand awkwardly in salute. Yes, Commander. Last night, I exterminated some magical cockroaches and fortuitously obtained a wooden treasure chest. Moreover, I not only possess identification skills, but I also have B-rank swordsmanship talent. Li Wenjiao's eyes lit up. A B-rank swordsmanship talent was a sign of genius. Excellent. I need you to identify my condition immediately. And no matter what you discover, you must tell me the truth. Yin Shou nodded slightly and began to utilize his appraisal technique. Name: Li Wenjiao. Age: 54 years. Realm: 1-star warrior. Skill: 3-month/F talent. Non-parasitic creature, a mutated parasitic entity evolved from gastric cancer. Currently awakening self-awareness. Yin Shou's face was etched with shock. Who could have anticipated that the head of the A City Safety Base harbored a parasitic creature on the verge of self-awareness within his body? This was utterly terrifying. Seeing the pallor on Yin Shou's face, Li Wenjiao urgently inquired, What did you see? Please tell me. Yin Shou relayed the information he had gathered to Li Wenjiao. After hearing this, Li Wenjiao's complexion turned ashen, and he sank onto the sofa. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and said gravely, This matter must remain confidential. Once we secure the A City base, I will immediately announce my withdrawal from the leadership position. Zhang Jia and the others have already done their utmost. While their strength is commendable, against multiple 1-star monsters, they can only manage to preserve their own safety. We cannot hold out any longer. We must retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jia led the teams of Zhao Gongli and LV Qian in a swift withdrawal, leaving behind the relatively weaker Huaxin and Zhang Ziyu. The implications were clear. They intended for these warrior teams to buy them time for their escape. Chapter 21. The hidden warrior teams, encountering Zhao Namu. Xiaoshu's beautiful eyes flared with anger as she reprimanded Zhang Jia and the others to halt. But they paid her no heed. Captain Mu, we can't hold out any longer. We should retreat. Zhang Ziyu rushed over, driven by the desire to win the favor of the alluring police officer. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have long since led his team away. Mu Xiaoshu pressed her lips together, glancing at the ordinary civilians who had yet to fully evacuate, and shook her head. No, we must endure a little longer. Zhang Ziyu cursed internally at the foolishness. While he indeed wished to win the heart of the beauty, he was not foolish enough to risk his own life. Just as he was about to abandon this foolish woman, a group of formidable and unfamiliar warrior teams charged in from a distance. Brothers, let us kill. Mu Xiaoshu and Zhang Ziyu were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that these were 4 powerful warrior teams, each boasting over 30 members, particularly the 4 warriors leading the charge. a trio of men and one woman, moved with a speed that clearly surpassed that of one-star monsters. Liu Ming, having lost a hand to a monster, pressed the wound and approached Mu Xiaoxiu, his expression oddly exhilarated. These must be the powerful warriors hidden in a city. I never expected there to be so many. Mu Xiaoxiu nodded slightly, then shook her head. Compared to a city's population, over 100 warriors are still far too few. Moreover, they have not heeded Commander Li's call. They are independent entities and will not fight for the military. Liu Ming acknowledged with a nod, somewhat helpless. The military had long anticipated such a scenario. The new world had only just begun, and it was certain that many warriors would prefer to stand on their own rather than submit to authority. Regardless, at least they had emerged, even if it was merely to collect magic energy and loot treasure chests. Wu Chen blended into the crowd, slaying monsters while gathering magic energy and harvesting from the corpses. His killing speed was rapid, and he typically executed his foes with a single strike. Others found it difficult to claim his kills. Rather, he occasionally snatched monsters from beneath their noses. Such occurrences naturally provoked the ire of the members of the 4 warrior teams, who halted and glared at the young man wielding a long sword, their faces a mix of shock and anger. They wished to lash out, but upon witnessing Wu Chen dispatch one-star monsters as if they were mere vegetables, they hesitated. This was a ruthless individual, likely beyond their capabilities to confront. The leader of the Fire Wolf team, Lan Batian, was the first to shatter the silence, saying, "Friend, is it not a bit excessive to steal the last blow while mingling among our team?" The leader of the Flying Snow team, Lian Ruyu, added indignantly, "It's one thing to snatch others' kills, but why rob me, a stunning beauty, of my prey? That is hardly gentlemanly." Mu Tianqi of the Dawn Awakening team and Lin Hu of the Divine Tiger team remained silent, their gazes coldly fixed on Wu Chen. Wu Chen cast a glance at the 4 of them. In his previous life, he had been a mere fringe member of Mu Tianqi's team. He then noticed Zhao Na standing beside Mu Tianqi, her face a mask of surprise and hatred. As expected, she had once again joined Mu Tianqi's team at the onset of this new world, just as she had in his former life. Lian Ruyu was one of the campus beauties of Beiyun University, renowned for her gymnastic skills and an object of many men's fantasies. With her D-level speed talent awakened, she shone brightly in the early days of this new world. Zhao Na, he recalled, possessed an E-level whip talent and would remain Mu Tianqi's right hand for a significant time to come. Zhao Na glared at Wu Chen, her eyes ablaze with fury. To her, even if they were to break up, it should have been her to initiate it, and he should have felt the sting of her rejection. Even after their separation, he should have been despondent, reluctant, and perhaps even pleading for reconciliation. Yet everything unfolded contrary to her expectations. Not only did he disregard her, but he now regarded her with the indifference reserved for a complete stranger, even exhibiting signs of distaste. Zhao Na furrowed her brow, feeling as if the current Wu Chen was a stranger. Just half a month ago, he had been working tirelessly to earn money for her. He had loved her so deeply. Why had he changed so suddenly? Zhao Na refrained from confronting Wu Chen about his actions, questioning why he no longer labored for her, or whether his previous declarations of love had been mere fabrications. Wu Chen maintained his calm demeanor, scoffing, "Gentlemen? Reserve? Those are for the dead." With that, Wu Chen disregarded the grim-faced individuals and swiftly charged toward other monsters. His speed was such that in mere breaths, he vanished from sight. The onlookers were jolted from their stupor. Against this formidable warrior, they found themselves utterly incapable of obstructing or intercepting him. Such a turn of events left even the hidden figures like Du Shiqiang momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the new world, still in its infancy, would already reveal someone stronger than himself. Du Shiqiang's expression darkened as he muttered, "It seems the savior army is not omnipotent. To claim that no one in a city is my match is nothing but nonsense." After a moment's contemplation, Du Shiqiang temporarily shelved his plans to attack the warriors present. Due to Wu Chen's interference, the members of these teams had sustained minimal injuries. Charging in now would come at too great a cost. Damn it! How dare he disrupt my plans? Wait, this fellow seems familiar. Isn't he the one Zhuo Fan pursued? With this thought, Du Shiqiang's gaze darkened further. Currently, Zhuo Fan had yet to return. While this individual remained unscathed, the implications were all too clear. "You there. Report this matter to Lord 7th Saint Judge. His strength is formidable. Only the Saint Judge may be able to subdue him." Understood. As the chaos intensified and casualties surged, Zhang Jia and the others had already fled, leaving only Mu Xiaoxiu and the military personnel to persist. Li Wanzhao took it upon himself to lead over 50 one-star warriors from the military into battle, their targets set on the most ferocious and formidable 2-star magic wolf. If they could slay it, the remaining 1-star monsters would pose little threat. Prepare the tranquilizer arrows, fire. Several tranquilizer arrows flew toward the magic wolf, but regrettably, this time they had no effect whatsoever. With a thunderous roar, the magic wolf shattered the tranquilizer arrows with sheer sound. Then, the 2-star magic wolf leapt into the air, crashing down into the crowd with a resounding thud. It raised its proud head slightly, gathering a pale blue gas in its mouth. Li Wanzhao was alarmed, urgently calling out, "Everyone, disperse." Chapter 22. The stunning strike. Cold-hearted Zhang Jia. The many warriors had already taken action, yet at this moment, how could they possibly outrun the skills of the 2-star magic wolf? Despair spread like wildfire, as if many warriors would meet their demise at any second. The 4 major warrior teams, having long since withdrawn from the fray, stood at a distance, watching helplessly. In truth, if they had charged en masse, they still held a chance of defeating the 2-star magic wolf. However, such a course of action would result in significant losses to the warrior teams they had painstakingly built, a prospect they were loath to face. Let us wait a bit longer. Once that beast has been sufficiently worn down by Li Wanzhao, we can all go in and finish it off, Lan Batian sighed softly. But if we do that, I fear more than half of Li Wanzhao's warriors will be lost. Lin Hu scoffed, "If you truly cared, you should lead your team to help. Why the pretense?" Lan Batian's anger flared as he drew his weapon. "What did you just say? You want to die? I'll gladly oblige." Lin Hu, unyielding, clashed his iron fists together. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Mu Tianqi and Lian Ruyu, the 2 leaders, paid no heed to their surroundings. Their gazes fixated on the impending storm of demonic energy that the demon wolf was about to unleash. There was no escape for it now. At that moment, Wu Qin's figure suddenly flashed to the neck of the 2-star demon wolf. A slight smirk graced his lips as he raised his sword and swiftly slashed upwards at the creature's throat. Gale blade. A massive blade of wind erupted, accompanied by a howling sound, instantaneously severing the demon wolf's enormous head. The wolf's pupils constricted as the meticulously brewed storm of demonic energy fizzled out, its colossal body crashing to the ground. Silence. A silence akin to death enveloped the scene. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. They had anticipated Wu Qin's strength, yet they had never fathomed it would reach such an astonishing level. Suddenly, a single word flashed through their minds: 2-star. This individual had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a 2-star warrior. But how had he achieved this? They had exerted every effort, yet they remained merely 1-star warriors. Mu Tianqi's previously calm demeanor was now tinged with a flicker of jealousy and malice. Zhao Na was equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend how that utterly ordinary individual, who was only ever sycophantic towards her, could suddenly shine so brightly. Wu Qin exhaled, having awaited this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow effortlessly. Ding, demon wolf slain. Demonic energy 50. Ding. Congratulations, realm breakthrough achieved. Ding. Collection successful. Demonic energy 28. A smile spread across Wu Qin's face. After slaying over 10 1-star demonic creatures and this 2-star demon wolf, he had finally ascended to the rank of a 3-star wind warrior. Now, while he could not claim absolute invincibility, no one within the A City base posed a threat to him. Not far away, atop a high building, a little girl named Chong Chong's eyes gleamed with excitement. "You are indeed the strongest. My choice was not in vain. Even if I must cling to you, I shall follow you from now on." The future Blade King, Yin Shuyi, was equally taken aback, never expecting the individual who had offered him advice to have grown to such formidable heights. Just then, a shriek echoed from within the base, causing Li Wanzhao, who had intended to thank Wu Qin, to hastily gather his team and investigate. Mu Tianqi and the others hesitated briefly before leading their own warrior teams to follow. At that moment, the first demonized human emerged within the A City base, ravenously devouring the crowd. What is a demonized human? It is a parasitic entity transformed from cancer within the body. Once awakened, the host is completely overtaken by the parasitic creature, embarking on an endless spree of devouring humanity. The transformation into a demonized human is drastic. Their skin becomes dry and darkened, their eyes turn bloodshot, and their teeth sharpen into vicious points. Furthermore, Demonized humans possess incredibly powerful accompanying weapons. Is this what I shall become in the near future? Li Wenjiao arrived at the scene, his heart a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the grotesque being. Feeling utterly devastated. Presently, the strongest warriors of a city had congregated, their sole purpose being to eliminate this demonized human. Unfortunately, the creature was far too powerful and terrifying, far beyond their current capabilities to confront, be it Zhang Jia, Zhao Gongli, Mu Tianqi, or Lin Hu. They all found themselves unable to approach the demonized human, whose accompanying weapon resembled octopus tentacles. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Jia, seeking survival, pushed the ever-admiring El Qin forward. Using her as a shield against a lethal blow in her final moments, El Qin wore an expression of disbelief, the words Zhang Jia had once spoken to her echoing in her mind. We are classmates. How could I possibly abandon you? It dawned on her that he had only kept her around to take the hit at a critical moment. Filled with rage, El Qin realized she had no time left to harbor such feelings. Her entire being had been consumed by the demonized human's accompanying weapon. Zhao Gongli witnessed this horrifying scene, his gaze towards Zhang Jia filled with terror, instinctively distancing himself from the latter. Zhang Jia, however, remained unperturbed, having anticipated this reaction. As the commander, Li Wenjiao's heart was heavy with concern for the A city base upon witnessing the brutality of the demonized human. This host was not a warrior. Yet even so, it had rendered the assembled warriors nearly powerless. If the parasitic entity within awakened, how would the people of a city contend with him, a being already formidable in its own right? Li Wenjiao sighed deeply, having made a grim resolution. Should he feel any discomfort, he would end his own life rather than allow the creature to torment the citizens of a city. Chapter 23. Li Wenjiao's concern. The critical strike treasure chest. The demonized human wielded its tentacle-like accompanying weapon, mercilessly slaughtering those around it. Anyone struck by this retractable appendage would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end, either being pulverized into a bloody pulp or drained of their very essence. A fitting description of certain death. Compounding the peril, the creature's mobility was astonishingly swift, and its weapon was so resilient that even one-star weapons were rendered ineffective against it. This situation is dire. We cannot contend with this monster. Lin Ruyu trembled, the emergence of this new demon far exceeding her threshold of tolerance. Mu Tianqi furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a retreat. Wu Chun took a moment to gather the remains before arriving at the scene. His brow slightly furrowed upon encountering the demonized human. Such parasitic entities had proven to be a considerable headache in his previous life, as one could never predict who might transform into a demonized human in the next instant. Unless one possessed identification skills, even low-level identification techniques could not discern some of the higher-tier parasitic entities. Moreover, while demonized humans were challenging to deal with, eliminating them also bore significant rewards. If one could slay a demonized human, there was a chance of obtaining a treasure chest, particularly a unique critical strike treasure chest. For instance, a wooden critical strike treasure chest could yield 2-star items and even critical strike badges. Lastly, there was a rather insidious aspect. Opening a critical strike treasure chest might also unleash formidable demonic creatures. Many from his previous life had a love-hate relationship with such treasure chests, often arranging trusted allies nearby during attempts to open them. Lan Batian spat vehemently and bellowed, "Everyone, do not hold back. Let us unleash our skills upon it." Mu Tianqi and the others hesitated, but ultimately felt compelled to join the fray. If possible, they would prefer not to abandon their home, as stability in the A city base was their utmost desire. Li Wenjiao raised his hand, deploying several resilient metal nets in strategic positions. While it was impossible to ensnare the demonized human with these nets, they could at least somewhat restrict its mobility. Release. Upon witnessing the sudden descent of the black nets, Lan Batian and his comrades were taken aback and hastily retreated. Cursing under their breath, if they were to be trapped alongside the demonized human, their fate would be sealed. Lin, whose eyes burned with anger as he exclaimed, "That damned Li Wenjiao! How could he strike at this moment?" Seeing the demonized human temporarily restrained, the closest Lan Batian gritted his teeth and charged at the creature, clearly intent on claiming the final blow. "Lan Batian, you shall not!" Lin, who pursued closely behind. At a critical juncture, Zhang Jia unleashed an extraordinary burst of speed, darting to the side of Lan Batian and delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. The force of the kick landed squarely on Lan Baishan's lower back, leaving him unable to rise for a considerable time. Zhang Jia, you scoundrel! I will kill you! Lan Baishan's eyes blazed with fury, having been so close to success. Having initiated his attack, Zhang Jia had no intention of feigning innocence. He maintained a calm demeanor as he swiftly advanced towards the demonized human. At that moment, his speed rivaled that of the earlier demon wolf. Ha! You certainly know how to conceal your prowess. I shall claim your head. Just then, the situation shifted once more as the savior army's Du Shiqiang emerged from the shadows, lunging toward Zhang Jia with a blade aimed at his neck. Zhang Jia's pupils constricted, forcing him to abandon his attempt on the demonized human and narrowly evade the strike. Despite his efforts, a deep gash was left on his neck, blood gushing from the wound. With a fierce glare directed at Du Shiqiang, Zhang Jia wasted no time, pressing a hand against his bleeding neck and opting to flee. After this delay, the golden opportunity had slipped away. The demonized human had freed itself from the iron nets and charged at Du Shiqiang. Du Shiqiang let out a disdainful snort. Alone, he was no match for the demonized human and thus had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! Where is Lord's seventh holy judgment? As the demonized human pursued Du Shiqiang relentlessly, Wu Chun, ever the opportunist, reappeared. He quickly caught up with the demonized creature, unleashing 2 swift strikes with his sword, resulting in yet another instant kill, ding, slaying the demon, with a surge of 35 demonic energy. Congratulations on acquiring the wooden critical strike treasure chest. The crowd was once again taken aback. In their eyes, Wu Chun had seized an opportunity, and each time, his timing was impeccable, just as it had been with the 2-star demon wolf before. Now he faced the formidable demon with the same precision. Chapter 24. The Seventh Sacred Judgment, the aspirations of the crowd. Lin, who gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how does he find opportunities so effortlessly? Lan Batian grumbled, if I had his speed, I too could capitalize on openings. Apart from them, the one with the darkest expression was Du Shiqiang, who believed that Wu Chun was exploiting him, and indeed, he was right. You bastard, killing my Salvation Army members, and now you dare to use me? I will take your life. Wu Chun narrowed his eyes. To be honest, with his current strength as a 3-star wind warrior, he truly did not regard Du Shiqiang as a threat. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Wu Chun instantly stepped forward, his sword radiating with a fierce light, aimed directly at Du Shiqiang's brow. He was currently only employing the speed of a 2-star wind warrior, not wanting to astound too greatly. Clang! At the critical moment, Wu Chun's sword was deflected by the sudden appearance of a masked figure. He looked at the newcomer, slightly surprised. This person's realm had actually reached the 2-star level. Not bad. To withstand my strike without a scratch, you possess considerable value for termination. The mysterious figure spoke, clad in an exquisitely crafted black robe, with a golden thread embroidered character for Nirvana on the left sleeve, perhaps a title of sorts. This enigmatic figure wore a pure gold mask, with the number 777 engraved at the lower left eye of the mask, the meaning of which was unclear. Who are you? Wu Chun began to take this individual seriously, gripping his sword and standing guard against this evidently high-ranking member of the Salvation Army. We humbly welcome the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Judgment. As the mysterious figure appeared, those hidden in the shadows, members of the Salvation Army, also emerged. Together with Du Shiqiang, they made a cross-cut gesture across their necks, then collectively bowed slightly, extending their right hands with swords pointed at their left shoulders. Exuding a sense of ritualistic gravity, there were so many hidden among them. Each of their strengths appeared not to be inferior to the captains of the 4 major warrior squads. A wave of powerlessness surged within Li Wanzhao. With this unknown force alone, he could not maintain control over the city base, let alone as a dying man. After a brief silence, Nirvana charged once more at Wu Chun, exhibiting a speed that astonished the crowd once again. Wu Chun remained unperturbed, employing a similar speed to engage his opponent, occasionally even slightly outpacing him. Rapid slash, wind step. For a moment, Wu Chun and the mysterious figure's forms intertwined in a fierce struggle. The sounds of clashing weapons ringing out intermittently. Is this truly the level of power achievable within a month of entering the New World? Everyone watched in stunned silence. Even the captains of the 4 major warrior squads clenched their fists in disbelief. They had thought themselves the leaders of the warrior echelon, only to realize that their strength paled in comparison to genuine powerhouses. In an instant, feelings of resentment and jealousy erupted. Some astute warriors had quietly left the battlefield. They wished to expedite their collection of demonic energy to break through to 2-star warriors. Where is his limit? Zhao Na felt a flicker of regret. Had she known Wu Chun would become so formidable in the new world, she should have sacrificed a few kisses to retain him. However, this fleeting regret quickly dissipated as she glanced at Mu Tianqi, a genius with C-grade swordsmanship talent. Given some time, he would undoubtedly surpass this momentarily fortunate Wu Chun. The 7th Sacred Judgment advanced rapidly, striking at Wu Chun with a blade that shimmered with white light, a powerful blade aura slicing through the air. Flying slash, Wu Chun's pupils constricted. The intensity of this move was exceedingly high. Likely an E-grade skill, the moment the skill manifested, it immediately compensated for the black-robed figure's speed deficiency. Although the opponent's skill was formidable, Wu Chun was undaunted, directly unleashing Great Wind Mountain, summoning a wind blade that carried the sound of howling winds. Colliding with the opponent's blade aura at breakneck speed, boom. The residual force of the black-robed figure's blade aura swept past Wu Chun's left side, severing several towering trees. Wu Chun's incisive strike shattered the black-robed figure's attack, causing him to bleed from his palms and retreat several steps before coming to a halt. The crowd was astounded. Such a scene was something they had only ever witnessed on television. Who would have thought that a mere human could unleash such a deadly move? In the wake of their astonishment, the yearning for the 2-star realm intensified within them. Excitement surged as their internal vigor and violent instincts awakened at an unprecedented pace. Regardless of who they were, everyone wished to wield the power to traverse vast distances with a single sword, to leap over mountains with just one step. Chapter 25. The complete annihilation of the 7th Sacred Judgment Squad. What level of skill is this? Such terrifying and unparalleled power. It can't be F-grade. We possess skills of that level, yet none exhibit such strength. The crowd's eyes widened in unison. If it was not F-grade, then it must be E-grade. They collectively inhaled sharply, unable to conceal the fervent flames of desire in their eyes. If E-grade skills were this formidable, then obtaining skills above E-grade would surely propel them to new heights. There is still hope. As long as we acquire skills above E-grade, we can undoubtedly possess strength surpassing these two. Wu Chun's gaze turned frigid. He no longer held back, swiftly closing in on his opponent. This mysterious black-robed figure was too powerful. He aimed to slay him with his sword here. Though doing so would attract the attention of that mysterious organization, there was no alternative path available. Moreover, even if he refrained from killing the opponent, the Salvation Army, dedicated to hunting powerful warriors, would eventually come after him. How swift! The 7th Sacred Judgment's pupils constricted in shock. He was certain that this was not a speed befitting a 2-star warrior. Could he have already reached the 3-star level? Impossible. Great Wind Mountain. The 7th Sacred Judgment did not take the blow directly. Instead, he propelled a black orb forward. Upon colliding with the Great Wind Mountain, the black orb erupted in a terrifying explosion. Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the black orb as a 2-star bomb orb. The explosion's power was sufficient to threaten a 3-star warrior. Boom! The blast reverberated, shaking the surrounding ground. Several nearby warriors were directly knocked back, spitting blood in shock. Was that a missile that was just launched? The crowd stared in disbelief at the crater before them. Had they moved even slightly closer, they would have been reduced to ashes. Wu Chun scoffed, cutting through the smoke left by the explosion with his sword, pursuing the fleeing members of the Salvation Army. The 7th Sacred Judgment's expression turned to panic. At this moment, he was 100% certain that this youth was undoubtedly a 3-star warrior. But how could he have progressed so quickly? You cannot escape. Surrender! Wu Chun's speed as a wind warrior was astonishing, closing the distance in mere moments. The 7th Sacred Judgment grew anxious, attempting to evade, yet his speed paled in comparison to Wu Chun's. Great Wind Mountain. The sharp sound of the wind howled as it swiftly sliced through Nirvana's neck, eliminating him in an instant. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Could it be that Wu Chun had not revealed his true strength from the beginning? Du Shiqiang, trembling in fear, felt his legs grow weak. This was the Lord of the 7th Sacred Judgment of the Salvation Army. How could he have died so easily? This was impossible. Wu Chun did not slow his pace. Charging towards the dazed Du Shiqiang. There existed a rule from his previous life. Whenever encountering a member of the Salvation Army, kill if possible, do not let them escape. The Salvation Army, in name a savior, in truth only save themselves. For their own sake, they would commit unspeakable acts, true villains at heart. Brothers, let's go. We cannot allow these people to escape. They were not saviors at all, but a group of unrepentant criminals. Lu Ming spat vehemently, shouting as he charged ahead. Just moments ago, he had seen at least 5 heinous criminals among the crowd. He had no idea how these individuals had escaped from prison. But one thing was certain. This so-called Salvation Army was not comprised of good people. If he guessed correctly, the recent mysterious deaths of several warriors at the A-City base were likely orchestrated by the Salvation Army. Du Shiqiang attempted to flee, but his speed was no match for Wu Qin's, who swiftly sealed his throat with a single stroke of his sword. How could this happen? Was I not supposed to continue growing? To savor a future that belonged solely to me? Du Shiqiang was genuinely unprepared for such an outcome, unable to believe until his last breath that he would exit the stage so early. In fact, in his previous life, he ascended to a high-ranking position within the Salvation Army, becoming a terrifying presence that instilled fear in many martial artists. Unfortunately, in this life, he encountered Wu Chun, and his future had already been sealed. The other factions of the Salvation Army, besieged by rival teams, met with total annihilation. Regardless of who it was, there was a profound hatred for such supernatural beings, instantly recognized as malevolent. Li Wanzhao approached Wu Chun. Flanked by several soldiers, Wu Chun did not retreat. He understood that he would inevitably confront the military personnel. I have been informed by Officer Mu that you are Wu Chun, a formidable force of great significance to the A-City base. I hereby formally invite you to join the A-City base hunting team, offering you the finest treatment and the highest command authority. Will you stand with all present martial artists to defend our homeland and safeguard humanity? All eyes turned to Wu Chun, their hearts filled with a mix of anticipation, jealousy, and discontent. With a powerhouse like Wu Chun, the safety of the A-City base would undoubtedly reach new heights, allowing them to live with a greater sense of security. However, Wu Chun's response did not align with their desires. Chapter 26. The Onslaught of the Giant Mosquito Army. My apologies, Officer Li, but due to personal reasons, I shall not remain at the A-City base for long. Lin Hu and Lan Batian from the 4 major teams exchanged glances of dissatisfaction. His words implied he intended to venture alone to hunt monsters in more distant territories. Did he truly believe that achieving a 2-star rank before them made him invincible? In a world like this, one could not go far without forming alliances. Zhao Na furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Wu Chun. He was not the Wu Chun she knew. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up. Wu Chun, I must admit you are indeed powerful now, but can you guarantee that you will remain strong indefinitely? Selfishness will only hinder your progress. Only by joining forces with the major martial artist teams can we survive more effectively. Wu Chun regarded her coldly. In his previous life, Zhao Na had caused him considerable trouble, and she was the root of his loss of an invaluable treasure. I certainly will not remain alone, but my companions cannot be you. You? Zhao Na was incensed, interpreting his words as disdain for them. Just as she was about to argue further, Mu Tianqi pulled her back. Step back. This is not your place to speak. Zhao Na felt aggrieved. She genuinely wished to recruit him as their ally for the greater good. Yet this insufferable man had the audacity to yell at her. At that moment, the soldiers assigned to guard sounded the alarm, as a swarm of enormous mosquitoes surged toward the city base. So many, such massive mosquitoes. Run, flee. Wu Chen's brow furrowed. The situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. He recalled that the Mosquito Army had only appeared after the A-City safety base was fully established. Although there had been significant losses at that time, they ultimately achieved victory, further strengthening the core forces of the A-City base. However, now, the A-City base was barely a makeshift establishment, and this battle seemed precarious. The survival of the city was uncertain. Even as a 3-star wind martial artist, he could not guarantee his safety amid the swarming mosquitoes. These mosquitoes preferred to attack densely populated groups, prompting Wu Chun to swiftly move toward less crowded areas. Out of humanitarian concern, he shouted a warning as he departed. Do not cluster too closely. Spread out and hide. The mosquitoes favor groups. Upon hearing this, the crowd had no time to question Wu Chen's credibility. They quickly commanded their subordinates to disperse into groups of 5 and flee. To their astonishment, the initially overwhelming mosquito army thinned considerably. How did he know about the attack with a faint sigh? Wu Chun swiftly drew his longsword and immediately activated a 1-star critical hit badge. It is worth mentioning that this critical hit badge is not an item to increase damage, but rather a tool for obtaining treasure chests. And it is a consumable item. Upon using the 1-star critical hit badge, one can ensure a 100 drop rate of treasure chests when slaying monsters. Furthermore, the 1-star critical hit badge can directly yield a black iron treasure chest, which is a particularly exhilarating experience. As he observed the rapidly approaching grim scythe cicada, Wu Qian maintained a calm demeanor. Had he still been a 2-star wind warrior, he might have needed to exert considerable effort. However, now as a 3-star, he found the formidable grim scythe cicada somewhat lacking. With a swift slash, clang, crack, Wu Qian evaded the grim scythe cicada's attack, quickly darting forward and deflecting the scythe while leaving a relatively deep gash on his opponent. How resilient! Wu Qian was not surprised. In his previous life, it was widely acknowledged that monsters arising from treasure chests were significantly stronger than those of the same star rank, and this was indeed true. Without further hesitation, Wu Qian unleashed a series of rapid slashes, inflicting multiple wounds upon the grim scythe cicada. Dark green insect blood splattered continuously as the creature emitted a piercing wail. With a decisive thrust, Wu Qian's long sword burst through the abdomen of the grim scythe cicada, causing its movements to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian teleported forward and cleaved the creature in two with a single stroke. Ding! Slay the grim scythe cicada. Magic Energy 58. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Ding! Collection successful. Magic Energy 20. Wu Qian glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Wu Qian. Age: 20. Realm: 3-star wind warrior. Skills: Teleportation F, Rapid Slash F, Gale Peak E. Talent: Gathering Specialization SSS, Swordsmanship E. Magic Energy: 21,799,000. Indeed, the leap from 3-star to 4-star is a monumental watershed, and it appears that a breakthrough will not be achievable in the near future. Wu Qian retrieved the black iron treasure chest from his backpack and opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 2-star trousers. 2-star lower body armor is acceptable. If possible, Wu Qian still desired an upper garment. As his vital organs were primarily located in his upper body, a serious injury could very well lead to a fatal situation. Naturally, the well-being of his companions was also paramount, so he hastily donned the 2-star black trousers. Approximately 30 minutes later, the buzzing of magic mosquitoes outside began to diminish, indicating that the personnel at Base A had largely taken refuge, and the magic mosquitoes had dispersed, searching for hidden prey. Chapter 28. Captain of the School Basketball Team. Magentao Wu Qian peered through the gap in the window to assess the situation outside and chose a direction where magic mosquitoes were relatively sparse to exit. It seemed that higher-level magic mosquitoes were still assaulting the shelter, as a dense mass could be seen. In other areas, the magic mosquitoes were relatively few and of lower rank. With caution, there remained a glimmer of hope to escape the confines of Base A. Navigating through the dimly lit streets, Wu Qian occasionally ambushed solitary magic mosquitoes. In less than 20 minutes, he had slain over 30 magic mosquitoes, each providing 2 to 3 points of magic energy. At this point, Wu Qian arrived near a supermarket, evidently fortified with steel reinforcements on its doors and windows. Nevertheless, one of the windows had still been breached by magic mosquitoes. Sounds of screams and combat echoed from within, punctuated by the occasional magic mosquito darting through the opening. A quick glance revealed that at least 50 magic mosquitoes had gathered inside the supermarket, and their numbers were increasing in such dire straits. He could not offer salvation, and he sighed in despair. It would not be long before those hiding within the supermarket would all become fodder for the magic mosquitoes. Wait, what is that? Just as Wu Qian was about to leave, he spotted a diminutive creature skittering in a corner of the supermarket. It bore a striking resemblance to Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, carrying a bronze-level treasure chest on its back. A monster treasure! Wu Qian felt a surge of excitement. Such small creatures were special monsters that emerged from the void. They were immune to attacks from other monsters and possessed certain abilities to control them. Although their offensive capabilities were low, their speed was unparalleled, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. The monster treasure was aware that humans coveted treasure chests, and thus it would always appear with one randomly, teasing humans in the process. The number of people inside the supermarket was not substantial, totaling around 20, among whom 13 were warriors. The strongest warrior appeared on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star realm. Possessing commendable combat prowess, his weapon was a 1-star staff, formidable in its own right. Upon closer inspection, Wu Qian recognized this warrior. However, the recognition was not mutual. This individual was Ma Jintao, the captain of the basketball team at Beiyun University. Tall, robust, and strikingly handsome, quite popular among the girls. What a detestable scoundrel! He clearly has the ability to slay us but chooses not to deliver a fatal blow. The onlookers glared at the arrogant face of the monster treasure, their eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for the swarm of magic mosquitoes, they would have charged him en masse. Forget about it. Everyone, quickly retreat to the warehouse. We can't hold this position. Ma Jintao shouted, forcefully swinging his staff to repel 3 1-star magic mosquitoes, displaying a somewhat overwhelming presence. After executing this strike, Ma Jintao hurriedly led his subordinates deeper into the supermarket, pursued by a ravenous horde of magic mosquitoes. As for those who were injured and unable to escape, he had no choice but to abandon them. There was simply no time for rescue, nor was it necessary to save those who had become liabilities. Brother Ma, save me. Don't leave us behind. Ma Jintao glanced back at his former companions, who had fought alongside him, gritting his teeth, yet he remained resolute in his decision not to turn back. Don't blame Brother Ma. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I truly am powerless. If Ma Jintao can escape this time, I will certainly ensure that more beauties are sent your way. The group dashed toward the warehouse, with most of them unable to match the speed of the magic mosquitoes, forced to fend off the attackers while retreating. The warehouse was less than 50 meters away, but by the time they successfully entered and closed the door, they discovered that 2/3 of their number had perished, leaving only 5 warriors remaining. Brother Ma, what should we do next? The magic mosquito's mouthparts are far too sharp. This warehouse door won't hold for long. Ma Jintao's expression darkened. What to do? He had no idea. He cast a glance at the 7 beautiful women huddled in the corner of the warehouse, his forcibly gathered harem. The 7 women gazed at Ma Jintao and the others with an expression full of destructive intent. Among them, one woman with chestnut-colored hair stood out, known as Yin Xinyu, the campus flower of the physical education department at Beiyun University. She possessed an alluring physique, striking beauty, outstanding academic performance, and a passion for sports, exuding an intoxicating aura of allure. Beiyun University boasted 3 campus flowers: the enchanting Lien Ruyu, the reclusive Wu Qingqing, and the captivating Yin Xinyu. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of Ma Jintao and his companions, Yin Xinyu's eyes flickered with contemplation. In chaotic situations, the likelihood of escape often increased. Bang! At that moment, the warehouse door shattered, and the horde of magic mosquitoes, along with the grinning little monster, surged in. The swarm of magic mosquitoes had now swelled to over 100, buzzing ominously in the air, blocking every possible escape route and plunging everyone into despair. How could there be so many? It's over. Ma Jintao's face turned ashen. In that instant, he contemplated various ways to survive, but alas, none were viable. Whether he abandoned these individuals and fled alone or used them as bait, he couldn't extricate himself unscathed. Was I, Ma Jintao, truly destined to perish here today? I refused to accept it. Chapter 29. Yin Xinyu's ambush. The warehouse echoed with cries of despair as the group fought valiantly while continuously losing precious lives. Just as Ma Jintao exerted all his effort against the magic mosquitoes, Yin Xinyu seized a dagger and lunged toward his lower back. With a piercing sound, Ma Jintao let out a wretched scream and instinctively retaliated. Unfortunately, the cunning Yin Xinyu had already distanced herself after landing her strike. Ma Jintao's gaze was filled with resentment and fury as he stared at Yin Xinyu. You ungrateful wretch! I provided for you, and this is how you repay me? Yin Xinyu sneered. From the moment you forcibly took what was mine. You should have anticipated this day. Jintao seethed with anger. What was wrong with protecting her, providing for her, and seeking a little compensation? He yearned to rush over and settle the score, but the relentless swarm of magic mosquitoes offered him no such opportunity. Before long, Ma Jintao's subordinates fell victim to the magic mosquitoes, and the horde began to swarm toward him and the 7 women. Jintao's expression grew vacant, and the staff in his hand clattered to the ground. Had it not been for Yin Xinyu's treachery, he might have been able to endure a while longer. But now, he was exhausted, and searing pain radiated from his lower back. Yin Sinyu, I have had my fill of your enchanting form. Now you wish to die alongside me. Are you not feeling stifled? Are you not filled with resentment? Ma Jintao's thoughts are not to be trifled with or taken lightly, even at this final hour. He resorts to uttering such repugnant words, seeking to further poison Yin Sinyu's state of mind. Even in death, he aims to ensure that Yin Sinyu departs this world in utter despair, rather than feeling the satisfaction of vengeance. He is determined that she shall not find solace. Undeniably, Ma Jintao has succeeded. As Yin Sinyu bites her lip, the flames of wrath in her beautiful eyes burning like a tangible force, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Is she stifled? Is she furious? Is she resentful? Without a doubt. Yet, what can a mere ordinary person, who has never slain a monster or activated an attribute panel, possibly achieve? Ma Jintao, go to hell, at that moment. Yin Sinyu, striving to maintain her sanity, completely loses control. She lunges at Ma Jintao, her dagger repeatedly plunging into his flesh. The remaining 6 women join in, their minds consumed with memories of the torment and humiliation inflicted upon them. Rendering them unable to sleep, Ma Jintao offers no resistance, instead laughing heartily as he reclines on the ground, allowing the 7 women to have their way. Ha ha ha, let us go. Let us leave this wretched world together. Suddenly, the figure of Wu Chun appears, kicking the monster treasure into the warehouse and pinning it firmly to the ground. Humph! Let us see where you can run now. Wu Chun raises his sword and strikes at the creature's neck. But just as it faces death, the monster utters a series of strange syllables. In that instant, all the demonic mosquitoes present charge toward Wu Chun with madness. Damn it, even in death, you would pull me down with you. Wu Chun fumes, stowing away the bronze treasure chest and hastily fleeing the warehouse. A horde of enraged demonic mosquitoes swiftly pursues him. In an instant, the warehouse falls into silence. Both Yin Sinyu and Ma Jintao are left in a state of shock. Bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, could it truly be possible to escape death? What a surprise! A monumental surprise. Ma Jintao is the first to regain his wits, his face paling with terror. He has cursed Wu Chun's ancestors repeatedly, filled with rage at the thought. If only the other had arrived a minute earlier, or if he had struggled just a bit more, perhaps he could have survived. Yet now, his body lies ravaged by Yin Sinyu and her companions, grievous wounds exposing ruptured arteries, crimson blood gushing forth relentlessly. Ma Jintao reaches for a nearby club, intent on striking down the 7 women. He can see that while they bear several wounds from the demonic mosquitoes, none are critical. They certainly have a chance to survive. This realization fills Ma Jintao with deep resentment, one he cannot accept. Therefore, he resolves to muster his last ounce of strength to drag the 7 women down with him before he perishes. In Ma Jintao's mind, despite his grievous injuries, his warrior physique should easily overpower a few feeble women. Yet, he underestimates the fury of the enraged women and his own injuries. Yin Sinyu seems to perceive his intentions and swiftly kicks the club out of reach. Ma Jintao grasps at air. You vile creature! Before Ma Jintao can mount any further resistance, Yin Sinyu raises her dagger and drives it forcefully toward his throat. Desperate to survive, Ma Jintao fights back, ignoring the blood seeping from his wounds as he presses against her hands with all his might. The other 6 women quickly come to assist, pinning down Ma Jintao's limbs. One of them steps heavily upon his vulnerable areas, and in the next moment, a sickening crack reverberates through the air. A strange liquid seeps from his trousers, causing him excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back in agony. At this point, the once struggling Ma Jintao is rendered powerless, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glares at the woman who has trampled upon his weakness. He remembers her. She is the smallest among the 7, named Feng Qingyin. You wretched creature, I will tear you apart. In a split second, Yin Sinyu seizes the opportunity, plunging the dagger she has held tightly into Ma Jintao's throat. His face flushes once more, blood spilling from his mouth as his head tilts, ultimately succumbing to death at the hands of the 7 women. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a stone treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the attribute panel. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened A-grade talent, swordsmanship. Yin Sinyu is momentarily stunned. She has actually awakened an A-grade swordsmanship talent. Meanwhile, Wu Chun, who has managed to escape, is vexed, realizing that the monster treasure has summoned more foes. Fortunately, They are merely second-star demonic mosquitoes and do not pose a threat to his life. Nearly 20 minutes later, as the summoning spell loses its effect, the demonic mosquitoes disperse after a brief chase. Wu Chun hides in a building and opens the bronze treasure chest obtained from the monster. Let it be something good. Let it be something good. Whether it is by luck or his prayers. A brilliant red light bursts forth upon opening the chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired C-grade skill. Identification. Dio, you wish to learn it. Ah, identification skill. Wu Chun feels a tinge of disappointment. If possible, he would have preferred a better weapon or another offensive skill. While the identification skill is not without merit, allowing him to discern some of his opponent's hidden cards and information, its C-grade limitation means it can only identify targets of 4 stars or below. For anything above 4 stars, the C-grade identification skill becomes utterly ineffective. Well, this skill may still prove useful in the early stages. After continuing for a while, Wu Chun encounters a small group of demonic mosquitoes. Approximately a dozen in number, he strides forward, swiftly swinging his sword in a diagonal arc, unleashing a gale that easily obliterates the criminal gang. A third of the demonic mosquitoes perish in an instant under his onslaught, while the remaining 2/3 become crippled remnants, crashing to the ground in a futile struggle. Chapter 30. The Brazen Heist. Wu Chun exhales softly, preparing to reap the spoils of his victory. Ding! Slaying a demonic mosquito grants 2 demonic energy. Ding! Slaying a demonic mosquito grants 3 demonic energy. Ding! Collection successful, 1 demonic energy. After a little over 10 minutes, Wu Chun spots a group of people rushing toward him. It is the martial artist team led by Director Yuan. Wu Chun initially thought they would require at least a week to recover, yet they seem to have healed remarkably quickly. He surmises it may be due to the enhanced physique fruit they obtained earlier. They appear to have just concluded a battle, with various injuries apparent. A few team members have even lost an arm. Although they have undergone emergency treatment, their survival remains uncertain under such conditions. Most critically, the scent of blood could attract powerful monsters with keen senses, a concern that weighs heavily on Director Yuan's mind. Consequently, he is contemplating how to manage the injured team members. The atmosphere within the group is peculiar. As everyone seems to deliberately distance themselves from the bloodied comrades, the injured individuals appear ashen-faced. Before Director Yuan can order their expulsion, they plead for mercy. Boss Yuan, please don't abandon us, even if we lack merit. We have worked hard, yes, for the sake of our brotherhood. Please take us with you out of City A. Director Yuan fiddles with a hexagonal crystal he acquired earlier and replies, all right, after all, we are brothers. However, as long as you can find food and water right now, I will take you along. You know, Yuan Xiong, do not keep useless people around. At the very least, you must demonstrate your worth, right? Upon hearing this, the faces of the injured individuals change dramatically. Where on earth could they find food and water in this dire situation? There is no doubt that their leader is seeking to expel them from the group, effectively sending them to meet their doom. After a brief silence, one of the wounded shouts in fury, Yuan Xiong, after all this time calling you boss, is this how you treat your brothers? Director Yuan remains impassive, showing no signs of remorse as he points at the team members behind him, indignantly stating, it is not that I lack compassion, but rather that the world does not allow me to be kind. If I continue to carry you, it will surely lead to an irreparable situation for the other brothers. Even if I wanted to keep you, do you think the others would agree? You should understand that this is not a game of friendship. Lives are truly at stake. Upon hearing these words, despair envelopes the injured individuals. They can see the resolve in the eyes of their fellow brothers. Undoubtedly, it is not just Director Yuan who wishes for them to leave the team. The entire group is against their continued presence. Fine, we will leave. We will wait for you at the gates of the underworld. Wu Chun pays no heed to the minor squabble within Yuan Xiong's team. Such scenes will undoubtedly be common in the future. What concerns him is the Moonlight Stone that Yuan Xiong is toying with. This is a top-tier gem. If added during weapon crafting, it can yield rare attributes. It seems I must initiate my bold heist plan. As Yuan Xiong and his companions were about to depart, Wu Chun emerged from the side. Yuan Xiong was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of rage. So it's you, you wretched cur. Last time I fell for your tricks. This time, there's no escape for you. Brothers, let's take him down. The younger brothers exchanged glances. Once their leader had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Wu Chun, with a smile upon his face, swiftly subdued the group with a few well-placed punches and kicks. Before Yuan Xiong could fully comprehend the situation, Wu Qian stood before him, gripping the moonstone in his hand with a vice-like strength. Then, right before Yuan Xiong's incredulous gaze, he forcibly yanked the moonstone from his grasp. "You seek death," Yuan Xiong seethed, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He had never encountered anyone so brazen in their theft. The most infuriating part was his utter inability to resist, forced to watch as Wu Qian snatched the moonstone from him. With a resounding crash, Wu Qian pulled Yuan Xiong's arm, slamming him violently to the ground. Blood gushed from Yuan Xiong's mouth and nose, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Wu Qian. Though he too was a one-star warrior, he found himself utterly defenseless against Wu Qian. When the beast tide had surged, Yuan Xiong had cowered at home like a quail. Had he mustered the courage to witness the battle, he would not be thinking this way now. Wait a moment. Wu Qian, we bear no deep-seated hatred. If you wish to take the crystal, please do. Just spare my life. Chapter 31. A city diverging from historical trajectory. Wu Qian's expression remained cold as he leaned slightly, whispering into Yuan Xiong's ear, "Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Once you find your opportunity to rise, you will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me now. I offer you this chance. Either rise up and kill me, or I will end your life right now." Yuan Xiong nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He realized that this student, once regarded as insignificant at school, had transformed into someone formidable. Defeating the current Wu Qian was an impossibility. Thus, he pleaded for mercy, begging vehemently, convinced that if he could escape this ordeal, he would find a way to return and exact vengeance upon this scoundrel. "No, Wu Qian, I do not harbor intentions to kill you. You must understand, I am merely the school's director. I am an educator. How could I entertain such a horrific notion as murder? I beseech you, recall our past as teacher and student and grant me my life." The onlookers were left in shock, unable to fathom how the once mighty Yuan Xiong could be reduced to such a pitiful state before a young man named Wu Qian. They dared not intervene. Nor did they allow their blood to rush to their heads by foolishly shouting to protect their leader and truth. They were merely a temporary alliance seeking warmth, lacking the bonds of a true warrior team. Wu Qian let out a soft sigh and released his grip on Yuan Xiong. Overjoyed, Yuan Xiong silently cursed Wu Qian for his deceit, already concocting various schemes for revenge. "Wu Qian, today you spare me, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Suddenly, Wu Qian drew his sword, swiftly severing Yuan Xiong's head, sending shudders through the surrounding minions. The smile that had faintly graced Yuan Xiong's lips vanished. His eyes wide open as he gazed lifelessly at the sky. "I apologize. Directorly, I could not come to terms with ITI in order to prevent unnecessary troubles. I must bid you farewell." Yuan Xiong's luck had seemingly run dry. Aside from acquiring the magical fruit to enhance his physique, he had yet to possess any decent equipment. As Wu Qian departed, none dared to obstruct him. Not only did they refrain from intervening, but some even wished to follow Wu Qian and pledge allegiance to him, only to be met with his merciless rejections. As Wu Qian exited the city base, a wave of terrifying crimson energy surged from a distance. The Mosquito King had emerged, 3 dazzling stars flickering into oblivion. The enormous body of the demonic mosquito resembled a western dragon, its appearance grotesque and fearsome, easily measuring over 10 meters in length. Moreover, the time spent devouring had elevated the entire mosquito swarm's combat power to a new level. Under the Mosquito King's command, the swarm surrounded the A-City base with an ominous consciousness, shrouding it in darkness akin to storm clouds, evoking a sense of despair merely by observation. It appeared that the history of the A-City base had irrevocably altered. In his previous life, the Mosquito King had not appeared. Wu Qian furrowed his brow. Such changes in history were far from advantageous for him. His sister's loss of martial talent, leading to a lifetime of paralysis, occurred 6 months after the onset of the New World. The calamity that befell Jingying, orchestrated by Song Shang, resulting in the tragic deaths of their parents and a drastic shift in her character, transpired 4 months thereafter. Yet now, he dared not dwell on such thoughts. Everything had become unpredictably perilous. He realized the urgency of the situation. He must act swiftly to ensure that Wu Shenfeng did not acquire his sister's martial talent. Otherwise, even with his advantage in realm, overcoming him would be a formidable challenge. Wu Chun did not entertain thoughts of rescuing the people of a city. He was merely a newly minted 3-star human. Even with exceptional personal combat strength, he could not hope to save tens of thousands of ordinary lives amidst the demonic mosquito horde. He was certain of one thing: a city would not fall. Once the mosquitoes had absorbed sufficient blood, they would return to their lair to lay eggs. At that juncture, a city had two choices: either evacuate to the nearest city or reinforce their defenses and hold their ground. Meanwhile, several shelters within the base had finally succumbed to the Mosquito King's assault. People cried out in terror as they fled, fear and despair enveloping a city. Though this was a harrowing elimination round, it inadvertently brought forth many brave and cunning individuals. They fought desperately against the demonic mosquitoes for their families, their loved ones, their children. They discovered that while the mosquitoes' speed was remarkable, their attacks were rather monotonous, and their bodies lacked resilience. Chapter 32. Li Wenjiao's suicide, the terrifying demon. If one could evade the initial assault, there remained a chance to launch a counterattack from the side. A precise strike to the base of a mosquito's wing could potentially ground it, transforming it into a slow-moving prey, ripe for slaughter. Thus, amidst the mingling of blood and tears, the number of warriors rapidly increased, and hope began to stir within the hearts of the people. Bad news? It's a 2-star mosquito run. The expressions of Mu Tianqi, Lin Ruyu, Lin Hu, Lan Batian, Mu Xiaoxiu, Yin Shuyi, Hua Xian, and others shifted dramatically. They were gripped by despair. Against the relentless tide of mosquitoes, how could they possibly break free? Even if they miraculously managed to escape, evading the mosquito onslaught was another matter entirely. Li Wenjiao, shielded by the soldiers, also bore a visage of hopelessness. Just as he prepared to utter words of encouragement, a foreign consciousness began to invade his mind, seemingly intent on seizing control of his body. Li Wenjiao clutched his head, writhing in agony on the ground, alarming the soldiers around him. "Commander Li, what's wrong?" "Dad, please don't scare me. What are you doing?" The crowd was bewildered, save for Yin Shuyi and old comrade Ae, who understood Li Wenjiao's predicament and displayed resolute expressions. Ae drew a dagger, yet hesitated to strike. Moments later, Li Wenjiao, his face contorted in agony, managed to regain a semblance of control over his body. His appearance was grotesque. One side of his face was pulsating with blood vessels, while the other bore a bluish-purple hue, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion, causing all to recoil in fear. "Commander, you?" Li Wenjiao ignored the soldier's words, casting a glance at the terrified Li Quan and his old comrade Ae before rasping, "Do not speak of surrender. We must survive. Ae, for the sake of our years of camaraderie, please assist this unworthy lad." With that, before anyone could react, Li Wenjiao plunged the dagger directly into his temple. Then, before the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, his body collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. He closed his eyes in anguish, then stood tall, saluting all the surviving soldiers. "Dad?" Li Quan was rendered speechless, his already fragile mindset fracturing. His thoughts a chaotic blur. The mosquito horde is coming again. Everyone be cautious. In that moment, they had no time to be stunned, only able to grasp their weapons and fend off the mosquito attacks. Only Li Quan stood dazed before the deceased Li Wenjiao, struggling to accept this grim reality. Yet at that moment, Li Wenjiao's corpse began to twitch on the ground, startling Li Quan once more. Even he, in his stupor, understood that a person with a pierced brain could not possibly survive. Thus, without a doubt, the body writhing on the ground could not be a case of resurrection. "Get away from him." Ae hurriedly pulled the bewildered Li Quan backward, his heart racing with a sense of panic. Li Wenjiao had informed him about the parasitic monsters, and given the current circumstances, it seemed that even if the host perished, the creatures residing within would not meet the same fate. They were about to emerge. Almost immediately, Li Wenjiao's corpse underwent a grotesque transformation, elongated, fleshy wings unfurling from its back. Its skin darkened to a pale black, and its form became reminiscent of desiccated, aged meat, dry yet astonishingly resilient. Not only that, but its height also soared to over 3 meters, with nails sharp as needles. Its face underwent a drastic alteration, the corners of its mouth stretching grotesquely towards its temples, devoid of lips, revealing teeth as sharp and jagged as a shark's. On its forehead, 2 black pentagrams, and 1 hollow star indicated that it had awakened with the power equivalent to a peak 2-star warrior. This was an entity of immense potential, a demon, food, the very essence of sustenance. The newly birthed demon exuded a terrifying aura, causing even 2-star blood-sucking mosquitoes to hesitate in its presence. At that moment, the demon hung in midair, arms outstretched, gazing skyward, seemingly reveling in the beauty of that fleeting moment. In the next instant, it swooped down towards the crowd below, seizing a young woman and soaring back into the sky. The young woman was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how she had been captured by this newly emerged monstrosity. "No. Don't eat me. Please, don't eat me," she cried, shaking her head frantically, her face as pale as a sheet, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. The demon remained unmoved, merely inhaling the scent of the woman, as if savoring something. The abundant and pure vitality was simply too enticing. Suddenly, the demon's jaws widened grotesquely, capable of devouring the upper half of the woman in one bite. Chewing a few times before swallowing, Chapter 33. A glimmer of hope, a chilling dread. An unparalleled, utterly profound terror. This was not a new world. It was clearly a devil's garden. In that moment, the people truly realized that this so-called new world was not their domain. They were merely sustenance for other monsters, mere fodder for evolution. With a clang, many relinquished their weapons, not out of unwillingness to resist, but due to sheer despair. An utter hopelessness. Humans are adept at seeking a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Yet this time, they could not seek any light of hope. Not only could they not seek it, but they also lacked the courage to act. The swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes alone was suffocating. And now, with the sudden appearance of an unknown terrifying creature, how could they possibly resist? It was over. All was lost. This was the end of humanity. Yet at that moment, the Mosquito King, who should have been surveying from above, seemed to perceive a challenge to its authority and abruptly launched an assault on the demon. The Mosquito King was a 3-star creature. Despite the demon's astonishing innate combat ability, it was no match for the Mosquito King. In a single strike, the demon was pierced by the Mosquito King's sharp proboscis. The demon roared in fury, its hardened palm striking forcefully against the Mosquito King's mouthpart, bending it with tremendous force. The crowd below, witnessing this, suddenly reacted, their faces lighting up with surprise. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity to flee? The people hastily began to run towards the outskirts of City A, desperate to distance themselves from the terrifying monsters. Some shrewd individuals chose to separate from the main group, leading their own teams of warriors to escape from different directions. Among them, Mu Tianqi's team and Lin Hu's team fled the fastest, while Lan Batian's team, the Firewolf team, suffered heavy losses and was on the brink of disbandment in a bid for survival. Lan Batian had no choice but to shamelessly follow behind Lian Rui's Snowflake team. Now, the 2-star blood-sucking mosquitoes were aiding the Mosquito King in dealing with the demon, while only a few 1-star and below mosquitoes continued to pursue them. For warriors like Mu Tianqi, who had just broken through to 2 stars, 1-star mosquitoes posed no obstacle. Nearly 40 minutes later, they finally put distance between themselves and the 2 formidable monsters, escaping the City A base. Temporarily resting on the ground, the survivors' eyes sparkled with the joy of having escaped calamity. They could hardly believe they had managed to flee from City A. Where do we go next? Mu Xiaoxiu, having become separated from the military, had survived by following Mu Tianqi's group. Under the persistent persuasion of the charismatic Mu Tianqi, she ultimately joined the Tianqi team. Alongside her was Zhang Ziyu, a clever individual who, upon learning that Mu Tianqi had broken through to 2 stars and acquired a 2-star weapon, was convinced that his future achievements would be remarkable. Thus, Zhang Ziyu desperately followed in his wake, pledging his loyalty as soon as he was able to survive. Mu Tianqi pondered briefly and said, "Staying in the wilderness is not a long-term solution. We must seek to join another survival base." Mu Xiaoxiu nodded. "With your strength as a 2-star warrior, it should not be difficult to lead us into other bases. The difficulty lies in the potential loss of valuable resources. We must be prepared," he replied. By around 4 in the afternoon, the battle between the Mosquito King and the demon concluded. The outcome was evident. The demon, outnumbered, ultimately fled in severe injury. As for the Mosquito tribe, they returned to the forest to commence a new wave of spawning. Although there were currently no blood-sucking mosquitoes remaining at the City A base, the people still dared not return. They were genuinely terrified. The population of the City A base was not small. While some had escaped under the guidance of warriors, a portion of those unwilling to leave remained behind. Wu Qian pressed onward, hunting monsters while advancing towards H City. The closest city to City A. As night fell, Wu Qian decided to find a nearby tree to rest. Unexpectedly, during his brief respite, a group of people, drenched in sweat, came running toward him. It was evident they were exhausted. Yet they dared not pause to relieve their aching legs. "Uncle Li, I can't run anymore. Let us take a break." Li Quan collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, unwilling to move an inch. Chapter 34. The gifted little girl Ai furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the panting crowd before nodding. "All right, everyone, let us rest here for 5 minutes." Wu Qian observed the resting team, noting the diverse mix of individuals, soldiers, warriors, and disheveled ordinary people. Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces: Li Quan, Zhao Gongli, Zhou Wankai, and the little girl who wished to accompany him. Wu Qian's astonishment, the small girl, curled up in a corner, was clutching a steel beam as thick as an adult's arm. Though the beam was less than a meter long, it seemed an impractical weight for such a frail girl to lift. Furthermore, the glances cast upon her by those around were tinged with both awe and jealousy. Wu Qian frowned, puzzled. What could these people possibly fear or envy in an 8 or 9-year-old girl? Identification, name, Chongchong, age, 9, realm, none, talent, heavy weapon mastery. S-note. Can effortlessly wield heavy weapons up to 100 times her own strength, increasing damage by 35. S-level heavy weapon mastery. How could this even be possible? Wu Qian was taken aback, utterly astonished that such a rare S-level talent resided within this little girl. Yet who was this girl? There was no information about her in his previous life. Suddenly, Wu Qian recalled that he had inadvertently saved her. This meant that in his past life, Chongchong might have perished in some corner of City A, and it was he who altered her fate. Undoubtedly, if Chongchong did not meet an untimely end, her future accomplishments would be boundless. Just the ability to wield heavy weapons with a damage boost of 35 was staggering. If she were to learn skills in the future, her combat power would become even more terrifying. Wu Qian contemplated that, were it not for his own circumstances, he would genuinely want to keep this extraordinarily talented little girl by his side. Perhaps he would even rely on her for protection in the future. However, he could not do so just yet. Leveling up together would significantly slow his progress. He could not deny her the opportunity to slay monsters, as that would hinder her development and squander her rare S-level talent. At that moment, a strange figure descended from the sky, hovering above the team. "The demon has found you. It is injured and requires your assistance." The faces of the crowd turned ashen, disbelief flooding their minds. How could that cursed creature still be alive? Wu Qian was also taken aback. How was there still a peak 2-star demon? Li Quan was once again left in shock. On the verge of tears, his father's last words echoing in his mind. "Don't give up easily, survive." Those words were meant to inspire, yet all Li Quan wanted to do was lament. "You want me to survive, but why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" As the crowd gazed upon the descending demon, their faces turned ashen and their legs trembled in fear. Some were so terrified that they felt warmth spread through their trousers. The ghastly image of the demon devouring its prey like candy lingered vividly in their minds. Whoosh! At the very moment the demon touched the ground, a blade of wind, swift as lightning, sliced through the air towards it. Startled, the demon hastily drew a void grinding disc to defend itself. With a resounding crash, it managed to block the attack, yet a figure even swifter arrived at its side, Wu Qian, with a single stroke of his sword. He severed the demon's wings, preventing its escape. The demon's blood-red eyes fixed upon Wu Qian, brimming with resentment and murderous intent. "How dare you sever the wings of a demon? I shall feast upon you." Wu Qian remained undaunted, his expression unperturbed. Had the demon still been at its peak, he would have needed to exert considerable effort. However, it was evident that the creature was gravely injured, and he would not squander this golden opportunity. In an instant, he executed the instant step, gale of the wind, closing the distance rapidly and slicing horizontally across the demon's neck. The demon was taken aback, its head rolling through the air before crashing to the ground. Yet, even in this state, it did not perish immediately, merely staring blankly at its decapitated body. How could a demon on the verge of advancing to a 3rd star be brought to such a state by a mere human? No, A demon's demise should not come so prematurely. This was impossible. Something must have gone awry. Wu Qian approached the demon's head once more, gripping the hilt of his sword and plunging it toward the creature's vacant gaze. Striking at its brain. Ding, demon slain, demonic energy 90. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Ding, collection successful, acquired Demon King's blood crystal. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of Wu Qian. They had prepared themselves for death, yet within mere seconds, the once invincible demon had met its end. Such a dramatic turn of events was almost surreal. The little girl, Chong Chong, was the first to rush towards Wu Qian. Grasping his sleeve with a face full of admiration and joy. Wu Qian, are you here to save me? I promise, I won't be a burden to you. I'm quite formidable now. Chapter 35. The Pact with Chong Chong. The Seven Saints Conference. She had already inquired about Wu Qian's basic information, and her excitement led her to exclaim his name. Wu Qian shook his head, causing the smile on Chong Chong's face to fade slowly as she released her grip on his sleeve. Wu Qian sighed inwardly. Anyone would feel elated to have such a gifted young girl favor them, yet he could not afford to relax in the presence of that unparalleled prodigy from the Wu family. His current achievements paled in comparison. The true foundation of the Wu family in the imperial capital was not wealth, but martial prowess, a martial arts lineage spanning over 500 years. Even without activating attribute panels, some disciples of the Wu family possess strength equivalent to that of a one-star warrior. Not to mention that Wu Shenfeng, with his innate talent in martial arts, was not to be underestimated. The reason he had been expelled from the Wu family was not only due to the death of his parents leaving him without support, but primarily because he lacked any martial talent. Compared to his sister, Wu Xiaoci, he was akin to a dull stone next to a precious jade. Of course, had it been solely his own capabilities, no amount of effort could have shaken the Wu family's standing. Thus, he recognized the necessity of winning over talents like Chong Chong, who possessed rare gifts. Wu Qian produced the F-grade skill he had just obtained from the wooden treasure chest and handed it to Chong Chong. This F-grade skill, learn it. If we both survive our next encounter, I shall permit you to accompany me. Furthermore, I will gift you a weapon that is perfectly suited for you. Chong Chong's eyes brightened with joy. Instead of taking the skill book, she extended her pinky. You're not deceiving me. Let us make a pinky promise. All right, a pinky promise, Wu Qian agreed, linking his pinky with hers and sealing it with a thumbprint. Chong Chong pushed the skill book back towards him. The skill is precious. You should keep it for yourself. Wu Qian shook his head. This skill holds little value for me. You learning it will provide you with greater means of self-defense. Chong Chong ceased her protests and obediently learned the skill. Wu Qian refrained from giving her the pain axe, as it was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for her. He was concerned that she might not be able to keep it safe, and he still did not fully trust her. After all, she was merely a young girl. What if she encountered someone else she admired and chose to follow them instead? Thus, he decided to defer all decisions until their next meeting. Li Quan and Zhao Gang looked on with complex expressions. They were among the earliest to know Wu Qian, and even had repaid kindness with malice in the past. Now, it was evident that he had never regarded them as equals. And they were clearly on entirely different levels. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Wu. Wu Qian waved his hand, wishing to distance himself from them, and quickly departed after waving goodbye to Chong Chong. Ae, responsible for protecting Li Quan, contemplated stopping Wu Qian, yet hesitated, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. He had no justification to ask him to stay, nor did he know what purpose that would serve, protecting them. What a joke! Ae could tell that Wu Qian would never endanger himself for the sake of unrelated individuals. Their path ahead would have to be forged on their own. Wu Qian opened his backpack and examined the Demon King's blood crystal. Demon King's blood crystal, attributes. Consuming it grants the potential to awaken the Demon King's lineage. Wu Qian was momentarily taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. He had indeed collected a 5-star treasure. It was clear that the demon was extraordinary. Had he not fortuitously encountered and vanquished it, it would undoubtedly have grown into an exceedingly formidable demon in the future. The Demon King's blood crystal, if fed to a compatible magical pet, would likely grant him a high-level magical companion with the potential of a Demon King. What a delightful surprise indeed! In a secluded canyon lay a vast, ancient western castle, its origins and purpose long forgotten and now deemed irrelevant. At present, it stood as a desolate monument awaiting revival. much like many other unclaimed relics, including this grand, old fortress. The mysterious boss of the Savior Army was fortunate enough to discover this castle. Without hesitation, he transformed it into the headquarters of the Savior Army. Notably, the lighting within this castle was not provided by electric lamps, oil lamps, or candles, but by exceptionally bright night pearls, ensuring visibility both day and night. Though the new world had only begun to unfold for less than a month, the number of executioners who had joined the Savior Army had already surpassed 1,000, and this figure was rapidly increasing. After all, the recruitment slogans of the Savior Army resonated deeply with the people's hearts, making it difficult for many to resist such temptation. Moreover, given the various despairing experiences people had encountered during this time, it was easy for the Savior Army to attract those who had lost their moral compass. Join the Savior Army, seize a luminous future, wield the blade of holy judgment, and enjoy the source of all things. In the brightly lit hall, 6 figures cloaked in black robes, known as the Holy Judicators, sat around a circular table, assessing relevant star ratings. The star ratings in question did not pertain to any treasure or event, but rather to the warriors they referred to as meat mules. At the center of the circular table lay numerous kill lists adorned with portraits, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. The first Holy Judicator, Chu, tapped his index finger on the table and spoke slowly, due to the appearance of the demon mosquitoes in City A. The hunting plan has been halted, which has displeased the boss. Therefore, we must continue to track down those meat mules that fled from City A and eliminate them swiftly. As he spoke, the first Holy Judicator glanced towards the empty seat of the 7th Holy Judicator. Nia has been confirmed dead, and the one who killed him goes by the name Wu Chen. I propose we classify him as a 3-star meat mule. The other Holy Judicators were taken aback. The star ratings set by the boss were not arbitrary. Generally, ordinary meat mules could only be rated as 1 star, while those with exceptional potential might be rated as 2 stars. 3 stars were reserved for those with significant potential, possessing great value for hunting. As for 4-star and 5-star ratings, these were reserved for meat mules that posed a threat to the organization and required dedicated hunting plans. If necessary, the organization's Holy Judicators would join forces to eliminate them, potentially even involving the 4 wind guards above the Judicators. The second Holy Judicator, Qin, chuckled and remarked, "He merely killed the 7th Holy Judicator at the bottom of the rankings. Does he truly possess such great potential?" Chu nodded solemnly. "I suspect he is already a 3-star warrior and may even possess A-grade speed talent." Upon hearing this, all the Holy Judicators ceased their chatter and officially designated Wu Chun as a 3-star meat mule. Since he is a key focus, we must keep a closer watch on him. Additionally, the position of the 7th Holy Judicator cannot remain vacant for long. We must quickly cultivate a talented warrior to take his place. Alright, what I am about to discuss pertains to the main quest released by the boss, Chapter 36, The Demon Probe, Mother and Son of Linghu Park. Upon hearing that it was a main quest, everyone straightened up, their expressions becoming focused. The first holy judge paused slightly and stated, "First, we have the Great Antelope Prison located in the imperial capital, where ruthless death row inmates are incarcerated. We must rescue them and recruit them into the Salvation Army. Secondly, there is the Golden Axe Prison in H City, which houses a mad scientist who allegedly blew up a hospital to test the power of a new weapon. Such a person would be quite suitable for our Salvation Army. We must ensure his safe return, both for his research results and himself. Lastly, the higher-ups have decided to implement a demon breeding program. In the future, we must collect the corpses of our hunting targets. Furthermore, for those that are not hunting targets, we should capture them whenever possible, otherwise, we cannot meet the daily feeding needs." This constitutes the main content of this meeting. If there are no objections, everyone may proceed with their arrangements. 2 days later, Wu Chen opened a rare small item from a wooden treasure chest that had emerged. Even in his previous life, he had only heard of it and had never seen it, often considering it mere fabrication. Demon Probe, capable of detecting the locations with the most concentrated demonic energy within a radius of 3,000 meters. A one-time use item. Such a thing truly exists. Wu Chun displayed a look of delight. With a bit of luck, he might just find high-level demon fruits. Demon Probe, go. Wu Chun tossed the Demon Probe, and in the next moment, a palm-sized black wooden needle flew into the dense forest. After about 3 to 5 breaths, a strand of black light, visible only to Wu Chun, appeared, guiding him to explore and discover. After running for approximately 10 minutes, Wu Chen arrived at the location indicated by the blacklight. Before him lay a park marked Linghu, a place he had heard of but had never visited. Linghu Park, true to its name, was built around a vast lake, with a man-made island at its center. Before the calamity, it was a popular spot for couples, also known as a place of trials. It was said that couples who visited this place would either break up shortly afterward or remain together until old age. Thus, a saying emerged, "Dare to accompany me to Linghu Park?" Strangely enough, for those with secrets, those who liked to play the field, this phrase felt like a curse, and no matter how they tried to hide it, it seemed that as long as they visited Linghu Park, they would soon be caught by their partners in some telltale signs. This would lead to a frenzied interrogation centered around their mothers and extended to their ancestors. Although this was not absolute, the reputation of Linghu Park had undoubtedly been cemented. At this moment, within Linghu Park, a sword-wielding woman was entangled in battle with a massive monkey, seemingly intent on obtaining the fruit behind the monkey. The fruit, a grayish-blue color, resembled an oversized blueberry and emitted a faint glow. Bang! The sword-wielding woman faltered in her attack and was sent flying by a punch from the giant monkey, blood immediately trickling from the corner of her mouth. Had it not been for her possession of a one-star armor, that punch might have shattered her ribs. Shortly thereafter, a small boy, appearing to be only 4 or 5 years old, rushed out from behind a large tree, wielding a weapon in hand. "You hurt my mother? I will kill you." Upon seeing this, the sword-wielding woman's expression changed dramatically as she called out the boy's name, urging him not to come closer. Wu Chen was somewhat taken aback by the boy's speed and cast an identification spell on both the boy and the sword-wielding woman. To his astonishment, both mother and son possessed innate abilities, and their levels were not low. The sword-wielding woman had a B-level insight talent, allowing her to see the weaknesses of demonic creatures, while the boy had a C-level speed talent, increasing his movement speed by 5. The sword-wielding woman appeared to be a skilled swordsman herself. Rising quickly, she positioned herself protectively in front of the boy and re-engaged in combat with the Earth Demon Monkey. However, facing a peak 1-star Earth Demon Monkey, her chances of winning were evidently slim. Wu Chen did not linger any longer. He dashed forward and, with a single strike, severed the head of the Earth Demon Monkey, simultaneously plucking the 1-star blue spirit fruit and stowing it in his system backpack. Ding! Slaying the Earth Demon Monkey, Demonic Energy 33. Ding! Collection failed. Wu Chen glanced at the sword-wielding woman, who stood warily beside the boy. The sword-wielding woman was quite beautiful, a legendary young matron, exuding charm and capturing attention effortlessly. Of course, this was not Wu Chen's primary focus. He was merely surprised that she could endure to this point while accompanied by a child. Her physical prowess was evidently superior to that of an ordinary person. Aside from being a martial artist, she might have consumed demon fruits. The young matron said nothing, and Wu Chen remained silent as well. He noticed that the guiding light produced by the demon probe had not yet faded but continued to extend toward the small island at the lake center. It turned out that the demon fruit was not the greatest treasure here. Wu Chen felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. To reach that small island, it seemed that boating was the only option available. However, the considerable Linghu Lake undoubtedly harbored powerful demonic creatures. If he were to accidentally fall into the lake, the consequences would be dire. It was highly likely that it would spell his end. Was he left with no choice but to abandon the endeavor? The sword-wielding woman, named Xin Aoshue, noticed Wu Chen's fluctuating expression as he gazed at the island in the lake center, and she inquired, "Are you planning to go to that small island?" Chapter 37. The True Treasure, the Secret Realm. Wu Chen nodded slightly. "Forget it. Taking a boat is too perilous. I must forego that idea." Xin Aoshue replied, "It seems you have never been to Linghu Park. A viewing passage was constructed at the bottom of this lake leading directly to the island, but I wonder if it can withstand the impact of demonic creatures now?" Hearing this, Wu Chen felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance. "Where is the passage?" Xin Aoshue pointed to a nearby glass structure. "You can enter from there." Wu Chen expressed his gratitude and dashed toward the glass building. The young boy, Zhou Ping, watched Wu Chen leave and suddenly asked his mother, "Mom, can I be as strong as him?" Xin Aoshue smiled and nodded. Upon reaching the lower level of the building, Wu Chen indeed discovered a glass passage. The water in Linghu was not deep. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he could still see the light. The only peculiar thing was that there were no aquatic demonic creatures in the lake. Aside from some oddly shaped aquatic plants, the surroundings were eerily silent, which was absolutely abnormal. Wu Qian did not rush in but instead took out the one-star blue spirit fruit, intending to consume it first, as any increase in strength would be beneficial. The effects of the blue spirit fruit were not particularly extraordinary. It merely enhanced the physical body, essentially increasing some strength and allowing one to deliver more powerful punches. Unfortunately, Wu Qian did not possess any physical combat talents. Otherwise, consuming this blue spirit fruit would yield even greater benefits. Strange, where are the fish in this lake? From the surface of the lake, the small island appeared to be about a kilometer away. Given his current speed, it should not be a problem to reach it within a minute. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qian launched himself forward like an arrow, swiftly traversing the passage. Almost there. Please don't let anything weird happen. Wu Qian silently prayed, but often, the very situations one wishes to avoid tend to materialize right on cue. Just as Wu Qian was about 200 meters away from his destination, a bizarre fish resembling a Chinese sturgeon, approximately 6 to 7 meters long, suddenly appeared and violently crashed into the specially designed glass passage. Bang! With just one impact, cracks began to form along the entire passage. Alarmed, Wu Qian's heart raced, and he accelerated as if his feet were on fire. Identification: Evil Eye Demon Sturgeon, Hungry State. Skills: E-level Riptide Charge, F-level Water Song Arrow. It appeared that this lake's other demonic fish had been devoured by it. At that moment, the water around the Evil Eye Demon Sturgeon began to swirl rapidly, propelling it towards Wu Qian at an alarming speed. It truly is starved. Even if it eats me, it won't be enough to fill its gaps. Bang! The specially designed glass passage ultimately shattered, and water flooded in, with the Evil Eye Demon Sturgeon pursuing Wu Qian in its wake. Wu Qian's nerves tensed. At this moment, he was still about 50 meters from the end of the passage. Due to the pressure of the water, the speed at which the glass passage was breaking apart and the water was rushing in was astonishingly rapid, almost instantaneously reaching his feet. Just as the Evil Eye Demon Sturgeon was about to engulf Wu Qian, he took a giant leap and successfully escaped the glass passage. The Evil Eye Demon Sturgeon failed to catch Wu Qian and, frustrated, splashed wildly in the lake before ultimately retreating to the depths in anger. This is troublesome. With this massive creature around, I have no way to swim back. Wu Qian shook his head, temporarily setting aside the question, and continued along the path indicated by the black light. After approximately 2 minutes, he arrived before a small pavilion. Within it swirled a mysterious substance resembling a black hole vortex, the gateway to the secret realm. Wu Qian was ecstatic, never anticipating that this little island in Linghu Park would harbor a miniature world of secrets. He was on the brink of a great fortune. Come, let me behold what manner of world this is. Wu Qian stepped into the black hole vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desolate city. The style of the ruined city was akin to that of Wu Qian's own world, with the distinction that it had suffered severe devastation. Crumbling edifices were overtaken by unknown moss-like flora, permeating the air with an atmosphere of antiquity and decay. Wu Qian glanced down at the formation diagram beneath his feet, which displayed a diminishing countdown of time. Considering the few seconds lost, the total duration should be 24 hours. In other words, Wu Qian could only linger in this miniature world for 24 hours. Should he fail to return to the formation diagram within this time frame, he would be trapped here until the next opening of the gateway to the secret realm. As for when that might occur, it was a matter of fortune, perhaps in a few days, a few months, or even a few years. Wu Qian stepped away from the formation diagram, the time within the secret realm conveniently manifesting in his mind, allowing him to remain cognizant of his temporal limits. What manner of magical creatures might inhabit this place? Wu Qian ambled through the ruins, observing his surroundings, and discerned faint signs that suggested human habitation once existed here. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air from above, moving at a leisurely pace, which Wu Qian easily evaded with a swift sidestep. Looking up, he spotted a green-skinned creature, perched 30 meters aloft, aiming a crossbow directly at him. Chapter 38. The Super Treasure Chest. Heart-shaped stone. Wu Qian was momentarily taken aback. The green-skinned entity before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the goblins of human imagination. However, through his appraisal technique, he discerned that this creature was not a goblin but rather a grotesque bioweapon created by humanity. Known as the Green-Eyed Monster. As he dodged the arrows it shot, Wu Qian maneuvered closer, swiftly advancing to sever the creature's head with a single stroke of his sword. Ding! green-eyed monster slain. 15 magical energy. Ding, collection successful, obtained heart core. The heart core possessed a unique characteristic, somewhat akin to that of moonlight stones. When ground into powder and buried in soil, it accelerated the growth of exotic plants. Additionally, when incorporated into alchemical processes, it could enhance success rates and even yield extraordinary potions. Fascinating. The heart core's utility exceeded my expectations. At that moment, a horde of green-eyed monsters emerged, rushing towards Wu Chun like a market crowd clamoring for goods. This seemed quite precarious. Without hesitation, Wu Chun turned to flee. Even as a 3-star warrior, he dared not confront hundreds of these creatures simultaneously. Gale Mountain. As he turned, Wu Chun unleashed a formidable wind blade towards the oncoming swarm of monsters. The attack only managed to dispatch a handful of the weakest ones, yet the green-eyed monsters appeared utterly unperturbed by fear, trampling over their fallen kin as they relentlessly pursued Wu Chun. However, despite their numbers, these creatures were merely 1- or 2-star rank and could not match Wu Chun's speed. Once the green-eyed monsters had withdrawn, Wu Chun stealthily followed them to their lair, the heart of the stronghold. He spotted a notably higher-ranking green-eyed monster, distinguished by 3 black pentagrams and 1 hollow pentagram upon its forehead. A 3-star peak monster. This could prove troublesome. Ah, what a grand treasure chest. Wu Chun's attention was drawn to a large copper chest behind the monster leader, who was currently using a key hanging from its neck to unlock it. Wu Chun fixated on the chest, and at the moment it opened, a triad of colors, white, yellow, and red, burst forth, illuminating his eyes with wonder. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Chun resolved to assassinate the 3-star peak green-eyed monster under the cover of night and pilfer the magnificent treasure chest behind it. He awaited the opportune moment. He busied himself exploring the vicinity, hoping to uncover additional rewards. Wu Chun meticulously surveyed the surroundings, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of missing any potential clues. He was acutely aware that in this uncharted territory, even the slightest oversight could yield fatal consequences. As he ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly barren. Trees became sparse, and a fine layer of dust coated the ground, indicating a long absence of human presence. He noticed a small hill not far off, which appeared to bear unusual markings. Wu Chun decided to investigate, sensing that it might conceal some secrets. Upon approaching, he discovered a concealed entrance to a cave. Obscured by vines and weeds, it would have been nearly impossible to spot without careful scrutiny. Parting the vines revealed the entrance. Taking a deep breath, he illuminated his portable light source and cautiously stepped into the cave. The interior was more spacious than he had anticipated, with strange patterns adorning the walls, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. Wu Chun continued to observe these designs as he ventured further into the cave. As he delved deeper, the temperature in the cave gradually dropped, and a subtle chill enveloped the air. Wu Chun shivered involuntarily, yet he pressed on, his resolve to explore unwavering. He understood that it was often in such mysterious locales that one might discover invaluable treasures or ancient relics. While advancing, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Wu Chun halted, holding his breath to listen intently. The noise seemed to emanate from the depths of the cave, compelling him to proceed and uncover what awaited him. As the sounds grew clearer, Wu Chun's heartbeat quickened. He tread carefully along the winding path of the cave, each step taken with great caution, lest he startle any unknown entities that might reside within. Bioluminescent moss began to appear on the cave walls, casting a soft glow that provided him with dim illumination. Before long, Wu Chun arrived at a spacious cavern hall. At its center lay a small pool of water, within which floated a heart-shaped stone radiating a gentle light. Wu Chun realized that this stone might very well be the source of the sounds he had heard. As he approached the pool, he observed intricate patterns etched upon the stone, hinting at some ancient power contained within. Just as Wu Chun prepared to reach out and touch the stone, ripples surged across the surface of the water, and a figure slowly emerged from its depths. It was a man with waist-length hair and striking features, his eyes as profound as a deep well, exuding an aura that felt otherworldly. Chapter 39. I am you. You are me, the man spoke. Mortal, why have you trespassed upon my domain? His voice was deep and resonant, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure within Wu Chun. Wu Chun did not waver. He replied, I mean no offense, merely curious about the secrets concealed within this cave. He maintained his composure, keenly observing the man's every movement. The man smiled slightly, seemingly impressed by Wu Chen's courage. Your heart is filled with a yearning to explore the unknown, which is commendable. However, you must understand that some secrets are not meant to be unveiled. Wu Chen inhaled deeply, resolutely stating, I am willing to bear any consequences, only to glimpse the truth. The man paused for a moment before slowly speaking. If that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity. But remember, this is a one-way road. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back. Wu Chen nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The man extended his hand and with a gentle wave, the heart-shaped stone began to levitate from the water, drifting towards Wu Chen as it landed in his palm. A warm energy coursed through him, enhancing his strength. This is the power of the heart core. It will guide you on your journey ahead. The man's voice grew fainter, his figure gradually dissipating within the waters of the pool. Is this truly how it ends? Such a precious treasure acquired with just a few words? Honestly, Wu Chen felt a twinge of skepticism, sensing that the situation was overly simplistic. That moment, the voice of the man echoed in his mind. Every encounter is destined. I am you, and you are me. Wu Chen was taken aback, realizing that his consciousness was being erased, merged, and read. Damn it, I've been hoodwinked by this charlatan. Wu Chen's consciousness struggled to maintain its independence, yet the force was overwhelming, rendering his thoughts increasingly hazy. He began to recall his dialogue with the man and the enigmatic heart core. The power of the core seemed to guide him, yet simultaneously eroded his sense of self. No, I cannot simply vanish. Wu Chen shouted internally, summoning all his willpower in an attempt to resist the encroaching force. He felt his body trembling, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, colliding with the force of the heart core. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared in Wu Chen's consciousness, seemingly infused with boundless knowledge and strength. He began to comprehend that this heart core was not merely a simple treasure. It was a connection, a portal to deeper realms of power. Wu Chen realized that if he could harness this force, he would no longer be a pawn controlled by others, but rather the master of his own destiny. He began to attempt communication with the power of the heart core, guiding it to flow according to his will. Gradually, he sensed the encroaching force begin to wane, and his consciousness regained clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the soft glow emanating from the heart core resting in his palm, synchronizing with his heartbeat. I understand now. The heart core of power does not seek to erase me but to merge with me, enabling me to become a more formidable being. Wu Chen inhaled deeply, feeling a wondrous connection established between himself and the heart core. He rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. Has it truly vanished? Although he had weathered the storm, Wu Chen still felt a lingering trepidation. He checked his body once more, and upon confirming that there were indeed no changes, he felt somewhat reassured. However, unbeknownst to him, deep within his consciousness, a mysterious figure with waist-length hair and striking features had already made his residence in his awareness. Even more bizarrely, after Wu Chen exited the cave, he was rapidly forgetting everything about the cave and the heart stone. Not so much forgetting as being forcibly sealed away from that knowledge, as if fearing that certain individuals might discover it. The enigmatic figure residing in Wu Chen's consciousness smiled faintly. Young man, I have told you before, once you step onto this path, there is no turning back. Let us coexist harmoniously from now on. After wandering for over an hour, Wu Chen's somewhat dazed mind suddenly cleared. What am I doing? Oh right, I need to search for treasures nearby. As he continued on his way, Wu Chen failed to locate any additional strongholds of the green-eyed monsters. It seemed each stronghold operated as an independent entity, separated by considerable distances. 3 hours passed, and the adventurous Wu Chen began to feel fatigued. Still yielding nothing in his quest, it appeared that the treasures in the vicinity had all been collected by the green-eyed monster. By this time, the sky had started to darken, and Wu Chen had no choice but to abandon his search. On his way back, he took a different route, hoping to try his luck once more. Before long, he stumbled upon a desolate ruin, at the center of which lay a shallow pool of water. The water was clear, and a dilapidated sword was embedded at an angle in the pool's bottom. Appearing somewhat peculiar, how could there be a broken sword here? Wu Chen mused. He attempted to cast an identification spell, and to his surprise, it revealed some information. Name matrix, remnant, irreparable, contains level 4 precious metal. Tying Iron. Wu Chun was taken aback. This was indeed a 3-star long sword, and the material used to forge it was level 4 Tying Iron. It seemed the blacksmith who created this sword lacked the necessary skill. Having utilized level 4 metal to forge only a 3-star weapon, Wu Chun reached out to pull the broken sword from the water, finding it lighter than he had expected. However, a chill emanated from the hilt, which appeared to be a characteristic of Tying Iron. After stowing the broken sword and its name matrix, Wu Chun meticulously searched the ruins once more, but to his disappointment, he found nothing else of value. By now, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky, and Wu Chun decided not to search any further. He returned to the stronghold of the green-eyed monsters, patiently awaiting their slumber. Concerned that his human scent might be detected by the monsters, he deliberately smeared some mud mixed with monster filth on himself. That should suffice. At this moment, all the green-eyed monsters within the stronghold were sound asleep. Yet, despite this, the monster leader clutched tightly the key hanging around its neck. Wu Chun stealthily approached, tiptoeing past the other sleeping green-eyed monsters. They had no particular sleeping arrangements, as most simply lay wherever there was space, with some even piled atop one another without concern. 2 minutes later, Wu Chun finally reached the back of the monster leader. Covering its mouth with one hand, he swiftly slashed the long sword across its throat. Just like that, the slumbering monster leader jolted and succumbed peacefully to death. The ease of the task left Wu Chun slightly incredulous, silently commending himself for his potential as an assassin. Ding! Slayed the monster leader, gaining 148 monster essence. Ding! Collection successful, acquired D-grade skill. Cooking. Wu Chun was astonished. He had obtained a highly practical cooking skill, a veritable windfall. With this D-grade cooking skill, he could now prepare demonized meat of up to 3 stars, ensuring he would feast well. As Wu Chun was unlocking the treasure chest with the key, the surrounding green-eyed monsters began to awaken, drawn by the scent of blood. With a loud roar, all the monsters within the stronghold stirred awake, their crimson eyes rapidly converging upon Wu Chun, who was in the midst of retrieving the treasure. The sudden commotion startled Wu Chun, causing a jolt to his very core. He had no time to ascertain the contents of the treasure chest, hastily collecting everything into his system's backpack. The green-eyed monsters stared in disbelief at their deceased leader, struggling to comprehend how the vibrant figure they had seen alive just hours before had met such an abrupt end. The intruder has killed the leader and taken the treasure. He must not be allowed to escape. Wu Chun wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead, fully encircled. The number of approaching green-eyed monsters continued to swell, and a rough estimate suggested their ranks had surpassed 1,000. With several towering figures wielding iron hammers, all of 3-star caliber, Wu Chun swallowed hard, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Unless he could fly, he saw no alternative but to fight his way out, risking his life in the process. Here goes. Time was of the essence as the green-eyed monsters surged forward. Some brandished knives, others wielded swords, while a few raised guns, and still others stood ready with shields, with distant archers unleashing a rain of crossbow bolts. Fortunately, most of the monsters' weapons lacked star rankings. Otherwise, Wu Chun feared he would have no choice but to await his demise. Windstorm slash. Wu Chun swung his sword diagonally upwards, unleashing a blade of wind that sliced through the monster ranks, instantly claiming the lives of several. Ding! Slayed a green-eyed monster, gaining 14 monster essence. Wu Chun leaped, planting his foot atop a giant shield. Vaulting over the throng of monsters, he aimed to see if he could land atop their heads or shoulders to make his escape. However, in the next moment, a hail of arrows descended upon him, forcing Wu Chun to employ a burst of speed to evade. Simultaneously, he unleashed rapid slashes, deflecting most of the arrows, while a few were thwarted by his 1-star outer garment. Despite his efforts, several deep gashes marred his face and neck, with the latter narrowly escaping a severed artery as the next wave of arrows approached. His 1-star outer garment's defenses crumbled, disintegrating into motes of light. Damn it, if this continues, I will surely perish. I must break free from their encirclement. At that moment, a burly monster wielding a massive hammer swung it toward Wu Chun, who had yet to fully land. Wu Chun's expression shifted dramatically. With no point of leverage, being struck by the robust monster was now inevitable. With no alternative, he could only twist his body angling his sword defensively in hopes of mitigating some damage. Bang! A tremendous force slammed into him, instantly reddening his complexion, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through his arm as he was propelled away at great speed. Summoning his resolve, Wu Chun leveraged the momentum of the blow, fortuitously landing on the outskirts of the green-eyed monster's encirclement. His luck held, as several unfortunate monsters became his cushion, softening his fall. Wu Chun dared not linger. Disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled away as quickly as he could. Chapter 41. 3-star Battle Boots, Healing Necklace. Among the green-eyed monsters, a figure of apparent leadership rushed over and smacked the back of the hammer-wielding monster's head, clearly reprimanding it for its reckless swinging. "Ah, you foolish one, what have you done with that?" The monster leader waved its hand, prompting all the monsters in the stronghold to pursue Wu Chun. Alas, their speed could not match Wu Chun's, and within 5 to 6 minutes, they had completely lost sight of their target. Furious, the green-eyed monster leader turned and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the clumsy brute. However, the leader, with only a 2-star rank, had forgotten that its authority was valid only while the elder was alive. Now, the foolish giant it was chastising was a 3-star powerhouse. The dazed giant seemed to come to a realization. With the elder's death, it no longer needed to heed commands. It was time to decide who the new elder would be. With a glint of malice in its eyes, the giant rose, raising its heavy hammer, and with a single swing, reduced the hapless leader to a pulp. The foolish giant triumphantly hoisted its hammer, declaring, "Behold, I shall take command now." The green-eyed monsters exchanged glances, ultimately relinquishing their intentions to advance and challenge, bowing their heads in acknowledgement of the identity of the new clan elder. A towering figure among them, the other robust creatures, similarly wielding heavy hammers, hesitated. Although they too possessed a 3-star realm, their statures were not as imposing as that of their opponent. After considerable contemplation, they too decided against the challenge. For the consequence of failure was death. Leaving no alternative path, Wu Chun had not ventured far. He concealed himself near the teleportation array, and upon witnessing the retreat of the green-eyed monsters, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. That was close. He nearly played himself to death. Indeed, treasures like chests could easily lead one to lose their sanity. Sitting against the wall, Wu Chun gingerly touched his right arm, only to be met with a searing pain. Undoubtedly, the tendons and bones of his right arm were severely injured, and recovery would likely demand a significant amount of time. After resting for a while, Wu Chun retrieved and counted his hard-won spoils. 163 heart cores, a 2-star necklace, a pair of 3-star battle boots, and the blueprint for a 3-star thought matrix sword. Exhilaration coursed through him. This time, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. With a gleeful demeanor, Wu Chun first donned the 3-star battle boots, which not only enhanced his speed but also boasted an inbuilt F-grade active skill, Swift Movement. Although the speed of Swift Movement did not rival that of Blink, its durability proved advantageous during pursuits or escapes. Next came the 2-star unnamed necklace, which was perhaps the most valuable treasure among his acquisitions. It possessed a rare healing attribute, capable of accelerating the recovery of non-fatal injuries. With this healing necklace, Wu Chun could gradually recuperate from injuries, even in the absence of medicine, a truly practical boon. Glancing at the time, Wu Chun realized it was nearly time to depart the secret realm. He stepped onto the teleportation array, and the scenery around him shimmered, transporting him back to the small island of Linghu Park. The notable difference was that the previous portal to the secret realm had vanished, and its next appearance was uncertain. Furthermore, the flow of time between reality and the secret realm did not align, lacking any standard measure for comparison. For instance, while he had spent 24 hours within the secret realm, less than 3 hours had elapsed outside. Wu Chun was aware that the time flow of another secret realm he had encountered differed from this one. It was nighttime now, and Wu Chun sought refuge in a relatively clean dwelling. This structure appeared to be a mobile shop, presumably catering to the visitors of the island. It had once housed various items, but now it was thoroughly ransacked, leaving nothing behind, as for the residents of the island. They may have departed early or, regrettably, fallen prey to the monsters. Utilizing his cooking skills, Wu Chun prepared the rabbit meat he had collected earlier. Even without any seasoning, the processed mutated rabbit meat was extraordinarily delectable when roasted or boiled. Moreover, he had prepared some seasonings in advance. Wu Chun savored the meal, relishing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. How delightful! It would have been even more perfect had he been able to enjoy some vegetables. Since the invasion of demonic energy, many edible green vegetables had transformed. Some remained consumable and even more delicious, while others had turned into poisonous substances, unfit for consumption. Wu Chun was familiar with the appearance of several new vegetable varieties, but he lacked the time to search for them now. After indulging in a hearty meal, he examined the injury on his right hand. The pain had significantly diminished, and it appeared that he would recover fully within 2 days. By then, Wu Chun would devise a plan to deal with the malevolent-eyed magic sturgeon lurking in the lake. By around 10 o'clock the following morning, Wu Chen's hand had completely healed. He moved his right hand, feeling no trace of the previous injury. Truly, it was remarkable for a rare piece of accessory equipment to be so effective. Approaching the lake, Wu Chun tied a piece of rabbit meat to a rope and cast it into the water. In less than 5 seconds, a massive mouth erupted from the tranquil surface, consuming the piece of mutated meat that barely filled its gaps. It seemed you were indeed hungry, not even sparing such a small morsel. Seizing the opportunity while the malevolent-eyed magic sturgeon was momentarily out of the water, Wu Chun unleashed his full might with great wind peak in the water. He was not a match for the creature. But once it was out of the water, it would be at his mercy. With a resounding whoosh, a colossal wind blade cleaved through the air, severing the sturgeon's head. Dark red blood gushed forth, staining the lake in a macabre hue. Ding! You have slain the malevolent-eyed magic sturgeon. Demonic energy 130. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Ding! Harvest successful. Demonic energy 59. Name: Wu Chun. Age: 20. Realm: 3-star wind warrior. Skills: Blink F. Rapid / F. Great wind peak E. Identification C. Cooking D. Talent: Gathering specialization SSS. Swordsmanship E. Demonic energy 24,179,000. Wu Chun waved his hand, collecting the enormous malevolent-eyed magic sturgeon. Previously, he had refrained from gathering mutated meat, primarily due to the absence of cooking skills and the constraints of space. After all, his system backpack was only at level 1, with limited capacity. Upon opening the wooden treasure chest, Wu Chun was pleasantly surprised to find an unexpected item, particularly a 2-star grade 1. The vast majority of items obtained from wooden treasure chests were 1-star, making the acquisition of a 2-star item a stroke of luck. Lucky card. Affix this card to any treasure chest you wish to open, and you are guaranteed to receive a 2-star item. This seemed even more thrilling than a critical hit badge. Wu Chun's spirit soared. It was his first time obtaining such a lucky card, and he had never even heard of it in his past life. With this card, it was as if he had already secured a 2-star item in advance. A delightful surprise. Wu Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to hunt monsters. Stowing the lucky card away, Wu Chun boarded a pedal-powered boat docked at the lake's edge and set off toward the shore. Such boats were common among park visitors. As long as one kept pedaling, they would generate a continuous source of propulsion. However, a downside was that many sedentary individuals would experience weak legs after use. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Chun returned to the shore, having not encountered the mother and child, likely having departed Linghu Park. Without lingering, he activated the swift movement ability of his battle boots, propelling himself like the wind toward the second secret realm. Along the way, Wu Chun stumbled upon a magical fruit guarded by a 1-star magic snake, which he swiftly dispatched with a single stroke of his sword. The yellow heart fruit possessed some properties to enhance physical abilities, but unfortunately, it was not yet fully mature. After some contemplation, Wu Chun decided to pluck it. After all, if he did not take it, someone else would undoubtedly claim it later. This not quite mature yellow heart fruit would likely have minimal effect on him. In summary, it was of little use to keep but too valuable to discard. Better to have something than nothing at all. He could sell it to others upon reaching H City. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed toward his back at high speed. Wu Chun's expression turned cold as he deftly deflected it with his sword and swiftly turned to face the archer concealed behind a tree. The assailant was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Upon witnessing Wu Chun effortlessly deflect his attack, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes. This young fellow possessed some skill, unlike the other mediocre warriors. Nevertheless, Wu Yud, the middle-aged man, did not retreat. He was a bona fide 2-star warrior, far superior to the average practitioners. Moreover, he wielded 2 F-grade attack skills, confident that his opponent would not surpass him. Even if he were to falter, Wu Yud had faith in his ability to remain unscathed in this nascent world. With this mindset, Wu Yud approached Wu Chun with a swaggering confidence. "Kid, I have my eye on that magical fruit. Hand it over if you want to live." Wu Chun's expression grew cold. It seemed he was indeed facing a two-star warrior, explaining the man's audacity. It must be said, however, that the opponent's luck was rather poor. Had he encountered someone else, his brazen demands might have succeeded. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Wu Chun, a three-star wind warrior even more formidable than he. You think a mere two-star warrior with 2F grade attack skills is enough to intimidate me? Wu Chun retorted. Since you've chosen to threaten me, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. Wu Yud's pupils constricted at Wu Chun's words. The latter's ability to discern his skills indicated he had likely mastered the identification skill. Yet despite this, the young man bore an air of unshakable confidence, suggesting he possessed the means to retaliate. In the early stages of this new world, the most dangerous adversaries were those warriors with identification skills, as they would know your strengths and weaknesses before a fight even commenced. Wu Yud wasted no time, turning to flee, cursing his misfortune. Damn it! Why did I have to encounter such an anomaly? Wu Chun snorted disdainfully and pursued him, relying solely on his natural speed without employing any skills, effectively cutting off the middle-aged man's escape route. You think you can shoot an arrow and just run away? Do you take me for a fool? Wu Yud was taken aback, pondering the nature of the existence he had unwittingly provoked. No, young brother, allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive. Suddenly, without a hint of hesitation, Wu Chun closed the distance swiftly, his long sword deftly gliding across the man's neck. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a stone treasure chest. Chapter 43. Seed of the Demon Flame Rose. Star upgrade card. Wu Chun was elated. Although stone treasure chests typically yielded inconsequential items in the early stages, one could always hope. Upon opening the stone treasure chest, he discovered an assortment of miscellaneous objects, including a pile of lace garments and small undergarments. With a hint of disdain, he cast them aside, believing his efforts to be fruitless until a single seed caught his eye. Seed of the Demon Flame Rose. Upon cultivation, it may yield a 1-star plant-type demon pet, the Demon Flame Rose. To Wu Chun's astonishment and excitement, the Demon Flame Rose was indeed a coveted find. In his previous life, it was deemed a worthless demon pet by warriors, for it could only ascend to a maximum of 2 stars and possessed exceedingly feeble combat capabilities. One was inclined to nurture or contract a seed of the Demon Flame Rose. Yet, unbeknownst to others, the Demon Flame Rose harbored a hidden talent skill. This skill would not be revealed to the warrior who obtained it, nor could it be discerned through identification techniques. Theo unveil the hidden attributes of an item. One could only utilize a deciphering card, which was not easily acquired, and even when obtained, it often failed to reveal any hidden traits. However, one individual stood apart. After acquiring a deciphering card, she employed it on her sole demon pet, the Demon Flame Rose. A year later, an inconspicuous ordinary 2-star warrior emerged, accompanied by an exceptionally rare demon pet known as the Rose Witch. Every target she vanquished, be it human or magical beast, became nourishment for the Rose Witch's evolution. Once people uncovered the secret of the Demon Flame Rose's advancement, they began frantically using corpses for cultivation, yet the results were disappointing. Regardless of their efforts, they could not induce the Demon Flame Rose to evolve, as it seemed that only one of this ultra-rare demon pet could exist. With my core of the magical heart that accelerates plant growth, I can undoubtedly cultivate the Rose Witch ahead of that individual. Wu Chun's eyes sparkled with fervor as he sought a container, filling it with soil and burying the Demon Flame Rose seed within. Then, he produced 10 magical heart cores, grinding them into powder and mixing them in. Determined to hasten the blooming of the Demon Flame Rose, Wu Chun spared no expense, disregarding the value of the magical heart cores. Finally, he watered the seed and stored it in his system backpack. As for the corpse of the middle-aged man, Wu Chun did not neglect it, also placing it into his system backpack. Though carrying a corpse might be repugnant, it served as superior nourishment for evolution compared to that of magical beasts in his past life. While others failed to cultivate a second Rose Witch, they did uncover a small secret. The Demon Flame Rose cultivated with human corpses, even if it did not evolve into the Rose Witch, exhibited significantly higher intelligence than those cultivated with magical beast corpses. 2.5 hours later, Wu Chun finally located the secret door to the realm, a portal concealed within a hollow tree. The door's dark hue rendered it nearly invisible. Even if someone were to discover it, Wu Qian felt little concern, for entry required a 3-star warrior to unlock it. In his previous life, he had arrived here alongside Mu Tianqi and others, and in the heat of battle, he had inadvertently broken the hollow tree, fortuitously revealing the secret door. That time, he had not yet parted ways with Zhao Na. Little did Wu Qian anticipate that Zhao Na would divulge his discovery of the treasure to Mu Tianqi. Ultimately, under pressure, he was compelled to relinquish the card, leading to his expulsion from the Tianqi battle team, thus concluding his entanglement with Zhao Na. Subsequently, Mu Tianqi swiftly gained notoriety due to that card, fueling Wu Qian's ire and regret. Reflecting on this, he could not help but chuckle bitterly, lamenting how blind he had been in his previous life. Unable to discern Zhao Na's true nature, and how he could have ever developed feelings for such a woman. Upon entering the secret door, Wu Qian found himself before a circular altar, seemingly a sacrificial site of some tribe, with numerous small skulls of children adorning the altar's center. Surrounding the altar were 3 treasure chests, a black iron chest, a bronze chest, and a silver chest. In his previous life, he had lacked the qualifications to open these chests. A stroke of fortune considering they were all traps. The black iron chest, when opened, would unleash highly corrosive venom. The bronze chest would ensnare the opener with invisible hands, leading to blood-curdling screams, and the silver chest would drive one to madness, frantically stabbing at oneself. The treasure he had collected was a card, covered in dust, hidden in the corner of the altar. Approaching, he indeed spotted a silver card barely protruding from the shadows. Star upgrade card, can upgrade a 3-star equipment to 4-star. Finally, he had obtained this coveted card. A slight sense of relief washed over Wu Qian. That time, Mu Tianqi had gained a 4-star weapon ahead of others, accelerating his accumulation of magical energy, establishing him as the strongest warrior in City H. With the most desired card in hand, Wu Qian departed from the altar. However, he found himself unable to pass beyond the altar's confines, as an invisible barrier obstructed his way. Before leaving, Wu Qian inscribed a warning on the tree trunk. Beware of traps, do not open the chests. Yet, he surmised that the vast majority would disregard his caution. Chapter 44. Sword of Judgment from Great Powers. Ruthless annihilation. Perhaps Wu Qian's fortune had temporarily waned. Mere steps beyond, he was intercepted by a squad clad in crimson. Sword of Judgment. Wu Qian furrowed his brow. This organization, much like the Salvation Army, was notorious for hunting warriors. Leading the group, a man with a large sword casually approached Wu Qian, disinterestedly cleaning his ears. I say, how lacking in awareness you are, since you've encountered the Sword of Judgment. Comply and surrender all your equipment and treasures. This way, I might grant you a swifter death. Wu Qian scoffed softly, slowly unsheathing his long sword and standing his ground, coldly stating, do not provoke me. You will meet your demise. The members of the Sword of Judgment erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. What did this kid just say? We will die. Does he think he is a 3-star warrior? The ear-cleaning man, Zhou Quan, barked an order, ignorant fool, sever his limbs. Do not let him die too easily. At Zhou Quan's command, the members of the Sword of Judgment drew their weapons, surrounding Wu Qian like a pack of bloodthirsty hunters. Wu Qian remained expressionless. He sensed the palpable aura of death surrounding him but felt no fear. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes, as if in that moment, he stood in defiance against the entire world. Do you think this will compel me to surrender? Wu Qian's voice was deep and resonant as he slowly rotated his long sword, its tip reflecting the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Zhou Quan laughed derisively, brandishing his large sword, ready to teach Wu Qian a lesson personally. Yet, at the moment Zhou Quan prepared to attack, Wu Qian's silhouette suddenly blurred, and in an instant, he appeared behind Zhou Quan. The long sword, like a phantom, silently lunged forward, aimed directly at Zhou Quan's vital points. Zhou Quan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wu Qian's speed to be so extraordinary. He swiftly turned, raising his large sword to block. But Wu Qian's assault was relentless, a tempest of strikes that left Zhou Quan struggling to keep up. Seeing this, the other members of the Sword of Judgment joined the fray, attempting to swarm Wu Qian. Yet, he danced like a performer on the edge of a blade, his swordplay flawless, each swing striking precisely at his opponent's weaknesses. After a brief but intense skirmish, casualties began to mount among the Sword of Judgment's ranks. They started to realize that the young man they had underestimated was, in fact, a formidable adversary. Zhou Quan, in particular, was pressed back by Wu Qin's skill, the ease he once wore evaporating, replaced by gravity and fury. Finally, Wu Qin's sword tip halted before Zhou Quan's throat, his voice icy. "Now, do you still believe I will die easily?" Sweat dripped from Zhou Quan's brow as he inhaled deeply, forcing a tremulous smile. "Spare me, friend. It was our folly to offend someone of your caliber." His words trembled, revealing his inner terror and resentment. Wu Qin's prowess and velocity had thoroughly extinguished any will to resist within him. The other members of the Sword of Judgment likewise ceased their actions, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, too fearful to make any further moves. They are aware that this young man is not only skilled in swordsmanship but also possesses a ruthless disposition. Once he strikes, he shows no mercy. Wu Qin's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, his words as cold as ice. "I warned you from the very beginning, do not provoke me, or you shall meet your demise." Zhou Quan's countenance changed dramatically as he shouted, "Brothers, attack! This fiend seeks to eradicate us all." The members of the Sword of Judgment exchanged glances, understanding that hesitation was not an option. They could either fight to the death or accept their fateful end. They once again seized their weapons, preparing for a final stand. However, Wu Qin's swordplay was as relentless as a tempest, mercilessly tearing through their defenses. With each flash of his blade, the anguished cries and blood of the Sword of Judgment's members echoed through the air. The tide of battle had completely turned in Wu Qin's favor. As one by one, the members of the Sword of Judgment fell, their faces etched with terror and despair. Zhou Quan watched as his comrades collapsed, a swell of regret and fury filling his heart. He understood that all of this was due to his own arrogance and underestimation. Wu Qin's sword tip once again pointed at Zhou Quan, who coldly remarked, "Now, do you have any final words?" Zhou Quan, looking at Wu Qin, felt a flicker of resolve. He knew there was no escape left. Thus, he summoned his remaining strength to launch one last attack against Wu Qin. However, Wu Qin's swordplay, akin to a specter, effortlessly neutralized Zhou Quan's offensive, the sword tip resting once more against his throat. "It is over." Wu Qin's voice carried no hint of emotion as he swung his long sword lightly, severing the head from its body. In mere minutes, the ground was stained crimson. The surrounding wind seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, falling into an eerie silence. Wu Qin slowly sheathed his sword, aware that although this battle had concluded, his journey was far from over. The Sword of Judgment still existed. He had merely annihilated a small squadron, a mere interlude in his lengthy expedition. After collecting his spoils, Wu Qin turned to leave, abandoning behind him the blood-soaked earth and those enemies who would never rise again. It appeared that the initial members of the Sword of Judgment were not affluent, lacking even a 2-star weapon. And the skills they had collected were merely of F rank. Forget it. There's no point in learning them. I wouldn't bother using such worthless skills. The skills Wu Qin acquired could be chosen not to be learned, thus transforming into skill books stored in his system's inventory. Chapter 45. The Demonously Ningxuang. A rapid contest. Another day passed, and just as Wu Qin was nearing H City, he encountered a sight most astonishing. Before him, within a villa district, stood a woman he had identified as a demon. Remarkably, she retained her own consciousness after becoming demonized. This demon was of high rank, the 3 black pentagrams on her forehead strikingly conspicuous. A 3-star demon, and one endowed with self-awareness. The occurrences since his rebirth had become increasingly bizarre. Suddenly, the demon, who had seemingly departed the villa area, appeared at Wu Qin's side without warning. Goodness! This unexpected turn nearly scared Wu Qin's soul out of his body. An interesting human. The demon's voice was melodious, yet her actions were exceptionally terrifying, her sharp claws slicing through the air mere inches from Wu Qin's nose. Seeking death, Great Windyu. Wu Qin, enraged, had truly believed he was about to be easily dispatched. Launching his most powerful strike, Wu Qin's sword energy surged forth like a tempest, forming a colossal wall of wind in an attempt to thwart the demon's assault. However, the speed of Li Ningxuang was astonishing. Her figure danced effortlessly through the wind wall, seemingly able to anticipate every one of Wu Qin's moves. "Your skill is commendable, but still too feeble for me," the demon scoffed with a disdainful smile. Suddenly, Her body expanded, muscles and bones creaking ominously as her aura swelled dramatically. Wu Qin's heart sank. He realized he was not merely facing a self-aware demon but a formidable adversary far beyond his capabilities. He quickly adjusted his stance, preparing for the impending challenge. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you." Wu Qin inhaled deeply, channeling all his inner strength to unleash a full-force strike. Rapid step. Great Wind Yu. Li Ningshuang smiled lightly. "I can do that too. Rapid step. Great Wind Yu." Wu Qin was taken aback. There was one thing that identification techniques could not discern: innate talents. Clearly, this ability to replicate his skills was undoubtedly her innate talent. Wu Qin felt a weight in his heart, realizing that he faced not only the demon Li Ningshuang but also her inscrutable innate ability. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, ready to confront the forthcoming challenge. Wu Qin understood that if he could not unravel Li Ningshuang's innate talent, then no matter what skill he employed, she could easily replicate and counter it. "Since you possess such an ability, let us see whose skills are superior." Wu Qin took a deep breath, summoning all his power. Instant step. Li Ningshuang smiled slightly, her body swelling once again, muscles and bones creaking as her presence intensified. "I can do that too." Instant step. The two forces collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling light and a thunderous roar. Each of Wu Qin's sword strikes was imbued with a primal force, as if capable of tearing apart any obstruction. Yet, Li Ningshuang's replication ability rendered her attacks equally fierce and swift. She seemed to perfectly mimic Wu Qin's every action. Damn it, what a troublesome talent! Wu Qin knew he must discover a means to break through. Or this contest would be endless. He began experimenting with variations in his attack patterns, attempting to uncover the limits of Li Ningshuang's replication ability. He believed that once he identified this weakness, victory in this rapid contest would be within his grasp. Dragon Cycle Slash. Wu Qin suddenly executed a skill devoid of power, merely a display of form. This skill was an S-rank technique from his past life. Unfortunately, this bug could not be realized, and he could only gesticulate, failing to manifest the skill's true might. However, it was precisely this that caused the demon Li Ningshuang to momentarily freeze, as she could not replicate a technique that lay beyond the bounds of mechanism. Unsurprisingly, although it was merely a display, it disoriented Li Ningshuang. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qin unleashed Great Wind Yu once more. Caught off guard, the already flustered Li Ningshuang was unable to replicate in time and was severely wounded by Wu Qin's strike. "Human, I shall remember you. This grievance will not go unpunished." Wu Qin attempted to pursue, but her speed was equally impressive, and he could only allow her to escape. Why have I attracted yet another troublesome entity? Why did I say another? Wu Qin pondered, perplexed, ultimately attributing it to a slip of the tongue. 20 minutes later, Wu Qin finally arrived at H-City. In the time to come, H-City would serve as a significant stronghold. It housed a diverse array of talents, including the craftsmen he sought. Moreover, near H-City, there existed a hidden mountainous region rumored to contain a treasure that was spoken of but never seen. Worthy of his pursuit, the H-City base was divided into an outer city and an inner city. The outer city was naturally where the commoners and low-star warriors resided. The overseers of this secure base were not military personnel. Thus, the management here stood in stark contrast to that of the A-City base. They would not protect civilians without cause, nor would they distribute food. Here, only those with strength could enter the inner city, or those who contributed magical fruits or rare plants could reside within. Chapter 46. The rare skilled sixth brother. Of course, if it were merely this, it would not suffice for the H-City base to operate smoothly. The original residents of H-City were not expelled by the overseers, for many of the menial and labor-intensive tasks still required their hands. The base established in H-City was significantly larger than that in a city, and a complete wall had already been constructed. Warriors armed with weapons patrolled atop the walls, their attire pristine and their expressions proud, creating a stark contrast with those below. The outer city also featured a marketplace, where it seemed a sort of agreement had been reached, allowing individuals to freely set up stalls and trade their wares, rather than resorting to forceful acquisition. Of course, this was also contingent upon the nature of the goods, which were mostly commonplace items. Should anything of true value arise, the likelihood of discord and bloodshed would still loom large. Wu Qin glanced around, noting that the majority of the items were materials from low-level magical creatures, offering little value for purchase. At that moment, in the central area of the trading zone, A temporary stall caught his eye. A boy still clad in school uniform, eyes filled with reluctance, produced his only one-star weapon, seemingly intending to exchange it for something. The boy glanced sideways at a man lying beside him, his complexion flushed and lips chapped, evidently stricken with a severe illness. The boy caressed the weapon, hesitated for a moment, then called out, "One-star battle knife, undamaged, only in exchange for fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicine." Upon hearing this, a crowd quickly gathered around. While a one-star weapon was not particularly precious, it was certainly far sharper than a non-star weapon. Goodness, has this boy lost his mind? He dares to trade his life-saving battle knife for mere fever-reducing medicine. A few minutes later, someone exchanged the one-star battle knife for a box of antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medicine, along with a box of cold medicine. Wu Qian shook his head lightly upon witnessing this. In this new world infused with demonic energy, the body that had absorbed such energy had long surpassed its former capabilities. The pharmaceuticals developed in the old century had become largely ineffective on the human body of the present. If one were unfortunate enough to fall ill, they had two choices: either endure the suffering alone or seek out magical fruits and exotic plants to enhance their physique, evolving into a more formidable life form. Wu Qian cast an identification spell on the man lying on the ground, hoping to discover if he was host to any parasitic demonic entities. To his surprise, he found no such parasites but stumbled upon a treasure instead. It was a small white jade gourd, about an inch in length, hanging from the man's waist, its design rather unremarkable. White jade gourd, a rare treasure formed naturally from white jade that absorbs demonic energy. Wearing it can nullify some negative attributes. Wu Qian's eyes lit up. Treasures formed naturally like this one would not be accompanied by any information prompts from the system. Only through the identification spell could he discern its star rating and attributes. Although using a detection card would suffice as well, albeit without necessity. After calming his excited emotions, Wu Qian approached the young vendor at the stall. The boy was busy administering medication to his friend. Upon noticing Wu Qian's approach, he waved dismissively. "I have nothing left to trade here." Wu Qian produced a Huangxin fruit and said, "This is an immature magical fruit, but for an ordinary person like you, I believe it would be far more beneficial than those medicines. I greatly admire your friend's white jade gourd. Would you consider exchanging it for this Huangxin fruit?" Upon hearing this, the boy immediately became alert. The directness with which Wu Qian sought to trade for the white jade gourd made him suspect it was indeed a treasure. However, that should not be the case. The gourd was merely something his brother had casually purchased from an antique street. Possessing no special qualities, even he had worn it before, and it did not enhance his combat abilities. It was undoubtedly just a simple ornament. Confused, the boy asked, "Could you tell me why you wish to exchange for this white jade gourd?" "I believe its value does not surpass that of the magical fruit." Wu Qian maintained a calm demeanor. It was within his expectations that the boy would harbor doubts, yet it mattered little. He simply needed to fabricate a story. "It reminds me of a keepsake from my wife, which I lost that winter. Just a memento to hold on to." If the boy remained adamant about not trading, Wu Qian could resort to stealthily taking it. "If this is of great importance to you, then so be it. I shall not force the issue." With that, Wu Qian ceased further conversation and turned to leave. The boy, now anxious, clearly prioritized saving his brother's life above all else, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. "Wait, I will trade." At these words, Wu Qian nodded calmly, handing over the Huangxin fruit while pocketing the white jade gourd. It appeared that, as Wu Qian had stated, the boy merely wished to keep a memento. With the transaction concluded, Wu Qian ventured deeper into the trading district. Although it seemed uneventful, he was being stalked by a man with a sinister gaze. The man, named Kong Ke, was a key operative of the Battle King Hall, one of the factions within H City. He possessed a skill known as Qi Observation, a relatively rare ability that, unlike identification spells, could not reveal attributes but could discern the aura of treasures. His Qi Observation was rated D, allowing him to perceive the aura of 1-star to 3-star treasures. Initially, he intended to confront Wu Qian for a share. But upon seeing the 3-star aura emanating from Wu Qian, he felt a sense of trepidation. After all, possessing a 3-star item implied that Wu Qian was capable of defeating 2-star demonic entities. While Kong Ke himself was merely a 1-star warrior yet to break through to the next level, he could not possibly contend with Wu Qian. "No, I must devise a plan to eliminate him. Otherwise, I shall miss out on these treasures." Chapter 47. Action and Reward. currency in the new world. After wandering for a while, Wu Chuan felt somewhat disheartened. There were no materials worth acquiring here. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Encountering the white jade gourd was already a stroke of good fortune. As expected, Wu Chuan was halted by the guards at the city gate, who informed him that entry fees were required to enter the base. This fee was not trivial. Even Wu Chuan had to ponder what to relinquish that would not adversely affect him. Seeing Wu Chuan hesitate to present any items, the guard scoffed, "Don't complain about the price. Our H-City base's defenses are beyond reproach. Once you pay the fee, you can reside here permanently, assured of your safety. Moreover, our base has discovered new edible vegetable varieties, which are currently being cultivated. I believe it won't be long before we can enjoy fresh, delicious greens in H-City." As the guard spoke of the vegetables, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he hastily wiped away the drool threatening to spill from his mouth. "So, what will it be? Do you wish to enter the city? Given your attire, I presume parting with a treasure should be no issue for you." Just as Wu Chuan was about to produce a pair of one-star battle shoes he no longer needed, an urgent cry for help echoed from behind him. 3 warriors were being pursued by a massive demonic dog. No, it should not be referred to as a dog. It was better described as a spiked demon hound. After nearly a month of demonic transformation, pets like cats and dogs had become exceedingly rare on Earth. They now appeared more ferocious and robust. Some demonic entities even had bone spurs protruding from their joints. Exuding an overwhelming sense of menace, with a resounding bang, the city gates slammed shut. The warriors stationed on the walls began to retaliate, employing hand crossbows as their weapon of choice. These crossbows were of a low grade, merely 1 star, appearing to be mass-produced weaponry. This indicated that H-City's base undoubtedly had craftsmen among its ranks. Under a hail of arrows, even the spiked demon hound, which was on the brink of breaking through to 2 stars, found itself struggling to withstand the assault. Moreover, the arrows fired possessed attributes that could penetrate defenses and explode upon impact. By a stroke of luck, one of the hound's eyes was blown out. Furious, the spiked demon hound let out a roar, its form suddenly accelerating as it closed in on the 3 men who were now within arm's reach. Terrified, the trio felt their souls leave their bodies and saw Wu Chuan, who appeared dazed at the city gate, waving their hands frantically. "Are you out of your mind? Hurry and run." Just as the 3 believed they were destined to perish beneath the claws of the spiked demon hound, the young man at the city gate sprang into action. In an instant, he leaped forward, his speed magnified, and within a heartbeat, he had reached their side. When the 3 turned to look, the ferocious spiked demon hound lay lifeless, utterly defeated. This scene left all present gaping in astonishment. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless young man would strike with such lethal precision? Kong Ke, who had initially intended to eliminate Wu Chuan, now wore a grave expression as he deliberated whether to engage in conflict. Such a person was undoubtedly not someone he could contend with. Wu Chuan was a 2-star warrior, perhaps even a top-tier warrior on the verge of breaking into 3 stars. After much inner turmoil, Kong Ke decided to temporarily abandon his ambush on Wu Chuan and stealthily return to H-City base. However, this did not mean he would relinquish his pursuit. The treasures on Wu Chuan were far too enticing, and he could not rest easy without acquiring them. Kong Ke resolved to report Wu Chuan to the Battle King Hall, confident that with their assistance, he would be able to bring this young man to justice. Though this would undoubtedly diminish his share of the spoils, it was still preferable to walking away empty-handed. The man saved by Wu Chuan was named Lu Jiang, a member of the Baoyao Hall, one of the factions within the base. After expressing their gratitude to Wu Chuan, Lu Jiang and his companions led him into the city. For the entry fee, it was naturally covered by Lu Jiang and his friends, who felt it was only fair to pay for the cost of entry. After Wu Chuan rescued them by an H-City base, Lu Jiang guided Wu Chuan through the streets. It was evident that the base was well managed. The streets had been largely cleared and were beginning to regain their former vibrancy. Those responsible for such tasks were ordinary individuals who had yet to activate their attribute panels. They were unwilling to fight and did not dare to confront the ferocious demonic entities. They simply sought to engage in menial labor to exchange for food. Some of the cleaned-up shops had already welcomed new businesses, operating with a semblance of order. "Boss, this 1-star dagger is priced at 200 copper coins." "What a rip-off!" The proprietor chuckled, unperturbed, and replied, "My prices are quite reasonable. You know as well as I do that managing to kill 100 demonic entities to obtain a single wooden treasure chest is a stroke of luck. Besides, what you might get from it is not guaranteed to be a weapon. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the warrior's eyes, as if he were tempted to seize the opportunity by force. However, upon catching sight of the flag of the War King's Hall at the entrance, he swiftly quelled that thought. Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had been preoccupied with accumulating magical energy and had completely forgotten about the matter of currency. Upon slaying a 1-star demon creature, one would randomly receive between 1 to 3 copper coins, which would then be automatically deposited into the system account. Defeating a 2-star demon would yield 5 to 10 copper coins, while vanquishing a 3-star demon would drop 1 to 3 silver coins. Given that 100 copper coins equate to merely 1 silver coin, it is evident that earning money in this new world is no small feat. Wu Chun opened his attribute panel and glanced at it. In the upper right corner, his financial status was displayed: copper, 6536, silver, 3, gold, 0, purple, 0. Chapter 48. The 5 major forces of H-City Base and Lu Jiang's desire to establish boundaries. Lu Jiang smiled and remarked, "To thrive in the H-City Base, one must have a powerful backing. I presume young brother Wu has yet to align himself with any faction? Have you considered joining our Baoyao Hall?" Wu Chun shook his head, well aware of the 3 major factions in H-City: the War King's Hall, the Apocalypse Squad, and Baoyao Hall. However, this life was decidedly different from his previous one, prompting him to inquire further. "Could you enlighten me about the situation within the base?" Lu Jiang pondered for a moment before responding. "There are numerous factions in the H-City Base, among which the 5 strongest are the War King's Hall, the Rakshasa Hall, Baoyao Hall, the Apocalypse Squad, and the Tiger Wolf Gang. The War King's Hall serves as the administrator of the entire H-City Base, holding an unassailable position. The Rakshasa Hall, composed entirely of female warriors, should not be underestimated simply because they are women. Their combat prowess ranks second within the H-City Base. Many who sought to infringe upon the Rakshasa Hall met with dreadful fates. Do not be fooled by their beauty, for they strike with a ferocity unmatched, either dismembering limbs or inflicting grievous injuries. Even the War King's Hall treads carefully around them." Wu Chun furrowed his brow. It was evident that history had taken a different turn. Nodding slightly, he continued to absorb Lu Jiang's insights. "Next, we have the Apocalypse Squad, led by the capable Mu Tianqi, whose strength is formidable. In just a week, he has forcibly consolidated several warrior squads under his command, and he is accompanied by 3 formidable female warriors. It is rumored that the leader of the Rakshasa Hall has made multiple attempts to lure Mu Tianqi's powerful women to her side. As for the Tiger Wolf Gang, it is said to be formed from the combination of the Divine Tiger Squad and the Fire Wolf Squad, their strength being rather mediocre. Lastly, there is my own Baoyao Hall, dedicated to the collection and sale of various exotic medicinal herbs. Although our combat strength may not be the strongest, we are graced with a master possessing remarkable alchemical talents. The life-saving elixirs he concocts are rare commodities, making it unwise for any faction within the base to provoke you to this point." A hint of pride illuminated Lu Jiang's face, as if being part of Baoyao Hall were a tremendous honor. However, he soon appeared troubled, a furrow forming on his brow. Unfortunately, for some unfortunate reasons, the women of the Rakshasa Hall now regard Baoyao Hall as a pariah. While we have yet to reach a point of no return, the members of the Rakshasa Hall treat us as enemies." Wu Chun jested. "Surely, the members of Baoyao Hall do not covet the beauty of the Rakshasa Hall?" Lu Jiang blushed, exclaiming, "Master Fan is indeed admirable. Yet he has a rather lascivious disposition. This very issue nearly soured our relations with the Apocalypse Squad." Wu Chun chuckled inwardly, amused that he had guessed correctly. "How about it, young brother Wu? Would you reconsider? Joining our Baoyao Hall would surely prove beneficial." After some contemplation, Wu Chun realized that possessing the heart of the demon beast, a rare treasure, might allow him to explore Baoyao Hall, where he could potentially discover worthy exotic plants to cultivate. "Thank you for your kindness, Lu brother, but I do not intend to join any faction. However, I would like to visit your Baoyao Hall." Lu Jiang felt a tinge of disappointment at failing to recruit such a formidable ally as Wu Chun, and his enthusiasm waned slightly. "Very well, I shall escort you there." A few minutes later, Wu Chun followed Lu Jiang into Baoyao Hall. Upon entering, Wu Chun immediately noticed a small pile of diamonds placed in the corner of the counter. It was evident that this 3-story building had once served as a jewelry store specializing in wedding rings. Those extravagant stones that had once bound consumers with the power of love in the old century were now rendered nearly worthless. While diamonds may have boasted exceptional hardness in the past, in this new world, even a one-star weapon could slice through them with ease. Baoyao Hall appeared to have been recently established, as many areas were still under renovation. Wu Chen approached several counters displaying exotic plants, employing his C-grade identification skill, which allowed most exotic plants to be easily discerned. After 5 or 6 minutes of inspection, Wu Chen could only shake his head in disappointment. The highest cultivation potential of these plants was merely 2 stars, rendering them of little value for further development. To make matters worse, their prices were exorbitant, starting at a minimum of 1,000 copper coins, an amount difficult for a 1-star warrior to afford. This exotic plant shows some promise. Fortune favored the diligent, and Wu Chen eventually discovered a valuable exotic plant. Named Tianyang grass, it could reach a potential of 4 stars upon full maturity, yielding 1,000 points of magical energy. Currently, the Tianyang grass was only 1 star, providing a mere 50 points of magical energy. Nevertheless, its price was an astounding 1,500 copper coins, equivalent to 15 silver coins. Seeing Wu Chen examining the Tianyang grass, Lu Jiang approached with a smile. This Tianyang grass may seem somewhat superfluous for you, Wu brother, as collecting 50 points of magical energy is not particularly challenging. After a moment of thought, Lu Jiang added, if you truly require it, I could leverage my connections to offer you a discount, as a way to repay your life-saving favor. Wu Chen regarded him thoughtfully. He understood Lu Jiang's implication. Clearly, he wished to settle their debt and avoid future entanglements. Very well, how much of a discount can you negotiate for me? Chapter 49. The resurgence of prideful acquaintances and the invitation from Fang Qingyin of the Rakshasa Hall. Lu Jiang smiled, pleased that he could repay the favor with the Tianyang grass, which was an ideal outcome. After all, the new world was just beginning, and many grand opportunities awaited him. He did not wish to remain bound by obligations. My elder brother is a steward at Baoyao Hall and can offer a 10 discount. After the calculations, the Tianyang grass would cost 1,350 copper coins. Furthermore, to express my sincerity, I can contribute 1,000 copper coins, which would nearly deplete my entire fortune. Wu Chen nodded slightly, naturally in full agreement with any opportunity to spend less money. After settling the payment, he smoothly acquired the Tianyang grass, a plant that others deemed worthless. Just then, the steward of the Baoyao Hall sent someone to place a jade box containing a magical fruit into a specially designed counter. Wu Chen recognized the fruit, known as the Yusin fruit, which, when consumed, could strengthen one's meridians and elevate one's power. However, for him, a 3-star wind warrior, a 1-star magical fruit was of little use unless it possessed some exceptional effect. Not long after the Yusin fruit was placed in the counter, powerful figures drawn by its scent began to appear. The first to enter the Baoyao Hall was Fang Qingyin, representing the Luocha Hall, followed by Zhou Wankai from the Hulong Gang, and finally Zhao Na from the Tianqi battle team. The people from the War King Palace did not make an appearance, likely indifferent to the Yusin fruit's allure. Wu Chen stood in a corner, momentarily unnoticed by these familiar faces. No, to be precise, a few individuals did catch sight of him. One was Zhao Na, who believed herself somewhat familiar with Wu Chen. Upon spotting him in the corner, she paused for a moment, but her gaze shifted away almost instantaneously, as if she had completely dismissed him as inconsequential. Wu Chen remained impassive, well aware of the source of her arrogance. Zhao Na had now become a 2-star warrior, equipped with a 1-star whip that, in her view, she had likely surpassed him in strength. The second person to notice Wu Chen was Zhou Wankai. He seemed somewhat apprehensive of Wu Chen, casting a fleeting glance before lowering his head and moving to a spot farther away. Zhou Wankai cursed his bad luck for encountering this ominous figure once more. He was one of the few who truly found Wu Chen formidable, particularly since Wu Chen had forcefully slain the demon, Bosi. There was only one Yusin fruit, priced at 25 silver coins. While this price was not insignificant, it was still affordable for the 3 major powers. The issue lay in the fact that there was but a single fruit, making division impossible. In light of this predicament, the Baoyao Hall would hold an impromptu auction. Although everyone was aware of the unscrupulous nature of the Baoyao Hall's practices, as consumers, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Lu Xia, responsible for this impromptu auction, approached with a smile, stating, as per tradition, when multiple parties vie for the same magical fruit, the Baoyao Hall will conduct a fair and open auction. The starting price is 25 silver coins. You may place your bids. After several rounds of fierce competition, The price surged to 41 silver coins. Fang Qingyin from the Luocha Hall attempted to continue bidding but was reminded by her assistant. Deputy Hall Master, our funds are currently limited. We cannot continue bidding. Resigned, Fang Qingyin had no choice but to withdraw, as the Luocha Hall had recently undergone renovations at considerable expense. After a few more rounds of bidding, Zhao Na ultimately secured the Yusen fruit for a staggering 53 silver coins, equivalent to 5,300 copper coins. In the end, she cast a somewhat smug glance in Wu Chen's direction, seemingly eager to flaunt the Tianqi's wealth. However, Wu Chen paid her no mind, engrossed in conversation with Fang Qingyin. Specifically, it was Fang Qingyin who had sought him out, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon spotting him during the auction. Fang Qingyin smiled and said, "We've been looking for you, if you don't mind. Please come visit us at the Luocha Hall." Wu Chen shook his head, replying, "You need not thank me. That day was merely coincidental. I did not deliberately come to your aid." Fang Qingyin insisted earnestly, "To us, it feels as though you saved us. Had you not appeared, we would likely have perished at the hands of the magic mosquitoes." Wu Chen ceased to elaborate. If they wished to perceive it that way, so be it. However, he was taken aback to discover that the leader of the Luocha Hall was, in fact, Yin Xinyu. In his memory, Yin Xinyu had always been a gentle school beauty. It seemed that enduring great calamities could profoundly alter one's character. "I must attend to other matters," Wu Chen stated. Seeing that he continued to refuse, Fang Qingyin's expression turned anxious. She hurried a few steps to intercept him, saying, "Oh, please just accompany me for a moment. Otherwise, our leader will punish me. We genuinely wish to express our gratitude, and you might not yet be aware of the secrets of the Shanzong region. If you come with me, our leader will surely reveal this treasure to you." Wu Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering whether there was some ulterior motive behind her insistence. Chapter 50. The Gold Axe Prison. Ruthless Luocha women, misfortunate Zhang Ziyu. Nevertheless, it must be said that the course of history had shifted significantly. If he were to act based on his past experiences, it might not prove to be a prudent approach. Presently, only a few major powers were privy to the secrets of the Shanzong region. If he were to inquire with outsiders, they might not divulge such information. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Chen ultimately acquiesced to Fang Qingyin's invitation. Upon witnessing Wu Chen depart with Fang Qingyin, Zhao Na felt a pang of resentment arise within her, seemingly indifferent to her presence. "Humph! What is there to be proud of?" Zhao Na scoffed, taking the recently acquired Yusen fruit to seek out Mu Tianqi to claim her credit. Nearly 20 minutes later, Wu Chen followed Fang Qingyin to the headquarters of the Luocha Hall. He had envisioned the members of the Luocha Hall, being all women, would occupy a beautiful villa or, at the very least, a luxurious restaurant. Alas, he was completely mistaken. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he found himself rooted to the spot in shock. Who would have imagined that the headquarters of the Luocha Hall was none other than the largest gold axe prison in H City? Upon reflection, it seemed that only a prison could adequately protect an all-female organization like the Luocha Hall. Fang Qingyin, noticing Wu Chen's dazed expression, chuckled. "This place isn't too shabby, is it?" Strangely enough, when we discovered this prison, all the inmates had vanished. We were remarkably fortunate, effortlessly claiming this gold axe prison as our base. Wu Chen nodded slightly, casting a glance at the women around him, who were fixated on him with expressions predominantly filled with disdain and murderous intent. It was evident that the women who joined the Luocha Hall had endured their fair share of suffering. Fang Qingyin addressed the women, saying, "We all survived by a stroke of luck under the claws of beasts. They harbor significant animosity towards men, so please do not take it personally." Wu Chen remained silent. It was clear to anyone that in this world where order had collapsed, women's fates were seldom favorable. Particularly for those who were attractive. If they encountered a principled strongman, they might have the chance to thrive alongside him. Yet, if they were unfortunate enough to cross paths with men of ugly hearts or twisted minds, death may well be their only liberation. Wu Chen held great respect for Yin Xinyu, who had established the Luocha Hall amidst such chaos, building her own reputation. Her courage and capability were undeniably formidable. Before long, Wu Chen followed Fang Qingyin to the uppermost level of the Gold Axe prison. It was evident that this area had undergone significant renovations. A swimming pool had been constructed, and aesthetically pleasing plants adorned the space, rendering it almost unrecognizable as a prison. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yin Xinyu was swimming in the pool, leisurely floating on her back in the nude, providing Wu Qian with quite the visual feast. Fang Qingyin announced, "Sister Yin, I encountered our benefactor at the Baoyao Hall, and I've invited him here." Yin Xinyu had already noticed Wu Chun. She continued to swim as she replied, "Well done. You may leave now." Fang Qingyin winked at Wu Chun, as if to imply, "Our leader has quite the figure, doesn't he?" Wu Chun cleared his throat, feeling it impolite to stare at someone swimming for too long, yet he refrained from turning his back. Although she was merely a woman, exposing his back to an unfamiliar individual was unwise. In the pool, Yin Xinyu remarked, "It's quite all right now. My body has long since lost its purity. It matters not whether you look or not." Wu Chun chose not to respond, moving to a nearby lounge chair, casually placing her undergarments aside and reclining without a care in the world. Yin Xinyu smirked, continuing her swim, this time opting for freestyle. "I'd like to swim a bit longer. Could you wait for me a moment?" Wu Chun nodded slightly, taking out a one-star long sword to polish. He noticed the blade bore several scratches, and the edge had developed a few nicks. It seemed he needed to find that blacksmith to forge the Wangshu sword soon. In truth, polishing the long sword was of little consequence. What mattered more was that Wu Chun sought to shift his focus, preventing his brothers from feeling too uncomfortable. Yin Xinyu noticed Wu Chin's awkward demeanor and teased, "While I currently harbor a great disdain for men, for you, I wouldn't shy away from offering my services without charge." Yin Xinyu lay by the edge of the swimming pool, deliberately displaying her alluring figure, causing Wu Chin's throat to feel slightly dry and itchy. At that moment, Wu Chun noticed a faint pink scar resembling a centipede crawling from the center of her brow down to the left side of her face. It was evident that Yin Xinyu had made considerable efforts to care for herself, yet she could not fully restore her original appearance. If nothing unforeseen occurs, this ghastly scar will accompany her for life. Observing Wu Chin's gaze, Yin Xinyu let out a soft sigh. This scar was left by Zhang Ziyu. When we first arrived at the H-City base, we had yet to firmly establish ourselves. Therefore, I complied with him, and during his most euphoric moments, I took from him what was his. I fed half of it to the magical beast I had raised right before his eyes, while the other half, I forcibly made him consume after chopping it into pieces. I meticulously tortured him for 3 days, even resorting to administering a precious elixir from the Baoyao Hall. Unfortunately, our dear classmate Zhang proved to be rather weak and could not endure past the 4th day. If only there were a means to extract a person's soul in this world, I would have continued my torment. Wu Chun felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Silently mourning for the class leader for 3 seconds. Chapter 51. Lethal Temptation, Misty Veils, Death's Gamble Box. From the moment Wu Chun entered and saw Yin Xinyu, he cast an appraisal spell upon her. To his astonishment, this campus beauty from Baiyun University had not only reached the 2-star rank, but also possessed an A-grade swordsmanship talent. It seemed that this beauty, who should have perished at the A-City base, had unexpectedly encountered great fortune due to his intervention. While admiring the figure gliding through the water, Wu Chun posed the question he sought to answer during this visit. Yin Xinyu, without any preamble, shifted into a backstroke position and began to speak. "I do indeed know of the place known as the Mountain Concealed. It is an industrial chemical plant. It is cloaked by an unknown force. Quite remarkable. Moreover, within the basement of the plant, there exists a fully accessible portal to a hidden realm. There, one can find many monstrous beings with serpent heads and human bodies, adorned with a plethora of star-rated equipment, making them exceedingly difficult to defeat." Hearing this, Wu Chun felt a surge of excitement. The treasure he sought was precisely that which possessed the ability to conceal, known as the Misty Veil. This 4-star piece of equipment was said to be capable of releasing a water curtain that obscures an entire expanse, rendering it hidden from view. Furthermore, it naturally absorbs the magical energy of the world, producing a healing water pearl every 7 days. This healing water pearl is extraordinary, even if one's body is pierced. As long as they remain alive, consuming the pearl will allow for rapid recovery in his previous life. This 4-star equipment ultimately fell into the hands of the War King Hall, where many gravely injured individuals had no choice but to pay exorbitant prices to procure healing water pearls. Regrettably, this bliss was short-lived, as the Salvation Army soon set their sights on the treasure. Within a mere day, the War King Hall, which boasted a 4-star warrior, 5 3-star warriors, and numerous 2-star warriors, was obliterated. This incident transpired 6 months later, and the Salvation Army is currently unaware of the existence of the Misty Veil, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to seize it. Additionally, I must inform you that a lottery stone tablet has appeared in the central square of H City. By paying 5,000 copper coins, one can draw treasure rewards within the space of the tablet. Initially, everyone believed it to be a heavenly blessing, but after participating, they realized that this fortune was not easily obtained. Some drew a beam of divine light that descended from the heavens, only to be obliterated into dust. Others encountered terrifying 4-star monsters, instantly reduced to mere pulp by a single strike. Fortunately, these occurrences and monsters only target those who attempt to draw treasure. The first draw grants a chance to avoid punishment. If you have an abundance of funds, you may wish to take a gamble. Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the stone tablet was supposed to appear 2 months later, yet it had arrived a month early. Has no one drawn an actual prize? Yan Xinyu swam for another 2.5 laps before exiting the pool, seemingly unconcerned about whether Wu Chun, a vigorous young man, could handle it, and began to dry herself right before his eyes. It was as if every angle and contour of her body that should not be seen was laid bare before him, compelling Wu Chun to straighten his posture to mask his embarrassment. Clad in a somewhat translucent veil, Yan Xinyu approached Wu Chun with a delicate sway, exuding an irresistible allure. Wu Chun could only feel speechless. Such attire was hardly better than none at all. What a travesty! He had already resolved not to seek out this mistress of the Rakshasa Hall unless absolutely necessary. The once innocent campus beauty had transformed, becoming someone who was impossible to despise, easily leading one astray. Quite troublesome indeed. With a light laugh, Yan Xinyu teased, "Are you certain you do not wish to come over and indulge? I am at your service." Wu Chun shook his head. Theo claim he had no interest would be a lie. However, he could not shake the feeling that this woman was hazardous. Despite having fully seen through her strength with his appraisal spell, he still felt a tremor in his heart when gazing into her eyes. Noticing Wu Chun's continued refusal, Yan Xinyu pouted her lips in mild displeasure. "Are you truly not coming? The opportunity is yours. Do not regret it later." With that, Yan Xinyu shifted the conversation back to the topic at hand. As for prizes, indeed, some have drawn them, such as 1-star equipment, 2-star weapons, and even E-grade skills. Since you do not require my body as recompense, accept this skill book. Wu Chun did not hesitate. Skill books were a rather rare treasure. Upon receiving it, he glanced at the title. It was an F-grade detection skill, capable of surveying the general situation within a radius of 1,000 meters. He had to admit, this skill was indeed something he desired. The only slight regret was that the detection skill could not perceive those who had learned the stealth technique, nor could it detect certain magical creatures naturally endowed with concealment abilities. Of course, stealth skills were not omnipotent. Against high-level detection techniques, one's form would still be exposed. Thank you. This skill is genuinely useful to me. If the Hall Master has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Yan Xinyu gazed at Wu Chun for a moment, her eyes betraying a hint of complexity, before turning and walking barefoot into the inner room, her hand waving gently behind her as if to bid farewell. As for how to utilize the stone tablet for the lottery, you may inquire at the Hengran Commercial Plaza. However, the tablet is managed by the War King Hall, and each use requires a fee of 100 copper coins. Chapter 52. Victor D. The lottery space within the tablet. After departing from the Rakshasa Hall, Wu Chun made his way towards Hengran Commercial Plaza. At that moment, Yan Xinyu and Feng Qingyin stood atop a building, silently observing the gradually receding figure of Wu Chun. Yan Xinyu spoke softly. "He is now the only one aware of our plight. Though be honest, I do not wish for him to remain alive. I had originally intended to grant him a delightful evening, allowing him to die in comfort amidst pleasure, but it seems that will not be possible." Feng Qingyin, feeling a pang of compassion, advised, "I believe he is different from other men. He is not one to gossip indiscriminately." Yan Xinyu fell into silence, and after a while, she said, "Extinguish the intoxicating incense in the room." As Wu Chun strolled along the street, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure. The person was seated in a corner, with a plastic sheet spread out before him, displaying a smattering of low-grade materials. Most notably, perched upon his shoulder was an orange-furred magical squirrel. Wu Chun suddenly recalled that this individual was Victor D., whom he had casually saved while at Tianling Mountain. It was no surprise that he had survived. What was surprising was that he had managed to tame a magical pet, which piqued his interest. Victor pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and offered them to the magical squirrel, speaking with a hint of resignation. Ball, do you think I will ever return to my homeland? The magical squirrel chattered excitedly for a moment, suddenly standing up, its fur bristling as it bared its teeth at the person standing before the stall. What's wrong, Ball? Victor looked up and, upon seeing Wu Chun, immediately stood up, visibly excited. Kill him. Wu Chun was a remarkably friendly individual from Huaxia. Someone he had already considered a friend. Oh, God bless. I cannot believe I am seeing you again. After a brief exchange, Wu Chun learned that this clever magical squirrel had chosen to follow Victor because the latter had saved it when it was injured. Once it recovered, the squirrel had remained by Victor's side, and the two had become inseparable companions. With this somewhat formidable magical pet for protection, Victor had managed to arrive at H City unscathed. Wu Chun felt a twinge of envy. This magical squirrel was quite intelligent and had achieved a 2-star rank, making Victor's situation quite fortunate. Wu Chun glanced at Victor D, who had been chattering incessantly at his side. How long do you intend to follow me? With your current combat strength, I believe you would be quite welcomed in other factions. With a sigh, Vic waved his hand dismissively. I attempted to join a faction, but those individuals merely regarded my companion, Ball, as a tool for exploration, constantly issuing orders that I found quite distasteful, and Ball shared my sentiments. Moreover, not long ago, a minor faction sought to eliminate Ball in order to loot a treasure chest. At this point, Vic's tone turned icy. They underestimated the combat prowess of both Ball and myself, resulting in the annihilation of their entire squad of 26. Wu Chun remained silent. The world had transformed into one where power reigned supreme, and it was commonplace to be slain by those superior in strength. Vic looked at Wu Chun with a pitiful expression. My friend, allow me to accompany you. Although I am not yet a 2-star warrior, I assure you, with Ball by my side, I will not be a burden. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Chun recognized that he indeed required assistance in managing his affairs in H City. Although he had only met Vic twice, he found the man's demeanor agreeable. I must make a trip to the stone tablet. Please assist me in locating 2 individuals. One is named Lu Tiniu, and the other is Pu Xian. They should be in H City. Once you find them, bring them to me. And there is also a woman named Sun Rong. I am uncertain if she is in H City, but if you can locate her, do bring her as well. They should still be ordinary people, so it should not be too difficult to invite them. Vic's face lit up with joy. Did this mean Wu Chun was consenting to his company? Was he being assigned a task? Understood, my lord. I will find them all in the shortest time possible. With that, Vic abandoned his stall and set off with his magical pet to search for the 3 individuals. My lord? Wu Chun was not particularly fond of this address. After all, he was only 20 years old. A little over 10 minutes later, Wu Chun arrived at Hengran Commercial Plaza, where he could see the stone tablet standing in the center of the square from a distance. The square was surrounded by an octagonal iron fence, with a single entrance remaining open. 2 1-star warriors guarded the entrance, and individuals were periodically paying a fee of 100 copper coins to enter. Some emerged looking distressed, others with faint smiles, and some did not emerge at all. When it was Wu Chun's turn, he paid the 100 copper coins and entered. He had participated in the Stone Tablets lottery in his previous life as well, having drawn an E-level skill the first time and a Thunder Punishment the second. After the deathly aura of the thunder struck, and with the provided immunity token, Wu Chun refrained from attempting again. Placing his palm on the stone tablet, a semi-transparent barrier expanded, obscuring the view from the outside. The stone tablet gradually vanished, and the environment transformed into the boundless expanse of the universe, where countless gray treasure chests floated like stars in the galaxy, seemingly endless. Ding! You have gained an opportunity to negate punishment. Would you like to spend 5,000 copper coins to open the Death Gamble chest? Wu Chun opted to proceed, as this first chance was essentially a complimentary lottery opportunity that no one would decline. Ding! The first-tier Death Gamble chest is now commencing. A small, devilish, spherical creature appeared, grinning wickedly at Wu Chun before bouncing among the numerous treasure chests. Each time it collided with a chest, the impacted chest would illuminate with its respective color, eliciting great excitement. Silver chest, passed. Black ? Chest, passed. Terrifying crimson chest, passed. Shining platinum chest, passed. After a few moments, the little demon collapsed next to a bronze chest, its head adorned with bumps and a circle of special effect-like stars swirling around it. Indeed, The little demon had to knock itself unconscious to halt. It was a laborious task. In the next instant, the bronze chest floated out, awaiting its eventual opener. Wu Qian suppressed the excitement bubbling within him. Although he had drawn the best chest of the first tier, the subsequent phase was crucial. Many who opened treasure chests faced punishments, which were often more perilous than those dropped by magical creatures. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the D-level skill, Puppet Refinement. Puppet Refinement? He had not heard of anyone possessing such a skill. It appeared he would have to explore it independently. Just as Wu Qian exited the protective barrier, several self-proclaimed powerful warriors approached him. Kid, did you draw something valuable? Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Wu Qian glanced at the emblems on their chests. They belonged to the War King Hall, the Apocalypse Battle Team, and the Tiger Wolf Gang. Get lost. Wu Qian's eyes narrowed, sensing that the major factions in H City were keen to test his mettle. The group of warriors fumed. If you don't hand it over, we'll make you. Wu Qian regarded the oncoming assailants with a frosty gaze. He bore no fear of the 5 major factions. If provoked, he would not hesitate to annihilate a faction as a warning to others. Do you truly wish to die? Without drawing his sword, Wu Qian unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, leaving several of them severely injured. Although he used only his fists and feet, he showed no mercy. Those who chose to strike at him found themselves with a broken hand and leg. Onlookers gasped in surprise, while the higher-ups who had been observing from a distance were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Wu Qian's strength, yet they had not expected him to be this formidable. Get out of my way, Wu Qian scoffed, kicking aside one of the moaning men who obstructed his path. The man's cries ceased abruptly, indicating he had lost consciousness entirely. Is there anyone else who wishes to rob me? Wu Qian scanned the crowd. No one dared to meet his gaze, and anyone who made eye contact quickly lowered their heads. Wu Qian's ruthlessness was undeniable. The man who had been lying on the ground, clutching his leg in agony, had been kicked in the mouth, resulting in several bloody teeth flying out, and his jaw had been completely dislocated. Exposing his bloodied oral cavity, the crowd fell silent, aware that even if the man managed to have his jaw reattached, eating would likely become a significant challenge. Humph, arrogant fools, do you think you are invincible? Ultimately, a prominent figure could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Wu Qian observed the newcomer, a man in his 30s, adorned with the emblem of the War King Hall and possessing the strength of a 2-star warrior. Wu Qian chuckled derisively. What's this? Is this the caliber of the War King Hall that oversees H City? The man retorted with a cold smile. I am Zhang Dekai, the vice master of the War King Hall. Even if they are in the wrong, there is no need for you to be so heavy-handed. Wu Qian shook his head slightly. I find it entirely necessary. You stood idly by while they caused harm. Thus, you bear primary responsibility. If you wish to test me, do so openly. Do not resort to these petty tactics, or I shall regard you as contemptible. Zhang Dekai was infuriated, stepping forward with a swift pace that brought him to Wu Qian's side in the blink of an eye. Kid, you're quite arrogant. I'll show you who holds authority in H City. Faced with Zhang Dekai's fierce assault, Wu Qian remained undaunted. Instead of retreating, he advanced, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Zhang Dekai's fist. With a resounding crash, Wu Qian stood firm, while Zhang Dekai stumbled back several steps before coming to a halt, utterly defeated. The spectators gaped, frozen in disbelief. And why goodness, the Vice Master has been defeated. Did he hold back? There's no way he should lose to this kid. Not necessarily. If this guy is also a 2-star warrior. The crowd fell silent, their gazes toward Wu Qian now tinged with a hint of reverence. They too were warriors and understood the difficulty of breaking through to the 2-star level. Currently, among all the factions in H City, the number of 2-star warriors was certainly fewer than 30. The War King Hall's dominance over other factions was largely due to their greater number of 2-star warriors. However, even among 2-star warriors, disparities existed, skills mastered, physiques enhanced by consuming magical fruits, and the weapons at their disposal. Among other factors. Given these combined elements, the gap between the other factions and the 5 major powers was quite significant. Zhang Dekai's hands trembled behind his back, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. Horror coursing through him. Yet, just as he was about to retaliate, he was halted by Qi Xianyang, who approached from a distance. Enough! This young man has already proven his strength. Cease hostilities at once. Zhang Dekai protested, but master, This kid. Qi Xianyang raised a hand. His voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. I said enough. Continuing this will only bring shame to the War King Hall. Zhang Dekai opened his mouth to argue but ultimately retreated reluctantly behind Qi Xianyang. Qi Xianyang moved beside Wu Chun, stating calmly, "Young man, being too ostentatious is not necessarily a virtue. The War King's palace warmly welcomes talents like you. If you've made your decision, feel free to come find me directly." With that, Qi Xianyang left, accompanied by the visibly enraged Zhang Dekai. The onlookers, realizing there was no more entertainment to be had, gradually dispersed. Those high-ranking figures from powerful factions who had been observing shook their heads in disappointment. They longed for Wu Chun to engage in a fierce confrontation with the War King's palace, ideally taking down a few two-star warriors in the process. Such an outcome would present them with an opportunity to seize control over the H-City base. Mu Tianqi shook his head and furrowed his brows, stating, "At this point, 2 stars are becoming insufficient. We must expedite our advancement to 3 stars. Standing beside Mu Tianqi, Lin Ruyu gazed at Wu Chun with a complex expression. To be honest, she found herself more favorable toward Wu Chun than Mu Tianqi. Unfortunately, she had already aligned herself with Mu Tianqi, and a sudden defection would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Moreover, she had not perceived any intentions from Wu Chun to establish his own faction. Even if she were to switch allegiances, he might not accept her. Mo Xiaoxiu shared similar sentiments. She admired the strong, yet felt that Mu Tianqi had not yet reached the level that warranted her admiration. Although Mu Tianqi was already a 2-star warrior, she sensed that he paled in comparison to the Wu Chun who had once effortlessly defeated the demon wolf in a city. Zhao Na appeared to have come to terms with her situation, refraining from any further sarcastic remarks, having staked her entire fortune on Mu Tianqi. Indeed, everything, including her very body. Meanwhile, at the Rakshasa Hall, Yin Xinyu and Fang Qingyin also watched Wu Chun. Fang Qingyin tentatively suggested, "Sister Yin, should we consider bringing him into our camp?" Yin Xinyu cast a glance at Fang Qingyin and replied with a smile, "You're not developing feelings for him just because he unintentionally saved your life. Are you? My dear sister, you must think carefully. He is aware of our past, knows how we have been used by many men. Do you believe he would accept you? Even if Wu Chun is different from other men, he is certainly no pushover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned us weak women at that time." Fang Qingyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze, biting her lip like a child caught in wrongdoing. Yin Xinyu sighed softly and continued, "Remember this, Qingyin. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we thrive in this new world and have the capacity to assist those women still suffering at the hands of vile men. If you find yourself unable to suppress your loneliness, once we are strong enough, we can simply capture him and bring him to your bed." Fang Qingyin's face turned crimson at the suggestion, stammering in defense, "And no, Sister Yin, I don't like him. I'm merely considering our future, that's all." Yin Xinyu chuckled, choosing not to tease the innocent girl further. On the other hand, Lin Hu and Lan Batian from the Tiger Wolf Gang had long harbored resentment toward Wu Chun. Yet upon witnessing his ability to confront the Vice Master of the War King's palace, they were compelled to suppress any unrealistic thoughts. As for Meng Tianhao, the leader of the Treasure Medicine Hall, he said nothing and quietly departed with his men. Their business relied on stability. Thus, they could only position themselves as a neutral faction. Wu Chun strolled through the streets, one hand crossed over his chest while the other stroked his chin in contemplation of his next course of action. While I do not fear the people of the H-City base, overt threats are easier to evade than hidden ones. Being persistently harassed is quite bothersome. I should first focus on crafting my puppets. By now, Feiyu Tower should be fully operational. I shall also procure 2 pieces of information regarding the locations of the demon fruits. Feiyu Tower thrived on the trade of vital information. At that moment, near the tower, several warriors were calling out to form teams. They were not seeking to harvest demon fruits or hunt magical beasts, but rather to explore the uninhabited zones. Should they discover any growing demon fruits or extraordinary plants, they would relay the general routes and information back to sell to Feiyu Tower for profit. Subsequently, the tower would escort appraisers to verify the authenticity of the information before cataloging and selling it at a high price to interested warriors. As for whether these details might be resold by the explorers, that was beyond Feiyu Tower's concern. They had too much to manage already. Additionally, selling privately to other warriors was not necessarily advantageous. Payment might be meager, and safety was an issue. After all, who would willingly pay for information about demon fruits if they could acquire it for free. Thus, most of the time, these individuals would sell their information to Feiyu Tower. With private transactions being quite rare, some might wonder why, upon discovering demon fruits and extraordinary plants, they did not simply harvest them themselves. The answer is straightforward. They lacked the strength. After all, demon fruits and extraordinary plants beneficial to humans were equally advantageous to magical beasts. Moreover, magical beasts absorb these resources in a purer and more refined manner than humans. Typically, any precious demon fruit or extraordinary plant would be guarded by magical beasts, as long as one did not provoke or approach them. The beasts would generally refrain from attacking, but of course, there were unfortunate souls who encountered aggressive magical beasts, often with long-range attack abilities. A moment's delay could lead to becoming the beast's meal. Wu Chen sought this information to hunt high-star magical beasts and gather magical energy. Chapter 55. The cunning Tang Feiyu and the exceptionally talented yet unfortunate young woman Wu Chen entered Feiyu Tower and approached the front desk to express his desire to purchase information. The front desk was manned by a warm and beautiful woman, dressed in a professional outfit, seemingly having worked in a similar capacity during the old era. We have the location information for the demon fruits. But due to the scarcity of appraisers, we are currently unable to determine the level and specific effects of some demon fruits. Wu Chen nodded slightly. That's fine. I only want the information for those whose levels you cannot identify. The front desk attendant was unfazed. Many warriors sought to take a gamble. However, the outcomes were often less than favorable, with few returning alive. Very well, sir. This type of information costs 300 copper coins each. How many would you like? Please provide me with 2 of the farthest locations. Certainly, sir. That will be a total of 600 copper coins, she added. Just a reminder, we only sell the information and do not guarantee whether the demon fruits have already been claimed by others or magical beasts. That will depend on your luck. Wu Chen could only nod in resignation. He was well aware of this fact, but what could he do? It was certainly better than running around aimlessly like a headless chicken. Even though he was a reincarnator, he couldn't possibly know the locations of all demon fruits. It was prudent to have a few leads. Here is the information you requested regarding the demon fruits. Please keep it safe. Not long after Wu Chen departed, a rather disreputable-looking man came down from upstairs. He was none other than Tang Feiyu, the owner of Feiyu Tower. His name sounded quite elegant, and the tower itself had a pleasant ring to it, yet his image and demeanor were in stark contrast. How did it go, Xiaoya? Have we sold many pieces of demon fruit information today? The front desk attendant, named Xiaoya, shot her boss a disapproving glance and gently pushed away his inappropriate hand. Master, my name is Xiaoya, and it's still working hours. Tang Feiyu chuckled lewdly, retracting his hand to sniff his fingers. I just adore your mischievous nature. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Got it? Tang Feiyu again flashed a lecherous grin, indulging in a moment of inappropriate behavior before chuckling as he ascended the stairs. As Wu Chen walked along, he pondered where to find suitable materials for crafting his puppets. Achieving a perfect puppet required stringent material specifications. First, he needed the body of a dying individual imbued with powerful desires, along with some precious auxiliary materials. While he possessed the latter, finding a suitable body was proving difficult. He could only venture into the more obscure and shadowy areas in search of luck. As he had anticipated, these areas harbored discarded corpses to varying degrees. The most prevalent were the bodies of women, some as young as 8 or 9 years old, others in their 20s or 30s, all ravaged and lifeless. Their bodies were infested with finger-sized decay worms, continuously consuming their remains and erasing any traces of their existence. Speaking of decay worms, they were a type of magical beast, slightly larger than maggots, with a shell on their backs. However, they possessed no offensive capabilities, yielding no magical energy upon defeat, nor did they drop treasure chests. Their existence seemed solely for the purpose of processing corpses. Wu Chen did not consider himself a good person, yet witnessing these beasts show no mercy even to children stirred a surge of murderous intent within him. Unconsciously, he thought of the young girl, Chong Chong, and wondered whether she was still alive. He believed they would encounter one another in H City. Could it be that she had gone to another district? It seemed that Zhou Wankai had been part of Li Quan's team at that time. Why was he the only one who had come to H City? Wu Chen furrowed his brows, determining to inquire later about the circumstances surrounding this Zhou Wankai. With a slight sigh, he poured some liquor over the remains, intending to set them ablaze, allowing them to return to dust. However, at that moment, Wu Chun noticed a singularly distinct eye fixated upon him, one that belonged to a living soul. Though be candid, Wu Chun was startled. The eye, undeniably beautiful, emanated an unsettling sense of loathing akin to gazing into the abyss. Hesitating for a brief moment, he carefully unearthed the woman possessing that striking eye. It appeared she had been discarded not long ago. Her skeletal structure still relatively intact. Observing her limbs, which had clearly lost their original form, Wu Chun could not suppress a gasp of horror. The girl was approximately 18 or 19 years old. At the prime of her youth, yet she had endured unimaginable torment. One eye had been brutally gouged out, and her arms were forcibly broken and bound with steel wire. Her lower body was even more distressing. That mysterious area a chaotic mess, marred by countless signs of violation. The inner thighs were dotted with burn marks from cigarette butts, and her once long and fair legs had been shattered. Bone spurs protruded through her skin, the blood long dried and crusted. Wu Chun found it hard to believe. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would have resulted in death. Yet she remained alive, her gaze conveying a desire for vengeance. A willingness to become an unrelenting specter if it meant achieving retribution. Gently, he laid her body on the ground, fully aware that this act would do little to alleviate her suffering or hatred. Identification, name, Chu Jiao, near-death state, age, 17 realm, none talent, crossbow specialization S-note. A pitiable soul anchored to this world solely by a surging desire for vengeance. Another S-class talent. Wu Chun was genuinely astonished. When had it become so common to encounter S-class talents? Moreover, this was a rare talent he had never heard of, one requiring a special weapon for activation. After the initial shock subsided, Wu Chun felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl named Chu Jiao. Despite possessing an S-class talent, her misfortune had prevented her from finding an appropriate weapon to harness her potential. However, it was not her fault. The crossbow specialization was exceedingly rare, and typical bows and crossbows could not activate it. I require a dying individual to serve as material for crafting a puppet. If all goes well, you may yet exist in another form, I assure you. Regardless of the outcome, I will help you find those who wronged you and send them to hell if you are willing to become this material. Simply blink your eye. Wu Chun slowed his speech, hoping she would comprehend his meaning, uncertain if she still possessed her consciousness. After a span of approximately 3 breaths, the girl finally flickered her eyelids. Struggling immensely to close her eyes, Wu Chun nodded slightly, lifting her and heading towards a more secluded room. He kicked the door open and swiftly incapacitated the 2 terrified, frail men inside, then began to gather the materials necessary for the crafting process. Among the requirements were 100 pounds of bones from a 3-star magic creature, 52 grams of precious iron, 1 rare blood insect, optional, and 10 drops of the creator's blood. Wu Chun could utilize the bones from the evil eye magic sturgeon, while the precious iron could only be sourced from the remnant swords in iron.as for the rare blood insect. He recalled the corpse of a silver thread worm and was pleasantly surprised to find it compatible. Though the blood insect was not strictly necessary, including it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the crafted puppet. Finally, with his 10 drops of blood, he could commence the creation of the puppet. Initially, Wu Chun felt at ease, but as the 4th drop of blood fell, an unsettling dizziness washed over him. What is this overwhelming sense of nausea? With the 5th drop, Wu Chun's complexion paled significantly. He began to fear whether he could endure until the 10th drop fell. Damn. It seems I commenced the crafting too early. With my current strength, I hardly have any blood to spare, and this could severely deplete my vitality. After a few breaths, with the 10th drop finally falling, Wu Chun let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he resembled a frail character from a film. Pale, emaciated, and weak, his lips tinged with a bluish hue, as if teetering on the brink of death. Thankfully, he had not failed in his endeavor. He silently urged the newly formed puppet not to disappoint him. Leaning against the wall to rest, his gaze remained fixed on the girl enveloped in silver light. Filled with anticipation, the crafting process was autonomously managed by the system, providing little sense of involvement, leaving him both elated and somewhat empty. Approximately 10 breaths later, the silvery glow gradually dissipated, revealing an exquisitely crafted puppet. Ding! Congratulations on the successful crafting, acquiring a 3-star magic puppet. With silver hair and a porcelain-like, fair body, her delicate features were accentuated by a pair of striking crimson eyes. The magic puppet stood silently before Wu Qian, appearing merely as a lifeless tool, immobile without commands. With great difficulty, Wu Qian propped himself against the wall, eager to examine this extraordinary work of art. As he approached the magic puppet, he sensed her gaze shifting in tandem with his movements. Strange, why do I feel as though this puppet possesses some semblance of awareness? Wu Qian circled the puppet, noting how her eyes followed him, her body subtly adjusting to maintain her focus on him. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, her body felt cold and solid, reminiscent of porcelain, with only her joints revealing her puppet nature. Aside from her unique hair and eye color, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. There was no need for identification. Wu Qian could discern the puppet's attributes with a mere thought. Magic puppet, upgradable, requires materials, level, 3-star skills, none talent, crossbow specialization S-Note 1. Due to the overwhelming vengeful spirit of the original materials, an unknown mutation occurred during crafting, with the potential for consciousness awakening. Note 2. A miraculous non-living entity, please promptly seek weapons and skills that align with her talent for a significant boost in combat capabilities. Wu Qian inhaled sharply, realizing he had inadvertently created an artifact of limitless potential, stirring within him a sense of excitement. Suddenly, he recalled the star upgrade card. If he were to apply it to the magic puppet, would he not possess a 4-star extraordinary puppet? Wu Qian pondered, hesitating, for he possessed only one upgrade card. His initial plan had been to wait until forging a 3-star thought matrix sword before using the upgrade card. That way, he would acquire a formidable 4-star weapon. Yet now he found himself wavering. Weapons were merely inanimate objects, while the magic puppet was a non-living entity capable of advancement. Though the materials required for the upgrade could be gathered, the puppet could also advance independently. However, he urgently needed formidable power by his side, as he was about to venture into the mountain concealment realm to seize the Misty Chen scarf. Thus, he resolved to upgrade the magic puppet. As for the weapon, forging a 2-star Wang Shu sword would suffice for the time being. Having made his decision, Wu Qian applied the upgrade card to the magic puppet. Ding, upgrade card successfully used. Magic puppet, upgradable, requires materials, level, 4-star skills, none talent, crossbow specialization S-Note 1. Due to the overwhelming vengeful spirit of the original materials, an unknown mutation occurred during crafting, with the potential for consciousness awakening. Note 2. A miraculous non-living entity, please promptly seek weapons and skills that align with her talent for a significant boost in combat capabilities. Now, my life is assured. At this juncture, 4-star magic creatures would likely be scarce. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to gather more magic energy. Just then, one of the frail men Wu Qian had knocked unconscious regained consciousness. He initially intended to plead for mercy but caught sight of Chu Ju nearby, his eyes widening in disbelief. You? How can you still be alive? No, you're not her. Her hair wasn't silver. Upon hearing the man's words, Wu Qian's already pale visage turned frigid. Oh? You have seen this face. So, you are the one who caused her demise. The man, named Zhang Hao, trembled at Wu Qian's murderous intent and hastily waved his hands. No, it wasn't me. I merely happened to see her being tossed into that dark alley. Wu Qian fixed his gaze on Zhang Hao and coldly replied, If it wasn't you, then take me to those who discarded her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's eyes darted about, and without a second thought, he acquiesced. All right, I will take you there. Wu Qian searched a nearby shop for a woman's outfit to adorn the puppet. Although the puppet's body had transformed into a cold, synthetic material, its aesthetic appeal remained intact. It would be a disservice to others' eyes to overlook it. Zhang Hao walked ahead, his mind racing with schemes on how to embellish the tale to ensure this arrogant brat met a more gruesome fate. Humph, Wang Jing is no minor character. His Heavenly King's gang ranks as the 7th most powerful force. How dare you provoke the leader of the Wang gang? I shall relish witnessing your demise. With this thought, Zhang Hao instinctively straightened his back. If he could offer a few flattering words later, perhaps he might secure a position within the Heavenly King's gang, liberating himself from this wretched corner he called home. Wu Qian noticed Zhang Hao's transformation from a servile wretch to one with a straightened posture and promptly delivered a kick to his waist. What are you daydreaming about? Stop dawdling and move faster. Zhang Hao, now on the ground with his head bowed, felt his anger swell but bit his lip and suppressed it. The situation dictated his actions. as long as he delivered this cur to the Heavenly King's gang's stronghold. He could wait for Wang Jing to beat him into submission before he personally severed the limbs of this wretch for sustenance. Wu Qian observed as Zhang Hao wordlessly rose and led the way. A cold smile playing on his lips, he could surmise Jing Hao's thoughts, but alas, it was destined to remain a fantasy. Unless the one who harmed Chujio had already attained the rank of a 3-star warrior, there might be a sliver of hope for a confrontation. Meanwhile, members of the Heavenly King's gang were exchanging vulgar banter. Wang Jing, the leader, reclined on a genuine leather sofa, a cigarette clamped in his left hand while his right arm encircled the waist of a reasonably attractive woman. Occasionally, she would wince in pain from his grip, yet she forced a smile, concealing her discontent. Wang Jing inhaled deeply, exhaling the foul smoke into her face, relishing the expression of enjoyment on her visage as he offered a sinister smile. Wang Jing was acutely aware of her fade. In truth, she yearned to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. But what did it matter? In this world, strength reigns supreme. After all, he was a warrior far superior to most. Reveling in such sensations, and he adored this world. His thoughts drifted to the earlier torment of Chujio, an experience that had become oddly addictive. However, he soon grew weary of her. Her overly submissive nature rendered their encounters devoid of excitement, akin to betting a machine. Eventually, he gifted the worn-out Chujio to his subordinates, who, to his surprise, displayed a sadistic penchant for cruelty. They wielded knives and crushed her limbs, while he recalled her desperate cries for help, which added an intriguing layer to the proceedings. In her eyes, his depraved subordinates likely appeared more merciful than he. Soon after, he joined their ranks, and under the pleading gaze of Chujio, he slashed at her form. Reveling in her anguished screams, experiencing a thrill he had never known before. Chapter 58. Is my behavior not obvious enough? The girl who crawled up from hell. However, the final gaze of Chujio vexed him greatly. In a fit of rage, he slowly gouged out one of her eyes. Even now, that gaze occasionally haunted his mind, an indelible specter he could not shake. If one were to describe it, it felt like a curse, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Jing shook his head with a bitter smile, astonished that he would be intimidated by that girl. Were his brutish subordinates to discover this, they would undoubtedly mock him. With that thought, he summoned the subordinate responsible for disposing of bodies, inquiring, "Is that girl from earlier truly dead?" The subordinate replied, "Rest assured, boss. After we had our fun, her limbs are shattered, and her organs have suffered severe deterioration. Even with miraculous elixirs, she would likely remain beyond salvation." He shuddered, recalling his boss's frenzied enjoyment, realizing that his leader's depravity surpassed their own. He had relished snapping her bones while immersed in her screams. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's anxiety eased slightly. He pondered. She wasn't seen by that madwoman from the Luocha Hall. Was she? The subordinate, sweating profusely, knew that if discovered, he could have faced a fate worse than death. And the Heavenly King's gang might cease to exist. No, the place I disposed of her was quite secluded. Why now? Those carrion insects have likely consumed her. Wang Jing smiled nonchalantly. Good. Those vile women despise us for our treatment of women. We must tread lightly for now. With that, he pulled the woman beside him closer, intending to indulge himself once more. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the door, which had been reinforced with steel plates, as it flew open and crushed 3 of his subordinates. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of unbridled rage surged through the Heavenly King's gang. Wang Jing rose slowly, turning his gaze toward the entrance. Where an unfamiliar youth stood, his brow furrowing slightly, he refrained from making any rash movements. Anyone capable of kicking down the Heavenly King's gang's reinforced door was undoubtedly no weakling. Wang Jing had been preoccupied with tormenting Chujio earlier, neglecting to witness the confrontation between Wu Qian and the vice leader of the War King's Hall. Otherwise, he would not have been so composed. "Kid, I demand a reasonable explanation." Wu Qian regarded him with indifference. Striding forward, "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? Is my intent not abundantly clear? I have come to kill." As those words left his mouth, numerous warriors from the Heavenly King's gang kicked aside chairs and tables, their gazes icy as they fixated on Wu Qian. "Damn it, it seems our methods have been too lenient if a mere brat dares to provoke us." The speaker was none other than the subordinate responsible for disposing of Chujio. Known as Hong Mao, Wang Jing's right-hand man and a one-star warrior. He glanced at his boss, who gave a slight nod, and with a wave of his hand, led over a dozen armed subordinates toward Wuchen. So you wish to kill? Today, I shall witness how you intend to accomplish that. Everyone, attack, sever his limbs, but do not let him die too easily. Wuchen stood motionless, and in a flash, a figure darted forth, launching a single kick that sent the first charging subordinate crashing against the wall, convulsing and bleeding profusely, clearly not long for this world. The Heavenly King's gang was momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen event, staring at the familiar yet strange face before them in disbelief. Instinctively, they felt this was not the girl they had broken, yet a voice deep within insisted that this was indeed Chu Jiao, the girl they had ruthlessly tortured to death, returning to exact vengeance. An icy dread surging through their hearts in an instant, both Hong Mao and Wang Jing found themselves trembling involuntarily. Wang Jing muttered, his expression darkening, "This is impossible. How could she still be alive after everything? Is this a ghost?" Wang Jing could only entertain the notion of ghosts, given the world had become so distorted. The emergence of supernatural entities seemed almost plausible. With this thought, his panic began to subside. As long as he understood the situation, he could inflict torment upon her once more. Wang Jing bellowed, "Stop dawdling. Whether or not she is that woman matters not. We shall simply kill her again." Hong Mao and the others nodded, weapons in hand, as they approached the unmoving puppet that was Chu Jiao. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Jing inquired of Wuchen, "What have you done to her? Why has she become like this?" Chapter 59. Indomitable Obsession, the Malevolent Puppet. Wang Jing's hidden card. Wuchen paid him no mind, scanning the area until he found a relatively clean spot to sit down. "I did nothing. She clawed her way up from hell. I merely lent her a slight hand. You need not glare at me. I shall not intervene. Today, the spotlight is on you. I am merely an observer." As he spoke, Wuchen produced a cigarette, lighting it and settling back to enjoy. He raised his hand slightly, signaling them to commence their performance. Wang Jing trembled with rage. This was the first time since establishing the Heavenly King's gang that he had experienced such humiliation. Did this fool truly believe he could stand against the entire gang? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of threats, Wuchen interjected, "Instead of glaring at me, perhaps you should ponder how to meet your end more comfortably. Just a reminder, her combat prowess now rivals your own." Wang Jing could hardly believe the words of Wuchen, yet reality delivered him a resounding slap in the face almost immediately. Before him stood a girl with silver hair and crimson eyes, who defeated the red-haired assailants in a mere span of breaths. Each of them lay in a pool of their own blood, suffering from gruesome, shattering fractures in their limbs, howling in agony. Their trousers were soaked in blood, and it seemed their manhood had been utterly rendered useless. Particularly, the warrior known as Red Hair received special attention from Chu Jiao, who crushed his leg bones to a pulp, various internal organs spilling from his ruptured abdomen. It appeared as though Chu Jiao was doing this deliberately, controlling her force just enough to keep Red Hair conscious, allowing him to endure the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very marrow. Tears and snot streamed down Red Hair's face as he cried out, pleading for his life, yearning to savor existence in this new world. "Boss, please save me. Quickly, find a doctor. That's my kidney." "No, don't." With a terrifying gaze, Red Hair watched as his kidney slipped free with the blood, only to be crushed beneath Chu Jia's delicate foot. The nerve connection still intact, the pain from that stomp made his eyes bulge, and he could only emit a hoarse, strangled cry as if his throat were blocked. Wang Jing, sensing something amiss, thought he saw a mysterious smile playing at the corners of the girl's lips. Fear gripped him, and he stood frozen in place, his body trembling. Wuchen, sitting nearby and smoking, furrowed his brow. His command was to eliminate these individuals, but not with such intricate brutality. This magical puppet had executed its duties autonomously, not only enacting a humanitarian extermination but also obliterating Red Hair's kidney. Was this a good or a bad turn of events? Wuchen began to feel anxious, as harboring a disobedient magical puppet brought forth numerous unpredictable variables. Just then, the puppet that had dispatched Red Hair and his cohorts began to move once more, slowly turning to face the pallid Wang Jing, her scarlet eyes flickering with a disquieting, eerie glow. Wuchen did not intervene. He was curious to see just how autonomous this puppet could be. Humph, wretched being, do not presume that surviving grants you the ability to seek revenge. I am the leader of a gang for a reason. I possess my own trump cards. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jing drew forth a finely crafted dart. The moment the dart was revealed, even Wu Chun expressed a hint of surprise. You're quite fortunate to have acquired a 2-star Broken Star Dart. The Broken Star Dart could effortlessly pierce through the defenses of 2-star magical creatures, making it a rare treasure. Moreover, the physical defenses of human warriors were generally weak. Thus, this dart posed a significant threat to many. Unfortunately, his opponent was no longer human. Despite its strength, the Broken Star Dart could not penetrate Chujia's skin. You actually know of the Broken Star Dart. Upon hearing Wu Chun name the dart outright, Wang Jing's heart sank to the depths. He feared he was truly doomed. My dear brother, it seems we bear no grievances against one another. There are countless women in this world. Why must you risk everything for one? Wang Jing attempted to broker peace, but Wu Chun merely smiled blankly. It is not that we are destined to perish together, for we indeed harbor no enmity. However, you seem to have misunderstood one crucial detail. The one you are contending with is not me, but her, the very woman you have tormented with your perverse methods. She seeks your life. Not I. Did you forget what I stated from the outset? Wang Jing's expression darkened. It was indeed as the other had said. This wretched woman was the one taking action, while he merely sat by, smoking and watching. Wretched being, since you so desperately wish to die, allow me to grant your wish. It just so happens that I have yet to fully indulge myself. Let me savor your essence once more. With that, Wang Jing hurled his dart with all his might before swiftly turning to flee. He was not foolish. He had witnessed Chujia's prowess firsthand. Even with the Broken Star Dart, overcoming her would prove exceedingly difficult. Only by fleeing might he find hope for survival. Chapter 60. The Soul's Rest, Annihilation of the Heavenly King's Gang with a resounding clang. The Broken Star Dart struck the magical puppet, Chujio, squarely in the forehead. Not only did it leave no discernible mark, but it also shattered the dart's tip. Bang! At that moment, Wu Chun, who had been observing, swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Jing, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground at the puppet's feet. My apologies, but the show is far from over. You, the protagonist, cannot exit prematurely. Wang Jing lay on the ground, his face ashen. From the speed displayed by this youth, it was evident he was also a formidable warrior. How could someone like Wang Jing, a mere footnote, find himself being mercilessly hunted by 2 powerful warriors in a single night? Was this truly divine retribution? In the next instant, the stunningly beautiful Chujio crushed Wang Jing's thigh bone with a single kick. Eliciting a piercing scream from his lips, the puppet's movements did not cease. One foot pressed down on Wang Jing's chest while the other relentlessly shattered his leg bones, reenacting the horrors he had inflicted upon her. Her movements were deliberate, almost languorous, savoring this rare moment, torturing him meticulously and methodically. Subsequently, the puppet extended a slender finger, slowly probing towards Wang Jing's terrified eyes. No, please, Chujio, I was wrong. Grant me a chance to amend my ways. I will change, I truly will. The puppet's actions were unrelenting until her finger plunged into Wang Jing's eye. A shrill scream escaped his lips, reminiscent of the time when Chujio had yet to become a puppet. Soon after, the puppet curled her finger, extracting Wang Jing's eyeball and placing it in her mouth to begin chewing. Wang Jing clutched his bleeding eye, feeling an unsettling warmth spreading in his trousers. Quick, save me. For the sake of our shared humanity, please. Wu Chun remained silent. The audacity of Wang Jing to seek his rescue was beyond belief. Give it up. Your demise is already sealed. If you cooperate, perhaps her soul may find peace sooner, and you might suffer less. Just as Wu Chen's words fell, the puppet's delicate, pale hand grasped Wang Jing's arm and began to pull. The sensation of skin and flesh separating was vividly conveyed to Wang Jing's mind. No, grant me a swift end. Please, grant me mercy. Before long, all of Wang Jing's limbs had been wrenched from him, rendering him a mere stump of a man. The sheer agony caused his eyes to roll back. His body convulsing, on the brink of unconsciousness, Wu Chun sighed, initially intending to assist Chujio in tormenting Wang Jing, but now saw no need to do so. Ultimately, Wang Jing could not withstand the excruciating pain. Succumbing to death, this outcome was, in truth, rather merciful for him. Yet Wu Chun could do nothing. He could not waste his healing potions on such a wretch. At the moment of Wang Jing's death, the puppet ceased all movement, her once eerily glowing eyes returning to a placid state. The girl named Chu Jiu seemed to find solace in this moment, her soul temporarily at rest with Wang Jing's demise. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Aside from Wang Jing and over a dozen key figures, the Heavenly King's gang was left with nearly 300 ordinary lackeys. These lackeys were but ants, barely reaching 1 star. Lacking even a single skill, pitifully weak, their legs trembled, paralyzed with fear, as they awaited the judgment of Wu Chun and the terrifying girl. Wu Chun glanced at them. Since the magical puppet had not exacted revenge upon these individuals, it was likely they had not tormented her, or perhaps they were merely fortunate enough to escape the torment before it fell upon them. The fact that they followed a scoundrel like Wang Jing indicated their hands were likely not clean either. After all, birds of a feather flock together. His magical flame rose needed human corpses for advancement, and it seemed a waste not to eliminate them. Hand over your copper coins. You have 1 minute. The onlookers dared not defy him and hurriedly transferred their meager funds to Wu Chen's account. It must be said, these individuals were indeed impoverished. The combined copper coins of nearly 300 people barely amounted to 2,000. Big brother, may we leave now? Wu Chun offered no reply, swiftly drawing his sword and unleashing a powerful strike, obliterating over 30 individuals in a single blow. Shocked and enraged, the remaining crowd erupted in curses. Dog scum, you have no honor. Brothers, do not flee. This scoundrel never intended to let us go. Let us fight together. Even in death, we shall drag him down with us. Wu Chun snorted disdainfully, executing another strike that claimed the lives of dozens more. Chu Jiu, eliminate them. As soon as the words fell, Chu Jiu, with a physique as formidable as steel, immediately propelled herself forward. Her strength was immense. Anyone struck by her would either have their bones shattered or meet a swift demise, with some unfortunate souls even suffering gruesome fatal injuries, resulting in blood and gore splattered everywhere in no time. Chu Jiu was stained crimson with the tainted blood, her once lustrous silver hair now in disarray, matted with flesh and blood, presenting a rather ghastly sight. Chapter 61. The blooming of the fiery rose of magic. Wu Chen's position the pleas for mercy echoed incessantly, yet Wu Chun showed no intention of halting his onslaught. Having resolved to annihilate the Heavenly King gang, he would spare not a single soul. After 4 to 5 minutes, every member of the Heavenly King gang was utterly extinguished. The night transformed completely into a tableau of corpses and blood. Among the fallen bodies lay 3 stone treasure chests, but alas, their contents were nothing but worthless debris. Ding. Collection successful. Magic energy 5 ding. Collection successful. Magic energy 3 ding. Collection successful. Magic energy 2. As the collection concluded, Wu Chen's magic energy surged once more. During this interval, he also acquired 2 F-grade skills, but they were so subpar that Wu Chen couldn't be bothered to learn them. Ding, congratulations on cultivating the fiery rose of magic. Would you like to form a contract? Huh? The fiery rose of magic bloomed so swiftly. Contract, ding. Contract successful. Acquired a 1-star plant-type magical pet. Fiery rose of magic. Wu Chun was elated and promptly summoned the fiery rose of magic, which stood about a meter tall. Its appearance was quite simple, featuring a single stem with a green leaf on either side, topped by a coconut-sized fiery red rose. Present. The fiery rose of magic possessed very low intelligence, merely swaying its flower slightly without the capability for active attack. Wu Chun expended considerable effort teaching it to devour corpses. Phew. No wonder the fiery rose of magic is dubbed a trash magical pet. It truly is weak in the early stages. But fear not, I shall nurture you into the most formidable magical pet, one that will astound all. Wu Chun commanded the magic puppet to guard the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. The center of the fiery rose's bloom gradually opened, transforming into a large, serrated circular maw, beginning to consume the corpses that littered the ground. Fortunately, this process was not slow. It could devour a body in approximately 3 to 4 seconds. Nearly half an hour later, the ground was devoid of corpses, and the man who had ambushed him was fed to the fiery rose of magic. Indeed, after consuming these bodies, it had visibly grown. Wu Chen glanced at the fiery rose's attribute information, but there were no indications of advancement. Oh well, patience is a virtue. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Several major factions from H City had arrived. Wu Chen summoned Chu Jiu back to his side, allowing those individuals to approach without obstruction. Is this you're doing? The speaker was Yin Xinyu, the leader of the Azura Hall. Her people had just discovered that the Heavenly King gang had been secretly tormenting women, and she had come specifically to speak with Wang Jing. Yin Xinyu hoped that this unfriendly exchange would lead to a breakdown in talks, allowing her to ruthlessly punish Wang Jing and his cohorts without restraint. However, to Yin Xinyu's surprise, Wu Chun had already accomplished what she intended, much to her discontent. The crucial question was, aside from the scattered flesh and blood, where had he disposed of the bodies? Wu Chun shook his head. To be precise, it is her vengeance. Yin Xinyu cast a glance at Chu Jiu and, seeing her covered in blood and gore, was convinced. Soon after, the War King's Hall and the Enlightenment faction arrived in succession. Kong Ke surveyed the nearly blood-soaked hall, a chill creeping into his heart. At this moment, he hesitated, contemplating whether to oppose Wu Chun. Although Wu Chun possessed remarkable treasures, one must also have a life to claim them. Among the representatives from the Enlightenment faction was the beautiful police officer Mu Xiaoxiu. Their previous encounters had been limited, and thus they exchanged no further pleasantries. Mu Xiaoxiu also wore a grave expression as she gazed at the scene. Wu Chun had single-handedly annihilated the entire Heavenly King gang. How had he achieved such a feat? Even the Enlightenment faction would require considerable effort to eradicate the Heavenly King gang, and it was impossible to leave no survivors. Wu Chun smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Yin Xinyu called out to Wu Chun, specifically wishing to retain the silver-haired, crimson-eyed Chu Jiu. Given her appearance, covered in blood and flesh, it was clear that the scene had been horrific, exhilarating, and precisely to her taste. One must inquire, how could such a talent not be recruited into the Azura Hall's female army? Wu Chun frowned and asked, Does Hall Master Yin have further business? Yin Xinyu nodded, her gaze filled with admiration for Chu Jiu. What is your relationship with her? If possible, I would like to invite her to join my Azura Hall. Wu Chun was taken aback and then resolutely shook his head. You jest. This magical puppet was forged at great expense of my finest materials and blood. There is no way she could join the Azura Hall. Yin Xinyu's expression turned somewhat frigid as she perceived that Wu Chun was forcibly keeping this exquisite young woman by his side. Wu Chun seemed to sense Yin Xinyu's thoughts and stated coolly, If you can persuade her to return with you, I will not obstruct it. Yin Xinyu's expression brightened, and she quickly launched into persuasion mode. However, after a lengthy discourse, the stunning young woman showed no sign of being swayed and instead delivered a punch in Yin Xinyu's direction. Yin Xinyu hastily crossed her arms in defense, yet the immense force still propelled her backward by several steps. The onlookers were taken aback. This nefarious woman had been so easily repelled. Could it be that this silver-haired maiden was also a top-tier warrior among the two-star ranks? Wu Chun calmly stated, It appears that Hall Master Yin has failed to convince her. In that case, we shall take our leave. Yin Xinyu's face hardened, and she refrained from any further attempts at obstruction. She could sense that this young woman's combat prowess was not inferior to her own, making any attempt at coercion futile. Damn it. Yin Xinyu clenched her fists, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Why must all powerful women align themselves with these vile men? Is it not commendable for women to be self-reliant? Before long, news of the Heavenly King gang's catastrophic annihilation spread far and wide. Those with grievances against the gang cheered in delight. Wu Chen's name once again reached the ears of various factions. Solidifying his status as a formidable force, he had truly carved out a place for himself in the realm of the strong. Chapter 62. The Untouchable Maiden. Seeking a suitable stronghold, Wu Chun led Chu Jiu to cleanse the blood and grime from their bodies before heading in the direction of Vic. Although Chu Jiu had donned a hooded cloak to obscure her striking silver hair, she still attracted numerous curious glances. After all, the magical puppet Wu Chun had crafted was astonishingly beautiful, resembling a goddess stepped straight out of a two-dimensional world. Impossible to overlook. Silver-haired and crimson-eyed, she was the one who had obliterated the entire Heavenly King gang. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly shifted their fervent gazes away from her. The sheer magnitude of this achievement was terrifying. The Heavenly King gang was, after all, the 7th largest faction in H City. Merely the warriors capable of activating their attribute panels numbered nearly 300, not counting Wang Jing and his core members. Yet, This formidable faction was utterly eradicated by this singular man and woman. With not a single soul escaping point, one could only imagine the extent of their combat prowess. It was likely that even the War King's Hall and the Azura Hall could not swiftly dismantle a martial artist faction in such a manner. Take heed, his name is Wu Chun. It is said that even the War King's Hall cannot contend with him. In H City, Wu Chun had truly established his presence. Wu Chun himself remained unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, as long as no one provoked him. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Wu Chun located Vic and was not disappointed. He had indeed found Lu Tiniu, Pu Xian, and Sun Rong. The three appeared rather disheveled, clearly having struggled to make their way in H City. Master, I have discovered a relatively suitable location. I believe it could serve as our stronghold. Wu Chun followed Vic to a technologically advanced skyscraper, primarily constructed of steel and specialized glass, which exuded an impressive grandeur. However, the sole drawback was that a third of this edifice had collapsed and required substantial renovation. Within the remaining intact structure, several ordinary individuals resided, with bedding scattered haphazardly and excrement in the corners, creating a rather unsightly scene. Wu Chun furrowed his brow slightly, but had no intention of seeking alternative accommodations, for H City was not his ultimate base. It merely served as a temporary refuge to amass wealth. The location he coveted was a hidden realm soon to merge with Earth, where a concealed mountain range lay beneath a protective formation, housing several magnificent pavilions and palaces. At the entrance stood an immense white jade stele inscribed with the powerful characters Immortal Dao Academy in ancient seal script. Wu Chun recalled vividly that this forsaken celestial haven had eventually fallen into the hands of the Wu family in the imperial capital. This time, he was determined to seize it before they could. Wu Chun instructed Vic, devise a method to persuade these individuals to vacate the technological skyscraper and arrange for someone to dismantle the collapsed section. Vic acknowledged the command and proceeded with Ball to approach the disheartened refugees. This group represented the most abject of failures, still clinging to the illusions of the old world, hoping for governmental salvation while neglecting the notion of hunting magical beasts to sustain themselves. To them, such endeavors were the concern of soldiers and warriors, irrelevant to their mundane existence. Clearly, various martial factions had discerned their temperament and had no intention of incorporating them into their ranks, even if a few possessed innate talent. After all, possessing talent was one matter, but having the courage to wield weapons in combat was another. No team would require timid cowards, as such individuals would only serve as a hindrance. Chapter 63. Vic, with his remarkable execution capabilities, commenced the forging of weapons and equipment. Here are 50 copper coins, sufficient for a hearty meal. I grant you 3 breaths' time. Anyone lingering here will learn the true meaning of cruelty. As Vic's words fell, murmurs of discontent arose. Why should we leave? We were here first. Indeed, 50 copper coins are hardly sufficient. Where will we go afterward? Vic sighed, shaking his head in disbelief at their foolish audacity. If only your courage were directed toward battling magical creatures, perhaps your lives would not be so wretched. Ball, the magical squirrel, promptly confronted the ringleader, delivering a brutal beating that left teeth and blood splattered. The once emaciated figure soon appeared healthier, albeit through violent means. Witnessing such savagery, the others turned pale with fear and hastily fled the technological skyscraper. The intended effect of instilling terror was achieved, and Vic refrained from further violence, allowing the ignorant masses to depart. Observing Vic's commendable efficacy, Wu Chun refrained from further comment. Vic, I entrust the management of the technological skyscraper to you. Yes, my lord. Next, Wu Chun turned his attention to the trio. Lu Tiniu, a 37-year-old man with a square face who appeared honest and simple, Pu Xian, a 25-year-old tall and handsome laborer, and Sun Rong, a 32-year-old woman with freckles and gray-blue eyes, likely of mixed heritage. He recalled that these 3 would later achieve significant success in H City. Upon activating their attribute panels, Lu Tiniu awakened an A-level craftsman talent, Pu Xian a C-level alchemy talent, and Sun Rong a B-level cooking talent. With their presence, future concerns regarding weaponry, healing potions, and sustenance would be resolved. You 3, follow me. I will guide you to activate your attribute panels. The trio, incredulous, could hardly believe their ears that this young man, rumored to be seeking to employ them, was willing to lead them to slay monsters and activate their panels. Yet, they were merely ordinary mortals. Why would he do this? Even if they activated their panels, they would still be mere mortals with panels. The notion of awakening powerful talents had never crossed their minds. After all, true talent was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 in 1,000 achieving such a feat. Even then, most talents were F-level, with the better ones merely E-level. The trio dared not inquire further and followed the evidently formidable young man out of the city. After some time, Wu Chen found 3 magical rats, incapacitated them, and tossed them before the trio, generously providing them with a metallic dagger. Kill them to activate your attribute panels. Be swift. I give you 10 seconds. Failure to comply will see you return whence you came. The 3 hesitated momentarily, gritted their teeth, and plunged the dagger into the magical rats. They fervently wished to avoid returning to the filthy, foul place. Upon the rats' demise, the 3 successfully activated their panels, gazing in astonishment at their talents. What astonished them even more was this young man's apparent knowledge that they would surely awaken high-level talents. All right, let us return. Wu Chen entrusted Pu Xian and Sun Rong to Vic for management, providing him with 4,000 copper coins as initial capital to utilize as he saw fit. He then led Lu Tiniu to a quieter room, producing the blueprints for the Nightshade Cloak and the Wangshu Sword, along with various materials for magical beasts, including the prized hard-shelled cocoon, the sides of the evil side cicada, and the bones of the evil eye sturgeon. You possess an A-level craftsman talent, granting you a 20 success rate in forging equipment. Learn these 2 blueprints and assist me in forging the Nightshade Cloak and the Wangshu Sword in the shortest time possible. Lu Tiniu nodded, reaching for the blueprints, but Wu Chen preemptively placed his hand upon them, calmly stating, "Once you learn my blueprints, you will be my subordinate. I do not wish to encounter any mid-course deviations. You understand my meaning, yes?" Lu Tiniu regarded Wu Chen earnestly, declaring, "I, Tiniu, am not an ungrateful person. From the moment you assisted me in activating my attribute panel, I resolved to follow you diligently. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself." Wu Chen smiled faintly, releasing his grip on the blueprints. He did not fully trust the man, which was why he refrained from revealing the blueprints for the 3-star Mind Matrix Sword. After all, the future was uncertain, and only time would reveal the truth. "Very well, commence your work. Oh, by the way, I also possess a Moonlight Stone. Add some during the forging of the Wangshu Sword. It may yield rare attributes." Lu Tiniu acknowledged and swiftly began studying the blueprints before starting the forging process. Those with craftsman talents were automatically equipped with a forging table, a hammer, and a small furnace. Lu Tiniu was adept with the hammer, but whether he could successfully forge the equipment depended entirely on his own skill. Wu Chen closed the door, awaiting the good news from Lu Tiniu. Given the A-level talent, a 20 success rate should not be overly difficult to achieve, unless sheer misfortune struck. Chapter 64. The Rare Attribute of the Wangshu Sword. A highly useful detection technique. Approximately 40 minutes later, Lu Tiniu emerged from the room, his expression betraying evident excitement. "Boss, I have not disappointed you. I succeeded, and the Wangshu Sword also manifested a rare attribute." Wu Chen's face lit up with joy as he eagerly took the Wangshu Sword to examine it. Wangshu Sword, Life Drain. Striking a target allows the wielder to siphon 5 points of vitality, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Life Drain? Wu Chen was taken aback, having never encountered such an attribute before. Vitality was a crucial element sustaining a warrior's activities and skill releases. With this attribute, he would maintain a distinct advantage for a significant duration, growing even more formidable as time passed. When his enemies were exhausted, Wu Chen would remain invigorated, ready to unleash lethal skills. Well done. What about the Nightshade Cloak? Although the Nightshade Cloak also bore an attribute, it was not as impressive as that of the Wangshu Sword. As he spoke, Lu Tiniu handed the Nightshade Cloak to Wu Chen. Nightshade Cloak, a cloak with considerable defense, capable of reflecting 2 points of damage. Wu Chen nodded slightly. While the damage reflection attribute was beneficial, a mere 2 points would hardly inflict significant harm on adversaries. I also possess 2 damage weapons. See if you can repair them. Lu Tiniu took the silver tooth dagger and the broken star dart, assessing them. This was a built-in capability of the craftsman talent, allowing him to evaluate the extent of damage and automatically propose repairs. The silver tooth dagger was beyond repair, likely to shatter completely after 1 or 2 more uses. The broken star dart has merely suffered damage to its tip, which can be repaired with the teeth of the evil-eyed demon sturgeon. Albeit somewhat of an overkill, Wu Chen nodded slightly. No matter. Please expedite the repairs.as for the remaining materials. Forge a batch of weapons devoid of special attributes for Vic to sell. Regarding the selling methods, I shall inform Vic in due time. Your sole responsibility is to forge. Once the broken star dart is restored, Wu Chun sought out Vic to relay certain matters before embarking on a hunt for magical beasts. The automaton, Chu Jiao, closely trailed behind Wu Chun, executing her role as bodyguard to perfection. Wu Chun retrieved the map purchased from Feiyu Tower, glancing at it. According to the description, the first magical fruit's location lies approximately 24 kilometers north of the city. Nestled between two closely adjacent mountains, between these mountains, there exists a narrow crevice, less than half a meter wide, where a magical fruit resembling a chicken heart grows, rendering it exceedingly difficult to harvest. Moreover, a black serpent guards this fruit, its appearance deceptively slender, yet its speed is terrifyingly swift, and its venom is exceedingly potent. It is said that warriors attempting to harvest the magical fruit often meet their demise at the jaws of the black serpent, becoming fodder for its evolution. To avoid drawing attention, Wu Qian instructed Chu Jiao to don a hat, concealing her striking silver hair. Wu Qian's attire was rather unassuming, consisting solely of a black huey coat, with a sheath for the Wangshu sword slung across his back, making him appear less like a hunter of magical beasts and more like an ignorant youth out for a leisurely stroll. In stark contrast, the other teams were fully geared, with even the smallest group comprising over 30 individuals. Though Wu Qian had garnered a modicum of fame at the H-City base, few had actually encountered him in person. Someone pointed at Wu Qian and scoffed, "Look, those two must be a pair of Na'vi rookies, thinking they can hunt magical beasts without forming a team." Amidst the ridicule, some astute individuals remained silent, their gazes flickering towards Wu Qian, sensing that these two were likely not fools, their combat prowess presumably substantial, and their coats perhaps not mere ordinary garments, possibly even possessing commendable defensive capabilities. A particularly dashing youth with a ponytail curled his lip in disdain. Clad in a brown trench coat and cradling a tang saber, casting a glance at Wu Qian that dripped with contempt. "What a show-off, Uncle Dao. How much do you reckon this kid weighs?" He inquired of the middle-aged man beside him, who served as his bodyguard and possessed a 2-star rank, quite formidable in his own right. Besides this Uncle Dao, over 50 1-star warriors accompanied them, suggesting the ponytail youth's status and background were not to be taken lightly. Uncle Dao chuckled and shook his head, advising the young master, "Do not underestimate him. His combat strength is likely not inferior to mine." The ponytail youth scoffed again, clearly unconvinced by his bodyguard's words. "I doubt it. I feel I could take him down with one hand." Uncle Dao sighed softly, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His young master possessed a D-rank talent for swordsmanship, with a bright future ahead, yet he was somewhat arrogant. Uncle Dao hoped this expedition would temper his young master's hubris, a result the family head wished to see. Half an hour later, Wu Qian encountered a magically transformed macaque that leapt from the shadows with astonishing speed. Clang! The macaque's claws struck Wu Qian's long sword, and it swiftly retreated, crouching on a nearby tree trunk while baring its teeth at him. Its size was diminutive, even smaller than an ordinary macaque, evidently having evolved towards speed, making it a type of magical beast that many warriors dread encountering. Wu Qian gripped his longsword lightly, its tip angled towards the ground, calmly observing the magically transformed macaque. From the moment he entered the hunting zone, Wu Qian had employed a detection technique, having long since identified the creature's presence. This detection technique proved indeed useful. Yin Sinyu's gift had truly been a boon. The macaque screeched, darting towards Wu Qian once more, its speed even swifter than before. "Skills? Mere words shall not suffice. You cannot hope to prevail against me." Wu Qian refrained from employing skills for the moment, relying solely on his own realm and the mobility provided by his battle shoes to handle the situation. The swift Wu Qian engaged in a fierce tussle with the peaked 2-star macaque. Their sharp claws and sword blades clashing, sparks flying. It must be said, this magically transformed macaque was indeed a prodigious entity, a rare opponent capable of matching him in speed. After several exchanges, the macaque grew increasingly agitated. Realizing its disadvantage against this human in a sudden burst of speed, the macaque discovered that the human, previously entangled with it, had rapidly closed the distance, the sharp longsword slicing across its neck. Chapter 65. Ugly yet incredibly powerful weapon. The vanished magical fruit Clang. The macaque was slain, gaining 88 magical energy. Clang, congratulations, you have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Clang, collection successful, gaining 47 magical energy. Wu Qin's spirits lifted. With a wooden treasure chest in hand, the lucky card could finally be put to use. Wu Qin affixed the lucky card to the wooden treasure chest, and at the moment of opening, a dazzling 2-star yellow light erupted forth. Excellent, this is the light I sought. Though aware that using the lucky card would yield a 2-star item, Wu Qin could not suppress his joy in less than a breath's time. The unique yellow glow of the 2-star item faded, revealing a dark red Wolfang club before Wu Qin's eyes. Wu Qin's mouth parted slightly. He had forgotten that treasure chests could yield items he did not require. Alas, the anticipation was in vain. Cruel Wolfang Club, critical hit infliction, increases critical damage by 10. A critical damage increase of 10 is rather commendable. Moreover, compared to the painful axe, this cruel Wolfang Club seems more suited for Chujiao. Thus, an exquisite automaton wielding a fearsome weapon appeared in an uncanny juxtaposition. With delicate hands gripping a wildly ferocious Wolfang Club, the incongruity was palpable. Thus, Wu Qin continued to slay the magical beasts that ambushed him while hastening towards his destination. Along the way, he stumbled upon 2 more wooden treasure chests, yielding 2 1-star grade tunics, which he casually stored in his system's backpack. Throughout this journey, Wu Qin refrained from deploying the automaton, as it was he who needed the training. The automaton merely served as a protective umbrella. After approximately 2 hours, Wu Qin arrived at his destination. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the foliage, and remnants of severed limbs were visible. Most critically, there was no sign of the magical fruit or the black serpent between the mountain's crevice. Wu Qin's brow furrowed slightly. It appears we have arrived too late. After some contemplation, Wu Qin decided to use his detection technique once more, and to his surprise, he discovered that about 700 meters to the south, over a dozen warriors were moving rapidly. In their wake trailed a formidable magical beast, evidently in pursuit of them. I hope the magical fruit remains. Wu Qin set his course, activating the speed enhancement skill from his battle shoes, racing towards the fleeing warriors. Chujiao, with the Wolfang Club in tow, closely followed, never allowing any distance to separate them, showcasing the might of her 4-star prowess. Before long, Wu Qin beheld the warriors being pursued by the Black Serpent. By their attire and the emblems adorning their chests, he recognized them as members of the Battle King Hall. For safety's sake, Wu Qin did not rush in immediately. Instead, he cast an identification spell on the Black Serpent. Wu Zhao Wang's Snake. Skills. E-rank Death Entanglement. E-rank Poison Blade. These individuals managed to wrest food from a 3-star magical beast. They are quite capable. During this time, several of the Battle King Hall's warriors fell victim to the Black Serpent. They were no match for the Wu Zhao Wang's Snake, and their complete annihilation was merely a matter of time. Damn it, this time the Baoyao Hall has caused us great distress. That damned Sanfin Wanmi smoke. It barely lasted 10 seconds. As soon as he spoke, a purple-black poison blade sliced through his calf, and he was struck. The man's pupils constricted, a fierce look crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he decisively severed his own leg. In the moment of his fall, he seized the opportunity to unleash a slashing technique that accurately struck the Wu Zhao Wang's snake's mouth, erupting in a splash of blood. The Wu Zhao Wang's snake recoiled in pain, slowing its pursuit as the limping man bought a fleeting moment of escape for his comrades. Damn it, is this where it ends? The man with a broken leg lay on the ground, his face ashen, while his teammates showed no hint of gratitude, not even casting a glance back, but instead continued their desperate sprint towards the distance. The enraged and formidable King Cobra, having regained its breath, fixed its crimson-tinged eyes upon the man, whose face was twisted in a bitter smile, and lunged at him with lethal intent. Just as the man thought his life was at an end, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the King Cobra with remarkable speed and precision. Dust swirled as the man beheld a girl of exquisite features, almost unreal in her beauty, crouched atop the King Cobra wielding a menacing spiked club. The force of her descent had dislodged her hat, revealing hair that shimmered like the cosmos. Despite being struck forcefully by the club, the King Cobra was not yet dead. It writhed violently on the ground, emitting furious hisses, unleashing venomous blades from its mouth in a frantic attempt to fend off the girl. Be careful, beautiful. You mustn't let its poison blades. Bang! The man's warning was cut short as the girl, seemingly delicate, planted her foot firmly upon the cobra's head. The impact was tremendous, silencing the beast, deforming its skull, and even obliterating one of its eyes. Following this, under the astonished gaze of the man, the stunning girl seized the spiked club with one hand and began to rain blows upon the severely wounded King Cobra. With each strike, the ground trembled, leaving the man awestruck by the sheer power displayed. Clink! King Cobra slain. Demonic Energy 158. It was worth noting that the demonic energy gained by the girl, Chuchio, from defeating the monster also counted towards her master, Wuchen. Emerging from a short distance away, Wuchen, the strongest in their party, surmised that the demonic fruit must be on the defeated creature. The man regarded Wuchen's appearance with a dawning understanding of why he had intervened. His expression growing colder, Wuchen spoke. "We have saved you. Should you not express your gratitude?" The man merely snorted, opting for silence. Wuchen, unfazed, understood that in this new world, the most precious thing to a person was their life. As long as one breathed, infinite possibilities existed, even the chance for reattachment of severed limbs. Wuchen continued calmly, "If you hand over the demonic fruit, I will instruct you on how to reattach your leg. We both know the nature of this world. Such matters are not insurmountable." The man's gaze flickered, torn between his desire for the fruit and his future. "How can I trust you are not deceiving me?" Wuchen shrugged nonchalantly. "You may choose not to believe me. After all, it is not I who is missing a limb." Ultimately, the man decided to take a gamble, relinquishing the hard-won demonic fruit to Wuchen. After confirming its authenticity, Wuchen stated, "The system backpack can permanently store your leg. Keep it safe." There are two methods. First, find the formula for Blood Bone Spirit Liquid, gather the materials, and have an alchemist assist you. The second method involves locating the Dragon Blood Pill formula, which may prove more challenging. I recommend the first method. Well then, I have shared the means for your recovery. Good luck. With that, Wuchen turned away from the man, who wore a conflicted expression, and set off with Chuchio towards their next destination. At the edge of a mountain spring, Wuchen regarded the now unrecognizable King Cobra with a twinge of regret. It seemed necessary to issue a new command to her, emphasizing the importance of handling magical creatures with care, especially those of 3 stars or higher. The once prized snake skin was now riddled with holes, rendering it useless as material. The shattered bones, too, could no longer serve as primary components, relegating them to mere supplementary materials. After clearing away the remains, Wuchen took out a 3-star demonic fruit and examined it. Chicken Heart Fruit, a magical fruit with the ability to rejuvenate blood and marrow, effective for warriors of 3 stars and below. Surely, it wouldn't be difficult to consume. After a moment's hesitation, Wuchen sliced open the pointed end of the fruit and brought it to his lips. Hiss! This flavor is exquisite, far surpassing any magical fruit I have ever tasted. It was somewhat indescribable, reminiscent of a cocktail with hints of honey and a subtle aftertaste of mangosteen. Complex yet delightful. After several moments, an intense pain surged through his back, increasing in intensity with each passing second. It felt as though countless suction cups were pulling at his tendons and bones. The sensation indescribable. It's happening. It's coming. Wuchen felt as if a pump were siphoning his blood, particularly at the spine, where an array of invisible needles seemed to pierce relentlessly. He braced himself against the ground, fingers digging into the earth as veins throbbed violently on his forehead. His body felt as if it might explode at any moment, beads of sweat trickling down his nose and chin. Damn it, can't this process of bodily transformation be expedited? Wuchen was aware that some magical fruits inflicted excruciating pain upon ingestion, but he had not anticipated this ordeal. The game-like system on Earth was not fully realized. Some experiences had to be endured personally. He harbored deep suspicions that the deity responsible for altering Earth had done so intentionally, aiming to subject humanity to endless suffering and torment. After 5 or 6 minutes, the pain began to subside, and he felt like a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the ground. Finally, it's over. Wuchen lay there for a few minutes, regaining his composure before utilizing the mountain spring to cleanse himself of grime. Once refreshed, he threw a few punches, the sound of wind slicing through the air as his body felt lighter than before. It seemed as though this new body was now fully harnessing the capabilities of the wind spirit physique. Name: Wuchen. Age: 20. Realm: 3-star Wind Warrior skills. Instant Step F, Rapid/F, Gale Mountain E, Appraisal C, Cooking D, Exploration F Talent, Gathering Specialization SSS, Swordsmanship E. Demonic Energy. 47,559,000 Wuchen produced the second map and hastened towards the next destination. The journey was somewhat lengthy, and he did not arrive until around 4 p.m. Along the way, he encountered several ambushing magical creatures, dispatching them with ease and accumulating over 200 points of demonic energy. Unfortunately, he did not unearth a single treasure chest, only obtaining some materials of little value. The second map marked not a demonic fruit, but rather a peculiar plant, located atop a high mountain where temperatures were significantly lower than those below. Rumor had it that a mysterious ice lotus grew there, guarded by a 3-star snow leopard. However, when Wuchen finally reached the precise location of the ice lotus, it was nowhere to be found. Leaving behind only a translucent root, he cast an appraisal spell upon the remnant root to ascertain its value. Ice Crystal 7-leaf Lotus Root, a miraculous exotic plant that thrives alongside precious ores. Regrettably, the remaining root bore no medicinal value. The 3 hollow stars indicated that the original Ice Crystal 7-leaf Lotus was indeed a 3-star exotic plant. Sigh, how tragic, Wuchen lamented softly as he retrieved his tools and began to excavate beneath the ice lotus root. Before long, he unearthed 3 crystals resembling water, deeming the acquisition of these 4-star ice crystals a worthwhile endeavor. Next, he would head to the Mountain Song region. Chapter 67. Arrival at the Mountain Song region. Veiled Mist, the malicious warrior. The Mountain Song region was quite distant from H City, and at his current speed, it would take Wuchen at least 2 days to reach. This was also the reason he had chosen to visit the Mountain Song region last. As he hunted magical creatures along the way, Wuchen was fortunate to have Chuchio assisting him, allowing for a reasonably swift pace. Hunting magical creatures, gathering demonic energy, discovering treasure chests, and unearthing treasures had become Wuchen's ceaseless routine. Before long, 2 days had passed, and Wuchen's demonic energy had accumulated to 5,546 points. During this time, he stumbled upon a rare bronze treasure chest, unexpectedly acquiring a pair of 3-star half-finger gloves. 5 minutes later, relying on his memory, Wuchen arrived near the Mountain Song region. The area appeared desolate at first glance, yet it concealed a massive chemical plant, rendered invisible by the veiling mist. At last, he had arrived. Suddenly, the space ahead shimmered like rippling water, and a group of battered warriors emerged, supporting one another as they fled. Upon spotting Wuchen and Chuchio, their nerves instantly tensed, fearing an ambush from rival warriors. However, upon realizing it was merely a fair-skinned young man and a girl, they relaxed slightly. Yet, they were still wary, for their leader boasted a combat strength of 2 stars, even in their current injured state. They were not 2 mere youths to be trifled with. Among them, a bearded man with a seemingly kind disposition remarked as he passed Wuchen, "Young brother, the magical creatures in the Mountain Song region are quite formidable. If you lack 2-star strength, I advise against entering." Wuchen expressed his gratitude and then proceeded with Chujiao towards the invisible water curtain. The burly man's team, witnessing Wuchen's disregard for their counsel, could not help but mutter under their breaths, "Humph, ignore the good advice, and soon you'll regret it." The burly man, however, refrained from further commentary, merely shaking his head before leading his team away. Upon passing through the water curtain, Wuchen cast an identification spell, and the results were as he anticipated. Misty Veil requires a 4-star realm to wear. Attribute 1. Capable of releasing a water curtain to conceal a vast expanse. Attribute 2. Can produce a healing water droplet every 7 days. Indeed, the item is remarkable, but how am I to locate its true form? Wuchen mused, having only heard whispers of this treasure's existence, with no clarity on how the War King Hall acquired it in his past life. Accompanied by the magical puppet Chujiao, Wuchen wandered through the chemical plant, occasionally spotting remnants of bloodied flesh that had been gnawed upon. As they delved deeper, more combat groups emerged, and the air was filled with screams and despair. Some individuals had already begun sprinting towards Wuchen, crying for help, but in reality, they sought to redirect the danger. Wuchen showed no mercy, utilizing his agility skill to swiftly evade them. The warriors attempting to divert danger were left seething with frustration, yet they found themselves powerless, forced to halt and engage in a desperate struggle against the pursuing monsters. The creatures within the chemical plant were peculiar. Some had multiple heads, others numerous limbs, with some standing upright on 2 legs while others scurried on several. These monsters seemed incapable of producing water curtains, halting at the edges, thus granting the fleeing warriors a glimmer of hope. Wu Chen understood their characteristics well and chose to avoid confrontation whenever possible. The various harmful substances within the plant, combined with the surge of demonic energy, had birthed these aberrations. Though their star ratings were low, their physical strength was formidable, and they possessed a degree of self-healing ability. If not dispatched with a single blow, they would recover, proving to be quite troublesome. Especially since the demonic energy obtained from their defeat was minimal. Damn it, after all this time, I haven't seen a single treasure. This mountain concealment place is likely a scam. Exactly. Whoever wishes to fight may do so. I'm leaving, several capable warriors shouted, but their words belied their intentions, as they had no plans to abandon their search. After such a lengthy pursuit, with many of their subordinates injured or dead, returning empty-handed was simply unacceptable. Their proclamations were intended to encourage those on the brink of exhaustion to withdraw early. These individuals were first-time entrants into the mountain concealment realm, unaware of the monster's tendencies. The creatures preferred to attack swiftly moving targets, and once they detected fleeing warriors, they would undoubtedly swarm them, as anticipated. The majority of the monsters within the chemical plant turned their attention towards those seeking to escape. The oblivious warriors were taken aback, fleeing for their lives with reckless abandon. Those who lagged behind were brutally greeted by the monsters, torn apart in a gruesome spectacle. The cunning veteran warriors seized this opportunity to catch their breath, sighing softly and feigning sorrow. One must look out for oneself. This is a necessary evil. I hope you can understand. Enough chatter. Let us move quickly and ensure that the bastards from H-City don't beat us to the good stuff. Wu Chen emerged from behind a wall and followed suit. These individuals seemed to possess knowledge of where to find genuine treasures. Before long, Wu Chen arrived at an entrance to a staircase leading underground. The interior was shrouded in darkness, appearing quite deep, with faint sounds of combat and cries echoing from within. After approximately 3 minutes of descent, Wu Chen reached the underground realm. The secret world, fully connected to Earth, had indeed manifested. Chapter 68. Yan Xinyu seeks cooperation. Pressing forward to slay the serpent-headed priest, this secret world was unlike any other. It was a fully integrated space. Monsters could freely enter Earth, and warriors could venture in at will to seek treasures. At this moment, people were engaged in battle with serpent-headed creatures. Though these creatures possessed low inherent combat strength, their weapons and equipment were exceedingly formidable. This was due to the serpent-headed beings' innate enhancement ability, allowing them to amplify their weaponry and gear. While the enhancement rate was not high, through numerous attempts, they had succeeded in creating several high-star weapons and equipment. Some acquaintances of Wu Chen were embroiled in fierce clashes, but despite their efforts, they could not seize the weapons from their opponents. Conversely, the prolonged skirmishes had caused their own weapons to sustain damage, rendering them nearly useless. Wu Chen did not rush into the fray. He was searching for the true form of the Misty Veil. There it is. Wu Chen's pupils constricted as he spotted a gray scarf, resembling rippling water, around the neck of a serpent-headed priest at the rear of the group. His instincts told him that this was the coveted Misty Veil. Indeed, upon identification, familiar information reappeared. Wu Chen suppressed his excitement, glancing at those around him, and noted that no one had yet recognized the Misty Veil's presence. While there were warriors capable of identification among them, their highest level was merely insufficient to detect a 4-star item. Wu Chen directed his gaze towards the serpent-headed priest possessing the Misty Veil. Although he was a 4-star entity, he remained cautiously positioned at the rear of his group, never advancing. Damn it, these monsters wield weapons that are far too powerful. If this continues, I might lose everything. The speaker was an elite member of the War God Hall, who had also attained a 2-star realm. Just then, Yan Xinyu stepped away from the battlefield and approached Wu Chen. She initially glanced at Chu Jiao, sensing something peculiar about the girl, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. It seems that fate has a treasure in store for you. How about we join forces? You help me secure that longsword, and I will assist you in obtaining a treasure of your choice. Wu Chen examined the longsword Yan Xinyu referenced, which was rated at 2 stars and currently being contested by several unfamiliar warriors. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Chen shook his head. I prefer to secure my own interests first. You must assist me in acquiring what I desire before I lend my aid. Otherwise, we might as well part ways. Yin Xinyu narrowed her beautiful eyes, hesitating briefly before acquiescing to Wu Chen's terms. All right, which weapon do you seek? You seem to wield a sword as well, but among these serpent-headed creatures, there is only one long sword. You wouldn't want to compete with me for it, would you? Wu Chen pointed towards the serpent-headed priest at the back, intentionally omitting the fact that he aimed to obtain the priest's scarf. Naturally, Yin Xinyu assumed he desired the priest's staff, which was merely adorned with a green gemstone and appeared unremarkable. Yin Xinyu furrowed her brow, puzzled, yet she nodded in agreement. Fine, I will lead the members of the Rakshasa Hall to create a path for you. Seize your opportunity to rush past. If you cannot defeat him, I can only offer my regrets. With that, Yin Xinyu charged forward with the wild women of the Rakshasa Hall. Wu Chen was once again reminded of the term female lunatics. These women wielded their blades with a ferocity that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of men. After approximately 5 minutes, Yin Xinyu and her group managed to entangle the serpent-headed warriors supporting the priest. Calling out to Wu Chen, "Be swift. We cannot hold them off for long." Wu Chen nodded and, alongside the magical puppet Chujiao, dashed forward. Rapid slash. With a flurry of strikes, he first disarmed the serpent-headed priest's staff before directing a lethal slice towards the creature's neck. The serpent-headed priest, infuriated, hissed and swiftly evaded Wu Chen's attack with a nimble twist of his body, swift step. Gale Peak. Wu Chen had not anticipated defeating the 4-star serpent-headed being in a single move. Sharp gusts whirled dangerously close to the priest's face, and due to the proximity, he could not evade entirely. The serpent-headed priest sustained a blow, and blood quickly began to flow from the gash in his scaly neck. Enraged, he uttered a string of incomprehensible curses, likely laden with filth. In the next moment, the serpent-headed priest swung his staff, conjuring several ice spikes that shot towards Wu Chen. This was the priest's D-grade skill. Formidable indeed, and Wu Chen had been on guard for this very attack. Rapid slash. Gale Peak. With 2 swift strikes, the tumultuous winds caused the serpent-headed priest to falter momentarily. Just then, Chujiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, darted behind the priest. With a brutal swing of her cruel spiked club, she struck the serpent-headed priest's ribs with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the priest spat out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing into a heap against the wall, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. With lightning-fast reflexes, Wu Chen snatched the floating gray scarf from mid-air, astonished that the priest had not succumbed to his injuries. Wu Chen swiftly advanced to deliver a finishing blow, unleashing a consecutive gale that surged towards the wall-bound serpent-headed priest. Unfortunately, Yin Xinyu and her companion's defenses were breached at that moment. 4 or 5 2-star serpent-headed beings lunged at the priest as if to rescue a beloved father. Intercepting Wu Chen's wind blades. Ding. Slaying a serpent-headed being. 44 demonic energy. Ding. Slaying a serpent-headed being. 59 demonic energy. Chapter 69. The Elder Serpent Man. The Savior Army arrives to ambush Wu Chen's attempt to land another strike was futile as a horde of serpent-headed beings. Their crimson eyes filled with rage, charged towards him. Realizing the peril, Wu Chen hastily fled with Chujiao towards the exit. Yin Xinyu was astonished to see Wu Chen defeat the evidently formidable serpent-headed priest in such a short span of time. Particularly impressed by the silent silver-haired maiden, who nearly dispatched the foe solely through sheer strength. No, it's not just her strength. The wolf-toothed club in her grasp must also possess considerable power. It is perplexing where they acquired such formidable weapons. 1 detail that piqued Yin Xinyu's curiosity was that Wu Chen had not taken the staff but rather a gray scarf. Could that be the true treasure? Despite Wu Chen's swift actions, Yin Xinyu had taken note of this. In a whirlwind of thoughts, her understanding of Wu Chen deepened, growing increasingly enigmatic. Mu Tianqi, this time, had not brought women but rather a few capable subordinates. They had been entangled in a relentless battle with a knife-wielding serpent-headed being, but had yet to subdue their opponent. Upon witnessing Wu Chen and the silver-haired maiden effortlessly dispatch the serpent-headed priest in a flash, his disbelief surged. Truth be told, he had always dismissed Wu Chen as inconsequential, believing that whatever feats he accomplished were merely tricks, lacking genuine skill. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could not disregard Wu Chen. Especially not with the breathtaking maiden at his side, who outshone even the 3 members of his Tianqi squad. Damn it, Why must you always be ahead of me? Jian Dekai of the War King Hall lowered his gaze. Feeling compelled to inform the hall master about Wu Qian was too dangerous. He needed to be eliminated while still in the cradle. Just then, a towering serpent-headed being wielding a spear emerged, followed by 100 serpent-headed warriors. Everyone, scatter, Jian Dekai bellowed. Rushing towards the nearest staircase, in an instant, chaos ensued. Those weaker warriors, slow to flee, became mere prey for the serpent-headed beings, who feasted with abandon. Witnessing the viciousness of these creatures, who preferred to start their gruesome meals from the softest bellies, the martial artists present wished for additional legs to escape. Alas, the unfortunate still met their demise. Slow runners were doomed. Many warriors perished in agony, their innards gruesomely extracted amidst terror and excruciating pain. There were only 4 staircases leading to the basement, and with so many people present, congestion and betrayal became inevitable. Yan Xinyu and Mu Tianqi watched in horror as their elite forces fell one by one. These were their mainstay warriors. Yet, they dared not turn back to assist, knowing that halting even for a moment would seal their own fates. "Chief, save me, boss. Don't leave me behind." The leaders paid no heed. Gritting their teeth as they pressed on. Wu Qian, too, was no exception, enduring even worse treatment as the towering serpent-headed elder seemed fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing without relent. His mouth uttered incessant words, likely demanding the return of the gray scarf. Wu Qian scoffed. Once something was in his possession, it would not be relinquished without consent. Without reservation, he activated his swift movement skill, propelling himself past the crowd towards the factory's exit. The automaton Chujiu closely followed. Her feet adorned with speed-enhancing shoes. Though merely a 1-star grade, they still provided a notable boost to her agility. Simultaneously, members of the most enigmatic organization, the Savior Army, arrived outside the chemical factory, having received orders to eliminate the martial artists within and seize their treasures. To their surprise, the squad leader was none other than Zheng Jia, who had vanished from City A. Chapter 70. Zheng Jia, the diminished deity questioned by his subordinates, finds a way to escape the serpent-headed beings after joining the Savior Army. Zheng Jia strived to prove his worth, having killed many who should not have been slain, ultimately raising his rank to 3 stars. Moreover, he had become one of the 7 holy executives of the Savior Army. A capable subordinate under Lord Qin, commanding 100 1-star warriors and 10 2-star warriors, basking in temporary glory. Captain Zheng, the individuals from the chemical factory are emerging. Upon hearing the report, Zheng Jia slowly drew his long knife, his gaze frigid and merciless. The mission objective: eliminate the leaders of several major factions. Not a single one shall escape. Understood. The members of the Savior Army were elated. They preferred slaying human warriors over battling demonic creatures. It was undeniable that they had succumbed to madness, fully unleashing the demons within themselves. They cared not for the fate of humanity, reveling solely in the satisfaction brought by bloodshed. At that moment, Wu Qian, the first to exit the chemical factory, noticed a group not far away, particularly the cold and stern man at the forefront. None other than Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia, upon recognizing Wu Qian, felt a surge of surprise. Rage and jealousy erupt within him. He believed his honor and brilliance had been obliterated because of Wu Qian. In his quest for greater power, he had discarded all conscience and humanity, joining the Savior Army, which specialized in hunting martial artists, all to one day eliminate every obstacle in his path, with Wu Qian being one of the most irksome hindrances. "So, you're still alive. Splendid. Let me assist you in finding peace today." Wu Qian furrowed his brow. He had no time to engage with his adversary. Skillfully dodging Zheng Jia's attack with a swift step, he dashed deeper into the forest. Close behind, the automaton Chujiu leapt onto Zheng Jia's face, using it as a springboard to follow Wu Qian. Zheng Jia's temples throbbed in fury as he realized the disrespect shown towards him, repeatedly provoking his limits. Utterly outrageous. "Wu Qian, stop right there." No sooner had Zheng Jia's words faded than terrified and desperate screams erupted from his subordinates behind him. A massive and formidable serpent-headed being charged forth, leading several of its kin, brandishing sharp spears and wreaking havoc amongst the crowd. "Captain, help!" Zheng Jia seethed with rage, convinced that this was a deliberate ploy by Wu Qian, a malicious intent that warranted vengeance. "Everyone, fall back, do not engage." With that, Zheng Jia swiftly slashed his knife, The blades gleamed dazzling and fierce, its effect heightened to the maximum. Unfortunately, the serpent-headed elder paid him no mind. Sweeping its spear with force that crashed against his chest, bang! Zhang Jia was sent flying, his two-star garment torn apart, a mouthful of blood mixed with lung tissue spewing forth. The serpent-headed elder disregarded the bothersome fly, continuing its pursuit of Wu Chun. "Captain, are you all right?" One of the more conscientious subordinates rushed to support Zhang Jia. Struggling to rise, blood continued to seep from his mouth, his anger and resentment bubbling with no outlet. There was no doubt, this ambush mission had failed, and he needed to find a place to recuperate urgently. "Retreat. Withdraw." Zhang Jia ground out through clenched teeth. The other members of the Savior Army exchanged glances, discontent with their captain, deeply questioning whether they had been assigned a fool to lead them. They had yet to engage in battle, yet a sudden powerful serpent-headed being had already claimed a third of their ranks. Zhang Jia himself was gravely injured, requiring urgent medical attention. At that moment, Zhang Jia's subordinates were filled with dread for their futures. Could they truly earn contribution points and promotions under such a diminished deity? As Wu Chun sprinted through the forest, he glanced back, noting that the serpent-headed elder was still relentlessly pursuing him, determined to not relent until he was caught. "I say, it's just a gray scarf. Can't you all simply fortify yourselves further?" Had the serpent-headed elder comprehended Wu Chen's words, it would have surely erupted in furious expletives, laced with familial insults, as the distance between them diminished. Wu Chun felt a twinge of unease. What a nuisance. It seems I cannot shake him off. Bang. Suddenly, the serpent-headed elder took a heavy step, rapidly closing the distance between them, its hefty spear aimed directly at Wu Chen's head. The sound of slicing air sent chills down Wu Chen's spine. The automaton Chu Jiao instinctively shielded her master, raising the cruel wolf-toothed club in defense. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted, forcing the golem Chuju to stagger back under the immense force. Taking advantage of this moment, Wu Chen swiftly sidestepped to evade the shockwaves that surged forth. With a resounding boom, the ground fissured for several meters, unknowing the magnitude of the earlier impact. Wu Chen swallowed hard. Had that fallen upon him, even with the Huey cloak, he would surely have sustained grave injuries. He contemplated sending the golem Chuju to absorb the blow, as it would significantly enhance his chances of escape. However, it was likely that Chuju would not return, most probably reduced to scrap by the opponent. This formidable golem, forged from all his precious materials, was too endearing to part with. How vexing. If only he could wield the Mengqian Wansha. Chapter 71. The Counterattack Against the Serpent-Headed Elder, Hongxing Technology University. To on the Mengqian Wansha, one must possess a 4-star realm, yet he was currently only at a 3-star level. How foolish of me. Chuju is indeed at the 4-star level. I could grant her the Mengqian Wansha for a brief time. The more Wu Chen pondered, the more feasible it seemed. After all, Chuju was not a true puppet in the conventional sense. Her body harbored a lingering soul consciousness, rendering her a unique entity straddling the realms of life and non-life. Without further hesitation, Wu Chen produced the Mengqian Wansha and urged Chuju to employ it at once. In the next moment, the serpent-headed elder was left bewildered, watching as 2 living beings vanished before his eyes. He quickly surmised that the Mengqian Wansha was responsible, standing frozen, unsure of how to react. Wu Chen and the golem Chuju took refuge behind a tree, observing the serpent-headed elder as his demeanor shifted from dazed to frenzied. Should they seize this opportunity for a surprise attack? After much deliberation, Wu Chen felt confident in their chances of victory. He remained concealed behind the tree, instructing Chuju to eliminate the 2-star serpent-headed warriors. Though Chuju lacked a weapon of her own and any skills, her strength was not to be underestimated. The 2-star serpent-headed warriors sensed an approaching presence, but were utterly oblivious to the direction of the impending assault. In no time, several serpent-headed warriors met their end, their skulls crushed by Chuju's merciless Wolf Fang Club. Wu Chen beamed at the rapidly increasing magic energy value. Ding! Serpent-headed warrior slain. Magic energy 33. Ding! Serpent-headed warrior slain. Magic energy 41. Ding! Congratulations, obtained black iron treasure chest. In less than a minute, Wu Chen amassed over 400 points of magic energy. Quite impressive. Indeed, slaying creatures of 2 stars or higher proved to be remarkably fruitful. The serpent-headed elder, wielding a spear, charged furiously toward the rippling water surface. Relying on his combat experience, he engaged in battle with the concealed Chuju. Ultimately, the Mengqian Wanxia was merely a 4-star piece of equipment. It concealed a motionless target without revealing any flaws. However, when utilized to obscure oneself, it inevitably produced some rippling distortions. Wu Chen commanded Chuju to maintain distance, avoiding entanglement with the serpent-headed elder and seeking another chance for a surprise strike. Roaring in frustration, the serpent-headed elder swung his spear wildly. Having lost sight of his target, in stark contrast, the golem Chuju plunged once more into the ranks of 2-star serpent warriors, unleashing another wave of relentless slaughter. Thus, over 20 serpent-headed warriors, who had followed the elder in pursuit of Wu Chen, were annihilated. Enraged, the serpent-headed elder charged again, but this time Wu Chen did not command Chuju to retreat. Instead, he exerted all his strength to momentarily block the elder's onslaught. Simultaneously, Wu Chen leapt from behind the tree, executing a twofold gale strike. The serpent-headed elder, startled, attempted to evade, but it was too late. He bore the full brunt of the 2 strikes. With 2 resounding impacts, the serpent-headed elder's back was torn open. His eyes blazed with fury as he turned to glare at Wu Chen. In that very moment, Chuju's brutal wolf Fang club crashed into his chest, sending him flying. The strike was devastating, collapsing the elder's ribcage and causing him to spew forth blood. Wu Chen seized this opportunity, closing in alongside Chuju to unleash a torrent of attacks. Though the serpent-headed elder fought fiercely, his endurance waned rapidly. 2 minutes later, the 4-star serpent-headed elder fell to Wu Chen's blade. His throat cleaved open, extinguishing his life. Ding! Serpent-headed warrior slain. Magic energy 350. Ding! Collection successful. Silver coins 5. A bountiful harvest. Over 1,000 points of magic energy gained in one fell swoop. Wu Chen appropriated the elder's 3-star spear. Though it was a 3-star weapon, it bore no additional attributes and was rather ordinary. It appeared evident that the serpent-headed elder's quest for a high-star weapon was no simple endeavor, or he would not have pursued Wu Chen so relentlessly. Next, Wu Chen began collecting from the corpses of the other serpent-headed warriors, garnering another small influx of magic energy. Finally, he unleashed the magic flame rose to consume the bodies, ensuring not a single precious nutrient went to waste. Opening the black iron treasure chest, Wu Chen discovered a recipe for a first-grade vitality pill. Its purpose was to replenish stamina, making it quite a practical potion. Name: Wu Chen. Age: 20. Realm: 3-star Wind Warrior. Skills: Instant Step F, Rapid Slash F, Gale Strike E, Appraisal C, Cooking D, Exploration F. Talent: Gathering Specialization SSS, Swordsmanship E. Magic Energy 6466900. A few minutes later, Wu Chen unexpectedly found himself near a university known as Hongxing Technology University. Once a renowned institution in the old century, it had produced numerous top-tier technological talents. How peculiar! While there were no signs of formidable magical creatures detected, an unsettling sense of foreboding enveloped him. Gazing at the silent technology university, Wu Chen discerned faint signals from some surviving students within one of the lecture halls. The weak glimmers they emitted indicated they were either of 1-star rank or simply ordinary individuals. Ah, something's there. Chapter 72. The madness within the lecture hall, the invisible terrifying monster. That moment, Wu Chen caught sight of a flicker of purple light by the window of a lecture hall. This building had been pierced by several large trees, gradually erasing the remnants of the old century's architecture. Given the rapid growth of these magical plants, it wouldn't be long before the structures of the old century vanished entirely. Changing his angle, Wu Chen finally discerned the source of the purple glow. It was a purple flower growing alongside the tree trunk, resembling a butterfly yet evoking the eerie semblance of a skull, both unsettling and irresistibly alluring. It was undeniably peculiar. Wu Chen attempted to cast an appraisal spell, but the distance proved too great to glean information about the purple flower. Yet, the absence of magical creatures nearby suggested that this flower was likely extraordinary. He would need to devise a means of procuring it. After much deliberation, Wu Chen resolved to venture closer for a better look, ready to utilize the Mengqian Wanxia to escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Meanwhile, within a nearby lecture hall, over 20 students huddled in a corner. Despite having barricaded the doors and windows with desks and chairs, a sense of safety eluded them. Initially, under the leadership of several strong seniors, they had managed to stabilize their situation, hunting magical creatures regularly. With some possessing the awakened culinary talent, food scarcity had been alleviated. Moreover, a water treatment plant nearby still housed ample pure water, relieving their concerns regarding hydration. Indeed, Hongqing Technology University seemed to have the advantage of both time and place. With minimal effort, they could safeguard their territory and undoubtedly survive in this world rife with magical beasts. They had adapted to life in this new world, even dreaming of one day becoming rulers in their own right. Regrettably, their fortunes took a turn for the worse as magical creatures became increasingly difficult to hunt and food shortages resurfaced. Compounding their troubles, an invisible magical creature began haunting the vicinity, systematically depleting their ranks of hunters. Fear gripped them. This unseen beast regarded them as prey, snatching away 3 to 4 individuals each time it appeared. In just 5 short days, their main force was decimated, leaving only a handful of relatively weaker warriors and ordinary people clinging to survival. They had attempted to break free from the confines of the school, but were invariably driven back by the mysterious creature, resulting in further casualties. To be frank, despair had set in. They no longer knew what it meant to live. Perhaps it was the fear of death that prevented them from taking their own lives. Or perhaps a lingering desire for survival still flickered within them. At that moment, a female student picked up a sharp wooden stick from the ground and handed it to another girl beside her. "Xiaoji, will you use this stick to set me free? I don't want to be eaten by that monster." Startled, the girl named Xiaoji instinctively recoiled. She could scarcely believe that her dear friend was asking her to kill her. This was murder. How could she ever commit such an act? Ame. Are you all right? Emmy slowly rose to her feet, gripping the wooden stick tightly as she suddenly lunged towards Xiaoji. "If you won't kill me, then I shall take the initiative." Xiaoji was taken aback once more, tumbling and scrambling to evade her attack. The surrounding male classmates, witnessing the scene, hurriedly got up to restrain the deranged Amy. Smack! One of the boys who had grabbed Amy was furious and struck her hard. "Damn it! What are you doing losing your mind at a time like this? If you want to die so badly, why not just jump out of the window yourself?" Amy glared at the boy who hit her, a hint of self-deprecation in her eyes. "If I had that kind of courage, I would have jumped long ago." Suddenly, Amy seized the boy's sleeve, her eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. "Why don't you just kill me? Help me, please, help me find release." The boy, somewhat unhinged himself, shoved Amy against the wall, his anger boiling over as he began to unfasten his belt. "Fine, I'll grant you your wish, but before you die, you can help me relieve some tension first." Amy offered no resistance, even seeming to acquiesce. Just as the two were about to enact their grim scene, a short-haired girl by the window lazily interjected, "Someone else is coming. What do you think? How long can they hold out?" Upon hearing this, the other's eyes initially sparkled with anticipation, only to quickly dim again. During this period, many had entered Hongqing University, but none had escaped the jaws of that invisible monster. The boy holding Amy snapped back to reality, but instead of stopping, he continued the live performance. Xiaoji attempted to intervene but was halted by the short-haired girl. "Just let it be. We're all going to die anyway. Let them have their fun." Xiaoji hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip, deciding not to interfere with her friend's plight. "Should we remind those two?" The short-haired girl sighed softly, tearing a page from a nearby notebook and writing "Beware of the invisible monster" before placing it in a cup of water and tossing it towards a boy and girl below. Hopefully, they can escape. Though the short-haired girl and the others understood the futility of such gestures, they still offered warnings to those who ventured into Hongqing University. This was not out of kindness, but rather a hope that those who survived could return with stronger allies to rescue them. Chapter 73. The Invisible Monster, second E-class skill. With a loud thud, the sound of an object falling drew Wu Chen's attention. He turned to see a girl on a nearby building gesturing for him to pick up the cup that had fallen. The cup was without a lid, revealing a crumpled piece of paper that seemed to convey an urgent message. Wu Chen glanced at the not-so-distant teaching building, hesitated briefly, and then walked towards it at a measured pace. The magical puppet, Chujio, kept close behind him, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wu Chen picked up the paper and opened it, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Instantly, the hair on his body stood on end as a sharp sound of slicing air reached his ears. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively activated his instant step, swiftly altering his position. At that moment, Chujio also sprang into action, swinging the brutal Wolf Fang club to force the invisible monster back. Wu Chen touched his cheek, feeling a fresh wound, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. This was the first time he had sustained an injury while using Instant Step. The invisible monster was certainly no trivial foe. Without hesitation, Wu Chen slipped into the misty veil, his life force vanishing completely. In an instant, the survivors and the monster in the teaching building were left bewildered. Xiaoji pointed at the vanished Wu Chen, stunned for a long moment before realizing they actually disappeared. The short-haired girl, named Hua Qin, was equally astonished by the abilities of the boy and girl. A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. Could it be that they truly had a chance this time? Meanwhile, the male student and Amy were entirely absorbed in their chaotic struggle, oblivious to the gasps and murmurs around them. They sought to exert every ounce of strength, focusing it on their connection. Driven by a wild fervor that resembled a runaway stallion, fierce and unyielding, indifferent to the consequences of their actions. Downstairs, the bewildered monster finally deactivated its invisibility. It was a bizarre chameleon, its neck adorned with the sharp quills of a hedgehog. Wu Chen seized the opportunity to assess the creature's attributes, extracting all pertinent information. Chameleon with thorn blades, skills, E-class invisibility, E-class blade aura, E-class venomous quills. Indeed, a 3-star monster. Wu Chen's expression grew serious. This chameleon with thorn blades possessed 3 E-class skills, 2 of which were highly dangerous offensive techniques. Coupled with its invisibility, the threat level escalated exponentially. Sticking to the plan, Wu Chen instructed Chujio in her invisible state to engage the monster head-on while he prepared to launch a sneak attack. The chameleon, not yet reaching 4 stars, would find it difficult to conceal itself from Chujio, who, despite lacking a dedicated weapon, could still prevent it from becoming invisible. Chujio dashed in front of the chameleon, swinging her brutal Wolf Fang club towards its mouth. As a 4-star entity, her speed far exceeded that of the chameleon in no time. The chameleon was battered, bloodied, its mouth a gruesome sight. It attempted to retreat into invisibility, but Chujio was relentless. Every time the chameleon began to vanish, she struck it back into visibility. Wu Chen felt a surge of joy. Perhaps he had overestimated the chameleon. If it wasn't invisible, it was nothing more than a soft target. Seizing the moment, Wu Chen charged forward, aiming directly for the chameleon's wounds with a powerful attack, Swift Gale, Great Wind Peak. Almost simultaneously, 2 powerful strikes, one from the Great Wind Peak and another from the brutal Wolf Fang club, landed squarely on the chameleon's already bloodied mouth, exacerbating its injuries. Furious, the chameleon raised its quills, crimson eyes locked onto Wu Chen and Chujio, launching a barrage of sharp quills. Wu Chen disregarded any concerns about Chujio's appeal and activated his instant step, swiftly moving behind her. In the next instant, a multitude of sharp quills peppered Chujio's form, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Although her clothing was torn, her ceramic body remained unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Chen lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike to the chameleon's mouth, severing its upper jaw and skull, killing it instantly. Clink. Slain chameleon with thorn blades, demonic energy 178. Clink. Collection successful. Acquired E-class skill, blade aura. Wu Chen was elated. He had finally collected his second E-class skill. The blade aura was intriguing, a rather rare skill that allowed one to concentrate magical energy on a weapon for a brief period. Not only was the visual effect stunning, but its power was also formidable, if combined with other skills. Its might would multiply. Chapter 74. The proper use of the purple stem snake bone flower. A difficult choice inside the teaching building. Hua Qin pinched Xiaoji's waist until she let out a yelp before releasing her grip. Does it hurt? Hua Qin inquired. Xiaoji pouted but nodded in acknowledgement. Then does this mean we don't have to die? Upon hearing this, the previously dazed group of 20 students erupted into cheers, excitement coursing through them. Of course, 2 remained unmoved. Amy and Wen chowed. At that moment, they were still entangled together, expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. Wen Chao was less affected. He had suffered no losses and, somewhat disgruntled, stood up from Amy, hastily dressing to leave this dreadful place. But Amy was in a dire state, her complexion as pale as paper. Her madness and recklessness had been witnessed by her peers. How could she face them now? Yet, given her fragile spirit, she could never bring herself to end her own life. She slumped against the wall, resembling a puddle of despair. as if her heart had already perished. We must hurry downstairs. Only by following him can we safely escape this place. The group nodded in unison, working together to clear the furniture blocking the door and swiftly making their way downstairs. Xiaoji bit her lip, gazing at the unresponsive Amy. After a moment of contemplation, she approached and helped her up. Amy, don't be like this. We've been saved. Everything will be all right. Wu Chen was busy gathering materials when 24 college students rushed towards him, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. What are your plans? Wu Chen asked. Hua Qin cautiously replied, if it's possible, I would like to ask you to take us to a safe place. Certainly, we shall compensate you. During this time, we have managed to amass a few copper coins, all of which we are willing to offer you. Wu Chen cast a glance at this astute woman. Coincidentally, he also intended to return to H City. Thus he could conveniently provide them a ride. I can take you along, but you must adhere to my instructions throughout the journey. Furthermore, should we encounter exceptionally formidable monsters and luck be against us, I will not hesitate to abandon you and make my escape. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone, including Hua Qin, changed dramatically, and they began to ponder their predicament. Wu Chen, however, did not rush them and instead walked towards a nearby purple flower. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was not merely one purple flower on the tree trunk. It seemed another had already been devoured by the thorn blade chameleon, leaving only a fragment of the flower's stem. Identification: purple stem snake bone flower. When the petals are crushed and the flower's nectar is applied to the eyes, it enhances the retinal nerves, allowing the user to see distant targets more clearly. Wu Chen smiled knowingly. It appeared that certain magical fruits and exotic plants were not meant for direct consumption. Presumably, the thorn blade chameleon, after consuming one of the purple stem snake bone flowers and finding no change, mistakenly believed it to be an ordinary plant, thus granting him the opportunity to seize the prize. Wu Chen plucked the purple stem snake bone flower and stored it in his backpack, intending to further examine it upon returning to H City. Hua Qin and the others gazed at him longingly, having surmised that the purple flower was no ordinary specimen. Although their eyes burned with desire, they dared not make a move, merely watching the young man, who was of similar age, with profound envy. A sense of unfairness brewed within them. They cursed fate for its injustice. Why were others so powerful while they were left as mere lambs awaiting slaughter? Have you made up your minds? I am about to depart. Once again, it was Hua Qin who spoke on their behalf. She forced a smile and nodded. Even if they disagreed, they had no other options. The Hongxing Technology University had long run out of food. Their provisions had been depleted the previous day, and without leaving, they could only await their demise. Wu Chen glanced at the group, finding their trembling legs and mutual support somewhat amusing. To avoid delaying their journey, he had no choice but to share some monster meat and spring water with them to restore their strength. Naturally, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude, devouring the food as if they were starved souls. Once we are full, we shall set out. Upon hearing this, Hua Qin and the others quickly rose, cautiously following Wu Chen and the others into the forest outside the school. To be frank, they were fearful that Wu Chen might suddenly abandon them, gambling their lives on his character, or perhaps they were wagering on their own luck, hoping fervently not to encounter monsters that Wu Chen could not handle. As they advanced, monsters would occasionally leap out to ambush them, causing the 24 university students to feel their legs weaken, wanting to scream but unable to do so. Just moments ago, Amei was startled into a high-pitched scream by an approaching monster bat. Who would have thought that in the next instant, the cold-eyed man would step forward and slap Amei, silencing her scream and leaving her beautiful face swollen. Showing no mercy, he warned them all that should anyone dare to unleash their emotions recklessly again, he would not hesitate to kill. Fortunately, although this man who saved them was fierce, he was extraordinarily powerful. None of the monsters they encountered along the way could escape his and the peculiar girl's attacks. Gradually, the tension in Hua Qin and the others began to ease. They realized that as long as they remained under the protection of these two, their lives were not in jeopardy. Chapter 75. Senior Shui at the Watchtower. Those left behind out of frustration. However, they were unaware that merely seeking refuge would ultimately harm themselves. Wu Chen himself felt a twinge of disappointment towards these individuals. During the battles, not a single one stepped forward to offer assistance. In truth, they had encountered some one-star monsters along the way, and if they had coordinated their efforts cautiously, they stood a fair chance of victory. A victory would yield the possibility of treasure chests. with the potential to acquire valuable items that could enhance their strength. During their rest, Wu Qian and the others came across a group of warriors. One handsome young man seemed to know the three women, directly calling out their names. Oh, Hua Qin, Yunji, Yumei, what are you doing here? The three women turned to look, equally surprised, particularly Yumei, whose face lit up with joy. Senior Xue. Yumei felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Senior Xue's side and confide her long-suffered grievances. However, constrained by Wu Qin's imposing presence, she dared not make any grand gestures, merely casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at the handsome young man from a distance. Wu Qian slowly chewed on some dried meat, nonchalantly stating, "If you wish to go, then go. I shall not impede you." Upon hearing this, Yumei promptly hurried towards the young man named Xue, while the other male students followed suit. It seemed that Xue had an amiable disposition, as within minutes, he was engaged in lively conversation with the group. The admiration and longing in the eyes of Yumei and the others towards Xue gradually intensified. Wu Qian observed the two women who remained by his side, puzzled as to why they did not approach. "Aren't you acquainted? Why not go over?" Hua Qin gently shook her head. "His name is Xue Dongping, a senior from the year above us, a prominent figure at the school. He is quite decent and has no scandals. We met him at a May's birthday party, and while we have seen him a few times since, we are not particularly familiar. Only a May shares a deeper connection with him." Wu Qin nodded, saying nothing, yet a clear expression of disappointment crossed his face. This scene did not go unnoticed by the two women, who exchanged knowing glances and couldn't help but let out soft, rueful laughs. Although neither was a breathtaking beauty, they could certainly be rated an 8 out of 10. Yet in this man's eyes, they seemed to be burdens he wished to cast off at every opportunity. At that moment, Xue Dongping approached Wu Qian, introducing himself. "Hello, my friend. I am Xue Dongping, the 5th leader of the Watchtower. These are my junior classmates. I intend to take them back to the Watchtower. I wonder." "Certainly, that poses no problem at all. Thank you." Wu Qian interjected eagerly before Xue Dongping could finish his sentence, his gaze filled with gratitude, thinking to himself, what a genuinely good person. Xue Dongping, however, appeared unfazed, while the 22 individuals behind him felt as though they had bitten into a dead fly. Initially, they had hoped to gain some favor from Wu Qian, but to their surprise, he seemed entirely indifferent, even eager to distance himself. "You might also persuade them. If you could take them along, I would be incredibly grateful." Xue Dongping, Yunji, and Hua Qin were momentarily taken aback. Wu Qin's blatant attempt to drive them away caused even the kindest of individuals to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why Yumei then spoke up. "Xiao Qin, since he has said so, let us accompany Senior Xue back to the Watchtower," she continued. "According to Senior Xue, the Watchtower boasts 4 formidable 2-star warriors, and the leader's strength has reached the pinnacle of 2 stars. Moreover, the Watchtower possesses the unique geographical advantage of being easy to defend yet hard to attack. Once we arrive there, we will undoubtedly live well." Upon hearing this, Yunji and Hua Qin felt a stir of temptation. They glanced at Wu Qian, only to find him still wearing a welcome expression towards their departure, which filled them with indignation. This man truly wished to rid himself of them. Noticing that the two women had yet to make a decision, Wu Qian decided to add fuel to the fire. "This is indeed impressive. To be frank, the place I intend to go has a maximum combat power that may only reach 2 stars. Far inferior to the Watchtower." Xue Dongping remained silent, merely watching the two women with a smile, confident they would make the right choice. However, in the next moment, the two women simultaneously shook their heads at Xue Dongping. "Thank you, Senior Xue, for your kindness, but we possess no combat talent. We simply wish to find a stable place to live, so we do not wish to trouble you further." A flicker of coldness flashed in Xue Dongping's eyes, though he refrained from persuading them. After all, the two women were not particularly gifted geniuses. He merely felt irritated that they did not recognize his goodwill. "In that case, I wish you both safe travels. May our paths cross again." After Xue Dongping and his group departed, Wu Qian let out a faint sigh, preparing to continue on their journey. "Let us go. We should not be far now." Yunji and Hua Qin exchanged a glance. While the combat prowess of the barrier they guarded might be formidable, the man before them, who had vanquished the chameleon of the stabbing blade, appeared equally formidable. Following him may not turn out to be as dire as they feared. Of course, beyond this uncertain variable, there was also a sense of defiance within them. "Since you are so eager to rid us, we shall resolutely do the opposite." Chapter 76. The Card Drawing System of the Immortal Pavilion. Appraiser Zhou Bei's abuse of power recently, the newly emerged Immortal Pavilion has become a highly esteemed force in H City. In01 could have anticipated that this establishment, founded by a foreigner and a magical squirrel, would offer star-rated weapons for sale. Though they are all of one-star quality, such items are sufficient to incite frenzy among the populace. After all, many individuals lack even a single one-star weapon, with the best they can hope for being a mere alloy weapon. As for two-star weapons, they hardly dared to dream of them. However, to their astonishment, the Immortal Pavilion actually had stocks of such precious two-star weapons. Upon this revelation, the martial artists of H City erupted in excitement, with even representatives from the 5 great factions rushing to procure them. Yet, when they arrived at the Immortal Pavilion, they soon realized that matters were not as straightforward as they had assumed. Indeed, one-star weapons were available for purchase, but they were merely ordinary weapons devoid of any attributes. As for one-star and two-star weapons with attributes, one could only acquire them through a card-drawing mechanism that required monetary expenditure. Initially, many were resistant and resentful, perceiving it as the Immortal Pavilion taking advantage of them. However, once the esteemed butler Vic elucidated the rules, they began to reconsider, finding the card-drawing system somewhat acceptable. Wu Chan understood all too well that had the Immortal Pavilion opened with a conventional sales approach, even an abundance of weaponry would not sustain long-term operations. Thus, he instructed Vic to select some of the better attribute one-star weapons as non-sale items and implement the card-drawing operation. The cards were categorized into 4 types: R, SR, SSR, and UR. The UR cards were extraordinarily rare, only obtainable through exceptional luck, allowing the holder to exchange it for any weapon from the Immortal Pavilion, which could indeed be likened to overnight wealth. The other 3 types of cards could not be exchanged individually. One needed to gather 5 cards to redeem an appropriate weapon. For instance, 5 R-level cards could be exchanged for a 1-star non-sale item, and so forth. Moreover, if one chose not to redeem their cards, they could trade 5 lower-level cards for a single higher-level card to continue accumulating. Ultimately, should one lose faith in their luck and wish to withdraw from the game, the Immortal Pavilion would also accept the return of the cards, essentially providing a comprehensive range of services. Wu Chun set the buyback price for R-level cards at 50 copper coins, SR-level cards at 1 silver coin, and SSR-level cards at 3 silver coins. Hence, possessing cards from the Immortal Pavilion had become a substantial asset. Naturally, few would opt to exchange their cards for currency, as a good weapon held far greater value than mere coins. Furthermore, not long ago, someone had managed to accumulate 5 SR-level cards and successfully exchange them for a commendable 1-star weapon, inciting envy among the masses. Consequently, an SR-level card had skyrocketed to a price of 5 silver coins. Yet none were willing to part with them. Additionally, to create cards that others could not replicate, Vic had rented a glass factory and subsequently enlisted the help of skilled artisans. The cards were constructed in 3 layers. The front and back layers were merely made of durable glass. The crucial aspect lay in the middle layer, which Vic had soaked in water infused with the saliva of a magical creature. This saliva bore no foul odor, instead exuding a scent reminiscent of pine resin, undetectable unless one were to sniff closely. Such a ruse would likely baffle anyone, as the true overseer and manager of the card's authenticity turned out to be a transformed squirrel. At that moment, the fervor surrounding the Immortal Pavilion showed no signs of waning, especially at the card-drawing station, where the crowd was nearly compressed beyond recognition. Vic stood on the 3rd floor, observing the bustling staff at the center with a mix of pride and concern. The pressure from several major factions had been mounting on the Immortal Pavilion in recent days. Had it not been for Ball discreetly dealing with some troublemakers and successfully advancing to the pinnacle of 2-star power, the Immortal Pavilion might have already met its demise. Lord Vic, all the ordinary weapons displayed today have sold out. Shall we increase the stock? A newcomer named Zhou Bei, an F-grade appraiser hired by Vic, posed the question. Initially, this individual had been quite honest, but recently he had begun to exploit his status as an appraiser for personal gain. Vic, with his back to Zhou Bei, remained silent while retrieving a long sword from his system bag. A weapon familiar to Zhou Bei, appraiser Zhou, I believe I have treated you fairly. Why then do you resort to abusing your power? Are you not afraid of dire consequences? At this moment, Zhou Bei recalled the long sword in question, the very one he had intentionally appraised as a 1-star weapon with no attributes. In reality, it was a 1-star sword of excellent quality that he had covertly sold at a high price. Why, then, was it here? Zhou hesitated to admit anything, knowing Vic lacked evidence, as he had concealed his identity during the sale of the sword. Lord Vic, I have always conducted myself in an upright manner while serving the Immortal Pavilion. How could there be any talk of abusing power? Vic sighed softly and replied coldly, Do you believe this is a world of peace? A world governed by law? Since I have discovered your abuse of power, I shall not concern myself with evidence. I merely wish to inform you that you are dismissed. Chapter 77. Eradicating the Tumor. The sentient large magical creature, Zhou Bei's complexion drained of color. Indeed, this was not an era that prioritized evidence. It was a time that revered strength. The one with the might would dictate the terms. Zhou Bei quickly knelt and pleaded, Lord Vic, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please grant me a chance for redemption. Vic slightly turned his head, and the little squirrel ball swiftly leaped in front of Zhou Bei, delivering a swift blow that shattered one of his arms. With a cry of agony, Zhou Bei clutched his deformed arm, wailing on the ground. Considering your past contributions to the Immortal Pavilion, I shall spare your life this time. Leave. Zhou Bei dared not utter another word. Hastily scrambling to exit the office. Once Zhou Bei departed, Fang Qingyin from the Rakshasa Hall emerged from another room. Vic smiled and said, Thank you, Ms. Fang, for aiding the Immortal Pavilion in ridding us of this malignant tumor. Fang Qingyin chuckled and waved her hand. Lord Vic, there is no need for such formality. I merely happened upon the situation and did what was necessary. Vic nodded, gesturing for her to sit and converse. Since Fang Qingyin from the Rakshasa Hall had taken the initiative to visit, bringing along such a significant gift, it was evident that she had ulterior motives. Ms. Fang, let us dispense with the riddles. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Fang Qingyin smiled and nodded. I trust Lord Vic is aware that the drop rate for treasure chests is exceedingly low, and the probability of acquiring weapons is even lower. Yet, your esteemed pavilion seems to have a method to offer surplus weapons for sale. If I am not mistaken, your pavilion must possess talents with artisan skills. Thus, I propose a collaborative relationship between the Rakshasa Hall and the Immortal Pavilion. We will provide the materials, and your pavilion will assist in forging. The finished products will be split in a 4-to-6 ratio, yours being 6 and ours 4. What do you say? Vic's expression remained impassive as he calmly replied. I understand the intentions of the Rakshasa Hall. I shall relay this matter to the Lord and provide you with a response at the earliest opportunity. Fang Qingyin furrowed her brow. Her original intention was to finalize the matter today. Very well, I shall await your favorable news. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the H-City base, a massive, unidentified swirling entity was rapidly advancing towards the H-City base. It resembled a rapidly spinning gear, toppling surrounding buildings and sturdy trees without hindrance. The patrolling martial artists on the city wall spotted the ominous creature from afar, their expressions turning pale as they shouted, Attention! An unidentified magical creature is swiftly approaching from the southeast. Moreover, there are magical birds descending from the sky towards the base. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces shifted dramatically, bewildered by the unusual, organized assault of magical creatures on the base. Ordinarily, the magical birds in the sky would only occasionally swoop down to prey on humans, preferring the magical insects of the forest as their staple diet, which had previously offered some comfort to the populace. However, it appeared that these notoriously troublesome birds had suddenly changed their appetite, collectively launching an offensive against the human base, signaling a potential catastrophe. Unbeknownst to the populace, after more than a month of evolution, certain monsters endowed with superior talents have attained sentience. They are now capable of discerning which sustenance proves more beneficial and which prey is easier to capture. Undoubtedly, amidst the evolved monster insects and bipedal beings, they have chosen the latter. Even though these bipedal creatures may possess some prickly attributes, they are far easier to hunt compared to some of the monster insects. And their flesh is considerably more delectable. Alas! The beast is about to breach the city. Everyone, descend from the walls, as the crowd beheld the unidentified monster spinning and rolling toward them with alarming speed. Their faith in the newly constructed walls evaporated, and they frantically fled toward the base of the walls. To their horror, the monstrous entity suddenly accelerated. The martial warriors atop the walls had barely descended halfway when the colossal creature collided with the fortification. Boom! Without a hint of doubt, the seemingly sturdy walls disintegrated in an instant, accompanied by screams of terror and agony. Those warriors stationed on the walls and those closest to them were the first to suffer. Some who had not managed to escape fell to the ground, with some dying instantaneously while others broke limbs. Even before they could touch the ground, some were swiftly snatched away by diving monster birds, which devoured them with a few quick chews. Our walls have fallen. The crowd, faces etched with terror, witnessed the mentally fragile collapse in despair, their legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, they finally discerned the nature of the colossal creature leading the charge against the walls. It resembled neither a turtle nor an alligator, but a monstrous hybrid, with a body diameter nearing 10 meters. Its entire form was adorned with dark green bony spikes extending backward, as it crawled into the city accompanied by a throng of other creatures. Wherever it passed, various buildings crumbled as if made of mere paper. Most alarmingly, 3 black pentagrams adorned its forehead, marking it as a formidable 3-star monster. We're finished. The rate of evolution for these monsters far surpasses what we humans can contend with. What hope do we have left? Enough of your pessimism. If you wish to perish, then get the hell away from me. A passionate man kicked the despairing warrior aside and began organizing the nearby fighters to mount a counterattack. Brothers, do not engage alone. Form groups of 3 to take down a single monster. Trust that the warriors from the War King Hall and other great powers will arrive soon. We must hold on. Upon hearing the impassioned words of the man, the surrounding warriors gritted their teeth and began to resist with renewed vigor. In truth, even without the encouragement, many would have chosen to stay, as each harbored their own reasons for fighting. Some fought for their families, others for the chance to live in peace, and some to protect the hard-won territory they had established. Regardless of the reason, they were unwilling to relinquish the home they had only just stabilized. They all understood that leaving the base would only lead to a more miserable existence. A warrior with green-dyed hair seemed intent on attacking the royal alligator turtle, recklessly sprinting towards it with a bow. His speed was commendable, appearing quite graceful, suggesting he possessed a skill that enhanced his movement. The green-haired warrior slashed at one of the royal alligator turtle's massive feet, only to hear a resounding clang as his blade shattered. Damn it! No wonder it's a 3-star monster. My efforts were utterly futile. No sooner had the green-haired warrior voiced his frustration than the passionate man swiftly tackled him out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the crushing foot of the royal alligator turtle. Are you seeking death? At a time like this, you think of treasure chests? Listen up. Only weapons of 2 stars or higher can inflict damage on it. Warriors wielding 1-star weapons should not recklessly charge in. Otherwise, you may be the next to fall. The rescued green-haired warrior, still shaken, intended to express his gratitude but was interrupted when a monstrous wolf leapt forth to ambush him, its sharp fangs severing one of his thighs. Ah! The green-haired warrior screamed in agony, clutching the gushing wound as he writhed on the ground in despair. Save me! Don't leave me behind! The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and they quickly huddled together once more to guard against further ambushes by the monsters. The passionate man glanced at the suffering warrior with a hint of helplessness, internally lamenting the green-haired warrior's fate. He could no longer assist, as the scent of blood had attracted more monsters, and he needed to distance himself. In the next moment, creatures entirely alien to earthly comprehension lunged at the wailing green-haired warrior. In less than 3 breaths, he was consumed by the monsters, his screams abruptly silenced. At that juncture, the royal alligator turtle extended its fearsome head and unleashed a torrent of blue-white cold flames upon the ground. As the flames collided with the earth, they rapidly spread outward from the point of impact. All warriors within 100 meters of the royal alligator turtle were severely frostbitten, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they stood frozen in place. The warriors desperately attempted to move, yet their minds issued commands that their feet stubbornly refused to obey. Some with superior physical attributes managed to move, but their movements were sluggish, and within a few steps, their muscles began to tear. With a smirk, the royal alligator turtle seemed to revel in its predatory advantage. Despite its slow movements, it outpaced the immobilized bipedal beings. Once it caught up to one, it would elegantly grasp the creature, gently slurp it into its mouth, and begin to chew slowly. Most horrifyingly, those consumed were still conscious, acutely aware of their bodies being crushed by the creature's teeth, experiencing an overwhelming terror as they became nourishment for the royal alligator turtle's evolution. Other monsters eyed the royal alligator turtle's prey, but hesitated to approach, deterred by its fearsome aura. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. As the onlookers trembled in terror, their legs weakened, their eyes wide with dread as they gazed upon the colossal creature devouring humanity. Run, quickly, flee. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of perseverance and protection were cast aside. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, in the face of the royal alligator turtle's insurmountable abilities, even the greatest bravery became a mere jest. They yearned only to distance themselves from this creature capable of spewing icy flames. Desperate to escape H-City with their families, even surviving outside the base seemed preferable to being consumed by this horrifying beast. Get the hell out of here, just as despair threatened to overwhelm them. The Lord of the War King Hall, Qi Xianyang, finally arrived. Qi Xianyang possessed a C-grade talent for marksmanship, a somewhat unconventional skill, as acquiring firearms from treasure chests was no easy feat despite the New World having only begun a month prior. The populace had discerned some fundamental patterns. In treasure chests, upper and lower garments were the most easily obtained equipment, followed by magical fruits that enhanced strength or altered physical attributes, and then weapons. Skills came next, with rare and peculiar yet useful items at the very end. Within the weapon category, knives, swords, and daggers were most frequently found, followed by bows, guns, staves, clubs, and whips, with special weapons being the least common. Skills followed a similar trend, with most warriors acquiring primarily sword and knife skills, rarely obtaining other types. However, Qi Xianyang was fortunate. Shortly after awakening his marksmanship talent, he unlocked a matching skill, an E-grade ability. Bang! A flash of gunfire struck the royal alligator turtle squarely on the head, the immense force breaking through its defenses and leaving a significant wound. Qi Xianyang's skill, known as Flowing Moon Heavy Strike, increased critical hit damage by 5, proving formidable indeed. All warriors below 2 stars, withdraw from the battle. Chapter 79. The ultimate moves of the leaders, warriors in a fiery battle. As Qi Xianyang's words echoed, the royal alligator turtle emitted an enraged roar that sent tremors through the surrounding trees. Its massive frame slowly turned to face Qi Xianyang, raising its fearsome head as it prepared to unleash a torrent of blue-white flames. Be cautious, Lord Qi. That beast's breath attack is extremely potent. Do not let it touch you. The surrounding warriors, upon seeing Qi Xianyang's arrival, raised their voices in urgent warning. He was their final hope. Simultaneously, Yan Xinyu, wielding a long sword, and Mu Tianqi, with a long knife slung across his back, along with Lin Hu of the Tiger Wolf Gang, all arrived on the scene. The three gazed gravely at the colossal royal alligator turtle, feeling the weight of the situation. Though I oversee the H-City base, given the current circumstances, we must unite to confront this threat. Qi Xianyang declared. Of course, if you three prefer a life of hardship, you are free to leave the base. I will not hinder your departure. However, should I survive this ordeal, those who abandon their posts will not be permitted to return. Mu Tianqi and the others remained silent, merely drawing their weapons to signify their resolve. Qi Xianyang nodded approvingly. Excellent. Do not strike its shell. Instead, wait for the right moment to attack its eyes and mouth. As Qi Xianyang's words fell, he was the first to charge towards the king crocodile tortoise, closely followed by Mu Tianqi and Yan Xinyu. Lin Hu, however, did not follow. Instead, he swiftly approached the side of the king crocodile tortoise and struck fiercely at the joint of its leg. Yan Xinyu leapt gracefully, her sword slicing through the air like autumn waters, creating a series of shimmering sword shadows. Her movements were elegant, each strike precise and lethal, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Her E-grade skill, named Starwind Thrust, was no less formidable than Qi Xianyang's Lunar Impact. Mu Tianqi was equally fortunate, having acquired an E-grade dagger skill known as 3 Mountain Slash, which delivered 3 successive blows, each infused with tremendous power. Visually, it was even more impressive than Lunar Impact and Starwind Thrust combined. While the four engaged in combat with the king crocodile tortoise, Wu Chun had just arrived near the H-City base. He gazed at the collapsed city walls and the cacophony of screams echoing from within as people fought for their lives, momentarily lost in thought. Was it fate that doomed him to encounter such disasters at every base, where monstrous hordes relentlessly besieged? Yunji and Hua Qin were already in a state of shock. Was this truly the choice they had made? This situation seemed rather beyond comprehension. Chenggu, shouldn't we make a hasty retreat? Hua Qin urged Wu Chun remain silent, instead employing his identification technique to assess the king crocodile tortoise. The information he received caused his brow to furrow slightly. Though merely a 3-star monster, it possessed an exceptionally hard shell, making it difficult to breach even with 2-star weapons. Moreover, the king crocodile tortoise had a D-grade skill, Cold Flame Breath, which was particularly troublesome to deal with. As Wu Chun contemplated how to confront the creature. Vic's magical squirrel, Ball, charged towards the king crocodile tortoise. Ball swung its powerful squirrel fists, striking forcefully at the tortoise's mouth. Wu Chun was astonished at how quickly Ball had reached the pinnacle of 2 stars. After a moment of thought, Wu Chun commanded the magical puppet Chuchio to assist. He himself prepared to flank the creature, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. "You two, stay back. Remember, do not approach it." With that, Wu Chun drew the Wangshu sword from his back and dashed swiftly toward the base. He refrained from directly attacking the king crocodile tortoise, instead hunting down some 1-star and 2-star monsters in the vicinity. The battlefield's tension escalated. Although Qi Xianyang and the others coordinated seamlessly, the king crocodile tortoise's defenses were formidable. Coupled with its powerful cold flame breath, they had to remain constantly vigilant, unable to launch a full-scale assault. While Vic's little squirrel Ball fought valiantly, it still appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the massive creature. Each attack stirred the tortoise's wrath, yet failed to inflict significant damage. Just as they began to feel the pressure mounting, a silver-haired girl with crimson eyes wielding a dark red wolf tooth club appeared. The girl leapt high into the air, aiming to smash down onto the king crocodile tortoise's head. The tortoise narrowed its eyes, instinctively sensing danger, and withdrew its head. Clang! With no alternative, Chuchio's ruthless wolf tooth club struck the tortoise's shell, leaving behind some noticeable dents. Upon seeing Chuchio, Vic's previously gloomy expression brightened significantly. "Ball, the master has returned." Yen Xinyu and the others immediately recognized the peculiar silver-haired girl as belonging to Wu Chun. This implied that Wu Chun himself must have returned as well. Yet, where was he? They quickly searched the area and, moments later, spotted Wu Chun among the crowd 100 meters away, busily dispatching lesser monsters. Their expressions darkened instantly. Did they not comprehend their own abilities? Not only did he neglect to join the main battle, but he was also scavenging around for lesser monsters and treasure chests, which was utterly contemptible. Forget about him. With this beauty's assistance, we still have a chance to slay the king crocodile tortoise. Chapter 80. United Assault, Unrest and Unease. As Qi Xianyang spoke, his gaze on Chuchio grew ever more profound. Possessing D-grade identification skills, he had attempted to assess Chuchio multiple times, yet each attempt had ended in failure. This left him both astonished and puzzled. Had this girl transcended the 3-star threshold? After all, he could identify even Wu Chun, this anomaly. Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself, focusing instead on developing his own War King Hall. Striving for an early breakthrough to 3 stars, Yen Xinyu and the others nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, the king crocodile tortoise had instinctively withdrawn its head to evade attacks, indicating it harbored some fear of the girl's assault. A flame of jealousy ignited within Mu Tianqi. Why was such an exceptional woman not by his side? Get back. It's about to unleash its cold flame skill, Qi Xianyang shouted, leading the way to take cover behind a building 100 meters away. Yen Xinyu and the others, not daring to linger, also swiftly retreated from the king crocodile tortoise. Only the magical puppet Chuchio remained undeterred, leaping into action as she swung her ruthless wolf tooth club downwards towards the tortoise's jaw. A dull thud resounded as she successfully interrupted the king crocodile tortoise's charged breath. "This is incredible," Lin Hu exclaimed, once again astonished by Chuchio's combat prowess. Wu Chun, however, paid little heed to the thoughts of others. As he cleared out lesser monsters, he kept a watchful eye on the main battlefield. He noticed that during the tortoise's attacks, its body exhibited brief moments of imbalance, perhaps a prime opportunity to exploit. Stealthily, Wu Chun maneuvered around the side of the king crocodile tortoise, using the ruins as cover, gradually closing in on his target. Now, seizing the moment, Wu Chun dashed out, the Wangshu sword transforming into a streak of silver lightning, aimed directly at the left eye of the king crocodile tortoise. Yet, the tortoise responded with remarkable speed, swiftly turning its head to evade the lethal strike. In the next instant, the sword tip scraped against its hard shell. creating a shower of sparks. Indeed, it was incredibly resilient. Even the two-star Wangshu sword could not penetrate its defenses. Wu Qin's heart raced in astonishment as he quickly adjusted his stance to launch another attack. Seeing this, Qi Xianyang and the others scoffed, intensifying their assaults on the king crocodile tortoise. They understood Wu Qin's intentions well, aware of the significance of the final blow. Thus, they subtly conserved some strength for the decisive moment. While the chance of obtaining treasure chests was uncertain, the credit for the final blow would undoubtedly be theirs, and the magical energy gained would not be insignificant. Yan Sinyu's Starwind thrust and Mu Tianqi's three mountains harmoniously intertwined, continuously etching wounds upon the king crocodile tortoise's form. Lin Hu, leveraging his fist skills, targeted its vulnerable joints to restrict its movement. Under the combined onslaught of their efforts, the king crocodile tortoise finally began to show signs of fatigue. Its attack frequency noticeably waned, and its defenses revealed openings. Wu Qin seized this ideal opportunity to launch a surprise assault, the Wangshu sword slicing through the air with a sound of breaking wind, accurately piercing the creature's left eye. The moment he withdrew his sword, Wu Qin followed up with a retaliatory strike, the Gale Mountain technique, unleashing a fierce wind blade that tore through the tortoise's shell. Causing a spray of blood to erupt, the king crocodile tortoise emitted a deafening wail. Its massive body trembled violently, and it finally lost its balance, crashing to the ground. Qi Xianyang and the others' eyes lit up. In this crucial moment, they frantically unleashed their skills towards the tortoise's receding head. Lunar impact, Starwind thrust, three mountains / Wu Qin, of course, would not merely stand by. He gripped his sword with one hand, standing at a distance as the blade began to glow with a crimson radiance. Blade radiance, Gale Mountain. This strike bore immense strength, far surpassing the combined force of Qi Xianyang and the other skills, crashing into the king crocodile tortoise. Its seemingly indestructible shell was cleaved open, spilling forth torrents of blood. Except for Qi Xianyang, who was privy to the truth, the other three were taken aback by the sight of this scarlet slash, their expressions turning grave. Everyone's performance was commendable, yet Lin, who stood awkwardly, filled with indignation and rage. As he lacked ranged capabilities, he could not reach the tortoise's vital points in such a short time. At that moment, he found himself alone at the side of the king crocodile tortoise. Futilely pounding on its impenetrable shell, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing both pitiful and helpless. Damn it, why is my talent limited to fist techniques? I want to wield a weapon too. Lin, who had attempted to use weapons before, but without any talent for blades or swords, he could only manage simple slashes that proved less powerful than his bare fists. Resigned, Lin, who could only accept his fate, content to remain a brawler. At this moment, the king crocodile tortoise had fallen silent. It was dead. Yet, Qi Xianyang and the others could not share in the joy, their expressions darkening significantly. They had failed to hear the prompt for acquiring magical energy, indicating that the final blow had not been theirs in an instant. Whether it was Mu Tianqi, Yan Sinyu, or Lin Hu, their gazes towards Wu Qin turned increasingly hostile. They wrestled internally, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to join forces and eliminate Wu Qin. Bang! In the next moment, the silver-haired, crimson-eyed marionette, Chu Jiao, leaped beside Wu Qin, forcefully embedding her wolf-toothed club into the ground at her feet, regarding them with an expressionless gaze. The butler, Vic, squinted his eyes, sensing the unsettling atmosphere. He gradually stepped behind Wu Qin, casually stroking the fur of the squirrel. Mu Tianqi and the others, awakening from their daze, finally remembered that Wu Qin was not alone. He had two formidable companions and a powerful magical pet that had been subdued. The trio's emotions grew exceedingly complex. Wu Qin's immense strength left them pondering how they could continue to navigate the H-City base. Chapter 81. The hidden attribute of the purple stem snake bone flower. Innate talent, divine vision. Wu Qin paid little heed to their thoughts and strolled over to the king crocodile turtle to commence gathering. Ding! Collection successful. Magic energy 66. With the death of the king crocodile turtle, the surge of magical creatures invading the city diminished significantly. Some fled, while others perished. Thus, the H-City base successfully navigated the Beast Tide crisis, and the survivors erupted into joyous cheers. Ultimately, after deliberation, Wu Qin took half of the spoils from the king crocodile turtle, while the remaining half was divided among the Battle King Hall, the Tianqi Battle Team, the Rakshasa Hall, and the Tiger Wolf Gang. In truth, had Wu Chen chosen to be more assertive, he could have claimed everything for himself. However, he preferred not to appear overly domineering, as pressing too hard would not serve his interests. The most valuable aspect of the king crocodile turtle was undoubtedly its hard shell, a material suitable for forging a mind matrix sword. Yet, it was still insufficient. To craft a 3-star mind matrix sword, the primary material, the azure crystal ore, was necessary. Coincidentally, he knew the whereabouts of such ore. Although a 4th-level ice crystal ore could also be utilized to forge the mind matrix sword, it would be somewhat wasteful and inefficient. The Undying Pavilion. After entrusting Yunji and Hua Qin to Sun Rong, Wu Chen inquired about the current status of the Undying Pavilion. Frankly speaking, it was far better than he had anticipated. Especially regarding the popularity of the cards, we are doing well. What we lack most at the moment are blueprints and talented individuals. As for the blueprints, it may take time to gather them. We should seek them out as best as we can. Regarding talented individuals, we don't need too many for now, unless they possess a talent of B grade or higher. Additionally, we should focus on finding those with cultivation and beast mastery talents. Other combat-type warriors should not be recruited for the time being. What we currently lack are core members. We do not need those who merely seek to take advantage. Vic nodded, taking note of everything. Then remarked, Master, it seems that Du Xian's situation is somewhat unstable. The Battle King Hall has secretly approached him, seeking to lure him away with elixir formulas. Wu Chen nodded slightly, not overly concerned. He indeed lacked elixir formulas. So it was no surprise that Du Xian would contemplate a change of allegiance. Let him be. Whether he stays or goes is his choice. Our Undying Pavilion is just beginning, and this is a test of loyalty. Not only Du Xian, but if others wish to leave the Undying Pavilion, we should not impede them. Subsequently, Wu Chen sought out Lu Tiniu and Sun Rong, handing over some materials and ingredients before departing the Undying Pavilion. At this point, Wu Chen arrived at the site where corpses were stacked, both of warriors and magical creatures. The edible meat and usable materials from the magical creatures had already been taken, but this did not hinder Wu Chen's collection efforts. By now, everyone was aware of the existence of decay worms. Essentially, corpses would completely vanish within 2 to 3 days, so they typically did not require special handling. Ding. Collection successful. Magic Energy 2. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations on acquiring an F-grade skill. Ding. Collection successful. Silver Coin 1. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Chen finally completed the collection of all the corpses, yielding 489 points of magic energy, 3 F-grade skills, a 1-star pants manufacturing blueprint, an innate talent, and some currency. The 3 F-grade skills included exploration technique, tracking technique, and identification technique. Wu Chen chose to learn the tracking technique, while the other 2 were converted into skill books for future-worthy individuals. The innate talent he acquired was Eagle Eye. And to his astonishment, upon using the flower liquid of the purple stem snake bone flower, his vision underwent a transformation. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the hidden attribute of the purple stem snake bone flower. Recreation. Ding! Eagle Eye and Night Demon Eye successfully recreated, acquiring the innate talent. Divine Eye. Ding! Detection of a duplication between identification technique and Divine Eye. Recreation activated. Ding! Recreation successful, acquiring the innate talent. Divine Vision. Wu Chen was utterly astounded, never anticipating that the purple stem snake bone flower possessed a hidden attribute, Divine Vision. This talent was evidently of remarkable caliber. Innate talent, Divine Vision. A wondrous ability that combines night vision, telescopic vision, and identification, capable of discerning the attributes and hidden information of any object. Wu Chen was overjoyed. Obtaining this innate talent was an incredible boon. With Divine Vision, he would no longer be constrained by the level of the identification skill. Nor would he require analysis cards akin to the deciphering cards. Name. Wu Chen age, 20 years realm, 3-star Wind Warrior skills. Instant Step F, Rapid Slash F, Tracking F, Great Wind Mountain E, Exploration F. Blade Edge E, Cooking D, Puppet Refining Technique D Talent, Collection Specialization SSS, Swordsmanship E Innate Talent, Divine Vision Magic Energy. 77,269,000 if only he could find an item capable of merging skills. That would be even more perfect. He suddenly recalled that there was indeed an S-grade item capable of merging skills. Wu Chen quietly organized the limited memories in his mind. He remembered that the S-grade item was obtained by the fourth young master of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Mu Jingtian.at that time, he was already a 6-star wood-type warrior. With few rivals. It was rumored that Mu Jingtian discovered the S-grade item in a magical bear cave on Mount Fengyun. However, Mount Fengyun is located in Xianhai province. At my current travel speed, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to reach there. Alas, how I wish I had a magic crystal war vehicle now. The magic crystal war vehicle, a human-developed transportation tool in the New World, can reach speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour. To obtain magic crystals, one must either slay magical creatures of 4 stars or above or seek out magic crystal mines. Wu Chen was aware of the location of a magic crystal mine and even knew the name of one of the scientists involved in the development of the magic crystal war vehicle. However, both the magic crystal mine and the scientist were far from his current location in Xinjiang province. Moreover, even if he could locate the magic crystal mine and that scientist, it would likely take a long time to produce the magic crystal war vehicle. Helpless, Wu Chen could only temporarily set aside these impractical thoughts. Before leaving, Wu Chen summoned the Flame Rose, letting it consume all the corpses. Chapter 82. The Flame Rose levels up, the magical blood-sucking leech Ding. Congratulations to the Flame Rose for breaking through to the 2-star realm. Ding! Congratulations to the Flame Rose for breaking through to the 3-star realm. Wu Chen was overjoyed and quickly checked the information of his magical pet. Flame Rose, skill, Fire Spike hidden talent, devouring mutation. Wu Chen gazed at the towering 2-meter-tall rose, his mouth twitching slightly. Even he couldn't help but internally mock this useless magical pet. Despite having advanced to 3 stars, its combat power was still inferior to that of a 1-star warrior. The only skill, Fire Spike, could merely launch some feeble fire needles. Truly, it lived up to being the most despised magical pet. It was, indeed, quite pitiful. With a resigned sigh, Wu Chen stored the massive Flame Rose away. Clearly, to cultivate the exceedingly rare rose which he would need to continue his efforts. Subsequently, Wu Chen arrived at the territory of the Tiger Wolf gang. Upon learning that Wu Chen was not there to cause trouble, Lin Hu and Lan Batian felt a slight sense of relief. Wu Chen learned from Zhou Wankai that their team had encountered several 2-star magical creatures and had to scatter in their escape. The little girl, Chong Chong, had left with Li Quan and the others, and a soldier named Ae seemed intent on protecting her. Their escape route led them towards J City in Xinjiang province, which was directly opposite H City. After leaving the Tiger Wolf gang, Wu Chen prepared to depart the H City base. He planned to first claim the Undying Dao Academy for himself to avoid future complications. Should he successfully break through to 4 stars during this period, he would make a trip to the imperial capital to retrieve his sister, Wu Xiaoci.as, for dealing with the Wu family. Wu Chen believed that even with a breakthrough to 4-star status, it would still be somewhat challenging. Unless the elderly members of the Wu family refrained from intervening, it would be impossible for him to overthrow them solely with 4-star strength. At most, he could only contend with some of their exceptional young talents. Coincidentally, the Azure Crystal Ore was located near J City, so he might as well pay a visit there. Wu Chen now possesses sufficient wealth to initiate the second death gamble. Yet he refrains from doing so for the time being. As a mere 3-star warrior, he is currently only qualified to draw from a first-tier treasure chest, which yields rewards that can ascend to a maximum of 3 stars, far below Wu Chen's aspirations. Thus, he resolves to await his breakthrough to 4 stars before unlocking the second-tier death gamble. Although each attempt requires 5,000 silver coins, it presents the opportunity to procure rewards of 6-star caliber. As Wu Chen ambles through the streets, his gaze flits restlessly, hoping to discover individuals endowed with advanced talents. Regrettably, disappointment greets him, for such high-level talents are not easily found. Conversely, he encounters numerous warriors possessing low-level abilities, predominantly in strength and speed, yet he lacks the inclination to extend invitations to them. On the 3rd day after departing from Base H, Wu Chen, accompanied by the magical puppet Chuchio, arrives in City T. Alas, much like City A, City T is one that has succumbed to ruin. The dilapidated structures juxtaposed with bizarre magical flora serve as a testament to the gradual obliteration of a once thriving civilization. As Wu Chen and Chuchio traverse the streets, aided by his probing technique, he uncovers several survivors, mostly warriors, who are stealthily observing him from the shadows. Wu Chen is merely passing through City T on his way to City J, and as long as these individuals do not instigate trouble, he has no intention of engaging with them. In fact, he secretly harbors a desire for them to confront him, as that would provide him with a justifiable reason to act. After all, humanoid flower fertilizer is exceedingly rare, and he would make every effort to obtain it. Brother Long, that fellow's companion is quite the stunner, remarked a youth named Long Qing, his brow slightly furrowed. As a 2-star lightning warrior, he is generally unmatched at this level. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he gazes at the composed Wuchen, a sense of inadequacy unexpectedly arises within him, a notion utterly absurd. After much internal struggle, Long Qing ultimately raises his hand to halt his eager subordinates, who are ready to charge forth and rob. No, these two can navigate the outside world alone. They must possess formidable strength. We shall forego this opportunity. Though his subordinates express dissatisfaction, they ultimately relent, for Long Qing is their leader. Long Qing's eyes remain fixed on Wuchen when, at that moment, Wuchen casts a glance toward their hiding spot. This fleeting gaze sends a chill down Long Qing's spine, for he perceives a flicker of disappointment in the young man's eyes. What could he be disappointed about? Perhaps it is that they have not dared to confront him. Such confidence is truly remarkable. Just then, one of Long Qing's subordinates emits a blood-curdling scream as a meter-long, crimson, magical leech burrows into his arm, draining his life essence in mere moments. Long Qing and his companions are taken aback, for they observe 3 black stars and 1 hollow star adorning the leech, an unmistakable peak 3-star magical creature, far beyond their ability to contend with. Scatter. Head towards those 2. Long Qing commands decisively, leading his warrior team toward Wuchen and Chuchio. Brothers, I know you are powerful. Please lend a hand. Typically, in such circumstances, Wuchen would hastily withdraw, as he greatly dislikes the tactic of drawing misfortune onto oneself. However, this time he does not, for he has spotted the magical leech, an essential material for Chuchio's advancement to 5 stars, and one of the most elusive to acquire. Truly, fortune has smiled upon him. Chapter 83. The Future 9-Star Dragon King. Talents of the Underground Basin City T. Wuchen casts a glance at the speaker, who momentarily captures his attention with a name that resonates with him, Long Qing. Is he the legendary 9-Star Dragon King from his previous life? Wuchen has never encountered the Dragon King but has heard tales of his prowess. It is said that his true name is Long Qing, a lightning warrior of astounding strength, who ascended to one of the 7 9-star powerhouses in just a year, earning the admiration and fear of many. Wuchen gazes at the comical figure of Long Qing rushing towards him, scarcely able to believe that this is the future 9-star powerhouse. Chuchio, gather materials, he commands. No sooner have the words left his lips than Chuchio takes a decisive step forward, deftly darting past Long Qing and his companions, her brutal spiked mace striking the fiery leech with precision. With a resounding crack, the leech is sent crashing to the ground, bursting forth in a spray of blood. Ding, fire leech slain, magical energy 188. Chuchio retrieves the leech's remains and, under the astonished gazes of Long Qing and the others, strides towards the unflappable youth. At that moment, both Long Qing and the others seem as though they have been ensnared by a stasis spell. Frozen in place, this exquisite girl with silver hair and red eyes is evidently following the commands of that young man. The fact that he can command such a formidable being speaks volumes of his own strength. Wuchen pays no heed to Long Qing and the others as he begins to collect the remains of the fire leech. Ding, collection successful, magical energy 79. Regrettably, no skills were acquired, leaving Wuchen feeling a tad disappointed. He glances at the silent Long Qing and his companions, contemplating whether to extend an invitation. Given Long Qing's talents, he surmises that it is unlikely he would willingly submit to another. Your talents are commendable. Would you care to join me? Wuchen states directly, having already showcased his prowess. If Long Qing finds him lacking, he will not press the matter. Long Qing is taken aback, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. He is at the nascent stage of his journey, barely managing to meet his basic needs, yet he bears the weight of a large group of followers, and the strain is beginning to show. It must be said, Wuchen's luck is remarkable. At present, Long Qing has not yet strayed onto a path of extremity. He still harbors reservations. If a month or 2 were to pass, the underground base in City T would inevitably fall to magical creatures, leaving only him as the sole survivor. At that point, Long Qing would certainly not entertain reliance on others. Upon noticing Long Qing's hesitation, Wuchen mistakenly assumes a rejection and feels a pang of regret. I have another underground base in City T, where nearly 50,000 ordinary people still reside. If you can help them escape, I, Long Qing, shall follow you." Wu Chen is momentarily stunned, hardly believing his ears. Is the future Dragon King truly this compassionate? He has heard of Long Qing's ruthless reputation, an individual who would not hesitate to eliminate anyone, regardless of age or gender, should they threaten his ambitions. Wu Chen's brow furrows. Transporting 50,000 ordinary people is an insurmountable task. Not only must he consider whether they are willing to follow, but even if they are, he cannot guarantee their safety. You must understand that magical creatures excel at ambushes. You would have no opportunity for rescue. Long Qing sighs helplessly, fully aware of the truth in Wu Chen's words. Yet he cannot bring himself to abandon the survivors of City T. Among them are many orphan children, whose parents sacrificed everything to protect them. If he were to depart with his warrior team, the hope of survival for these individuals would dwindle to near extinction. Seeing the conflict etched on Long Qing's face, Wu Chen contemplates before speaking. "Within a month, I will ascertain a final safe location, one that can accommodate many, with ample food and water. If you trust me, grant me some time, and I will send someone to retrieve you all." Long Qing's expression brightens, eager to respond, yet Wu Chen interjects, "However, I have one condition. I will only accept those willing to fight. During this period, do your utmost to cultivate volunteers among the warriors. I shall not accept those who lack the desire to fight. No matter their talent. As for those unwilling to engage, fret not. You can send them to Base H, which serves as a relatively secure base in Qingyang Province, offering numerous means of survival. If I can accomplish this, you should find it reassuring. Should you persist in risking everything for these people, I must say that we are likely not of the same ilk." Long Qing nodded. If everything was as Wu Chen had stated, he had no reason to oppose. In truth, he had grown weary of certain self-righteous individuals. He estimated that even if Wu Chen had not appeared, he would eventually abandon those fools who could not see the situation clearly. Subsequently, Wu Chen followed Long Qing to the underground base in T-City. He hoped to find one or two individuals with advanced talents. A few minutes later, as per Wu Chen's instructions, Long Qing summoned everyone from the underground base. Wu Chen glanced around, and under the scrutiny of his divine perception, even without activating the attribute panel, he could discern the talents of those present. In the next instant, for every individual with talent, a level and corresponding ability appeared above their heads. Wu Chen disregarded those with talents below B grade. There were 13 individuals with B grade talents, 2 with A grade talents, and surprisingly, 1 with an S grade talent. In Chapter 84, titled Former Comrades with Rare Talents, Wu Chen was pleased to find an S grade talent. The individual with A grade talent was a long-haired man, strikingly handsome, who seemed to have been a model in the old century. At that moment, he was squatting in a corner, quietly gnawing on a root he had unearthed. The other A grade talent was a burly man, a former comrade of Wu Chen in his past life. To be more precise, it would be accurate to say that he was a comrade of this robust figure. Back then, after being expelled from the Apocalypse battle team, he had joined a team called the Seven Rascals. Though the Seven Rascals were not powerful, it was the only place that had made him feel warmth. Unfortunately, during a hunting expedition, the Seven Rascals had encountered an attack from a 6-star magical beast and had been completely annihilated. At that time, he was merely a member of the logistics team and, upon learning that the main force had perished, the Seven Rascals soon disbanded. Even though he wished to find them in this new life, he had no idea where they might appear. He never expected to find this burly man named Gao Jin in the underground base of T-City. His A-grade talent was called Heavy Shield Bearer, and as long as he was provided with a good shield, he could help block a significant portion of damage, making him the most talented individual in the Seven Rascals. Lastly, there was the individual with the S-grade fire talent, who was surprisingly a 63-year-old man. It was fortunate that he possessed elemental talent. Had it been any other combat talent, his physical condition would have rendered him ineffective. Wu Chen inquired about the opinions of the three, and they appeared rather indifferent. After all, they were all solitary figures, having shed their previous concerns. Living was merely a form of suffering for them. However, they were puzzled as to why Wu Chen insisted on taking them, ordinary individuals, with him. Before departing, Wu Chen informed Long Qing about all those possessing talent, hoping he could cultivate them until his return. After all, in his past life, T-City had no such underground base, suggesting some unforeseen circumstances had arisen. His insistence on taking the three individuals with the highest talents was also due to his fear that they might encounter misfortune along the way. He did not wish for a repeat of the incident with Chong Chong, where he had expected to reunite in H-City, only for unforeseen events to intervene. After Wu Chen left, Long Qing looked at the ordinary individuals selected. His eyes still filled with confusion. How could Wu Chen discern their talents when their attribute panels had not been activated? Long Qing shook his head helplessly. At present, he could only trust Wu Chen's words. He ordered his subordinates to capture some weaker magical beasts and let the chosen individuals defeat them. The results were astonishing. Every kill was precise, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. They really awakened their talents. Boss, it's a C-grade speed talent and a B-grade cooking talent. This is a B-grade strength talent. Excitement erupted throughout the underground base. Both Long Qing and the others developed a sense of reverence for this mysterious young man. Wu Chun. They harbored no ulterior ambitions due to the increase in talented warriors. Instead, their resolve to follow Wu Chen grew stronger. After all, if Wu Chun could easily identify individuals with talent, would he ever lack followers in the future? If all went well, Wu Chen's power would soon become one of the most formidable forces. As Wu Chen journeyed, he simultaneously trained the three individuals. Deep training was temporarily unfeasible, as he needed magical energy. For now, Wu Chun could only allow the three to slay one-star monsters, as only this level of magical beast would not yield any magical energy for him. The long-haired man was named Xiao Tianlu, and his A-grade talent was swordsmanship, making him the fastest at collecting magical energy. The burly man, Gao Jin, wielded a military shield, providing him with 20 points of defense. He could both defend and attack using it. Gao Jin received special attention from Wu Chun and had already become a one-star warrior, exhibiting remarkable resilience. As for the S-grade fire talent, the lecherous old man Zhang Taibai initially refused to participate in battles. But after being thoroughly beaten by Wu Chun, he became obedient. Upon activating his attribute panel and awakening his talent, even though he currently possessed nothing, the fire he could unleash was impressively powerful. Leaving Wu Chen envious, internally, he even harbored a shameless thought. Could he possibly eliminate the old man to collect his S-grade talent? Of course, Wu Chun merely entertained this thought. He understood the importance of adhering to certain ethical boundaries. Moreover, he could not guarantee he would successfully acquire the talent. Although Zhang Taibai displayed some lecherous tendencies, he was still someone for whom Wu Chun felt immense gratitude, as he had rekindled his hope for survival and a renewed purpose in life. However, Zhang Taibai's newfound purpose was somewhat difficult for Wu Chun to evaluate. When Wu Chun informed him about some magical fruits that could restore his vigor, the old man became electrified with excitement. Who would have thought that a 63-year-old man would harbor such lofty ambitions as establishing a harem? 2 days later, Wu Chun, accompanied by the three individuals and a magical puppet, arrived at the entrance of the J-City base. The development in J-City was relatively decent. Although the base was not as large as H-City, it was equipped with necessary facilities. For instance, the warrior with cooking talent had opened a restaurant, addressing many people's dining concerns. The craftsman who possessed a talent yet refused to join any faction had opened a blacksmith shop, specializing in repairing damaged weapons. Additionally, the individual with alchemical talent, a doctor by profession, continued to practice in this field, tending to others' ailments. It could be said that these three professions were among the most comfortable, as few dared to offend them, provided the base remained unbreached by magical beasts. Consequently, those with such rare talents refrained from provoking others recklessly or inflating prices, as their combat prowess was limited, and they relied on the warriors within the city for protection. In Chapter 85, titled The Leader of J-City, Military District Commander Yang Kaidai, Wu Chun did not permit Gao Jin and the others to enter the city. Instead, he instructed them to wait outside with the magical puppet Chushi. After all, with their advanced talents, should they encounter a warrior proficient in identification techniques, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Entering the J-City base was straightforward. One merely needed to pay a fee of 100 copper coins per person. The management of J-City could easily discern that they were military personnel, maintaining a semblance of order within the base. Suddenly, a building to the north collapsed, and a magical earth dragon, approximately a meter in diameter, emerged. Its sharply pointed front was akin to a power drill, allowing it to traverse underground with remarkable speed, making it nearly impossible for anyone it pursued to escape. This was a magical version of an earthworm, and even this size was considered small. In due course, 3 to 4 meters wide and 100 meters long magical earth dragons would appear, making them one of the most dreaded magical beasts for warriors. Some patrolling soldiers were evacuating the crowd when two familiar figures leaped down from the eaves and charged towards the magical earth dragon. These two were Li Quan and Zhao Gongli, who had now become two-star warriors, employing E-grade skills. Particularly, Li Quan exhibited a more composed demeanor, having shed some of his previous arrogance, and his face bore several scars, both new and old, indicating he had been training rigorously. However, the magical earth dragon was at the peak of the two-star realm, making it somewhat challenging for the two to slay it. Just as Wu Chun contemplated whether to lend a hand, a young girl clad in a green military skirt, wielding a black heavy sword, dashed out. With a single strike, she effortlessly dispatched the magical earth dragon without employing any skills. Wu Chun was taken aback. It seemed Chong Chong had garnered significant attention from the higher-ups in J-City. She had evidently broken through to the peak of the two-star level and would likely achieve three-star warrior status soon. Furthermore, the heavy sword in Chong Chong's possession was no ordinary weapon. Though only one star, it possessed a rare gravity amplification attribute, perfectly complementing Chong Chong's own talent. What is that? Wu Chun observed that on the neck of Chong Chong lay a black collar. The soul collar, which could expedite the wearer's energy recovery by tenfold. Hidden attribute. The master of the collar could terminate the wearer's life at any moment. Wu Chun was taken aback. How could the higher-ups in J-City allow Chong Chong to wear such an item? However, upon further reflection, he understood. After all, it was a hidden attribute, and who could discern it without a detection card? Of course, nothing is absolute. What if the master of the collar had fortuitously acquired a detection card and uncovered its hidden attribute? If it were indeed the master of the collar who deceived Chong Chong into wearing it, the situation would become rather intriguing. Could it be that they feared Chong Chong, worrying that she might become uncontrollable if she grew too powerful? Wu Chun shook his head with a chuckle. If such antiquated thoughts were truly held by the higher-ups of J-City, he would be somewhat disappointed. Wu Chun approached Chong Chong and her companions, who, upon noticing him, were momentarily taken aback, especially Chong Chong, who recalled their agreement and now joyfully ran towards him. As she reached Wu Chun's side, her childlike innocence shone through as she tugged at his sleeve with delight. Wu Chun, you said that as long as we meet again, I can follow you. You must keep your word. Wu Chun smiled and nodded. It appeared that this little girl had truly set her sights on him and had no intention of remaining in J-City, which was quite pleasing. I certainly keep my promises, but who gave you this collar? Wu Chun inquired casually. Chong Chong examined the black collar on her neck and replied, this is a two-star equipment given to me by Uncle Yang. It helps me recover energy quickly. It's very useful. Wu Chun nodded, realizing that Chong Chong was unaware of the collar's hidden attribute. Li Quan and Zhao Gongli approached as well, their gazes towards Chong Chong tinged with reluctance, for she was a remarkable combat talent with an S-level aptitude. Yet, they did not wish to offend Wu Cha. Li Quan spoke up, Brother Wu, Chong Chong is now a direct military personnel under Commander Yang. If you wish to take her, you must at least obtain Commander Yang's consent. Wu Chun acknowledged, that is only natural. I have always held great respect for soldiers. Before long, Wu Chun followed Li Quan to the room where Commander Yang resided. Even without employing detection techniques, Wu Chun could sense that many formidable warriors were stationed around. Commander Yang's true name was Yang Kaitai, a 43-year-old two-star warrior who had awakened a C-level power aptitude, possessing 2 F-level skills and 1 E-level skill. With such combat prowess, he was among the stronger individuals among two-star warriors. What astonished Wu Chun the most was the motionless one-eyed man standing behind Yang Kaitai. He was a 3-star warrior with an A-level speed aptitude, his power formidable indeed. At that moment, Yang Kaitai was perusing some documents, and upon noticing Wu Chun and the others enter, he smiled and gestured for them to sit down. Yang Kaitai assessed Wu Chun. He had already learned of Wu Chun's capabilities from Li Quan and Zhao Gongli. This was a remarkably powerful young man. I am aware of your intentions, but regrettably, J-City requires her strength, and I cannot allow you to fulfill your promise. Chapter 86. Guiding Talent Exchange for Chong Chong. Yang Kaitai's thoughts. This outcome was anticipated by Wu Chun, and he had already devised a solution. Ultimately, the shortage of powerful combat personnel with advanced aptitudes was the crux of the issue. If that were the case, he would assist in locating some for them. If Yang Kaitai remained unwilling to release her, Wu Chun would have no choice but to take her by force. However, He preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with the military unless absolutely necessary. Although this was a world where the strong dominated, the military was still a formidable force that could not be underestimated. Thus, as a trade, I will help you find 10 individuals with C-level or above talents. 10 talent bearers in exchange for a mere 9-year-old girl. Surely, you cannot consider this a loss. Yang Kaitai appeared skeptical. He certainly had individuals capable of appraisal by his side. However, aside from activating the attribute panels, there was no way to discern whether an ordinary person possessed any aptitude. Though the J-City base was not large, it housed a considerable number of survivors. How could he possibly have everyone activate their attribute panels to confirm their talents? Moreover, at this stage, magic energy was a crucial resource for advancement. How could it be squandered on activating the panels of ordinary individuals? Very well. If you can indeed help me identify 10 individuals with C-level talents, I shall permit you to take Chong Chong. Agreed. Before long, all the survivors in J-City gathered in the streets, a throng of at least 300,000 to 400,000. Wu Chun stood elevated, surveying the crowd. Those with talents had their aptitudes and levels displayed above their heads. Although the numbers were significant, the truly talented individuals were few and far between, with even fewer possessing advanced aptitudes. Among them, there were 532 with F-level talents, 344 with E-level talents, 67 with D-level talents, 18 with C-level talents, 5 with B-level talents, and 1 with A-level talent. Wu Chun focused intently on the individual with A-level talent, a rather shifty-looking fellow whose aptitude was stealth. Particularly at night, he could evade detection techniques and enhance his movement speed by 25%. This was 5% higher than the usual A-level speed talent bearers. He was undoubtedly a rare find. Wu Chun had resolved not to disclose this A-level stealth talent, intending to quietly abduct him when he departed J-City as a reward for his talent-seeking endeavors. Subsequently, Wu Chun selected 5 individuals with C-level talents and 5 with B-level talents. When the 10 activated their panels to awaken their talents, the onlookers were left astounded, faced with such undeniable evidence. Yang Kaitai, as the foremost authority in J-City, could not renege on his word and reluctantly allowed Chong Chong to leave. Wu Chun casually inquired, "Why is this black collar unable to be removed?" Yang Kaitai replied, "I too find this curious. This is a soul collar that I accidentally discovered. It seems only I can remove it." With that, Yang Kaitai stepped forward and took off the black collar from Chong Chong's neck. "If it proves troublesome, I shall reclaim it. After all, it is a rare 2-star equipment. If you are to take her, you must leave the equipment with me." Seeing Yang Kaitai remove the soul collar without hesitation, Wu Chun felt relieved that it seemed he had overthought the matter. Yang Kaitai genuinely seemed unaware of the hidden attributes of the soul collar. Indeed, at this stage, every piece of 2-star equipment is quite precious. "You should take back this 1-star heavy sword as well. It complements your power aptitude perfectly." Yang Kaitai nodded without pretense. In fact, it had originally been his primary weapon. However, as the highest commander, he had little opportunity for combat, which was why he had lent it to Chong Chong for use. "Commander Yang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong my visit. Until we meet again." After Wu Chun and the others departed, Yang Kaitai's benevolent expression turned somewhat icy. He toyed with the soul collar and murmured, "Do you think he is aware of its hidden attributes?" The one-eyed Xiaofeng, standing behind Yang Kaitai, remained silent for a moment before responding. "It's hard to say. Since he can discern whether ordinary people possess talents, he might also be able to perceive the hidden attributes of the soul collar." Yang Kaitai nodded in agreement. Walking to the window to gaze at the departing Wu Chun and Chong Chong, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. This young man is quite the restless spirit. Let us hope he does not find himself at odds with the nation in the future. Xiaofeng frowned, stating, "But Commander, Chong Chong is, after all, one of the few with level talent. Are we truly going to let him take her?" Yang Kaitai sighed helplessly. From the moment he entered, my men had already assessed his power level. He is at the same 3-star level as you, and quite special as a wind warrior. This title is one I have yet to encounter, suggesting he possesses unique qualities. I suspect that even you would find it challenging to keep him here. As for Chong Chong, remaining with me would hinder her growth. Since he has methods to rapidly gather magic energy and break through his realm, perhaps it would be more advantageous for her to progress alongside him. Once the turmoil in the capital subsides, I shall lead my forces to request her return. I do not believe he would dare refuse. Chapter 87. A rat by name and nature, an encounter with Qin in the dead of night. The individual with ill-level stealth talent was quietly apprehended by Wu Chun. His name was Hao Zi, a fitting moniker for his shifty appearance. As soon as he landed, he began frantically begging for mercy. Completely devoid of dignity, my lord, I have only stolen chickens for 2 years. I have not committed any heinous acts. Please, just treat me as if I were a mere insect and let me go. I have an elderly mother of 80 above me and hungry children below. I implore you, have mercy. The long-haired handsome man, Xiao Tianlu, chuckled. Brother Chen, is this the A-level talent you mentioned? The elderly Jiang gave Xiao Tianlu a gentle nudge with his cane, laughing, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Have you forgotten that just 2 days ago, you were gnawing on roots in the corner? Xiao Tianlu, seeing his past exposed, quickly gestured for the other party to lower their voice. After all, he was a senior, and he could not afford to lose face. Chong Chong, bracing against the pain of the pain axe, stood by, curiously scrutinizing the other. Wu Chun spoke up. Enough. I have already investigated. You are all alone. Where do you have a mother or wife and children? The rat awkwardly twitched his lips, unsure of the other's intentions for bringing him here. Wu Chun continued. Next, we are heading to a perilous place. If you wish to join, I shall assist you in activating your attribute panel and awakening your innate talents. Alternatively, you may choose to refuse and continue to cower in that precarious corner of existence. What is your decision? Upon hearing they were going to a dangerous location, the rat instinctively wanted to refuse, yet for some reason, the words died on his lips. Images flooded his mind of the bullying he had endured, the food he had been robbed of, and the brutal murder of his childhood friend. The rat raised his head, timidly asking, if I follow you, can I become stronger? Wu Chun nodded. If you can overcome your fear and slay the monsters along the way, you will undoubtedly grow exponentially stronger. All right, I will follow, the rat declared with conviction, yet his trembling legs betrayed his fear of the dangerous journey Wu Chun had described. Likewise, Wu Chun first assisted the rat in activating his attribute panel and awakening his talents. Upon discovering he possessed an A-class talent, the rat felt a surge of confidence for the future. Thus, Wu Chun's formidable combat power was preliminarily established. Chujiao, S-class longbow specialist, 4-star realm, increases critical damage by 35. Effective with equipped exclusive weapon. Chong Chong, S-class heavy weapon mastery, 2-star realm, increases physical damage by 35, equipped with a 2-star pain axe. Jiang Taibai, S-class fire elemental ability, flame control, increases fire damage by 35. Gao Jian, A-class heavy shield bearer, 1-star realm, increases dual defense of physical and magical by 20. Xiao Tianlu, A-class swordsmanship, basic sword control, increases sword damage by 20. The rat, A-class stealth, increases movement speed by 20, with an additional 5 increase at night. As for whether these individuals would betray him midway, Wu Chun chose not to dwell on it for the time being. He believed that once they found the Undying Dao Academy, a strong sense of belonging would undoubtedly anchor them. If betrayal were to occur even then, Wu Chun could only be left speechless. Before officially setting off, Wu Chun arrived 10 kilometers south of J City, where a small stream flowed. Upstream, there lay a level 3 emerald or vein. Upon witnessing Wu Chun effortlessly locate the vein, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the rat and others. Hey, why do I feel like Brother Chun possesses some prophetic ability? Setting aside the notion of prophecy, the mere capacity to uncover gifted individuals was already terrifying. The others nodded in agreement, convinced that as time passed, Wu Chun would discover even more talents. To oppose a force brimming with high-level talents would be an utterly despairing endeavor. Xiao Tianlu and the others swallowed hard, grateful to have aligned themselves with Wu Chun. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed their minds. What exactly was Wu Chun's talent? What rank did it hold? They had witnessed Wu Chun in battle. His speed and strength were beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Even his swordsmanship was executed with remarkable finesse. From this, they deduced that Wu Chun likely possessed more than one talent. And at the very least, he must have a talent for swordsmanship. Having read novels, they had heard of prodigies possessing dual or even multiple talents. It was evident that their brother Chun was most likely one such individual. In an instant, their gazes towards Wu Chun filled with growing admiration and reverence. Unbeknownst to Wu Chun, even before they had reached the Undying Dao Academy, his subordinates had already been thoroughly captivated by him. Traveling northward, nearly 9 days passed, and Wu Chun and his companions finally arrived in Yenzhou, where a permanent secret realm seamlessly integrated into Earth was located atop Mount Tai. Over these 9 days, Wu Chun successfully broke through to the 4-star realm, while Chongchong advanced to the 3-star realm. The others, except for the unique entity Chujiao, all achieved breakthroughs to the 2-star realm. One might wonder why the ancient name of the Huaxia 9 provinces was employed. In the near future, as more secret realms merge with Earth, the planet's territory would expand at an exponential rate. Despite the increase in land area, the only viable places for habitation within Huaxia would be those recorded in ancient texts as the 9 provinces. Other regions would either become wastelands or forbidden zones, filled with toxic miasma or transformed into treacherous ancient ruins, beyond the reach of human martial artists. Even the few 9-star powerhouses from the previous life could not freely navigate these perilous zones. A moment of carelessness could lead to certain death. That moment, an unfriendly group approached from a distance, their intentions unmistakably directed towards Mount Tai. Wu Chun recognized the leader, a young man in a white robe. As Wu Ji, a distant relative of the Wu family, Wu Ji also spotted Wu Chun not far off, momentarily taken aback, a smirk of mockery crossing his lips. "Oh, I say this our family's waste. Young Master Chun? What's this? Do you wish to return to the family? I'm curious to know whether you'll choose to whine or kneel today." Wu Ji's followers erupted into laughter. Fully aware of Wu Chun's reputation as the wasteful third young master of the family, Wu Chun paid no heed to their derisive remarks. His thoughts were solely on the purpose of their presence at Mount Tai. If his suspicions were correct, Wu Ji must have discovered some clues atop Mount Tai in his previous life, which granted the Wu family an opportunity to seize control of the Undying Dao Academy. Regardless of the truth, Wu Chun could not allow these individuals to leave alive. Although his conflict with Wu Ji had not yet escalated to a life-or-death struggle, he had no choice but to take decisive action to prevent the Wu family from learning of his current situation. Calmly, Wu Chun regarded the incessantly chattering Wu Ji and inquired, "Is this the only side team from the Wu family that has come to Mount Tai?" Wu Ji's expression suddenly turned cold. He despised being referred to as a distant relative. He glared at Wu Chun. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Humph, if another direct descendant of the Wu family said that, I might let it slide. But you, a mere waste expelled from the family, lacking even a shred of martial talent, what right do you have to label me as a distant relative? Do you know why I can lead Wu family disciples here to hunt at Mount Tai? It's because my martial talent is exceptional, and the family head has exceptionally imparted to me the secret arts reserved for direct descendants. Are you envious? Jealous? Today, I will let you, a waste, witness what true strength is." As he spoke, Wu Ji's fists turned slightly red as he advanced swiftly towards Wu Chun. Wu Chun narrowed his eyes. He recognized the secret art Wu Ji was employing, the Blazing Fist, which was exclusive to direct descendants. According to the current game's rating system, the Blazing Fist was classified as a D-class skill. This was the formidable foundation of a martial arts family. All their inherited secret arts had transformed into skills inherent to the game after its arrival. Furthermore, these inherited skills were not limited to one person learning them like skill books. They could be passed on infinitely to others. This was precisely why Wu Chun had longed to return to the Wu family. It was not merely a matter of honor, but also a symbol of status. Had it not been for the family's unsavory dealings, the maliciousness of certain uncles, and the plight of his sister, Wu Xiaozi, Wu Chun estimated that even in his rebirth, his greatest wish might still be to return to the Wu family. Blazing Fist, explode for me. With a resounding crash, Wu Ji's fist was effortlessly blocked by Wu Chun with a single hand. A burst of fiery energy erupting from his palm. This was the characteristic of the Blazing Fist. Upon striking the target, the fiery energy condensed in the fist would immediately explode, inflicting greater damage. Wu Ji stood frozen in place, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads as an unprecedented chill coursed from his spine to his heart. "This is impossible." Without hesitation, Wu Ji attempted to retreat, distancing himself from Wu Chun. Alas, Wu Chun would not grant him that opportunity. Wu Chun seized Wu Ji's fist, pulling him closer, followed by a heavy knee strike that landed squarely in Wu Ji's abdomen. Ugh! Wu Ji forcibly expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach, his gaze becoming unfocused, on the brink of unconsciousness. The Wu family disciples who had accompanied Wu Ji were utterly stunned. They were all too aware of Wu Chun's situation. Even with the advent of the new world, granting everyone the hope of becoming stronger. It was inconceivable that they could surpass the innate advantages of a martial arts family. Though Wu Ji may be merely at the 2-star realm, he possesses an E-grade inheritance skill and a D-grade inheritance skill. Even when confronted with 3-star beasts, he is not without the strength to fight back. However, what do they witness now? Wu Chun not only blocks the searing fist with a single hand, but also severely injures Wu Ji with a single strike. Had they not witnessed this dramatic scene with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to believe. Kill them. Not a single one shall escape. As soon as Wu Chun's words fell, Chu Jiao, Chong Chong, Xiao Tianlu, and the rat surged forward. Having followed Wu Chun for some time, they had been ambushed by other martial artists on numerous occasions, their hands already stained with human blood. They harbored no hesitation towards Wu Chun's command. Not only were they unhesitant, but they also felt an exhilarating rush. Their inner violent instincts fully ignited. Especially at the moment they broke open the opponent's stone treasure chest, an indescribable excitement surged within them. The collateral disciples of the Wu family were initially taken aback, followed by a wave of fury as they drew their weapons. They boasted 25 1-star powerhouses and 8 2-star powerhouses, each equipped with an E-grade inheritance skill. How could they possibly fear a mere 4 individuals? Damn it! A mere discarded scion of the Wu family thinks he can challenge us with a few lackeys? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson on humility. 3 minutes later, all 33 collateral disciples of the Wu family had perished, most of them falling to Chu Jiao and Chong Chong, either with their heads blown off or bisected. Oh, I just broke open a stone treasure chest. Chapter 89. The terrified Wu Ji and the mysterious wordless steel Chong Chong exclaimed joyfully. And Xiao Tianlu and the others hurried to inspect it. Damn. No wonder these are the people from the imperial capital's Wu family. Even the collateral line is so affluent. What a pity. If only this stone treasure chest had a 100 drop rate. Forget it. If it truly had a 100 drop rate, I reckon I wouldn't sleep soundly. Wu Chun sighed inwardly. Indeed, the time would come when killing martial artists would guarantee a 100 drop of stone treasure chests. But that was still half a year away. Why then? People would truly be driven mad, with almost all conscience fed to the dogs. For a piece of high-star equipment or a high-star magic fruit, brothers would turn against each other, and best friends would stab each other in the back. Such betrayals were commonplace. The living conditions at that time were as Xiao Tianlu and the others described. One would only dare to sleep with one eye open, not even daring to share a room with anyone, not even their own women, whom they would always keep on guard against it. Wu Chun slowly crouched down, addressing the dazed Wu Ji. Are you the first battle team sent by the Wu family to Mount Tai? Wu Ji came to his senses and sneered, and if we are, I'm not afraid to tell you, if this vanguard team does not return in 3 hours, the second martial artist team of the Wu family will arrive. Hee, you surely remember Wu Shinkong, right? He is the captain of the second team. The one who once stepped on your head, forcing you to crawl out of the Wu family gate. Now he possesses 3-star strength. You wish to oppose the Wu family? If you have the guts, don't run. Wu Ji's gaze was venomous and laced with mockery as he cast a glance at Wu Chun, then activated his identification skill. Initially, Wu Ji had not taken Wu Chun and his companions seriously, to the point of neglecting to use his identification skill. However, upon inspection, he was utterly astonished, his entire being paralyzed from head to toe. He saw a uniform display of A-grade and S-grade talents. Could it be that the identification skill had encountered a bug? Moreover, apart from these individuals with advanced talents, he could not discern the information of the silver-haired girl and Wu Chun. Wu Ji's heart sank into extreme panic. His already scant survival instinct evaporated instantly. It is worth noting that his identification skill was D-grade, capable of identifying information on targets of 3-star rank or lower. Yet, such a skill failed to identify Wu Chun. What did this imply? It signified that Wu Chun and the silver-haired girl were at least 4-star martial artists. Wu Ji was utterly bewildered. The Wu family invested immense effort in nurturing their direct descendants. And even now, there were only 5 4-star martial artists among them. How could a discarded waste expelled from the family possibly ascend to 4-star in such a short time? In that case, you need not concern yourself any further. Wu Chun stood slowly, swiftly unsheathing his long sword, and with a single stroke, he ended Wu Ji's life, proceeding to collect his essence. Regrettably, slaying martial artists did not yield magic points. The same would hold true even after the upheaval in half a year. Ding, collection successful, acquired D-grade inheritance skill. Searing Fist. What? I struck gold. Wu Chun was momentarily stunned. The Wu family's inheritance technique he had long sought after was unexpectedly obtained with such ease. Inheritance skills differ from ordinary skills. They are classified by realm, divided into 4 stages: entry, proficient, mastery, and perfection. The Searing Fist Wu Chun collected from Wu Ji was merely at the proficient stage, and he could not yet unleash its true power. Otherwise, he would not dare to receive it barehanded, even with 3-star defensive gloves. Following this, Wu Chun meticulously collected from the others, succeeding once more in acquiring 39 magic points. As per usual, he commanded the magic flame rose to consume all the corpses present. Chong Chong and the others were no longer surprised by this, though they were puzzled as to why Wu Chun chose such seemingly weak magical beasts as his magical pets. Let us depart. Mount Tai, the foremost of the 5 great mountains, with its main peak, Yuhuangding, standing at an elevation of 1545 meters. The mountain rises majestically. From the eastern pavilion, one can behold the sunrise, while the western pavilion offers a view of the golden band of the Yellow River. A saying from the old century goes, Mount Tai never charges admission for waste. It can be said that regardless of how many years have passed, Mount Tai remains a coveted tourist destination for many. In the present day, those who come to climb have naturally dwindled. The path upward remains unchanged, but various magical beasts now await along the way. Wu Chun led the way, coordinating with his companions to fend off the magical beasts that occasionally sprang forth. As they ascended higher, the magical beasts encountered grew stronger. It seemed as though the more formidable the magical beast, the higher its dwelling. Everyone, be cautious. It's a 3-star magical beast. Wu Chun did not allow them much opportunity to showcase their abilities. If they wished to level up, they would have plenty of chances after capturing the Undying Academy. An hour later, Wu Chun and his companions fought their way to Yuhuangding, and their magic points surged once more. The most peculiar feature at the summit of Mount Tai is undoubtedly the wordless stele standing before the Yuhuang Temple. The wordless stele measures 6 meters in height, 1.2 meters in width, and 0.9 meters in thickness. Its top is covered with stone, displaying a yellowish-white hue, and its design is ancient and robust. As for when and by whom this stele was erected, accurate information has long been lost. The closest analysis suggests that this wordless stele originated from the stone gate at the northern edge of the altar where Qin Shi Huang performed the Fengshan sacrifice. Nonetheless, whether it is a stele or a stone gate does not diminish its extraordinary significance in the wake of the game's arrival. Wu Chen's eagerness to reach Mount Tai partly stems from this wordless stele. By merely touching this stele, one has the chance to acquire advanced skills. It is remembered that a martial artist named Sun Yu obtained the advanced skill from the wordless stele, and he is also destined to become one of the 9-star powerhouses in the future. Yet, he has never disclosed the level or function of the skill, leaving many to speculate endlessly, making it the prime target for countless martial artists seeking to slay and loot stone treasure chests. Finally, they arrived. Once they secured this place, an unshakable stronghold would be established. With fervent eyes, Wu Chun strode purposefully towards the unadorned stone tablet in front of the Jade Emperor Temple. According to the legends passed down from his previous life, the Wu family had discovered a fragment of a damaged formation behind this very tablet, leading them, through a trail of clues, to the fabled secret realm atop Mount Tai, where they earned the recognition of the immortal Dao Academy. In Chapter 90, the trial within the unadorned stone tablet yielded unexpected rewards. Wu Chun placed his hand upon the tablet, and an inexplicable force drew him into its depths. The companions, including Chong Chong, were taken aback, rushing forward to pound on the stone, calling out Wu Chen's name, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was the elder Jiang who regained his composure first, urging everyone to remain calm and wait patiently. Inside the unadorned stone tablet, Wu Chun faced a trial that required him to slay 100 phantasmal beasts within a mere 10 minutes. This was a challenge that could not be declined. Only by succeeding could Wu Chun be transported out. Failure would mean an endless slaughter until his very life was extinguished in this peculiar space. The trial-taker felt neither hunger nor fatigue that moment. Wu Chun stood upon the water's surface, each step sending ripples across the liquid expanse. Remarkably, he did not sink. The visible range of this space was confined to a mere 100 meters, with the remainder shrouded in darkness. Thus, should the phantasmal beasts converge upon him, defending himself would prove exceedingly challenging. As the countdown commenced, Wu Qian drew the Wangshu sword and remained still, awaiting the emergence of the phantasmal beasts in his previous life. Sun Yu had divulged the contents of the trial. To succeed within the 10-minute time frame, one must refrain from striking at visible entities. Otherwise, no matter how many times one struck, slaying a single phantasmal beast would remain impossible. Sun Yu had stumbled upon this secret by chance, having been trapped for over 4 months before escaping. Nonetheless, he had emerged as one of the 7 foremost 9-star powerhouses, thanks to the high-star skills obtained from the unadorned stone tablet. It was worth noting that Sun Yu had fallen behind other martial artists by a full 4 months, yet he still managed to surpass them later. This demonstrated just how formidable the skills acquired from the tablet space were, likely at least A grade. At that moment, several phantasmal beasts resembling a cross between bulls and tigers charged forth. All at the 4-star level, Wu Qian swung his sword continuously, employing the skill Great Wind Peak with each strike, occasionally delivering a fierce punch. Remarkably, with nearly every move he executed, Wu Qian succeeded in dispatching a phantasmal beast. Yet curiously, the tally of slain beasts remained stagnant. It appeared that the earlier kills did not count. Even more disconcerting, these phantasmal beasts were capable of inflicting harm upon Wu Qian. He could genuinely feel pain and bloodshed within this space, even facing the specter of death itself. Indeed, conventional methods of slaying proved futile. In an unexpected turn, Wu Qian altered the direction of his strikes, targeting the reflection of the phantasmal beasts upon the water surface. Ding! Slain phantasmal beast 1. This was the very method employed by Sun Yu. Though it was somewhat slower, it undeniably held the promise of completing the trial. Beneath the influence of his divine insight, Wu Qian discerned 5 of the quickest methods to pass the trial. Yet, he opted to adhere to Sun Yu's approach, for within this space, he could accelerate the enhancement of his inherited skills. A rare opportunity for training. 20 minutes later, Wu Qian's Fierce Blaze Fist reached the mastery level. After 50 minutes, it attained perfection, becoming Wu Qian's most formidable skill to date. With his goal achieved, Wu Qian unleashed his full potential, completing the trial of the unadorned stone tablet in a mere 7 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, trial completed. Awarded S-grade talent. Fusion specialization. Wu Qian was astounded. The reward for completing the trial was not merely a skill, but an exceedingly rare specialization talent. No wonder Sun Yu had never disclosed what he had gained from the trial. Who would dare speak of such a rare talent? With this fusion talent, he could recombine his learned skills to create new ones. Moreover, this S-grade fusion talent could also merge other items, although the resulting creations had a cap and could not exceed S-grade, with a certain failure rate. However, this was merely temporary, as it was a rare upgradable talent with a specialization suffix. Sooner or later, he would elevate this talent to a 100% success rate at the SSS level. No wonder Sun Yu had managed to surpass others in such a short time. By then, he must have already been at the pinnacle of the 7 9-star powerhouses. Now that this talent was in Wu Qian's possession, coupled with his gathering specialization talent, the future looked exceedingly prosperous. Indeed, it would surely incite envy. At this moment, Wu Qian felt an invigorated confidence in overpowering the Wu family clan. No, it was not merely confidence. It was the certainty that as long as he did not falter, surpassing the Wu family was an inevitable outcome. With renewed determination, Wu Qian commenced his first fusion creation. The skills eligible for fusion included 3, the F-grade Rapid Slash, the E-grade Great Wind Peak, and the E-grade Blade Radiance. With 2 E-grade skills and 1 F-grade skill, he wondered if he could conjure a D-grade skill. Filled with anticipation, Wu Qian silently initiated the fusion. Ding! Fusion failed. The S-grade fusion possessed a 35 success rate, and yet it failed. Once more, ding! Fusion failed. Wu Qian nearly succumbed to the urge to slap himself. He attributed the failures to not having washed his hands. His luck was abysmal. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he distinctly felt his energy diminish significantly. Clearly, the consumption of energy when employing the S-grade fusion talent was substantial. Once more, ding! Fusion successful. Acquired D-grade skill. 1 Slash of the Wind Peak. In Chapter 91, The Immortal Peaks atop Mount Tai, the trial of the Immortal Dao Academy unfolded. Wu Qian promptly fused his second skill, an E-grade ability formed by merging the F-grade detection technique with the F-grade tracking technique. The resulting skill, named Tracking Technique, retained its original functions, merely consolidating tracking and detection into a single skill. and extending its range from 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters. Name: Wu Qin. Age: 20 years. Realm: 4-star Wind Warrior. Skills: Instant Step F. Tracking Technique E, 1/of the Wind Peak D, Cooking D, Puppet Crafting D. Inherited Skill: Fierce Blaze Fist D, Perfection. Talents: Gathering Specialization SSS, Fusion Specialization S, 22,000, Swordsmanship E. Innate Talent: Divine Insight. Magical Pet: Demon Flame Rose, Magical Energy, 122,327,000. Not bad. It seems I truly must venture out more. With a 4-star realm and 2D grade primary offensive skills, this power should suffice to rescue Xiao Ci. After pondering for a moment, Wu Qin slowly shook his head. No, this level of strength is still not secure enough. In his previous life, the martial Godfeng had not yet learned C-grade inherited skills by this time. But what if, to rescue Xiao Ci without alarming those old-timers, he must possess a skill of C-grade or higher? Wu Qian meticulously analyzed the various events he was aware of from his previous life. At this point in time, many significant secret realms had yet to materialize. To acquire advanced skills, he could only seek opportunities from smaller secret realms and extraordinary underground domains. However, he knew that the few small secret realms he was aware of were not located nearby and were quite distant. Even if he rushed there with all his might, he could not guarantee that the small secret realms still existed, for luck favored more than just him. Never mind, let us first secure the Immortal Dao Academy. Perhaps it harbors unexpected benefits. Lost in thought, Wu Chun was forcefully transported out of the tablet's space. Upon witnessing Wu Chun emerge unscathed, Chong Chong and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wu Chun circled the unadorned stone tablet twice, yet he found no trace of the rumored formation nodes, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. The others were puzzled, and Xiao Tianlu inquired, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Wu Chun replied with confusion, "There should be a formation node around this tablet. Let us all search the vicinity and see if we can uncover anything peculiar." After a little over 10 minutes, Haozi discovered a black crack that had appeared out of thin air behind the Jade Emperor Hall. This black fissure was as fine as a hair, and Haozi's discovery was evidently a stroke of luck. Wu Chun approached to investigate, instantly identifying it as the formation node concealing the Immortal Dao Academy. It seemed that the information released by the Wu family in his previous life was utterly inaccurate. Step aside. Wu Chun swiftly clenched his fist, fiery crimson light flickering from his knuckles as a searing aura erupted forth. Haozi and the others were left astonished. They recognized this skill. It was the very one previously wielded by Wu Ji. They had never anticipated that their brother Chun could also master such a formidable skill, which, in terms of both power and effects, surpassed that displayed by Wu Ji. Boom. Wu Chun delivered a powerful punch upon the obsidian fissure. And with a brilliant flash of fire erupting forth, the already waning formation shattered into disarray. The onlookers beheld as the sky appeared to fade in color, rapidly fracturing from the point of Wu Qin's strike, revealing 108 majestic peaks suspended above the Jade Emperor summit. These peaks varied in size, with the largest comprising 9 towering summits, while the remaining 99 encircled the Grand Nine. Upon these 108 peaks stood numerous pavilions and palatial structures, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Notably, atop the principal peak, a colossal ancient tree soared skyward, its age exceeding 10 million years. On the peak nearest to Wu Qian and his companions, there stood a white jade monument, inscribed in archaic script with the words Immortal Dao Academy. Not only were Xiao Tianlu and the others utterly astonished, but even Wu Chun himself was taken aback. This seemingly abandoned Immortal Dao Academy evoked a sense of awe far beyond what he had anticipated. Wu Qin's gaze burned with fervor as he leapt towards the first peak, hovering precariously on the edge of the cliff. The moment Wu Qian set foot on the first peak, a white jade staircase unfurled from the highest peak. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the trial. Ascend the principal peak to preliminarily bind the Immortal Dao Academy. Shall we commence the trial? Wu Qian showed no hesitation, immediately opting to begin. You all should come up as well. Chong Chong and the others, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to follow closely behind Wu Chun. Upon their ascent, Wu Qian instructed Chujio to envelop the area with mist veil, ensuring he could undertake the trial with peace of mind. You should have received the trial notification as well. Everyone may give it a try. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlu and his companions eagerly prepared themselves. However, as soon as they stepped onto the first stair, they realized their folly. With their current physical capabilities, it was utterly impossible for them to ascend the principal peak. Chong Chong, a 3-star martial artist, managed to endure longer than the rest, surprisingly traversing 1/3 of the distance despite the overwhelming pressure descending from above. The only one remaining relatively unfazed was old Jiang, who, being of advanced age, had little concern for the matter at hand. After all, this trial could neither enhance his comrades nor assist him in establishing a harem. What use was it? At this juncture, Wu Chun had traversed half the distance, and even as a 4-star martial artist, he began to perspire profusely. He took out a healing water pearl and consumed it. For this substance not only healed injuries swiftly but also restored stamina rapidly. Ultimately, with the aid of 3 healing water pearls, Wu Chun finally reached the principal peak. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, genuinely wishing to move not a single second longer. Ding! Congratulations on passing the trial. The Immortal Dao Academy has preliminarily recognized you as its master. Immortal Dao Academy, Junior Dean. Wu Chun overall attribute increase. 20 basic privileges. Can distribute 1-star to 3-star student badges, totaling no more than 1,000. Note: 1-star student badge distribution limit, 500. Wearing grants an overall attribute increase of 2.2-star student badge distribution limit, 300. Wearing grants an overall attribute increase of 5. 3-star student badge distribution limit, 200. Wearing grants an overall attribute increase of 8. Wu Chun was astounded. No wonder the Wu clan had remained unshakable in his previous life. With the Immortal Dao Academy in existence, it was likely that few could contend with its disciples within the same realm, truly more formidable than any external aid. As Wu Chun understood, there were numerous other unclaimed territories that required trials for possession. Yet none were as extraordinary as the Immortal Dao Academy. Wu Chun brimmed with anticipation for the future. As a mere junior dean, he had already acquired a 20-point boost to his attributes. What might he achieve as a mid-level or even a senior dean? The possibilities were beyond his imagination. Furthermore, the attribute enhancements were merely the tip of the iceberg. Many other secrets awaited his discovery, such as the ancient tree nearby and the unique palaces atop the peaks. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wu Xingkong, the direct descendant of the Wu family, arrived at the Jade Emperor Summit with his team. He was perplexed, for it seemed as though Wu Ji and the others had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Yet, during his journey to the Jade Emperor Summit, he had clearly observed signs of battle and bloodshed. Yet not a single corpse was to be found. Even within the Jade Emperor Temple, he had searched thoroughly, finding no suspicious areas at all. Strange. Where could Wu Ji and the others have gone? Could they have all fallen off the cliff? Wu Xingkong stood at the edge of the precipice, peering down, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. He could not possibly leap down in search of them. After wandering aimlessly for another 10 minutes with no results, Wu Xingkong had no choice but to lead his team away from the Jade Emperor Summit. He needed to promptly report the disappearance of Wu Ji and the entire team to the Wu family. He suspected that a secret realm might have manifested atop Mount Tai's Jade Emperor Summit, and that Wu Ji and the others may have inadvertently trespassed into it. Beyond this conjecture, he could think of no other explanation. After all, even if they had been devoured by monsters, there would surely be remnants left behind. It was inconceivable that not even a scrap of flesh could be found. At this moment, Wu Chun was entirely unaware of the situation atop the Jade Emperor Summit. He was instead exploring the 9 principal peaks of the Immortal Dao Academy alongside Chong Chong and the others. Each principal peak was quite expansive, and one could only truly grasp the vastness of the territory occupied by the 108 peaks upon entering. The secret realm accommodating the Immortal Dao Academy had not yet fully integrated with Earth. When the moment of true integration arrived, the entire planet would undergo a monumental transformation. At that time, the magical essence on Earth would surge anew, giving rise to even more powerful monsters. This phenomenon was referred to as the magical essence frenzy, a time when humanity would face great challenges. They would either succumb to destruction or vanquish the tide of invading monsters, successfully defending their strongholds and thereby enhancing their own strength. It could be said that the monster frenzy presented both an opportunity and a perilous challenge. For during that time, the chances of obtaining treasure chests from slain monsters would significantly increase. These palaces seem inaccessible. On one of the 9 principal peaks, Danxiao Peak, Xiao Tianlu pushed against the palace doors. But they remained immovable. Wu Chun clarified, aside from myself as the dean. Only those with alchemical talent can unlock the main hall of Danxia Peak. You possess swordsmanship talent. You may visit the Divine Sword Peak. Old Jiang suggested that Tianshu Peak would be more suitable for you. As for the others, Chong Chong, Rat, and Gao Jin, you should head to Ling Wu Peak. The group nodded and proceeded toward their respective peaks. Fortunately, as a junior dean, Wu Chun had the authority to move among the peaks. Otherwise, ascending would pose a considerable challenge. Although flying was not particularly difficult, one could achieve it upon breaking through to 6-star strength or by fortuitously learning a rare skill related to flight. Wu Chun, there's a trial! Chong Chong exclaimed with excitement. Wu Chun nodded, signaling for the others to continue onward. The dean, he was well aware of the nature of this trial. Those possessing student badges who ascended the peaks corresponding to their talents would be granted an opportunity for a trial. Upon passing, they could acquire a skill aligned with their innate talent, with levels varying, but the highest attainable being an A-level skilled. As for Wu Chun himself, he did not need to undergo a trial. Instead, he possessed a singular opportunity to draw a skill, with the maximum also being an A-level skill. Commencing skill draw. As Wu Chen's voice fell, a swirling panel resembling a tornado emerged, adorned with an array of colorful treasure chests. In the next moment, the whirlwind began to spin, and after several breaths, it flung forth a golden treasure chest that floated before Wu Chun. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a golden treasure chest. Wu Chen's expression brightened. He had drawn a golden treasure chest, which was capable of yielding B-level skills. This was a significant windfall. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the B-level skill. Star Wheel / Chapter 93. The skills each draws, Diversifying Development, Tianqing Tomb. After obtaining the Star Wheel / skill, Wu Chun did not proceed with further fusion, as the skills available for fusion were too low in level to produce anything beyond B-level. Approximately an hour passed, and the trials of Chong Chong and the others concluded, with each participant reaping their rewards. Among them, Old Jiang had the highest skill level, having acquired the A-level fire skill. Flame Heaven Fire Rain, a powerful area attack. Xiao Tianlu received the C-level skill, Cloud Arrival /, which left him somewhat dissatisfied, lamenting that each individual only had one opportunity for the trial. Gao Jin's skill was named Rage Impact. Although it was a D-level skill, it combined both defense and offense, creating a protective wind current around him, allowing him to charge like a savage rhinoceros. Rousey obtained the D-level movement skill, Wind Treading Step, which significantly enhanced his mobility. As for Chong Chong, her fortune was also commendable. After passing her trial, she received a B-level skill, Giant Ape Roar, a skill that granted immense physical power, requiring a formidable weapon to wield effectively. Wu Chun speculated that using the 2-star Pain Axe to execute it would likely not last long. Thus, the issue of Chong Chong's weapon also required urgent attention. With matters concerning the Immortal Dao Academy settled, Wu Chun intended to journey to the imperial capital. Unfortunately, the magical doll, Chu Jiao, could not accompany him this time. She needed to remain at the Immortal Dao Academy. Otherwise, Meng Chun would be unable to maintain his concealment. His current power was still too weak to publicly disclose the affairs of the Immortal Dao Academy, or he would find it difficult to safeguard it. Given your current strengths, I believe it would be more efficient for you to develop separately. However, before that, you should make a trip to City T for me and bring everyone to the Immortal Pavilion in City H. The group nodded, aware of the matters concerning Long Qing and the underground base in City T. After a moment's thought, Wu Chun added, once back at the base in City H, do not rush to draw from the Death Gamble box. Wait until you break through to 4 stars. With the skills you have previously acquired and the Blaze Fist I have taught you, you should be sufficiently prepared for now and the coming time. Aside from improving yourselves, you should focus on assembling your battle teams. The deadline is 3 months. After 3 months, I will return to City H with my assembled team. At that time, I will determine who will be the first battle team of the Immortal Dao Academy. Just a hint, there will be rewards for those who become the first battle team. Conversely, those whose teams are ranked last will also face penalties. Xiao Tianlu pouted. But Changguo, you possess a talent for selecting outstanding individuals. How could our assembled team possibly compete with yours? Wu Chun chuckled, reassuring. Rest assured, my assembled team will not participate in the ranking. It will exist solely as a special penal team. Upon hearing this, the group felt relieved, exchanging glances, already eager to embark on their endeavors. Finally, Wu Chun handed over some materials and several blueprints and elixir recipes acquired over the past few days to the group, instructing them to take everything back. With the fusion talent now at his disposal, Wu Chun no longer relied heavily on blueprints and recipes, even leaving behind the blueprint for the Thought Matrix sword. Departing the Immortal Dao Academy, Wu Chun set off alone towards the Huaxia Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital, adjacent to Yinzhou and Jizhou, spans several times the area of Yinzhou. Although the two states share a border, reaching the Imperial Capital located in northern Jizhou would take at least half a month. Heading north, 2 days swiftly passed, and Wu Chun arrived in K City, Hongju Province, Jizhou. He recalled that in the Tianqing Tomb of K City, Hongju Province, there existed a masterless lottery stone tablet. The Tianqing Tomb, in his past life, was deemed a minor forbidden zone, now transformed into a paradise for undead magical creatures, guarded by powerful bosses, making it exceedingly difficult to conquer. Nevertheless, this small forbidden zone continued to attract numerous warrior teams, as the Tianqing Tomb was home to rare magical fruits and exotic plants, connecting to 3 secret realms. Each secret realm housed numerous masterless treasure chests. Once one entered even once, they would yearn to return. If one could successfully emerge alive, it would undoubtedly lead to overnight wealth and a significant boost in power. Before long, Wu Chun arrived near the Tianqing Tomb, where a considerable number of warriors had gathered, some setting up stalls, others calling for team formations. Wu Chun casually glanced over the stalls, but saw no precious items, feeling somewhat disappointed. Not lingering any longer, he made his way towards the Tianqing Tomb. Do you intend to venture into the tomb alone? At that moment, someone called out to Wu Chun. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. A formidable warrior team led by a woman in red stood before him. The team comprised over 40 members, with 9 2-star warriors among them, and the woman in red herself was a 3-star warrior. Wu Chun's surprise stemmed from recognizing this red-clad vixen. Chapter 94. A Night of Madness in the Past. The 5-star corpse king in the luxurious tomb. The appearance of the red-clad vixen was merely average, but her figure was voluptuous and alluring, embodying the legendary softness of a D-cup. Most crucially, in his previous life, he had shared a night of madness with her. At that time, he was merely a 4-star warrior while she had already attained 5 stars. There was no coercion involved. It was simply a matter of mutual attraction in the red light district. Wu Chun was not unattractive, which perhaps explained why she had sought him out. Their conversation had been straightforward, a simple exchange before proceeding to the act. Care for a roll in the hay? Sure. After a night of passion, Wu Chun never saw her again, hearing only that she and her team had entered a secret realm and had not emerged since. Wu Chun smiled lightly. Is there an issue with that? He continued towards the Tianqing Tomb. Although they had shared a night of madness in their past life, they had no real connection, not even knowing each other's names. Therefore, even in this new life, Wu Chun had no intention of deepening their relationship. After Wu Chun departed, the woman named Hong Lan shrugged it off, not taking it to heart. She had merely been curious and asked out of idle curiosity, not intending to invite him to join. Entering the Tianqing Tomb, Wu Chun quickened his pace. Along the way, several demonized skeletal souls drifted out from the graves. These types of magical creatures were intangible and quite troublesome. If one could not shatter their soul core in a single strike, no matter the attack, they could not be killed. Had Wu Chun not possessed the divine perception talent, he likely would not have dared to enter the Tianqing Tomb at this time. Now, however, everything had changed. With his divine perception, he could clearly discern the hidden locations of the skeletal soul's core. Wu Chun did not employ any skills, swiftly stepping forward to sever the soul core of one skeletal soul with a single sword strike. Ding! Skeleton soul slain, demonic energy 10 upon its death. The skeletal soul transformed into a pile of ash that scattered across the ground, where a small collectible marker appeared. Ding! Collection successful, demonic energy 3. Although it was merely the remains of a second-tier magical creature, it should still be edible. Wu Chun released a robust magical flame rose, allowing it to consume all the ashes on the ground. The magical flame rose exhibited peculiar behavior. Its bud remained closed, no longer using its petals to consume corpses, but instead extending numerous tendrils from its stem to decompose and absorb the remains. Wu Chun pressed forward, eager to locate the wild lottery stone tablet. There was a long-standing rumor that the first person to touch the lottery stone tablet would receive a free draw. Unfortunately, lottery stone tablets were scarce, and the known ones were all controlled by major factions. Even if one were to inquire, they would not disclose whether such a rumor held any truth. As for the masterless stone tablet in the Tianqing Tomb, It was mentioned by powerful warriors who came to hunt magical creatures. It was said that a terrifying magical creature guarded this lottery stone tablet, and even 9-star warriors had failed to defeat it and claim the tablet. 3 hours later, Wu Chen finally spotted the lottery stone tablet. It stood beside a luxurious tomb, which was impressively expansive, belonging to a fair-skinned, beautiful urban lady. Wu Chen gazed at the inscription on the tombstone, astonished. The grave of Shui Chaner. Was she not the famed Shui Huangnu, the third richest heiress of Huaxia? This is a legend, a dream lover for many young people. It is rumored that Shui Chaner ascended the ranks of the Royal City Group to claim the coveted position of the world's third largest corporation in merely 5 years. However, such glory was short-lived. Her remarkable achievements encroached upon the interests of many. Just as the Royal City Group had settled into its third-place throne, it soon faced pressure from several powerful financial families, including the prominent Song family of Huaxia. After a period of disappearance, news surfaced of Shui Chaner's tragic fall from the Royal City Group's heights. Thus, a remarkable businesswoman fell from grace, leaving a sense of regret among many young admirers. Wu Chen surveyed his surroundings, sensing a peculiar aura that deterred the nearby monsters from approaching. After a moment's hesitation, he strode towards the lottery stone tablet. At that moment, an opulent tomb suddenly split open, and from it emerged a female corpse with severely deformed bones. Shui Chaner, skills: S-class soul absorption, A-class tear kiss, A-class invisibility. Note: a demonized zombie with the potential to become a demon lord. Hidden attribute: a passionate kiss lasting 3 minutes may awaken her memories and establish a contract as a magical pet. What? This is indeed a rare humanoid magical pet. Wu Chen gazed at the approaching Shui Chaner, still retaining her post-fall appearance. Her head was grotesquely split open, revealing her brain and writhing maggots. One eye dangled, connected to nerves on her face, and her once beautiful visage was now horrifically distorted, with no lips. Only teeth attached to decaying flesh were visible. This appearance was far more repulsive than that of Nie Shaoqian transformed into a ghost. Wu Chen hesitated. Given his current combat power, defeating her would not be difficult. However, doing so would mean losing a rare humanoid magical pet. It is essential to note that such magical pets are not easily encountered, with evolutionary potential typically rated SSS. This implies that humanoid magical pets can advance to become 9-star elite combatants, making them exceedingly rare to capture. After much contemplation, Wu Chen decided to proceed. At worst, he could rinse his mouth afterward. Chapter 95. Awarded the title of Ghost Knight. Magical Pet Rankings unveiled. Activation of the Lottery Stone Tablet. Having made his decision, Wu Chen swiftly approached, deflecting her hands with a single stroke of his sword. Then, closing his eyes, he cupped her grotesquely deformed zombie face and kissed her. Simultaneously, the claws that were about to pierce Wu Chen's back halted in midair before slowly descending. Soon, 3 minutes passed, and Shui Chaner's appearance began to restore under an influx of magical energy. Wu Chen's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he felt the coolness and softness of her lips. Cracking open his right eye slightly, he beheld a visage that harmoniously blended allure and innocence, a breathtaking face. Evidently, Shui Chaner's memories from her life were beginning to resurface, yet she showed no intention of stopping. Wu Chen's pupils constricted, his body shuddering as he inwardly cursed, realizing that he was about to be forcibly branded with the title of Ghost Knight. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the demonized Corpse King. Shui Chaner. Ding! The number of contracted magical pets has exceeded 100. The magical pet leaderboard is now active. Ding! Would you like to display the true name? Ding! No response received, defaulting to hidden. People around the world gazed at the suddenly revealed magical pet leaderboard, exclaiming in astonishment. What on earth? One can actually capture magical pets as their combat companions. If anyone possesses a magical pet, please share how to capture one. Ignored by all, the crowd continued to peruse the leaderboard. Growing increasingly alarmed, magical pet rankings. 1. Hidden name, Demonized Corpse King. 2. Qin Yufeng, Night Shadow Demon Wolf. 3. Wu Shenfeng, Celestial Star Sparrow. 4. Long Yue, Bloodthirsty Panther. 5. Huayang, Devouring Python. 6. Hidden name, Dual-Faced Heavenly Spider. 7. Jingying, Shadow Snow Lion. 8. Song Shang, Rampaging Bear. 9. Hidden name, Lightning-Eared Rabbit. 10. Victus, Demon Squirrel. 11. Mu Jingtian, Fire Spirit Steed. 12. Yin Shui, Mighty Ant. 13. Hidden name, Demon Flame Rose, 14. Xiaonina Biyong, Rock Scorpion, damn. Here I am still striving to break through to 3 stars, while these beasts have already acquired 4-star magical pets, 4 stars. Just look at the entity ranked first. That is a 5-star magical pet. I seriously doubt anyone has achieved 5 stars at this stage. Not only did these individuals feel dissatisfaction and rage, but even the prodigies present in the imperial capital found the situation utterly inconceivable. Standing in a high-rise of the Wu family, holding a glass of red wine, Wu Shunfeng's expression darkened to an extreme. Initially, he regarded Qin Yufeng from the Qin family as his sole rival. Yet now, out of nowhere, a mysterious individual with a 5-star magical pet had emerged, which was beyond his expectations. Wu Shunfeng crushed the wine glass in his hand, his voice low and authoritative. Search. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth this person. Tianqing Cemetery. Exhausted, Wu Chun sat up and began to browse the pet leaderboard. Shui Chan'er, unclad, wrapped her jade arms around Wu Chun from behind. Sharing in the viewing. Hooray! I am actually in 1st place on the leaderboard, damn. This Song Shang has also made it to 8th place. Shui Chan'er's personality was somewhat unruly, far from that of a chairperson with trillions in assets. Her animosity towards Song Shang stemmed from his role as one of the main aggressors against the Royal City Group. Although Song Shang appeared refined, he was, in fact, a scheming little man behind the scenes. He was intelligent, cautious, and quite untrustworthy. Even the SS-class talent Jing Ying fell prey to his tricks. If Wu Shunfeng was a true, formidable opponent on the surface, then Song Shang was the true villain that many wished to eliminate. Even Wu Chun harbored a deep-seated hatred for Song Shang. Yet in his previous life, he had exhausted all means without managing to harm him. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient personal strength and backing. Wu Chun's gaze turned icy. Song Shao, no matter how many schemes you concoct, you likely never anticipated me, Wu Chun, would rise to prominence. This time, I shall see if the Song family behind you can still shield you. Shui Chan'er's 3 skills were impressive, particularly the first, which could be described as a bug skill. The S-class soul absorption allows her to absorb souls, reading their memories and even learning their skills. While its nature is somewhat akin to Wu Qin's gathering specialization talent, it possesses certain limitations. The skills learned through soul absorption do not guarantee success and require a degree of compatibility. The A-class Terrorkiss is also formidable, being an intangible attack that is difficult to defend against. Once struck, a portion of the target's muscle would instantly tear apart, inducing excruciating pain. Should the head be accidentally targeted, it would result in a fatal blow. Many powerful beings in the past relinquished their attempts to seize the Lottery Stone Tablet due to this very skill. Wu Chun approached the Lottery Stone Tablet. Placing his hand upon it, ding, congratulations on activating the Lottery Stone Tablet. You have gained 1 opportunity for a no-penalty lottery draw. Would you like to draw rewards now? Chapter 96, S-Class Forging Technique. Arriving at the Imperial Capital, the familiar lottery interface appeared, and the little black demon began bouncing around among the numerous treasure chests. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a diamond treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the S-level forging technique, 9 forgings of the Silk Book. The system's lack of notification regarding his ability to learn this skill signifies that it is exclusively reserved for those endowed with the artisan talent. The attainment of this S-level 9 forgings of the Silk Book brings Wu Chun a mix of joy and sorrow. Mastering the 9 forgings of the Silk Book will enhance the probability of producing high-star equipment during forging by 35%. Furthermore, at the final moment of completing a forge, there exists the potential for a critical hit that may yield up to 9 sockets for embedding attribute stones. This rarity is the most precious aspect of the 9 forgings of the Silk Book, representing an exceptionally rare forging art. Naturally, the requirements for utilizing an S-level forging technique are comparatively stringent. Firstly, the artisan must possess at least a 4-star level. Otherwise, their energy will be insufficient to execute the forging technique. Secondly, the forging hammer employed must be of at least A grade. Otherwise, it will lack the necessary force to support the critical hit's explosive potential. Attempting to use a hammer below A grade may result in an explosion, causing severe injury to the artisan. Wu Chun let out a faint sigh, realizing that for the time being, this S-level forging technique holds no practical application. Subsequently, he stored the Lottery Stone Tablet into the system's inventory. This privilege belongs solely to the activator, and others are unable to move the Lottery Stone Tablet at will. Wu Chun fetched some clothing for Shui Chan'er. only to find her insisting that he assist her in dressing. Her reasoning was quite sound. The one who undresses must take responsibility for redressing. With no alternative, Wu Qian began assisting her, starting with the lace panties and top, one piece at a time. Strangely enough, despite Shui Chaner having transformed into a zombie, apart from her lower body temperature and slightly pale complexion, she exhibited no other deviations from the norm. She retained all the softness, sensations, and urges typical of a living being, this moment. With the 3 secret realms connected to the Tianqing cemetery yet to manifest, Wu Qian decided against lingering any longer. Calculating the time elapsed since the demonic incursion, nearly 2 months had passed. Wu Qian dared not to procrastinate further, for the historical trajectory had already deviated. He needed to hasten to the Wu family to rescue his sister. Wu Xiaozi, without delay. Heading north, Wu Qian selectively targeted magical creatures with a star rating of 3 or above. With Shui Chaner's assistance, he primarily needed to deliver the finishing blow, achieving astonishing efficiency. Notably, Shui Chaner's progression nourishment is souls, while the magical flame Rose's progression nourishment consists of corpses, facilitating an effective division of labor that maximizes resource utilization without waste. During this period, Wu Qian uncovered numerous treasure chests. However, most were wooden chests containing items of little value to him. Any 1-star trash was fused into 2-star equipment. Subsequently, through the continued fusion of 2-star equipment, he fortuitously acquired 5 pieces of 3-star gear. Wu Qian did not cease, or rather, could not stop, fusing even the gear he was currently equipped with. In the end, he obtained a 3-star radiant night coat and 3-star lower garments. Thus, apart from the 2-star Wangshu sword, all items he possessed, including the half-finger gloves, radiant night coat, lower garments, and shoes, were of 3-star quality. To his delight, he also acquired a bronze chest and a gold chest, both yielding commendable rewards. 1 revealed a B-grade skill, stealth, while the other produced the formula for a 3rd-grade gathering essence pill. Particularly, the gathering essence pill, when consumed, grants an increase of 500 points to magical energy, with a maximum of 3 pills that may be taken, with diminishing returns. Calculating the potential, he could gain at least 900 to 1,000 points of magical energy. As for stealth, although it is not an offensive skill and provides no damage, it can evade both detection and identification techniques, making it a coveted skill among many martial artists. Name: Wu Qian. Age: 20 years. Realm: 4-star wind martial artist skills. Instant step F. Tracking technique E, 1/wind peak D, cooking D, puppet refinement technique D, stealth B, star wheel /B. Inherited skills: fiery fist D, perfected, talent, gathering specialization SSS, fusion specialization S, 232000, swordsmanship E. Innate talent, divine insight. Magical pets: demonized corpse king, magical flame rose, magical energy, 1,324,527,000. After 5 days of travel, Wu Qian and Shui Chaner finally beheld the silhouette of the imperial capital. The formidable and robust city walls had already been erected. Patrolled by fully armed soldiers, a long queue formed at the city gates, where everyone dutifully paid their entry fees. The cost to enter the city was steep, requiring 10 silver coins. Nevertheless, the citizens gritted their teeth and paid. For those without silver coins, they sought to gather 1,000 copper coins for submission. Regardless, they were determined to enter the imperial capital in search of refuge. After all, the imperial capital could be deemed the safest haven, housing armies, noble families, and an array of powerful and talented martial artists. Wu Qian glanced at the martial artist responsible for guarding the gate, a burly man with a square face, possessing a 3-star realm and fully equipped in 2-star gear. Moreover, he wielded a B-grade identification technique. It was evident that this square-faced man was tasked with recording the information of those entering the city. Wu Qian's brow furrowed slightly. Although a B-grade identification technique could not identify someone with a B-grade stealth skill like himself, it was likely that he would not be perceived as an ordinary individual, potentially raising unnecessary suspicions. Shui Chaner looked at Wu Qian and smiled, saying, "If you wish to enter the city without being discovered, I can help you." Chapter 97. The fearful cold-phobic man, developer of the magic crystal war chariot, Ruan Song. At the city gate, a stern-faced man with hawk-like eyes suddenly sensed a gust of wind passing by. Puzzled, he noted that it was not windy today. Why then did he feel a breeze? The square-faced man adjusted his collar. He was not concerned about the chill, as he feared nothing except for catching a cold. His severe allergic rhinitis would exacerbate significantly if he fell ill. Once the symptoms manifested, it would be an unparalleled torment for him. Constant sneezing was merely the beginning. His nose would become persistently dry and itchy, a most uncomfortable ordeal at times. It would also lead to a sore throat, tinnitus, and watery eyes. Describing it as a sleepless night would be an understatement.